Chapter 1. Feng Yuan, obediently hand over the spring and autumn cicada, and I'll give you a quick death. Old demon Feng, don't even think about resisting. Today all the major righteous sects have united to trample your devil's nest. We've already set up an inescapable net here. This time you'll definitely be beheaded. Feng Yuan, you damn demon. In order to cultivate the spring and autumn cicada, you've taken the lives of millions. You've already committed a monstrous sin. Your sins are unforgivable and too numerous to count. Demon, 300 years ago you humiliated me, took away my chastity, killed my entire family, and executed my 9 generations. From that moment on, I wanted nothing more than to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Today I'll make you wish you were dead. Feng Yuan was wearing a tattered dark green robe. His hair was disheveled, and his body was bathed in blood as he looked around. The mountain wind blew his bloody robe, causing it to flutter like a war flag. Bright red blood gushed out from the hundreds of wounds on his body. Just by standing there for a while, a large pool of blood had already accumulated at Feng Yuan's feet. Surrounded by enemies, there was no way out. The outcome was already decided. Today he would definitely die. Feng Yuan could see the situation clearly, but even at the brink of death, his expression did not change and his expression was calm. His gaze was faint, like a deep well, bottomless as always. The heroes of the good faction who besieged him were either the distinguished elders of a sect or the young heroes who were famous all over the world. At this moment they firmly surrounded Feng Yuan. Some were roaring, some were sneering, some were squinting their eyes with vigilance, and some were clutching their wounds in fear. They did not make a move. They were all afraid of Feng Yuan's final counterattack before his death. This tense confrontation lasted for 6 hours. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow of the setting sun lit up the sunset glow on the mountainside, and for a moment, it was as gorgeous as fire. Feng Yuan, who had been as still as a statue, slowly turned around. The heroes immediately became restless and all took a big step back. At this moment, the gray stone under Feng Yuan's feet had long been dyed dark red by blood. Due to the excessive loss of blood, her pale face was illuminated by the sunset, suddenly adding a beautiful luster to it. Looking at the setting sun on the green mountain, Feng Yuan chuckled. The setting sun on the green mountain, the autumn moon and the spring breeze. It's really like black hair in the morning, turning into snow at dusk, success or failure turning into nothingness. As he said this, various scenes from his previous life on Earth suddenly appeared before his eyes. He was originally a student from Wuxia on Earth who had transmigrated to this world by chance. He had been tossing and turning for 300 years, roaming the world for more than 200 years. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Many of the memories buried deep in his heart came alive at this moment, vividly replaying in front of his eyes. In the end I still failed. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. He was a little emotional, but he didn't regret it. He had already foreseen this outcome. When he made his choice, he was already mentally prepared. The so-called devil Dao was to not cultivate good karma, but to commit murder and arson. Heaven and earth did not tolerate it. The entire world was his enemy, yet he still wanted to do as he pleased. If the newly refined spring and autumn cicada is effective, I will still be an evil spirit in my next life. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old devil, what are you laughing at? Everyone be careful, the devil is about to die, he's going to counterattack. Quickly hand over the spring and autumn cicada. The group of experts closed in, but right at this time with a loud explosion Feng Yuan self-detonated. The spring rain continued, quietly nourishing Qingmao Mountain. It was already late at night and a cool breeze blew through the drizzle. Qingmao Mountain was not dark. From the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, there were many glimmers of light, as if it was draped in a brilliant belt of light. These lights came from many tall buildings. Although it couldn't be said to be the lights of 10,000 households, there were still thousands of them. This was the Guiyue village that was located in the middle of Qingmao Mountain, adding a dense atmosphere of human habitation to the vast and quiet mountain range. At the very center of the Guiyue village was a grand and magnificent pavilion. At this time, a ceremony was being held, so the lights were brightly lit, and the radiance was dazzling. Ancestors bless us, I hope that in this awakening ceremony, there will be many talented youths, to add new blood and hope to the family. The leader of the Guiyue village was middle-aged, his temples were slightly white, and he wore a solemn white ceremonial robe. He knelt on the brown floor, straightened his upper body, put his hands together, closed his eyes and prayed sincerely. He faced a tall black lacquer table. There were 3 layers of the table and the ancestral tablets were enshrined there. On both sides of the tablets, there were red copper incense burners and smoke curled up. Behind him there were also more than 10 people kneeling. They wore loose white ceremonial robes and were the elders of the family. They were in charge of all aspects of the family. After praying for a while, the leader of the Guiyue village took the lead to bow, spread out his hands and tightly pressed his palms against the floor and kowtowed. His forehead hit the brown floor and there was a soft thud. The elders behind him all had solemn expressions and silently followed suit. For a moment, the ancestral hall was filled with the sound of forehead hitting the floor. After the ceremony ended, everyone slowly stood up from the floor and quietly walked out of the solemn ancestral hall. In the corridor, the elders silently breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere relaxed. Gradually, the sounds of discussion rose. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. The last awakening ceremony seems like it happened yesterday, and it's still vivid in my mind. Tomorrow is the annual awakening ceremony. I wonder what kind of new blood will emerge this year? Sigh, I hope there will be a youth with a great talent. Our Guiyue village has not had such a genius in 3 years. That's right, the Bai clan and Xiong clan have all had geniuses these years. Especially the Bai clan's Bai Ningbing, his talent is really terrifying. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing's name, and the elders could not help but show a layer of worry on their faces. This child's talent was extremely outstanding, and in just 2 years he had already cultivated to rank 3 Gu Master. Among the younger generation he could be said to be the most outstanding. Even the older generation could feel the pressure from this rising star. In time he would definitely become the pillar of the Bai clan. At the very least he would be a strong individual. No one doubted this. But among the youths participating in this year's awakening ceremony, there is still hope. That's right, a talented youth has appeared in Fang Zhi's bloodline. Able to speak in 3 months, able to walk in 4 months. At the age of 5 he could compose poems and recite lyrics. He was exceptionally intelligent and talented. Unfortunately his parents died early, and now he is being raised by his aunt and uncle. Yes, this is early intelligence and he has great ambitions. In recent years he has created Jiang Jingjiu, Ode to Plum, and Jiang Qingzi. I have also heard of them. What a genius. The Guiyue clan leader was the last to walk out of the ancestral hall. As he slowly closed the door, he heard the elders discussing in the corridor. Immediately, he knew that the elders were discussing a youth called Guiyue Fang Yuan. As the clan leader, he would naturally pay attention to those outstanding disciples. And among the younger generation, Guiyue Fang Yuan was one of the most outstanding and dazzling ones. And experience had shown that those who had photographic memory from a young age, or were as strong as an adult, had outstanding cultivation aptitude. If this child is tested to have a great aptitude with proper training, he may be able to compete with Bai Ningbing. Even if it is B grade aptitude in the future, he will be able to hold his own, and become a flag of the Guiyue clan. But with his precocious intelligence, the possibility of him being a B grade talent isn't high, and is most likely an A grade talent. With this thought, the Guiyue clan leader's mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a slight smile. Immediately after, he coughed and said to the elders, "Everyone, it is getting late. For tomorrow's awakening ceremony, please rest well tonight and maintain your spirit." When the elders heard this, they were all slightly startled. They looked at each other with a hint of vigilance. The clan leader's words were implicit, but everyone understood his meaning. Every year, in order to fight for these talented juniors, the elders would fight with each other until their faces were red and their heads were bleeding. It was time to conserve his energy and wait until tomorrow to fight for it. Especially that Guiyue Fang Yuan, the possibility of him having a great aptitude was very high. And his parents had already passed away, and he was one of the 2 orphans of Fang Zhi's bloodline. If they could take him into their bloodline and properly train him, they could ensure their bloodline's prosperity for 100 years. But I will say the ugly words first. The fight must be open and above board, and must not use underhanded methods to harm the unity of the clan. Elders, please keep this in mind. The clan leader said with a serious tone. I don't dare. I don't dare. I will definitely remember it. I will take my leave now, Lord Clan Leader, please stay. The elders, full of thoughts, dispersed one by one. Not long after, the long corridor became deserted. The spring rain and wind blew through the window. The clan leader lightly walked to the window. Immediately, his mouth was filled with the fresh and moist mountain air, refreshing and refreshing. This was the 3rd floor of the loft. As far as the eye could see, more than half of the Guiyue village was in sight. It was late at night, but most of the houses in the village still had lights, which was very different from usual. Tomorrow was the awakening ceremony, which concerned everyone's interests. An excited and nervous atmosphere enveloped the hearts of the clansmen. Naturally, many people could not sleep well. This is the hope of the clan's future. The clan leader sighed as the lights reflected in his eyes. At this time, there was also a pair of clear eyes, quietly watching the lights in the dark night, full of complicated feelings. Guiyue village, this is 500 years ago? The spring-autumn cicada really worked. Fang Yuan's eyes were gloomy as he stood by the window, letting the wind and rain hit his body. The spring-autumn cicada's effect was to reverse time. It was ranked 7th among the top 10 mystical insects, so naturally it was no small matter. Simply put, it was rebirth. I used the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn, to go back to 500 years ago. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, his eyes fixed on his young and pale palm, and then he slowly clenched it, trying hard to feel the reality. He heard the light sound of the drizzle hitting the window. He slowly closed his eyes, opened them after a long time, and sighed. 500 years of experience, it really is like a dream. But he clearly knew that this was not a dream. Chapter 2. According to legend, there was a river of time in this world, supporting the flow of the world. Using the spring-autumn cicada's power, one could go against the current and return to the past. Regarding this rumor, there were many opinions. Many people didn't believe it, and some people were skeptical. Almost no one was sure. Because every time the spring-autumn cicada was used, one had to pay with their life, sacrificing their entire body and all their cultivation to power it. This price was too high. What was even more unacceptable was that one often paid with their life, not knowing what the result would be. Even if someone obtained the spring-autumn cicada, they would not dare to use it carelessly. What if the rumor was false and it was just a scam? If not for Fang Yuan's desperation, he would not have used it so quickly. But now Fang Yuan completely believed it. Because the truth was right in front of him, there was no way to refute it. He had indeed been reborn. It's a pity for this good Gu. I spent a lot of effort, slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people, incurred the wrath of the heavens, and painstakingly refined it. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Although he had been reborn, he did not bring the spring-autumn cicada with him. Man was the spirit of all creatures, and Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. There were countless Gu of all shapes and sizes. Some Gu would disappear after being used once or twice or thrice. Some Gu, as long as it was not overused, could be reused. Perhaps the spring-autumn cicada was a consumable Gu that could only be used once. But even if it's gone, I can refine another one. I could refine it in my previous life. Can't I do it in this life? After the pity, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a surge of ambition and heroism. He could be reborn, and the loss of the spring-autumn cicada was completely acceptable. Moreover, he had treasures on him. He did not have nothing. This treasure was his 500 years of memories and experience. There were many treasures in his memory, but no one had opened them yet. There were many major events that allowed him to easily grasp the context of history. There were countless figures of people. Some were reclusive seniors, some were geniuses, and some were not even born yet. It also contained the arduous cultivation and rich combat experience he had accumulated over the past 500 years. With these, he undoubtedly grasped the big picture and had the initiative. As long as he manipulated it well, it wouldn't be a problem for him to roam the world unhindered and recreate the demeanor of a great demon. In fact, he might even be able to reach a higher realm. Then how should I operate it? Fang Yuan was very rational. He quickly collected his emotions and pondered while facing the night rain outside the window. When he thought about it this way, he felt that there were a lot of things to think about. After thinking for a moment, his frown deepened. 500 years was indeed a long time. Let's not talk about those blurry memories that I can't recall. Even though there were many hidden treasures and immortal masters' fortuitous encounters, most of them were either thousands of miles apart or could only be opened at a specific time. The most important thing is still cultivation. His primeval sea had yet to open, and he had yet to embark on the path of a Gu master's cultivation. He was simply immortal. I have to cultivate as soon as possible and increase my cultivation. I have to seize the initiative and reap as many benefits as possible before history. Furthermore, if one's cultivation wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to digest the treasures even if they obtained them. On the contrary, it was a hot potato, a crime of possessing a jade. The first problem in front of Fang Yuan was cultivation. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. If it was as slow as in his previous life, it would be too late. To raise my cultivation as soon as possible, I have to use the clan's resources. With my current situation, I don't have the ability to travel through the dangerous mountains. Even a normal wild boar can take my life. If I can reach the cultivation of a rank 3 Gu master, I will have the basic ability to protect myself and travel through the mountains and rivers in this world. From the perspective of a demonic path overlord who had trained for 500 years, this Qingmao mountain was really too small. The Guyue village was more like a cage. However, while a cage imprisons freedom, a sturdy prison cell often represents a certain kind of security. For the time being, I'll just toss and turn around in this prison cell. As long as I advance to rank 3, I can leave this poor mountain. But luckily, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Not long after, I can officially start my Gu master cultivation. Once he thought of the awakening ceremony, the dusty memories in Fang Yuan's heart surfaced. Aptitude. Looking out the window, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open and a young man walked in. "Brother, why are you standing by the window in the rain?" This young man was thin, slightly shorter than Fang Yuan, and his face was very similar to Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan turned around to look at this young man, a complicated expression flashing across his face. "Oh, it's you, my twin brother." He raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression returning to its usual indifference. Fang Jing lowered his head, looking at his toes. This was his signature move. "I saw that brother's window was not closed, so I wanted to sneak in and close it. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Brother, it's so late and you're still not sleeping. If uncle and aunt knew, they would be worried." He was not surprised at Fang Yuan's indifference, because his brother had always been like this since he was young. Sometimes he would think that maybe geniuses were different from ordinary people like this. Although he looked very similar to his brother, he was as ordinary as an ant. They were born from the same mother's womb, so why was the heavens so unfair? His brother was gifted with the talent of a diamond, while he was as ordinary as a pebble. Everyone around him would say, "This is Fang Yuan's younger brother," when talking about him. Uncle and aunt often told him to learn from his brother. Even when he looked in the mirror and looked at his own face, he felt disgusted. These thoughts had been accumulating in the depths of his heart for many years. Like a huge rock pressing on his chest, Fang Jing's head drooped lower and lower over the years, and he became more and more taciturn. Worry? Thinking of his uncle and aunt, Fang Yuan sneered silently in his heart. He remembered very clearly that the parents of this body had both died because of a family mission. When he was 3 years old, he and his brother became orphans. In the name of raising them, his uncle and aunt openly took over his parents' inheritance, and treated him and his brother harshly. As a transmigrator, he had planned to hide his strength and bide his time. But the hardships of life forced Fang Yuan to choose to reveal his extraordinary talent. The so-called genius was actually just the rationality of a mature soul, and a few famous poems from the Tang and Song dynasties on Earth. Even with such a small display of skill, he was still regarded as a celestial being, and received widespread attention. Under the external pressure, the young Fang Yuan had no choice but to maintain a cold and indifferent expression to protect himself and reduce the possibility of being exposed. Over time, indifference became his habitual expression. Just like that, his uncle and aunt could no longer treat him and his brother harshly. As he grew older, his future became more promising, and his treatment also increased. But this was not love but a kind of investment. It was laughable that his brother did not see the truth. Not only was he deceived by his uncle and aunt, but he also buried his hatred towards him. Although he looked obedient now, in his memory after he was tested to have an A-grade aptitude, he was nurtured by the family, and his hidden hatred and jealousy was released. He often targeted, made things difficult, and suppressed his own brother. As for his own aptitude, the highest he had was only a C grade. Fate was always joking. A pair of twins, the elder brother's aptitude was only C grade, but he enjoyed the title of genius for more than 10 years. The younger brother was unknown, but he had an A-grade aptitude. The result of the Enlightenment shocked the clansmen. It also caused the treatment of the two brothers to be completely reversed. The younger brother was like a dragon rising to the sky, while the older brother was like a phoenix falling to the ground. After that, there were many difficulties from the younger brother, the cold eyes of his uncle and aunt, and the contempt of the clansmen. Fang Yuan had hated in his previous life. He hated his lack of aptitude, hated the ruthlessness of the clan, and hated the unfairness of fate. But now, with 500 years of life experience, he re-examined this process. His heart was calm and there was no hatred. What was there to be angry about? Thinking about it from another perspective, he could also understand his younger brother, uncle and aunt, and the righteous enemies who besieged him 500 years later. The weak were prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. This was the nature of this world. Moreover, everyone had their own ambitions and they were all fighting for the heavenly secrets. What was there not to understand about killing and suppressing each other? 500 years of experience had long made him see through all of this. In his heart, there was only the path of immortality. If someone stood in his way, no matter who it would only be a matter of life and death. The ambition in his heart was too great. Once he set foot on this path, he was destined to be the enemy of the whole world. He was destined to be alone and he was destined to kill. This was the realization condensed from 500 years of life. Revenge is not my plan. The path of an evil demon has never been one of compromise. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but laugh. He turned his head to look at his younger brother and said, "You can leave." Fang Jing's heart could not help but palpitate. He felt that his brother's gaze was as sharp as an ice blade, as if it could penetrate the deepest part of his heart. Under such a gaze, he felt as if he was naked in the snow, and there was no secret to speak of. "Then I'll see you tomorrow, brother." Not daring to say anything else, Fang Jing slowly closed the door and retreated. Chapter 3. Bang 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 bang. The patrolling night watchman banged the clapper rhythmically. The sound traveled to the tall building. Fang Yuan opened his dry eyelids and thought to himself, "It's the 5th day of the night." Last night he lay in bed and thought for a long time. He made a lot of plans but he only slept for a little more than 2 hours. This body had not started cultivating yet, so he did not have much energy. Therefore, waves of tiredness still enveloped his body and mind. However, more than 500 years of experience had forged Fang Yuan's steel-like determination. This bit of drowsiness was nothing at all. Immediately, he pushed away the thin silk bedding on his body and got up neatly. When he opened the window, the spring rain had stopped. The smell of soil, trees and wildflowers was fresh and moist. Fang Yuan felt his head clear and his drowsiness was completely dispelled. The sun had not risen yet. The sky was a deep blue, dark and bright at the same time. As far as the eye could see, the tall building made of green bamboo and trees contrasted with the mountains. It was a quiet and dark green color. The tall building had at least 2 floors. It was the unique structure of the mountain people's houses. Because the mountain was rugged, the first floor was a huge wooden pile, and the second floor was the people's residence. Fang Yuan and his brother Fang Jing lived on the second floor. "Young Master Fang Yuan, you're awake. I'll go upstairs and help you wash up." At this moment, a young girl's voice came from downstairs. Fang Yuan looked down. It was his personal maid, Xianxia. Her looks could only be considered average, but she was well dressed. She wore a green shirt, long sleeves, long pants and embroidered shoes. There was even a pearl hairpin in her black hair. Her whole body exuded the vitality of youth. She looked at Fang Yuan with joy. Carrying a basin of water, she went upstairs. The water was warm and was used to wash his face. Rinsing his mouth with a willow branch dipped in snow salt could clean and whiten his teeth. Xianxia served him tenderly. There was a smile on her face and her eyes were filled with love. After that, she helped Fang Yuan put on his clothes. In the process, she rubbed her ample breasts against Fang Yuan's arm or back from time to time. Fang Yuan was expressionless, and his heart was as calm as still water. Not only was this maidservant a spy for her uncle and aunt, but she was also vain and had a cold temperament. In his previous life he had been deceived by her. After the awakening ceremony, when his status had plummeted, she had immediately turned against him and rolled her eyes at him. When Fang Jing arrived, he saw Xianxia smoothing out the creases on Fang Yuan's clothes. His eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of envy and jealousy. He had been living with his brother for the past few years and was taken care of by Fang Yuan. He also had a servant to serve him. However, it wasn't a young maidservant like Xianxia, but a fat and swollen old maidservant. If one day Xianxia can serve me like this, how would it feel? Fang Jing had some thoughts in his heart, but he didn't dare to think about it. His aunt and uncle favored Fang Yuan, and this was a matter that everyone in the Fu knew. Originally, he didn't have a servant to serve him. It was Fang Yuan who took the initiative to ask for one for Fang Jing. Although there was a difference in status between master and servant, Fang Jing didn't dare to look down on Xianxia. This was because Xianxui's mother was the Xin Momo who served his aunt and was also the housekeeper of the entire Fu. She was deeply trusted by his aunt and had a lot of power. "All right, you don't have to tidy up." Fang Yuan impatiently brushed away Xianxui's soft hands. His clothes had long been tidied, and Xianxia was more of a seduction. For her, his future was bright, and the possibility of having an A-grade aptitude was very high. If she could become Fang Yuan's concubine, she could change from a slave to a master. It could be said that she had reached the sky in one step. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had been deceived and even liked this maidservant. After his rebirth, he was as clear as a fire, and his heart was as cold as frost. You can leave. Fang Yuan didn't even look at Xianxia as he tidied up his cuffs. Xianxia slightly pouted. She felt a little strange and wronged for Fang Yuan's lack of understanding today. She wanted to say something coquettish, but she was deterred by Fang Yuan's inexplicable temperament. She opened her mouth a few times, but finally said, yes, and obediently retreated. Are you ready? Fang Yuan looked at Fang Zheng. His younger brother stood at the door in a daze. He lowered his head to look at his toes and softly said, N. In fact, he had woken up at the 4th watch. He was too nervous to fall asleep, so he secretly got up and prepared early. Both of his eyes had dark circles. Fang Yuan nodded. In his previous life he wasn't clear about his younger brother's thoughts, but in this life, how could he not understand? But it was meaningless to point it out at this time, so he lightly ordered, then let's go. Thus, the two brothers walked out of the residence. Along the way they met many people of the same age in 2s and 3s. Obviously they had the same destination. Look, those are the two brothers of the Fang family. A careful whisper came into their ears. The one walking in front is that Fang Yuan. He's the one who wrote the poem, Fang Yuan. Someone emphasized. So it's him. He's expressionless as if there's no one else around. He's really as arrogant as the rumors say. Someone said in a sour tone with jealousy and envy. Humph, if you can be like him, you can also be arrogant. Someone replied with a cold snort, hiding a kind of dissatisfaction. Fang Jing listened with an expressionless face. He had long been used to this kind of discussion. He lowered his head and followed behind his brother, walking in silence. At this time, the horizon had already lit up with the morning light. Fang Yuan's shadow was cast on his face. The sun was gradually rising, but Fang Jing suddenly felt that he was walking towards darkness. This darkness originated from his brother. Perhaps in this life he would never be able to break free from his brother's huge shadow. He felt a burst of pressure in his chest and even had difficulty breathing. This damned feeling even made him think of the word, suffocation. Humph, this kind of discussion really is the case of the tree that stands out in the forest being blown down by the wind. Listening to the discussion in his ears, Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. It was no wonder that after the test of his C-grade aptitude, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. For a long time he was treated harshly, looked down upon, and treated coldly. Behind him, his brother Fang Jing's increasingly muffled breathing was also heard by him. What he did not notice in his previous life, he was able to see clearly in this life. This was the keen insight brought about by 500 years of life experience. He suddenly thought of his uncle and aunt. They really had some tricks up their sleeves. They assigned Xin Suilai to monitor him, and assigned an old nanny to his brother. In fact, there were other differences in treatment in the details of life. This was all done intentionally. It was to provoke the anger in his brother's heart, and to provoke the brotherly relationship between him and his brother. The world did not worry about scarcity but about inequality. In his previous life he had too little experience, and his brother was too stupid and naive, so he was successfully provoked by his uncle and aunt. Since his rebirth, the awakening ceremony was about to begin. The situation seemed difficult to reverse, but with Fang Yuan's demonic methods and wisdom, it was not impossible to change. This brother could be completely suppressed and subdued. Xin Suilai, a little girl, could be added into the harem early. There were also his uncle and aunt, the clan leader, and the elders. There were at least hundreds of ways to beat them. But I don't want to do this. Fang Yuan sighed leisurely in his heart. So what if he was his biological brother? There was no familial love to speak of. He was just an outsider, so it was fine to let him go. No matter how beautiful Xin Suilai was, without love and loyalty she was just a corpse. Added into the harem? She was not worthy. Even if it was his uncle and aunt, the clan leader, and the elders, they were all passers-by in his life. Why did he have to rack his brain and waste his energy to beat these passers-by? As long as they did not hinder his journey, then he would play with his own eggs. He would not even bother to step on them. Chapter 4. The morning sun rose, its rays shining brightly. The mountain fog was not very thick, and was easily penetrated by the sword-like sunlight. More than 115-year-old youths gathered in front of the clan pavilion. The clan pavilion was located in the center of the village. It was 5 stories high, with curved eaves, and was heavily guarded. In front of the pavilion was the square, where the tablets of the ancestors of the Guiyue were enshrined. Every generation's patriarch also lived here. Whenever there was a major ceremony or an unexpected event, the patriarch would gather the elders here to discuss and discuss. This was the center of power of the entire village. Very good, all of you are here on time. Today is the awakening ceremony, a major turning point in your lives. Without further ado, follow me. The one in charge of this trip was the academy elder. His hair and beard were all white, and he was spirited as he led the youths into the clan pavilion. But they did not go upstairs. Instead, they went down through the entrance of the hall. Following the well-made stone stairs, they entered the underground cave. The youths all gasped in admiration. The underground cave was magnificent. The stalactites gave off 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The colors shone on the faces of the youths, like a rainbow. Fang Yuan was in the middle of the crowd, quietly observing everything. He thought to himself, hundreds of years ago the Guiyue clan migrated from the Middle Plains to the southern border, and settled here at Qingmao Mountain. They took a fancy to the spirit spring in this underground cave. This spirit spring produces large amounts of yuan stone, and can be said to be the foundation of the Guiyue village. After a few hundred steps, it got darker and darker and they could hear the sound of water. Turning a corner, an underground river about 3 feet wide appeared in front of them. The colorful lights of the stalactites had completely disappeared. But in the darkness, the river emitted a faint blue light, like a galaxy in the night sky. The river flowed from the dark depths of the cave. It was crystal clear, and they could even see the swimming fish, aquatic plants, and the sand and stones at the bottom of the river. On the other side of the river was a sea of flowers. This was the moon orchid that the Guiyue clan had specially cultivated. Its petals were like crescent moons, showing a beautiful and elegant blue-pink color. The stem of the flower was like jade, and the center of the flower was shining like a pearl under the light. At first glance, in the dark background, the sea of flowers by the riverside looked like a large blue and green carpet dotted with countless pearls. Moon orchid is an ingredient for many gu worms. This sea of flowers can be said to be the family's largest breeding ground. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. So beautiful. So beautiful. The youngsters' horizons had been broadened. Their eyes lit up and they were both excited and nervous. Okay, now listen to me. The person I call will cross the river and go to the other side. He would go as far as he could. Of course, the farther, the better. Are you all clear? The elder said. Understood. The youths responded. Actually, before coming here, he had heard from his family and seniors that the further he went, the better his aptitude would be, and the greater his future achievements would be. Guiyue Qinbo, the elder pointed out the first person on the list. Although the river was wide, it was not deep. It only reached the youth's knees. Qinbo's expression was solemn as he stepped into the sea of flowers by the riverside. Immediately he felt an invisible pressure, as if there was an invisible wall in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Just as he was struggling to move forward, a speck of light suddenly appeared in the sea of flowers by his feet. The speck of light was very thin and it was a plain white color. The light gathered towards Qinbo and entered his body. Qinbo immediately felt the pressure decrease. That invisible wall suddenly became soft. He gritted his teeth and walked forward, forcing his way in. After 3 steps, the pressure in front of him increased again. Just like before, it was like a wall and he could not go any further. Seeing this, the elder sighed and while recording he said, Guiyue Qinbo, 3 steps, no Gu master aptitude. Next, Guiyue Xianxia. Qinbo's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth as he crossed the river and returned to his original position. Without aptitude, he could only live as a mortal, and would only have the lowest position in the clan. His body was on the verge of collapse. The blow was too great, and it was equivalent to killing his life's hope. Many people gave him pitiful gazes, but even more people paid attention to the second young man who reached the other shore. Unfortunately, this young man could only advance 4 steps, and similarly had no aptitude. Not everyone had the aptitude to cultivate. Normally speaking, 5 out of 10 people could cultivate and that was already not bad. In the Guiyue clan, this ratio was even higher, reaching 6 people. This was because Guiyue's ancestor, who was the first-generation clan leader, was a famous legendary expert. Because of his cultivation, his bloodline contained the genes to bear the burden of strength. Guiyue clansmen had his bloodline, so their aptitude was generally higher. 2 consecutive cases of no aptitude made the other elders who were observing in secret have ugly expressions. Even the old and wise Guiyue clan leader frowned slightly. At this moment, the academy elders shouted the third name, Guiyue Mabe. Here. A horse-faced young man dressed in linen robes shouted softly, and stepped out of the crowd. He was tall and much thicker than others of his age. He had a valiant aura about him. He crossed the river in 2 to 3 steps, and stepped onto the other shore. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Faint light entered his body one after another. He walked all the way to the 36th step and finally he could not go any further. The young men on the other shore were dumbfounded. The academy elder shouted happily, "Good, Guyu be great aptitude. Come here, let me see your primeval sea." Guyu returned to the academy elder's side. The latter stretched out his hand and placed it on the young man's shoulder. He closed his eyes and examined it, and then retracted his hand. He nodded and recorded on a piece of paper, "Guyu primeval C 66%, can be nurtured vigorously." The aptitude from top to bottom was divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. A D grade aptitude youngster after 3 years of nurturing can become a rank 1 veteran Gu master, becoming the clan's cornerstone. A C grade aptitude youngster, after 2 years of nurturing, would most likely become a rank 2 Gu master, becoming the backbone of the clan. A B grade talent needed to be taken care of. They are often nurtured as future clan elders, and after 6 to 7 years, they can become rank 3 Gu masters. As for a grade aptitude, even if one appeared, it would be the entire family's fortune. With careful care and resources, he would be able to become a rank 4 Gu master in around 10 years. At that time, he would be able to compete for the position of clan leader. In other words, as long as this Guyu grew up, he would become the clan elder of the Guyu clan in the future. It was no wonder that the academy elder was so happy that he laughed, and the elders who were secretly watching all let out a sigh of relief. Then they all cast envious glances at one of the elders. This elder also had a long face. It was Guyu grandfather, Guyu Chen. His face was already filled with a smile, and he looked at his old rival provocatively. "How is it, my grandson is not bad, right?" Guyu. Clan elder Guyu had a head of red hair, and at this moment he snorted coldly and did not reply, his face gloomy and ugly. An hour later, half of the youngsters had already stepped into the sea of flowers, and there were many C and D grade aptitudes. Of course, almost half of them had no aptitudes at all. The bloodline is getting thinner, and in these years the clan has not produced many rank 4 experts to strengthen the bloodline. The 4th generation clan leader was the only rank 5 expert, but in the end he perished together with the flower wine monk, not leaving behind any descendants. The Guyu clan's younger generation's aptitudes are getting weaker and weaker. The clan leader sighed deeply. At this moment the academy elder shouted, "Guyu Cheng." Hearing this name, the elders all looked at Guyu. This was Guyu grandson. Guyu Cheng was short, his face was full of pockmarks, he clenched his fists, his face was full of sweat, and he seemed especially nervous. He stepped onto the opposite shore, and the light dots entered his body. He walked 36 steps in a row before stopping. "Another B grade." The academy elder shouted. The youngsters were in an uproar, and all cast envious glances at Guyu Cheng. "Haha, 36 steps, 36 steps." Guyu shouted, and stared at Guyu Chen to show off. This time, it was Guyu Chen's turn to be livid. "Guyu Cheng." In the crowd, Fang Yuan thoughtfully rubbed his chin. In his memory, because he cheated in the awakening ceremony, he was severely punished by the clan. In reality, his aptitude was only C grade, but his grandfather Guyu had falsified it for him, so he had the false impression of AB grade aptitude. In fact, if he wanted to cheat, Fang Yuan had dozens of plans in his mind, and some plans were even more perfect than Guyu Cheng's. If he showed B grade or a grade aptitude, he would definitely be heavily nurtured by the clan. But firstly, Fang Yuan's rebirth time was too short, and with his current situation, it was hard for him to prepare any cheating methods. Secondly, even if he cheated successfully, his cultivation speed in the future would not be able to be concealed, and it would still be exposed. But this Guyu Cheng was different. His grandfather was Guyu, one of the 2 most powerful elders in the clan, and he could cover for him. Guyu and Guyu Chen have always been enemies, and these 2 elders are the 2 biggest factions in the clan. In order to suppress his opponent, he needed his grandson to have outstanding aptitude. It was also because he was covering for him that Guyu Cheng was able to hide it for a while. In my memory, if not for that accident, I would not have been exposed. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, and he thought about how to use this to maximize his benefits. If he exposed it on the spot, although he would receive a little reward from the clan, he would offend the powerful Guyu, so he could not do it. In the short term, he could not extort money. Because his strength was too low, he would bring disaster upon himself. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard the academy elder call out his name, Guyue Fang Yuan. Chapter 5. In an instant, the surroundings became quiet as countless gazes landed on him. This is getting more and more exciting. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. Under everyone's gaze, he crossed the river and stepped onto the other side. Immediately he felt a layer of pressure. This pressure came from the spirit spring in the depths of the flower sea. The spirit spring produced primeval energy, and because the primeval energy was too dense, it caused the pressure. But soon from the flowers around Fang Yuan's feet, a light dot rose. The light dot floated and covered Fang Yuan's entire body, before entering his body. This is the hope goo. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. Although the person in charge did not explain, he knew it clearly. Every speck of light was a goo. The goo was called hope. One of the most ancient legends was about the hope goo. Legend has it that when this world was just formed, it was a desolate land where wild beasts roamed. The first human appeared, his name was Renzu. He ate raw meat and drank blood, living a difficult life. Especially there was a group of wild beasts called predicaments. They loved the taste of Renzu and wanted to eat him. Renzu did not have a rock-like body, nor did he have the sharp claws of wild beasts. How could he fight against these predicaments? His food source was unstable, he had to hide all day, staying at the bottom of the food chain. He could barely survive. At this time, 3 Gu came to Renzu and said, "As long as you use your life to support us, we will help you get through this." Renzu had no choice, he could only agree to these 3 Gu. He first used his youth to nurture the biggest Gu among the 3, and that Gu gave him strength. With strength, Renzu's life started to improve, he started to have a stable food source, he had the strength to protect himself. He was brave and ruthless, defeating many predicaments. But soon he suffered. In the end he found that strength was not omnipotent, it needed to be recovered and nurtured, it could not be squandered. And to the entire predicament group, his strength alone was too small. Renzu pondered over this painful experience and decided to use his prime years to nurture the most beautiful Gu among the 3. Thus the second Gu gave him wisdom. Renzu had wisdom, he learned to think and reflect and started to accumulate experience. He found that using wisdom was often more effective than using strength. Relying on his wisdom and strength, he conquered many targets that he couldn't conquer before and killed even more predicaments. They ate the flesh and drank the blood of the predicaments to survive tenaciously. However, good things didn't last long. The Ren ancestor grew older and older. This was because he had given the youngster and middle-aged man to strength Gu and wisdom Gu. When people get old, their muscles atrophy and their brains slow down. "Oh human, what else can you give us? You have nothing left to offer us." After the strength Gu and wisdom Gu realized this, they left heartlessly. Renzu lost his power and intelligence and was discovered by the predicament. He was surrounded by the beast horde. He was old and couldn't run anymore. His teeth had all fallen off, and he couldn't even chew wild fruits and vegetables. He powerlessly collapsed to the ground, surrounded by the densely packed predicaments. His heart was filled with despair. Right at this time, the third Gu said to him, "O human, worship me, I can help you escape your predicament." Renzu shed tears. "Gu, what else can I have? Look, strength Gu and wisdom Gu have abandoned me. And I only have old age left. Compared to youngster and middle-aged, old age isn't worth mentioning, but if I worship you with my old age, my life will end immediately. Although I am surrounded by the predicaments now, I won't die anytime soon. I want to live a little longer, even if it's just a second. So leave, I can't worship you anymore." That Gu said, "Among the 3 Gu, my request is the smallest. O human, you only need to give me your heart. Then I will give you my heart." Renzu said, "But O Gu, what else can you give me? In this predicament, even if strength Gu and wisdom Gu return to me, they can't change it." Compared to strength Gu, this Gu was the weakest, it was only a small dot of light. Compared to wisdom Gu, this Gu was the dimmest, it could only emit a weak white light and was not beautiful at all. But when the human gave his heart to this Gu suddenly shone with limitless light. In this light, the predicaments screamed in fear. "This is the hope Gu, retreat, we predicaments are most afraid of hope." The predicament beasts immediately retreated in panic. Renzu was dumbstruck. From that moment on he knew, when facing a predicament, give your heart to hope. And at this time, the hope Gu turned into a beam of light and entered Fang Yuan's body. Because of the external pressure, they quickly gathered at Fang Yuan's abdomen, forming a ball 3 inches below his navel. Fang Yuan immediately felt the pressure lessen. He took a step forward and continued forward. With every step he took, there would be hope Gu flying out from the sea of flowers, entering his body and joining the ball of light. The ball of light became bigger and brighter. But the person in charge on the other side of the river frowned. The number of Hope Gu seems to be too little. Many elders who had been secretly observing Fang Yuan saw this scene and their hearts sank. The clan leader also frowned. This was definitely not an A-grade talent. Fang Yuan withstood the pressure and continued forward. Below 10 steps they have no cultivation talent. Between 10 to 20 steps they have D-grade talent. Between 20 to 30 steps they have C-grade talent. Between 30 to 40 steps they have B-grade talent. Between 40 to 50 steps they have a grade talent. So far I have walked 23 steps. 24, 25, 26, 27. Fang Yuan silently counted in his heart. When he reached 27 steps, he seemed to hear a boom. The ball of light between his two kidneys and his abdomen had accumulated to its limit and suddenly exploded. This explosion only happened within Fang Yuan's body. Outsiders could not feel it at all. Only Fang Yuan felt an earth-shattering mystery at that moment. In an instant, all the hairs on his body stood up, his pores closed tightly, his mind was like a drawn bowstring, suddenly tensing up. Immediately after, his mind suddenly went blank, his entire body limp, as if he had fallen into the clouds. His heartstrings relaxed, his sweat pores smoothed, and all the pores on his body opened up. In an instant, his entire body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. This process, although it sounded long, was actually very short. It came quickly and left suddenly. Fang Yuan was in a daze for only a moment, then he came back to his senses. He secretly looked into his body, and found that below his belly button, in the middle of his two kidneys, an aperture had appeared out of nowhere. Opening the aperture was a success. This was the hope of longevity. Chapter 6. The aperture was mysterious. Even though it was in Fang Yuan's body, it was not in the same space as his organs. You could say it was infinitely big or infinitely small. Some called it the Zifu, some called it the Huaqi, but more people called it the primeval sea aperture. The entire aperture was spherical, the surface of the aperture flowing with white light. It was a layer of light. It was the layer of light that formed when the Hope Gu exploded. It was because of this layer of light that the aperture did not collapse. Inside the aperture was naturally the primeval sea. The seawater was smooth like a mirror, showing a jade-green color, but it was extremely thick with a copper luster. This was the condensation of green copper primeval essence that only rank 1 Gu masters had, commonly known as the Bronze Sea. The sea was less than half of the aperture's height, only 44%. This was the limitation of a C-grade talent. Every drop of seawater was primeval essence, representing the condensation of Fang Yuan's spirit, symbolizing the life potential he had accumulated over the past 15 years. Gu masters used this primeval essence to activate their Gu worms. This meant that from this moment onwards, Fang Yuan had officially entered the ranks of a rank 1 Gu master. The aperture was opened and no more Hope Gu entered Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan retracted his mind, feeling the pressure in front of him was as thick as a wall, and he could not take another step. Just like my previous life. He smiled indifferently at this result. Can't he walk anymore? The academy elder held onto a tiny bit of hope, shouting from the other side of the river. Fang Yuan turned around and walked back, using his actions to answer him. At this moment even the youths reacted. Immediately there was a buzz and the crowd was in an uproar. What? Fang Yuan walked 27 steps? So he's only a C-grade talent. Unbelievable, he's such a genius, but only a C-grade. The crowd was in an uproar. Brother. In the crowd, Guiyue Fangjing raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan who had just returned from the river in shock. He could not believe the scene in front of him. His brother was only a C-grade talent? He had always thought that his brother would be an A-grade talent. No, not only him, his uncle, aunt, and many others in the clan thought so too. But now the result was like this. Damn it, it's only a C-grade. The Guyu clan leader secretly clenched his fists and sighed deeply, his disappointment evident on his face. Some of the clan elders who were watching from the shadows frowned, some lowered their heads in disgust, and some sighed at the sky. Could there be a mistake in the test? How is this possible? This method is extremely accurate. Moreover, with us constantly watching, it will be difficult to cheat. But how do you explain his previous performance and talent? The higher the aptitude of the primordial sea, the more extraordinary the characteristics will be. For example, intelligence, comprehension, memory, strength, agility, and so on. But conversely, these characteristics don't necessarily mean that one's aptitude is high. Everything depends on the results of the test. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Guiyue clan is getting worse with each generation. The ice-cold river water soaked her socks and it was bone-chilling. Fang Yuan was still walking expressionlessly. As the distance got closer, he could clearly see the solemn expression of the academy elder, and he could keenly sense the gazes of hundreds of youths. The gazes were filled with surprise, shock, mockery, schadenfreude, realization, and indifference. The exact same scene reminded Fang Yuan of his previous life. At that time he felt as if the sky had collapsed. He lost his footing and fell while crossing the river. He was drenched and despondent. But no one helped him up. These disappointed, indifferent expressions and gazes were like sharp knives cutting into his heart. His thoughts were in a mess and his chest was aching. It was like falling from the clouds to the ground. The higher he stood, the harder he fell. But in this life, looking at such a scene again, Fang Yuan's heart was extremely calm. He thought of the legend. When difficulties come, one must give one's heart to hope. Now this hope was within him. Although this hope was not great, it was better than those who had no aptitude for cultivation. If others were disappointed because of this, then so be it. What could he do? What did the disappointment of others have to do with him? The most important thing was that he had hope in his heart. 500 years of life had made him understand one thing. The most interesting part of a person's life was the process of pursuing one's dreams. There was no need to expect others to not be disappointed or to like you. Walk your own path and let others be disappointed and dislike you. Sigh. The academy elder sighed deeply and shouted, "Next, Guiyue Fangzheng." But no one answered. "Guiyue Fangzheng." The clan leader shouted, his voice reverberating in the cave. I'm here, I'm here." Fangzheng broke free from his shock and hurriedly ran out. Unfortunately, he stumbled and fell. With a splash, he coincidentally rolled into the river. Instantly everyone laughed. The Fang brothers are only SOSO. The clan leader of the Guiyue clan snorted coldly. He was starting to feel annoyed with Guiyue Fangzheng. This is so embarrassing. Fangzheng struggled a few times in the river, but the bottom of the river was too slippery and he could not stand up. The result of his efforts was that he became even more clumsy. He heard waves of laughter in his ears, and this made him even more flustered. But at this moment he suddenly felt a strong force pulling him up. His head finally left the water and his body regained its balance. He wiped his face awkwardly and looked again. It was his brother, Fang Yuan, who was grabbing his collar and lifting him up. "Brother." He opened his mouth to speak, but all he got in return was choking on the water, which led to another bout of violent coughing. Haha, the Fang family's brothers in hardship. Someone on the bank laughed. The laughter grew louder, and the academy elder did not stand up to stop them. He frowned deeply, and his heart was filled with disappointment. Fangzheng did not know what to do and heard his brother's voice in his ear. "Go, the road ahead will be very exciting." Fangzheng could not help but open his mouth in shock. At this moment, Fang Yuan's back was facing the crowd, so the people on the bank could not see clearly. But Fangzheng could clearly feel Fang Yuan's calmness. When he spoke, the corner of his mouth even slightly curled up, revealing a deep and playful smile. It's obviously only AC grade talent. Why is brother so calm? Unconsciously, Fangzheng's heart was filled with doubts. Fang Yuan did not say anything more, and patted Fangzheng's back and turned to leave. Fangzheng's expression was blank, and he walked towards the sea of flowers. I did not expect brother to be so calm. If it was me, I'm afraid. He lowered his head and walked forward unconsciously. But he did not know that he was performing a miraculous performance. When he woke up, he was already standing in the depths of the sea of flowers, a distance that no one had reached before. 43 steps. Oh my God, a great talent. The academy elder lost his composure and shouted. It's actually a great talent. It's been 3 years, the Guiyue clan has finally produced a genius with a great talent. The clan elders who were watching in secret also shouted at the same time, greatly losing their composure. Yes, the Guiyue Fangzheng bloodline was originally separated from our Qi bloodline, so this Guiyue Fangzheng will be adopted by our Qi bloodline. Guiyue Lian immediately announced. How is that possible? You, Qilian old ghost, what virtue or ability do you have? But your ability to mislead people is not bad. Why don't you give this child to me, Guiyue Machin, to raise? Guiyue Machin roared as if he had been electrocuted. Everyone stop arguing. No one can raise this child better than me, the clan leader, raising him personally. Whoever has an objection is opposing me, Guiyue Bo. Guiyue clan leader's eyes were scarlet red, and his previous disappointment and dispiritedness were swept away. His entire person had gone mad. Chapter 7. Very quickly a week had passed. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. In this world there are thousands and tens of thousands of Gu, countless of them. They live all around us, in the mines, in the grass, and even in the bodies of wild beasts. In the process of human reproduction, our ancestors gradually discovered the mysteries of Gu worms. Those who have already opened their apertures and used their own primeval essence to feed, refine, and control these Gu to achieve their goals, we call them Gu masters. And all of you have already successfully opened your apertures in the awakening ceremony 7 days ago, condensing your primeval C, and are now rank 1 Gu masters. In the village's academy, the academy elder was speaking with fervor and assurance. In front of him sat 57 youths, each of them listening attentively. The mysteries and power of Gu masters had long been engraved into the hearts of the youths. Thus, everything that the clan elder had said deeply attracted them. At this time, a youth raised his hand, and after getting permission from the elder, he stood up and asked, "Sir Elder, I have known since I was young that Gu masters are divided into rank 1, rank 2, and so on. Can you explain in detail to us?" Master Guyue nodded, gesturing for the youth to sit down. Gu masters have a total of 9 realms from bottom to top. They are rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, all the way to rank 9. Every rank realm is divided into initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage for small realms. You have just become Gu masters and are all rank 1 initial stage. If you work hard in your cultivation will naturally increase, and it is even possible to advance to rank 2 or rank 3. Of course, the higher the talent, the higher the possibility of advancement. D-grade talent, the primeval C takes up 20 to 30% of the aperture, and can usually cultivate to rank 1 or rank 2. C-grade talent, the primeval C takes up 40 to 50% of the aperture, and usually stops at rank 2. Only a few are lucky enough to break through to rank 3 initial stage. B-grade talent, the primeval C takes up 60 to 70% of the aperture, and can cultivate to rank 3 or even rank 4. A grade talent, the primeval C is sufficient, and the aperture is formed. This kind of person naturally has the highest talent, and is most suitable for Gu master cultivation, and can cultivate to rank 5. As for Gu masters above rank 6, each one is a legend, and I am not too sure about the specifics. Our Guyue tribe has never produced a rank 6 Gu master, but we have had rank 5 and rank 4 Gu masters. The youth's ears perked up, their eyes shining brightly as they listened. Many people couldn't help but look at Guyue Fangjing, who was sitting upright and still in the first row. This was an A-grade aptitude. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. At the same time, there were also some gazes that drifted towards the corner of the last row of the classroom. In the corner by the window, Guyue and Fang Yuan were sleeping soundly on the table. "Look, he's still sleeping," someone said softly. "You've been sleeping for a week, haven't you recovered yet?" Someone curled their lips. "That's not all. I heard that he doesn't even return at night and loiters outside the village. Some people saw him more than once, hugging a jar of wine at night, drunk outside. Fortunately, the area around the village has been purged in recent years, so it's relatively safe." His classmates whispered to each other, and all kinds of rumors quickly spread. The blow is indeed too great. He's been known as a genius for so many years, but in the end he's only a C grade, hee. If that's the case, then it's fine. But that little brother of his was tested to be an A grade, and is now the center of attention, enjoying the best treatment. The little brother is in the sky and the big brother is on the ground, hee. Listening to the increasingly loud discussions, the academy elder's eyebrows had already formed a knot. In the entire classroom, all the youths were sitting upright and still, glowing with vitality. Because of this, the sleeping Fang Yuan on the table was even more eye-catching and eye-catching. It's already been a week and he's still so dispirited. I made an error in judgment. How could this kind of person be a genius? The elder snorted coldly in his heart. Regarding this situation, he had already told Fang Yuan many times. But it was to no avail, and Fang Yuan continued to do as he pleased. He slept through every class, causing the elder in charge of teaching to have a headache and frustration. Forget it, he's just a C grade. He can't even take this little blow. If he were to be nurtured with this kind of temperament, he wouldn't be of much use, and would instead be a waste of the clan's resources. The elder was extremely disappointed in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was only a C grade talent, and in comparison his brother Fangjing had an A grade talent. This was the person who was worth the clan spending a lot of effort to nurture. As the academy elder thought, he continued the topic from before. In the history of our clan there have been many strong people. Among them there were 2 rank 5 strong people. One was the first generation clan leader, our ancestor, and he was the one who founded the Guiyue village. The other was the fourth-generation clan leader. His talent was outstanding, and he cultivated all the way to the realm of a rank 5 Gu master. If not for that despicable and shameless demon, the Flower Wine Monk's sneak attack, he might have even advanced to rank 6 Gu master. At this point, the Guiyue clan leader sighed deeply. Below the podium, the youths started to shout with righteous indignation. It's all because of that Flower Wine Monk, he's too cunning. It's a pity that our 4th-generation clan leader was kind-hearted and died young. I only hate that I wasn't born a few hundred years earlier, or else when I see that demon, I'll definitely expose his ugly face. The story of the 4th-generation clan leader and the Flower Wine Monk, everyone in the Guiyue clan knew of it. The Flower Wine Monk was also a rank 5 Gu master, a rapist who had done evil for many years, and was famous in the demonic path at that time. Hundreds of years ago, he fled to Qingmao Mountain and attempted to commit a crime in the Guiyue village, but was seen through by the 4th-generation clan leader. After an earth-shattering battle, the Flower Wine Monk was beaten to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. The 4th-generation clan leader was kind and merciful, and decided to spare his life. In the end, the Flower Wine Monk suddenly launched a sneak attack and heavily injured the 4th-generation clan leader. The clan leader was furious and killed the Flower Wine Monk on the spot, but he died from his heavy injuries and passed away. Thus, in the hearts of all the Guiyue clan members, the 4th-generation clan leader was a hero who sacrificed himself for the village. The Flower Wine Monk Ha. Awakened by the condemnation in the academy, Fang Yuan opened his sleepy eyes in the corner. He stretched his body and his heart was full of resentment. This Flower Wine Monk, where did he die? Why haven't I found his inheritance even after looking all around the village? In his memory, about 2 months later, a clan Gu master was drunk from a breakup, lying outside the village in a drunken stupor. In the end, the fragrance of the wine attracted a liquor worm. The Gu master was overjoyed and wanted to capture it. The liquor worm hurriedly escaped, and the Gu master chased after it. Following the liquor worm's trail, he found a secret cave entrance that led underground. The liquor worm was a very precious Gu. This Gu master was drunk and took the risk to enter the cave entrance, coming to the secret underground cave. Then he found the Flower Wine Monk's corpse, and the inheritance he left behind. After the Gu master returned to the village, he reported all his findings, and immediately caused a huge commotion in the clan. And that Gu master also benefited from this, and his cultivation became more and more outstanding, even attracting the lover who had abandoned him to change his mind. He became an influential figure for a time. It's a pity that I only heard the gist of the news, and did not know the exact location. At that time, I did not think that I would be reborn one day. Flower Wine Monk, where did you die? These days he had bought a lot of wine, and when night fell he would wander around the village. He wanted to use the smell of wine to attract the liquor worm. Unfortunately, he did not see the liquor worm, and the result was very disappointing. If I could find that liquor worm and refine it as my vital Gu, it would be much better than the moonlight Gu in the clan. In the blink of an eye, it's already April. Time waits for no man. Fang Yuan sighed, and his gaze turned towards the window. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a verdant mountain range stretched out. Nearby was a bamboo forest. This was the unique spear bamboo of Qingmao Mountain. Each was as straight as a straight line, and at the same time the tip was abnormally sharp like the tip of a spear. In the forest not far away, there was already a new green. The sprouts that came out were yellow and green. From time to time, there would be beautiful colorful sparrows landing on the branches. The spring wind blew, wrapping around the fresh scent of green mountains and clear waters, and blowing it into the world. Unknowingly, the class was nearing its end. The academy elder finally informed, "In this week I have taught you how to meditate and examine your own aperture's primeval sea. How to meditate and move the primeval essence in your body. Now it's time to refine your vital Gu. After this class ends, you will go to the academy's Gu room and choose your Gu. After choosing your Gu, go home and cultivate. Until you have refined the Gu, then come back to the academy to continue your lessons. At the same time, this is also your first test. Whoever can come out on top will receive a generous reward of 20 yuan stone." The next moment, the entire academy cheered. Finally, it's time to refine the Gu. Then what Gu should I choose? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Chapter 8. A Gu room was set up beside the classroom. The Gu room was not big, only 60 square meters. When a Gu master cultivated, Gu worms were the key to their strength. Once the lesson ended, the excited youths swarmed towards the Gu room. "Line up, come in one by one." An angry voice sounded. There were naturally guards outside the Gu room. The youths went in one by one and came out. It was Fang Yuan's turn to enter the Gu room. The room was huge, the four walls were made into partitions, and these square cubicles were connected to each other. The cubicles were big and small, the big ones were bigger than a casserole, the small ones smaller than a fist. In the densely packed cubicles, there were all kinds of utensils. Some were gray stone basins, some were green jade plates, some were exquisite grass cages, and some were pottery stoves. These utensils contained all kinds of Gu worms. Some Gu worms were silent, but some were very noisy. They made all kinds of sounds such as squeaking, gurgling, rustling, and so on, forming a symphony of life. Gu worms are also divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 realms of a Gu master. These Gu worms are all rank 1. Fang Yuan looked around and immediately understood. Generally speaking, a rank 1 Gu master could only use rank 1 Gu worms. If they used a higher level Gu worm, the Gu master would have to pay a heavy price. And Gu worms also needed to be fed, and the price of feeding a higher level Gu worm was not something a lower level Gu master could afford. For a new Gu master, unless it was a special situation, they would choose a rank 1 Gu worm for their first refinement. And the first Gu worm that a Gu master refined had great significance. It was called the vital Gu, and was connected to the Gu master's life. Once it died, the Gu master would suffer a heavy loss. Sigh, I was hoping to get the flower wine monk's liquor worm and refine it as my vital Gu. But now, the flower wine monk's corpse is nowhere to be found, and I don't know when I can find it or if someone else finds it. To be safe, I'll choose a moonlight Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart as he walked towards the left wall. On one of the levels slightly above the hole in the wall, there was a row of silver plates. Each plate had a Gu worm on it. This Gu worm was crystal clear and curved like a moon. It was like a piece of blue crystal, and under the contrast of the silver chassis, it gave off a serene aura. The Gu's name was Moonlight, and it was the Guiyue clan's guardian Gu. Most of the clansmen chose it as their vital Gu. It was not a natural Gu worm, but it was cultivated by the secret method of the Guiyue clan. It could not be found anywhere else, and it could be said to be the symbol of the Guiyue clan. They were both rank 1 Moonlight Gu, but the difference was minute. Fang Yuan randomly picked one and held it in his hand. The Moonlight Gu was very light as a thin piece of paper. It only occupied the center of his palm and was about the size of an ordinary jade pendant. Fang Yuan held it in his hand. Through it, he could see the lines on his palm that had been concealed. After taking one last look and finding that there were no problems, Fang Yuan put it in his pocket and left the Gu room. There was a long queue outside the Gu room, and when a young man saw Fang Yuan walking out, he quickly ran into the Gu room excitedly. If it was someone else, their first reaction would be to take the Gu worm home and quickly refine it. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to do so. He was still thinking about the liquor worm. The liquor worm was even more precious. Although the Moonlight Gu was a specialty of the Guiyue village, it was not as helpful to the Gu master as the liquor worm. After leaving the Gu room, Fang Yuan went straight to the wine shop. "Shopkeeper, give me 2 jars of aged wine." Fang Yuan dug into his pocket and took out the remaining yuan stone fragments, placing them on the counter. These days he would come here to buy wine, and then wander around the village to search, intending to attract the liquor worm. The shopkeeper was a short, middle-aged fat man with an oily face. After these days he had already remembered Fang Yuan. "Customer, you're here." As he greeted, he stretched out his thick and short fat hand and skillfully wiped away Fang Yuan's yuan stone fragments. He then weighed it in his hand and felt that the weight was not bad. The smile on the shopkeeper's face became more amiable. Yuan stone was this world's currency, used to measure the value of all goods. At the same time, it was a condensation of the essence of heaven and earth, and could be used by itself to help the Gu master cultivate better. It had both monetary and commodity attributes, very similar to gold on earth. Earth had a single gold standard, and this world had a single yuan stone standard. Compared to gold, yuan stone's purchasing power was quite shocking. However, no matter how much yuan stone there was, it could not support Fang Yuan's continuous consumption. 2 jars of wine a day, it's been a whole 7 days. The yuan stone that I saved up is almost all gone. Carrying the 2 jars of wine out of the wine shop, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Once you become a Gu master, you can directly extract pure primeval essence from the yuan stone to replenish the primeval sea in the aperture. Thus, to Gu masters, yuan stone was not only a currency, but also a cultivation aid. With enough yuan stone, the cultivation speed could increase by a lot, and this could more or less make up for some of the shortcomings in aptitude. Tomorrow I won't have any yuan stone to buy wine, but the liquor worm still hasn't shown up. Do I really have to refine the moonlight goo into a life-bound goo? Fang Yuan was not resigned. Walking out of the tavern, Fang Yuan held 2 jars of wine in his hands, thinking as he walked. The academy elder said that the first person to refine a life-bound goo in this examination will get 20 yuan stone as a reward. Right now, I'm afraid many people are working hard at home to refine goo worms and fight for first place. Unfortunately, refining a life-bound goo is a great test of aptitude. Those with good aptitude have great advantages. With my C-grade aptitude without any other tricks, I have no hope of winning. At this moment, Guiyue Fangjing's voice came from behind. Brother, you really came to the tavern to get drunk again. Follow me, uncle and aunt want to see you. Fang Yuan stopped and turned around. He found that his brother was no longer talking with his head lowered like before. The 2 brothers' eyes met. A gust of wind blew, blowing the elder brother's messy black hair and blowing the younger brother's clothes. In the short span of a month, everything had changed. The awakening ceremony a week ago was a huge change for both the elder brother and the younger brother. The elder brother, Fang Yuan, fell from the clouds, the halo of a genius ruthlessly taken away. The younger brother, on the other hand, began to shine, like a rising star. This change for the younger brother, Guiyue Fangjing, was like the world had turned upside down. He finally tasted what his brother had felt in the past, being entrusted with hope by others, being looked at with envy and jealousy. He felt as if he had suddenly moved from a dark corner to a heaven filled with light. Every day when he woke up, he felt as if he was in a beautiful dream. The difference in treatment was like heaven and earth, and he still found it hard to believe. At the same time, there was a strong sense of discomfort. All of a sudden he went from being unknown to being closely watched and pointed at. Sometimes, when Fangjing was walking on the road, he would hear people talking about him and praising him. He would feel his face heat up and be at a loss of what to do. He would avoid eye contact and almost forget where he was going. In the first 10 days, Guiyue Fangjing inexplicably lost a lot of weight, but he was more energetic. From the deepest part of his heart, something called confidence began to grow. This is how Big Brother used to feel. It was wonderful and painful. He could not help but think of his brother, Guiyue Fang Yuan. Facing such discussions and attention, how did his brother deal with them in the past? He subconsciously began to imitate Fang Yuan, pretending to be expressionless, but soon found that he was not cut out for it. Sometimes in school, a girl's shout would make him blush. On the road, the teasing of the aunties made him flee many times. He was like a baby learning how to walk, stumbling to adapt to his new life. In the process, he could not help but hear rumors about his brother. He was depressed, became a drunkard, did not return home at night, and slept in school. At first he was very shocked. His brother, such a powerful and talented existence, had actually become like this. But slowly he began to understand. His brother was also a normal person. After experiencing such a setback and blow, it was inevitable that he would be depressed. Along with this understanding, Fangjing faintly felt an indescribable sense of joy. This feeling of joy was something he did not want to admit, but it did exist. His brother, who was praised as a genius, who used to suppress him like a shadow, was now in such a depressed state. From another perspective, this was proof of his own growth, wasn't it? He was outstanding, this was the truth. Therefore, seeing Fang Yuan carrying the wine jar, his hair in a mess, and his clothes in disarray, Guiyue Fangjing heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His breathing inexplicably became much more relaxed. But he said, "Brother, you can't drink anymore. You can't go on like this. You don't know how worried those who care about you are. You have to pull yourself together." Fang Yuan was expressionless and did not speak. The 2 brothers looked at each other. Younger brother Guiyue Fangjing's eyes were shining, revealing a sharp look. Older brother Fang Yuan's eyes, however, were dark and deep, like an ancient lake. Such a pair of eyes made Fangjing feel an inexplicable pressure. After staring at each other for a short while, he subconsciously shifted his gaze to the other side. But when he realized it, a wave of anger rose in his heart. A wave of anger towards himself. What's wrong with me? I don't even have the courage to look at my brother in the eye? I've changed, I've completely changed. As he thought of this, his gaze sharpened and swept over again. But Fang Yuan was no longer looking at him. Instead, he carried a jar of wine in one hand and walked past him. His calm voice was heard, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Fangjing's breathing became erratic. He no longer had a place to vent the anger that had accumulated in his heart. This made him feel an indescribable depression. Seeing that his brother had walked far away, he could only hurry up and follow. But this time his head was no longer lowered. Instead, it was raised to face the setting sun. His gaze was fixated on his own feet, stepping on his brother Fang Yuan's shadow step by step. Chapter 9. The red sun was setting in the west, but it had not completely set. There was still light in the sky, but everything seemed to be covered in a layer of gray. Looking through the window, he could see the mountains in the distance gradually closing in on the heavy darkness. The living room was dim and uncle and aunt were sitting on the main seats. Their expressions were shrouded in a layer of shadow, and could not be seen clearly. Seeing the 2 jars of wine that Fang Yuan had brought along, Uncle Guiu's brows furrowed into a knot. He said, "Time flies and you are already 15 years old. Both of you have Gu master aptitude, especially Fangjing. Uncle and aunt are very proud of you. I will give each of you 6 yuan stones, take them. Refining Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence, so you will need these yuan stones." Saying so, a servant came over and gave Fang Yuan and Fangjing each a small bag. Fang Yuan kept the bag, remaining silent. Fangjing immediately opened the bag, and saw 6 oval-shaped white yuan stones inside. Immediately, his face was filled with gratitude and he stood up from his seat, bowing to uncle and aunt. "Thank you, uncle and aunt, I need yuan stones to replenish my primeval essence. You've raised me up, and I'll remember your kindness in my heart, and I'll never forget it." Uncle smiled and nodded. Aunt quickly waved her hand and said to Fangjing warmly, sit down. Although you two are not our biological children, we have always raised you as our own. We are also proud of you for having such a promising future. Sai, we do not have any children, and sometimes we wish that you two could really become our children. That would be great. There was a deep meaning behind these words. Fangjing did not understand, but Fang Yuan frowned slightly. As expected, uncle continued, "I have discussed with your aunt, and we want to let you two be adopted into our family and become a real family. Fangjing, I wonder if you are willing?" Fangjing was stunned for a moment, but his face quickly lit up with joy and he readily agreed. "To be honest, ever since my parents passed away, I've been longing for a family reunion. It's great to be able to become a family with uncle and aunt." His aunt's expression relaxed and she smiled. "Then you are our good son. Are you still going to call us uncle and aunt?" "Father, mother." Fangjing came to a sudden realization and quickly corrected himself. Uncle and aunt both laughed. "Good son, it's not in vain that we've raised you since you were 5 years old. We've raised you for 10 whole years." His aunt wiped away her tears. His uncle looked at the silent Fang Yuan and said gently, "Fang Yuan, what do you think?" Fang Yuan shook his head in silence. "Brother." Guiyue Fangjing wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by his uncle. His uncle's tone didn't change as he continued, "Since that's the case, nephew Fang Yuan, we won't force you. But you're already 15 years old, it's time for you to start a family. This way it'll be easier for you to inherit the Fang family's bloodline. I've prepared 200 pieces of yuan stone for you, consider it your financial support." 200 pieces of yuan stone. Fangjing's eyes widened. He had never seen so many pieces of yuan stone before, and he couldn't help but reveal an envious expression. Who knew that Fang Yuan would still shake his head? Fangjing was puzzled, but his uncle's expression changed slightly, and his aunt's face darkened. "Uncle, aunt, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Fang Yuan didn't give them a chance to speak. After saying that, he picked up the wine jar and walked out of the hall. Fangjing stood up. "Father, mother, brother can't figure it out right now. Why don't you let me persuade him?" His uncle waved his hand and let out a long sigh. "Sigh, this can't be forced. I'm already very happy that you have the heart. Someone take young Master Fangjing away and make sure he stays well. Then I'll take my leave." After Fangjing left, the hall fell into silence. The sun had completely set, and the hall became even darker. After a while, his uncle's cold voice came from the darkness. "It seems that little bastard Fang Yuan has seen through our plan. In the Guiyue family's rules, it was stated that the eldest son at the age of 16 had the right to inherit the family's property. Fang Yuan's parents had already passed away, leaving behind a sizable inheritance that was safeguarded by his aunt and uncle. The value of this inheritance was not something that a mere 200 pieces of yuan stone could compare to. If Fang Yuan were to be adopted by his aunt and uncle like Fangjing, he wouldn't have the right to inherit this inheritance. If Fang Yuan left the family at the age of 15, he wouldn't be in line with the family's inheritance rules. Fortunately, we managed to win over Fangjing, and Fang Yuan only has a C-grade aptitude." His uncle sighed again, feeling extremely fortunate. "Then Master Fang Yuan clearly wants to leave the family at 16. What should we do?" His aunt's tone became anxious when she thought of the inheritance. Since he has bad intentions, then he can't blame us. As long as we catch him before he leaves the family, we can chase him out of the family and deprive him of the right to inherit the inheritance. His uncle snorted coldly. But Fang Yuan, this little bastard, is very smart. How could he make a mistake? His aunt was puzzled. His uncle immediately rolled his eyes and scolded in a low voice, "You're really stupid. If he doesn't make a mistake, then why can't we frame him? Let that girl, Xianxia, seduce Fang Yuan first, then cry out that she's molesting him. We'll catch him red-handed on the spot, then frame him for drunkenness and madness. Do you think we can't chase Fang Yuan out?" "Master, you still have a way. What a brilliant plan." His aunt was immediately overjoyed. The dense darkness of the night covered the sky, and the stars were mostly covered by the drifting dark clouds. Every household in the village gradually lit up their lights. Guo Fangjing was led into a room. "Young Master Fangjing, this is a room that Master personally instructed old slave to specially prepare for you," Shinmama eagerly introduced. She bowed, her face filled with a flattering smile. Fangjing's eyes lit up as he looked around. This room was twice the size of his previous one. There was a spacious bed in the center, a sandalwood desk by the windowsill, and an exquisite writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. The surrounding walls were decorated with exquisite decorations. Even the floor under his feet wasn't ordinary, but was covered with a layer of soft, handmade carpet. Ever since he was young, Fangjing had never lived in a room like this. He immediately nodded, "This is very good, really not bad. Thank you, Shinmama." This Shinmama was his aunt's most valued servant. She managed all the servants in the house and was truly a housekeeper. Fang Yuan's personal maidservant, Xin Shui, was her daughter. Shinmama chuckled, "How could this servant dare to accept young master's thanks? It's what I should do, what I should do. Young master, you can eat and sleep well. If you want anything, just ring the bell by the bedside, and a servant will immediately come up to listen to your orders. Master has instructed that for these days, young master, you should wholeheartedly focus on your cultivation. The other trivial matters will be handled by us servants." Fangjing's heart once again surged with gratitude. He didn't say anything else but silently made up his mind. This time he must win first place and not let uncle and aunt down. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and the night was getting darker. The stars in the night sky were almost completely covered by the clouds, leaving only a few flickering weakly in the sky. Uncle and aunt must be planning on how to kick me out of the house. In my previous life they secretly instigated servants to provoke me, then framed me and finally kicked me out of the house. I don't know how things will change in this life. Fang Yuan walked on the street, laughing coldly in his heart. He had long seen through his uncle and aunt's true colors. But it was understandable. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Whether it was on earth or in this world, there were always so many people who trampled on family, friendship, and love for the sake of profit. In reality, there was no such thing as family. When his uncle and aunt adopted Fang Yuan and Fangjing, their main purpose was to covet the inheritance. It was just that the two brothers, Fang Yuan and Fangjing, had repeatedly surprised them. Everything is difficult at the beginning, especially for me. First, I don't have an outstanding aptitude, and second, I don't have a teacher to take care of me. It's the same as starting from scratch. My parents' inheritance can be said to be a huge springboard for me. In my previous life, my inheritance was taken away by my uncle and aunt, causing me to spend a whole 2 years before I could cultivate to the peak of the first rank. In this life, I can't make this mistake again. Fang Yuan walked like this, thinking at the same time. He did not stay in his residence but carried 2 jars of wine, heading out of the village. The night sky was getting darker and darker, and the dark clouds covered the stars. The mountain wind was blowing and it seemed to be getting stronger. A storm was brewing. But he still had to explore. If he wanted to get back his parents' inheritance, he would have to wait until he turned 16 next year. And the flower wine monk's inheritance was something that could be obtained in the near future. There were very few people on the streets. Dim light shone from the houses by the side of the road. Some trivial household rubbish, leaves, and dust were blown by the wind, drifting about randomly. Fang Yuan's thin clothes could not withstand the mountain wind, and he could not help but feel a chill. He simply opened the jar of wine he was carrying and took a small sip. Although it was turbid, but after swallowing it, there was a warm feeling rising in his body. This was the first time he really drank wine in these few days. The further he went out of the village, the fewer the houses by the side of the road, and the dimmer the lights. In front of him it was even darker. The wind blew against the forest, and the branches swayed in the night, making whooshing sounds like the roar of a group of beasts. Fang Yuan's steps did not have the slightest bit of hesitation, and he went out of the village's main gate, walking further and further away in the dark road. And behind him was the bright and glorious lights of tens of thousands of houses. In the midst of these lights there was a warm corner. His younger brother, Guiyue Fangjing, sat in front of his desk, revising the notes he had taken in class. The house was brightly lit, and the solid walls blocked the cold wind. Beside his hand was a cup of warm ginseng tea, steam rising in spirals. "Young Master Fangjing, the hot water for bathing has been prepared for you." Outside the door, Xin Shui's voice came softly. Fangjing's heart moved. "Then bring it in." With a charming face, Xin Shui swayed her waist as she walked into the room. "This servant greets young Master Fangjing." She looked at Fangjing with flirtatious eyes. Fang Yuan was only a C-grade talent, while Fangjing was an A-grade talent. To be able to climb up to him, that was the true wealth. Chapter 10. Pa pa pa, bean-sized raindrops fell densely. The raindrops hit the verdant bamboo building, making a crisp sound. In the pond in front of the building, the surface of the water was beaten by the raindrops. Fish swam happily in the water, and water plants swayed at the bottom of the pond. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire field of vision was blocked by a thick curtain of rain. In a dark room, the window was open. Fang Yuan quietly watched the heavy rain, sighing in his heart. It's already been 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days ago he carried 2 jars of wine and left the village, continuing to explore the surroundings. But late at night it rained cats and dogs. Let's not talk about him being drenched like a drowned rat. The key was that in such a situation he could no longer explore around. The rain could quickly wash away the smell of alcohol, and at the same time if he forcefully explored in the rain, he might arouse suspicion. Previously he pretended to be frustrated and drunk to hide his true motives. But never underestimate the intelligence of others. Often only fools would think that others were stupid. So in desperation, Fang Yuan could only stop his exploration. And this rain continued. During this period it was heavy or light, sparse or dense, but it never stopped. This way, I won't be able to find the liquor worm in a short period of time. To be safe, I can only start refining the moonlight goo. In this refining process, it would be best if I can find the liquor worm, but if I can't, then I can only make do with it. But this is very normal. There are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky. Is there anyone in this world who can always do things smoothly and perfectly? Fang Yuan's state of mind was very calm. 500 years of experience had long washed away the impulsiveness in his temperament. He closed the window and door, sitting cross-legged on the bed. He slowly closed his eyes, and after regulating his breathing, he sank his mind. The next moment, the scene of his own aperture appeared in his mind. Although the aperture was in the body, it was very mysterious, infinitely big and infinitely small. On the outside of the aperture there was a layer of light. The white light gave a very thin feeling, but it firmly supported the aperture. In the aperture there was a primeval sea. The sea was bronze in color, and the surface was as calm as a mirror. The water level was about half of the aperture's height. The entire volume of the primeval sea occupied 44% of the aperture. This was a rank 1 Gu Master's bronze primeval sea. Every drop of seawater was primeval essence. It was Fang Yuan's life force, the condensation of Fang Yuan's essence. Every drop of primeval essence was precious, because it was a Gu Master's foundation, the source of power. Using primeval essence, Gu Masters could refine and activate Gu worms. As his mind left the primeval sea, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and took out the moonlight Gu. The moonlight Gu quietly lay in Fang Yuan's heart. Gu moonlight Gu. Gu Fang Fang Gu Fang. Bang. By light of Gu moonlight, it Gu in. Gu. Gu Fang Yuan, and suddenly, the sea. Moonlight. The sea. Sea. Gu. And blue light. Moonlight in. Gu, Gu. Gu in. Gu, Gu. Gu was. It was a living creature. It was born free. It had its own will. Fang Yuan wanted to refine it. He wanted to erase its will. Sensing the danger, the moonlight Gu resisted. The process of refining was very difficult. The moonlight Gu was like a crescent moon. When the bronze primeval essence was injected into the crescent moon, the 2 tips of the crescent moon were dyed green. Then, the bronze green color started to spread to the middle of the crescent moon. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Yuan's face was pale. Large amounts of primeval essence kept pouring into the moonlight Gu. It caused a feeling of weakness, like the meridians were being pulled out. 1%, 2%, 3%, 8%, 9%, 10%. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan's primeval sea had used up 10% of his primeval essence. But on the surface of the blue crystal-like moonlight goo, the two bronze-green dots at the crescent moon only expanded a little. The moonlight goo's resistance was very tenacious. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He continued to inject primeval essence into the moonlight goo. 10%, 20%, 30%. After another 20 minutes, Fang Yuan's primeval sea was only left with 14%. The bronze-green dots on the moonlight goo expanded a little. If the two green dots were superimposed, it would be about 1/12 of the surface of the moonlight goo. As for the rest, it was still the light blue color of the moonlight goo. Refining a goo is difficult. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed. He stopped supplying primeval essence and stopped refining the moonlight goo. At this moment, refining the goo for half an hour had consumed more than half of the primeval sea. There was only 14% of primeval essence left. And the moonlight goo had only been refined by 1/12. Moreover, what was even more difficult to accept was that the moonlight goo was still emitting a faint blue halo. Although Fang Yuan stopped refining, it did not stop resisting. It was still expelling Fang Yuan's bronze primeval essence. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the primeval essence that had been injected into the moonlight goo was being expelled out of the body bit by bit. On the surface of the moonlight goo, the bronze-green dots on the two crescent tips were also slowly shrinking. Based on this rate of reduction, after about 6 hours, the moonlight goo would be able to expel all of Fang Yuan's primeval essence. At that time, refining this goo would be no different from sacrificing it all over again. Every time I refine a goo, it is like two armies fighting a battle of position, a war of attrition. I have only refined 1/12 of the goo, but my primeval essence has been consumed by a full 30%. When refining a goo master must replenish the primeval essence in the primeval sea while continuously sacrificing to consolidate the results of victory. Refining a goo is not only a test of the technique of mobilizing primeval essence, but also the patience of a prolonged battle. Fang Yuan thought as he took out a yuan stone from his money bag. There were usually two ways for a goo master to replenish primeval essence. The first was natural recovery. Every once in a while, the primeval sea would automatically replenish primeval essence. For a C-grade talent like Fang Yuan, it would take about an hour to replenish 40% of primeval essence. In 6 hours he could recover 24% of his total primeval essence. The second method was to absorb the natural primeval energy in the yuan stone. The yuan stone was a treasure of nature, condensing natural primeval essence and could be absorbed by a goo master. Fang Yuan held the yuan stone in his hand, continuously absorbing the natural primeval essence from within, into the primeval sea in his aperture. The fine luster on the surface of the yuan stone slowly dimmed, while the water level in Fang Yuan's primeval sea rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. About half an hour later, the primeval sea had recovered to 44% of its original size. At this point, the rising trend of the sea level came to an abrupt halt. Although there was still space in the aperture, Fang Yuan could no longer store any more primeval essence. This was the limitation of his C-grade talent. From this, one could see the importance of cultivation talent. The higher the talent, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture, and the faster the natural recovery of primeval essence. For Fang Yuan, to refine the goo and consolidate the results, he had to absorb the yuan stone. This was because the natural recovery speed of his primeval essence could not be compared to the speed at which the moonlight goo expelled primeval essence. But for an A-grade talent like Fang Jing, he could replenish 80% of primeval essence every hour. In 6 hours he could recover 48% of his total primeval essence, while the moonlight goo could only expel 30% of primeval essence in the same 6 hours. He did not even need external help like the yuan stone. He could continue refining like this, rest a few times in between, and after a few days he would be able to successfully refine the moonlight goo. Therefore, from the beginning, Fang Yuan knew that in this assessment of refining the moonlight goo, he had no chance of getting first place. This had nothing to do with strength, but talent was the first factor. The second factor was the yuan stone. If there was an abundance of yuan stone, without hesitation, a B-grade talent could also surpass an A-grade talent and get first place. I only have 6 pieces of yuan stone in my hands. I can't compare to people like Guyue Mabe and Guyue Cheng, who have the support of elders behind them. My talent is only C-grade and I can't compare to an A-grade talent like Guyue Fangjing. There was no chance of winning this assessment, so I might as well divert my energy to look for the liquor worm. If I could refine the liquor worm into my vital goo, it would be much better than the moonlight goo. The sound of the rain outside the window had lessened, and there seemed to be signs of it stopping. This rain has been going on for 3 days and 3 nights, it's time to stop. Fang Yuan put away the moonlight goo, got off the bed and was about to open the window when there was a knock on the door. The voice of his personal maid, Xianxia, came from outside the door. "Young Master Fang Yuan, it's me. It's been raining for 3 days, so I brought you some food and wine. Young master, eat and drink a little and it will relieve some of your boredom." Chapter 11. Fang Yuan's brows slightly wrinkled. Based on his intuition and 500 years of life experience, he smelled a conspiracy. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his brows relaxed. "I'm a little hungry. You came at the right time, bring it in for me." Outside the door, Xianxia carried the food box. When she heard this, her mouth revealed a trace of disdain. But when she pushed open the door, there was only a gentle look left on her face. "Young Master Fang Yuan, this food and wine is very fragrant. This servant can smell it through the food box." Her voice was sweet and greasy, revealing an amorous charm. Putting the food box on the small table, Xianxia took out the plates one by one and arranged them. The plates were indeed full of delicious food. She then took out 2 wine glasses and poured wine. "Come, young master, sit down. This servant boldly wants to drink with young master today." She smiled like a flower and walked to Fang Yuan's side. She boldly pulled Fang Yuan's hand and dragged him to the stool next to the table. Then she directly sat on Fang Yuan's thighs. Her delicate body leaned on Fang Yuan's chest and she said in Fang Yuan's ear, "Young Master Fang Yuan, this servant has always liked you. No matter what aptitude, this servant wants to accompany you, rely on you and comfort you. Tonight, this servant wants to give my body to you." Today she was dressed up. She put on rouge and her lips were like cherry pink. Because she was speaking close to his ear, a delicate and youthful breath teased Fang Yuan's earlobe. Because she was sitting in his arms, Fang Yuan could clearly feel Xianxui's plump body. Her elastic thighs, her soft waist and the softness of her chest. "Young master, let this servant feed you wine." Xianxia picked up the wine glass, raised her head and sipped the wine. Then, her eyes seemed to be filled with water as she stared at Fang Yuan. Her cherry mouth was slightly open as she slowly leaned towards Fang Yuan's lips. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, as if the person in his arms was not a girl, but a statue. Looking at Fang Yuan's expression, Xianxui's heart was a little uneasy at first. But when her lips were only a finger's distance away from touching Fang Yuan's lips, she was sure and smiled disdainfully in her heart, still pretending. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan sneered and said in a disdainful tone, "So it's just seduction." Xianxui's expression stiffened. She swallowed the wine in her mouth and pretended to be angry. "Young Master Fang Yuan, what are you saying?" Fang Yuan's pair of eyes faintly emitted a cold light, staring at Xianxui's eyes. At the same time, his right hand was placed on her snow-white neck, slowly exerting force. Xianxui's pupils shrank and her voice was filled with panic. "Young master, you are hurting me." Fang Yuan did not reply, but the strength in his hands increased. "Young Master Fang Yuan, this servant is a little scared." Xianxui was already somewhat out of breath. She looked flustered and a pair of delicate hands subconsciously placed on Fang Yuan's hands, wanting to pry his hands away. But Fang Yuan's hands were like iron pincers. How could she pry them away? "It seems that uncle and aunt let you seduce and frame me? In that case there should be people arranged downstairs." Fang Yuan sneered contemptuously. "But who do you think you are to seduce me? Just based on the 2 piles of rotten flesh on your chest." Saying that, his left hand climbed onto Xianxui's chest and fiercely pinched the softness on her chest. All of a sudden, it violently deformed. A strong pain came from her chest. Xianxui's eyes widened and tears filled her eyes. She wanted to cry out, but her throat was choked by Fang Yuan. In the end she could only whimper a few times. She began to strongly resist. If she didn't resist she would really suffocate. But at this time Fang Yuan slowly loosened his grip. Xianxui immediately opened her mouth and greedily breathed air. Her breathing was too urgent, so much so that it caused a violent dry cough. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. He stretched out his palm and gently stroked Xianxui's cheek. He leisurely said, "Xianxui, do you think I can kill you?" If Fang Yuan had roared and roared, Xianxui might have fiercely resisted. But when Fang Yuan smiled and spoke softly, asking her if he could kill her in such a soft voice, Xianxui felt a heartfelt fear. She was afraid. She looked at Fang Yuan in horror. She looked at this young man who was smiling at her. At this moment, Xianxui swore that she would never forget Fang Yuan's eyes. This pair of eyes was not mixed with the slightest emotion. They were dark and deep, like an ancient pond that hid a terrifying giant beast. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, Xianxia felt as if she was naked and placed in a world of ice and snow. The person in front of her absolutely dared to kill her. He could kill her. Oh my God. Why did I come to provoke such a devil? Xianxia's heart was filled with regret. At this moment she wanted to turn around and escape. But at this moment she threw herself into Fang Yuan's arms. She did not dare to escape. She did not even dare to make a single movement. All the muscles in her body were tense. Her delicate body trembled. Her face was as pale as paper. She could not say a word. Considering that you have served me for so many years as my personal maid, I will not kill you this time. Don't you want to get rid of your slave status? Go find my younger brother. He is stupid and naive. Fang Yuan put away his smile and patted Xianxia's cheek. His tone was as calm as water. With a sigh he finally said, "You can go." Xianxia was dumbstruck and obediently walked out. She was dazed. She did not know how she escaped from the side of Fang Yuan, this devil. The people hidden in the dark, seeing Xianxia come out like this, looked at each other in confusion. You actually arranged a beauty trap. This is a new idea compared to the previous life. Hee, uncle and aunt, I will deeply remember your kindness. Not long after Xianxia left, Fang Yuan stood up and went out the door. No matter what, he could not stay in this residence. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Not to mention a devil. Without enough strength, only a fool would put himself in danger. Shopkeeper, do you have a room? Coming to the only inn in the village, Fang Yuan asked for the price. Yes. There are rooms on the second and third floor. Not only are they cheap, they are also very clean. The first floor is the dining hall. You can eat here, or you can ask the waiter to send food to your room. The shopkeeper attentively served Fang Yuan. This inn was the only one in the village. Business was not good. It seemed a bit deserted. Only when the caravan came to Qingmao Mountain to trade every year would the inn be full of people. Fang Yuan was really hungry, so he tossed 2 whole primeval stones to the shopkeeper. Give me a room, I'll stay in it first. Also, prepare 2 jars of wine and 3 or 4 dishes. I'll refund any excess and make up for any deficiency. Okay. The shopkeeper took the 2 pieces of yuan stone and asked, would you like to eat in your room or in the dining hall? Fang Yuan looked at the sky. The rain had already stopped and it was almost evening. He might as well finish eating in the dining hall and then leave the village to explore the flower wine monk's inheritance. He said to the shopkeeper, let's eat in the dining hall. The inn had a dining hall on the first floor. There were more than 10 square tables and 4 long benches around the tables. Between the tables there were thick pillars supporting the inn. The floor was covered with pieces of marble, but it was wet and could not hide the humidity in the mountains. There were 3 tables in the dining hall. At the table by the window, there was only an old man drinking wine. He looked at the sunset outside the window and slowly drank alone. At the table in the middle there were 5 or 6 hunters sitting in a circle. They were loudly talking about their hunting experiences. There was a pile of pheasants and hares on the ground beside their feet. At the table in the corner, there were 2 young people who seemed to be secretly discussing something. Their figures were hidden in the shadows and could not be seen clearly. It was impossible to tell if they were men or women. Fang Yuan chose a seat near the door and sat down. Not long after, food and wine were served on the table. With my C-grade talent, I need the help of yuan stone to refine the moonlight goo. If my luck is good and the moonlight goo's will is not strong, I only need 5 pieces. If it is stubborn, then it will be troublesome. I need at least 8 pieces. Goo worms were also living beings and naturally had the will to live. Some had strong willpower and would keep resisting the goo master's refinement. Some had weak willpower and would surrender at the end of the refinement. Once it lost the will to resist, then the refinement would be extremely easy. I only have 6 pieces of yuan stone on me now. I've already given 2 to the shopkeeper, so I only have 4 left. It's not enough. In this world, yuan stone was a hard currency and had a strong purchasing power. For a mortal family of 3, their monthly living expenses would at most be 1 primeval stone. But to a goo master the consumption of yuan stone was huge. Just like Fang Yuan. Just refining the goo required an average of 7 pieces of yuan stone. And this was just the moonlight goo. If he really found the liquor worm and wanted to refine it with Fang Yuan's talent, he would need to spend at least 10 more pieces of yuan stone. That is to say, the current situation is, even if I find the liquor worm, I may not have yuan stone to help me refine it. But I still need to continue exploring because the flower wine monk's inheritance is very likely to have large amounts of yuan stone. This was not hard to deduce. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 goo master, a famous demonic expert. How could he not have Yuan stone, a Gu master's essential cultivation item? Chapter 12. Right now, all the problems are related to the flower wine monk's treasure. If I can find it, all the problems will be solved. If I can't find it, these problems will greatly slow down my training. It will cause me to be left far behind by my peers at the beginning of my training. I don't understand. I've used more than a week to attract the liquor worm. Why is there no result? Fang Yuan furrowed his brows, thinking hard. He did not know what the food in his mouth tasted like. Just at this moment, a wave of noise came over and interrupted his thoughts. Fang Yuan looked towards the direction of the noise, and found that it came from the table in the middle. 6 hunters were seated around the table, already drunk. The atmosphere was heated and all of them were red in the face. Brother Zhang, come, let's drink another cup. Brother Feng, we admire your ability. You single-handedly took care of a black-skinned wild boar, what a hero. You must drink this cup of wine. If you don't, you won't be giving us face. Thank you for your appreciation, but I really can't drink any more. Brother Feng can't drink any more. Is it because the wine is not good enough? Waiter, come over here, give us some good wine. The noise became louder and louder, and it was obvious that the hunters had drunk too much. The waiter quickly walked over. Brothers, we do have good wine, but it's a little expensive. What, are you afraid that we won't pay? The hunters heard this and a few stood up, glaring at the waiter. They were either tall and burly or they were dark, skinny and muscular. They were capable and forceful, and they had the unique valiance of the mountain people. The waiter quickly greeted them and complained, how would I dare to look down on you heroes? It's just that this wine is really expensive. 1 jar costs 2 yuan stone. The hunters were stunned. 2 yuan stone, that was not cheap, it was the living expenses of a normal family for 2 months. Hunters could earn more from hunting than mortals. Sometimes a black-skinned wild boar would be worth half a yuan stone. However, hunting was also risky. Sometimes one might become the prey if one was not careful. To a hunter, spending 2 spirit stones for a jug of wine was really not worth it. Is there really such an expensive wine? Kid, you're not lying to us, are you? The hunters were shouting and yelling, but their voices were a little weak and awkward. The child didn't even dare to cry out. The hunter called Brother Feng saw that the situation wasn't right and quickly tried to smooth things over. Brothers, let's not waste any more money. I can't drink any more today. Let's drink another day. What are you talking about, big brother? That won't do. The rest of the hunters continued to shout, but their voices had already weakened. One by one they returned to their seats. The waiter was also an astute person. Looking at the situation, he knew that the deal couldn't be done. However, he was already used to this kind of situation. Just as he was about to retreat, the voice of a young man suddenly came from a table in the corner. How funny. What are you all making such a fuss about? If you can't afford to buy wine, then shut up and shrink to the side. When the hunters heard this, one of them was immediately provoked and yelled, who said we can't afford it? Child, bring that jar of wine. I'll give you yuan stone. It's only 2. Please wait a moment. It'll be served soon. The waiter didn't expect this turn of events and immediately responded. He turned around and brought up a jar of wine. This jar of wine was only half the size of an ordinary jar of wine. However, when the seal was removed, a mellow fragrance of wine wafted out and filled the entire dining hall. The old man who was sitting by the window and drinking alone couldn't help but turn his head because of the fragrance of the wine and cast his gaze on the jar of wine. It was indeed a good wine. Dear customers, I'm not bragging. This is the best green bamboo wine. In the entire village, our inn is the only one that has it. Smell this wine. As the waiter spoke, he took a deep breath. His face was full of enjoyment and satisfaction. Fang Yuan's heart moved. This waiter wasn't bragging after all. There were 3 taverns in the village of Guiyue. They all sold ordinary rice wine and turbid wine. They were all similar. In order to attract the liquor worm, Fang Yuan had continuously bought wine for 7 days. Naturally, he was aware of the market. Several hunters looked at the jar of wine in front of them. They were all addicted to wine. One by one, their noses twitched and their Adam's apple moved. As for the hunter who blurted out and bought the wine, his expression became even more interesting. There was a hint of annoyance on his face. This jar of wine was worth 2 yuan stone. I bought this wine on impulse. This waiter is too unprofessional. He immediately served the wine. Now that the seal has been removed, I can't return it even if I want to. The more the hunter thought about it, the more his heart ached. He wanted to return it, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Finally, he slammed the table and forced a smile. Damn, this wine is good. Brothers, drink to your heart's content. Today's wine is on me. At this moment, the young man at the table in the corner sneered, "How can this small jar of wine be enough for 6 people? If you have the guts, buy a few more jars." The hunter's veins bulged at these words. He stood up abruptly and flew into a rage. He stared at the young man who spoke, "Little bastard, you talk a lot. Come, stand up and spar with me." "Then I'll stand up." When the young man heard this, he really stood up and walked out from the shadows of the corner with a sinister smile. He was tall and thin, his face pale. He wore a dark blue martial attire, looking clean and neat. He wore a sapphire blue headband on his head and a short shirt, revealing his thin shoulders. He wore long pants and bamboo shoes. There were also leggings around his calves. Most importantly, he wore a green belt around his waist. In the middle of the belt was a shiny copper plate. On the copper plate, there was a black 1 carved on it. A rank 1 Gu master. The hunter who shouted obviously understood the meaning of this attire. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The anger on his face faded and turned into fear. He did not think that he would provoke a Gu master. "Didn't you want to spar with me? Come, make your move." The young Gu master walked over with a mocking smile on his face. But the hunter who provoked him just now was like a statue, standing there motionless. "Or all of you can come at me together." The young Gu master slowly walked to the hunter's table and said casually. The hunters' faces changed. Some whose faces were red from drinking turned pale in an instant. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. They were restless and did not dare to breathe loudly. The young Gu master stretched out a hand and lifted the jar of green bamboo wine. He put it under his nose and smelled it, laughing, "It's really fragrant. If Lord Gu master likes it, you can take it and drink it. Just treat it as my apology for offending you." The hunter who provoked and shouted hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, his face full of smiles. Unexpectedly, the young Gu master's expression suddenly changed. With a bang, he threw the wine jar to the ground. The Gu master's face was like ice, his gaze like a sword. He growled in a low voice, "You think you are qualified to apologize to me? You hunters are really rich, richer than me. You actually spent 2 pieces of yuan stone to buy wine to drink. Don't you know that I've been worrying about source stones? How dare you flaunt your wealth in front of me at this time? You mortals are not worthy? We dare not, we dare not. We offended Lord, we deserve to die. We did not mean to offend you. This is the yuan stone on us, please accept it, Lord Gu master." The hunters all stood up as if they were electrocuted, taking out yuan stone from their bosoms. But these mortals did not have much money. They only took out bits and pieces of yuan stone. The biggest one was not more than a quarter. The young Gu master did not take the yuan stone. He just kept laughing coldly, using his hawk-like gaze to scan the whole dining hall. The hunters who were scanned by him all lowered their heads. The old men who were watching by the window also quickly turned their heads, avoiding the Gu master's gaze. Only Fang Yuan watched quietly without any scruples. This young Gu master's attire could only be worn by an official Gu master. Even Fang Yuan did not have the qualifications. Only after Fang Yuan graduated from the academy could he receive it from the clan. The young Gu master's belt had the word 1 on it, indicating his status as a rank 1 Gu master. But he already looked like he was in his 20s, and the primeval essence aura he emitted should be rank 1 upper stage. He started cultivating at the age of 15, and was still rank 1 upper stage when he was in his 20s. This meant that the young man's aptitude was only D grade, even lower than Fang Yuan. It was very possible that he was just a logistics Gu master, not even a battle Gu master. But even so, it was more than enough to deal with the 6 strong hunters. This was the difference in strength between a Gu master and a mortal. With power you can be high and mighty. This is the nature of this world. No, any world is like this, the big fish eats the small fish eats the shrimps. It's just that this world is more naked. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Alright Xianxia, just teach them a lesson, don't make things difficult for these mortals. Even if you don't find it shameful, I would. Another young man sitting in the corner said. When everyone heard her speak, they realized that this young man was a woman. The young Gu master named Jianghu was displeased by his female companion's words, and stopped sneering. He did not even look at the scattered yuan stone that the hunters offered. These yuan stone added up was not even enough for 2 pieces, so of course he had no interest. He flicked his sleeves and walked back to his original seat. As he walked, he said some harsh words. If you have the guts, continue drinking. Drink the green bamboo wine. I want to see who still dares to drink this wine. The hunters lowered their heads, reprimanded like 6 obedient grandsons. The rich aroma of the wine permeated the entire dining hall. The hunter who bought the wine smelled the aroma, his face twitching in pain. He had spent 2 pieces of yuan stone on this wine, but he did not even get to drink a sip. Fang Yuan put down his chopsticks, he was already full. Smelling the aroma of the wine, his gaze flashed a few times, and he suddenly took out 2 pieces of yuan stone and placed them on the table, saying indifferently, "Waiter, give me a jar of green bamboo wine." Everyone was stunned. The young Gu master Xianxia stopped in his tracks, his mouth twitching as he let out a breath. He had just said some harsh words and Fang Yuan asked for this jar of wine. Wasn't this purposely tearing down his stage and slapping his face? He turned around and squinted his eyes, shooting a cold glare at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stared back at him calmly, his face indifferent and without fear. Jiangya's gaze flashed and the cold air gradually faded. He could feel the primeval essence aura on Fang Yuan's body. He knew Fang Yuan's identity and immediately smiled warmly like a spring breeze, "So it's a junior." The others came to a realization, and the way they looked at Fang Yuan had already changed. No wonder this young man was not afraid of Gu masters, he was also a Gu master. Although he was still in school, his essence was already different. "Lord Gu master, here's your wine." The waiter ran over with a fawning smile. Fang Yuan nodded to the young Gu master Jianghu, carrying the jar of wine and walking out of the inn. Chapter 13. About 300 years ago, a genius appeared in the Guiyue clan. He was brimming with talent. He was still a young man, but he had already cultivated to the level of a rank 5 Gu master, with the possibility of advancing further. His name spread throughout Qingmao Mountain, and he had boundless glory. In the history of the Guyu clan, he was the 4th generation clan leader who was most famous. Unfortunately, in order to protect his clansmen, the 4th generation clan leader fought against the rank 5 Gu master demon, the Flower Wine Monk. After an intense battle, he defeated the Flower Wine Monk and made the demon kneel and beg for mercy. But in the end, the 4th generation clan leader was careless, and was sneakily attacked by the Flower Wine Monk. The 4th generation clan leader angrily killed the Flower Wine Monk, but he himself was heavily injured and died young. This tragic story had been passed down to this day, and was widely spread by the Guiyue clan. But Fang Yuan understood that this story could not be completely believed, because there was a huge loophole in it. In his previous life, a month later, a Gu master who got drunk due to a breakup lay dead outside the village. In the end, the smell of wine attracted a liquor worm. The Gu master chased the liquor worm and found the remains of the Flower Wine Monk in a secret underground cave, as well as his personal belongings. The Gu master hurried back to the clan and reported the matter, causing a huge commotion. After the commotion died down, he also benefited from it. He obtained the liquor worm, his cultivation increased, and the girlfriend who abandoned him chased him instead. This made him a famous person in the village. Stories were passed down from generation to generation, so it was normal for it to change. But in Fang Yuan's memories, although the story of the Gu master finding the treasure was extremely believable, he suspected that there might be other truths hidden in it. "I didn't notice it at first, but these days I've been exploring and analyzing, and found something fishy about it." As the night deepened, Fang Yuan walked in the bamboo forest around the village, recalling all the known clues in his mind. Putting myself in his shoes, if I were that Gu master and found the Flower Wine Monk's treasure, why didn't I take it for myself but report it to the clan? Don't mention the clan's honor, humans are greedy. What made that Gu master go against his heart and willingly give up all his benefits to report this to the clan's higher-ups? The truth was always hidden in the fog of history. Fang Yuan racked his brains but to no avail. After all, there were too few clues. There were only 2 clues, but they were also mixed and could not be fully trusted. Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of himself, no matter what, after buying this jar of green bamboo wine, I only have 2 yuan stone left. If he still couldn't find the inheritance, it would be troublesome. Today's action can be considered as staking everything on a single throw. However, he did not have enough yuan stone to refine Gu worms. Instead, it was better to invest in this wine to increase the success rate of this trip. If it was someone else, most of them would have collected yuan stone step by step. However, this was too inefficient for Fang Yuan. He would rather take the risk and fight. People of the Devil Dao always like to take risks. At this moment, the night deepened and the spring moon hung like a bow. Floating clouds covered the moonlight, as if covering the crescent moon with a thin veil. Because of the 3 days and 3 nights of heavy rain, the turbid air in the mountains was washed clean, leaving only the purest fresh air. Such fresh air was as pure as a piece of white paper, and was more conducive to the spread of the wine's fragrance. This was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan was so confident tonight. Only this area is left unexplored. Walking into a bamboo forest, he stopped. The 7 days of exploration were not without results. At least it proved that the flower wine monk did not die in those places. This was the second reason why Fang Yuan was so confident. In the bamboo forest, the grass was luxuriant, the white flowers were endless, and the green spear bamboos were straight like jade poles. Fang Yuan opened the small jar's mud seal, and immediately a strong fragrance of wine assaulted his nose. Green bamboo wine could be said to be the best wine in the Guiyue village. This was the third reason why Fang Yuan was so confident tonight. With these 3 reasons, if I want to succeed, it must be tonight. Fang Yuan secretly cheered in his heart, and slowly tilted the jar, pouring a small amount of green bamboo wine onto a stone. If those hunters saw this scene, they would definitely be distressed. This wine was worth a whole 2 primeval stones. But Fang Yuan was indifferent. The mellow fragrance of the wine quickly spread. In the night, the wind was gentle and the fragrance floated, soaking the bamboo forest. Fang Yuan stood where he was, smelling the wine, and waited for a moment, but there was no movement. He only heard a nightingale-like bird not far away, its voice like a string of silver bells. His eyes were calm and he was not surprised. He moved his feet, turned around, and went to the next place a few hundred meters away. At this place he did the same thing, poured out some wine and stood still for a moment. He did this 3 or 5 times, changed a few places and poured wine a few times. There was not much green bamboo wine left in the jar. This is the last time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, and completely inverted the jar in his hand. The bottom of the jar was facing the sky, and he poured out all the remaining wine. The wine spilled on the grass and the grass swayed. The wild flowers were wet with the wine, and slightly drooped their heads. Fang Yuan stood still, holding on to his last hope, and gazed around. It was already late at night. A thick cloud obscured the moonlight here. The shadow was like a layer of curtain covering the bamboo forest. The surroundings were silent, the stalks of Qing Mao bamboos stood alone, leaving behind straight up and down silhouettes in Fang Yuan's eyes. He quietly stood in the same place, listening to his extremely clear breathing, and then feeling the little remaining hope in his chest, constantly fading away. Still failed. He murmured in his heart, tonight, 3 big advantages accumulated together but still failed. I can't find the shadow of the liquor worm. This means that the success rate will be even lower in the future. I only have 2 yuan stone left and I still need to refine the moonlight goo. I can't take any more risks. The result of taking risks was often not ideal. But if it was the ideal result, then the profits would be considerable. Fang Yuan liked to take risks, but he was not addicted to gambling. He was not the kind of gambler who would lose red eyes and want to win back his losses. He had his own bottom line and he was clear about his own capital. Now, 500 years of life experience told him that it was time to stop. Sometimes life was like this. There was often such a goal and it was so beautiful and full of temptation. It seemed to be close at hand, but no matter how much effort he put in, he could never reach it. It made people toss and turn thinking about it day and night. This is the helplessness of life, but also the charm of life. Fang Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and turned around to leave. At this time, a gust of wind blew, like a gentle arm, gently brushing away the floating clouds in the night sky. The floating clouds leisurely passed, revealing the hidden crescent moon. The crescent moon hung in the sky, like a white jade cup, pouring the clear moonlight down. The moonlight poured on the green bamboo forest, poured on the rocks, poured on the mountain streams, poured on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan wore a simple robe. His young face under the gentle touch of the moonlight looked even whiter. The darkness seemed to disappear in an instant, and was replaced by a snow-like frost. As if infected by the moonlight, the silent nightingales began to sing again. This time it was not just one but several, scattered in the bamboo forest, responding one after another. At the same time, a kind of dragonpill cricket that lived in the mountains under the moonlight also sang the song of life. They were insects that only came out at night, and their bodies emitted a red light. At this moment they jumped out in groups, each of their bodies flashing with a red agate-like brilliance. At first glance, Fang Yuan thought that this group of dragonpill crickets was like a jumping scarlet water, stepping on the grass and wild flowers, leaping in the bamboo forest under the moonlight. The bamboo forest was as clear as a pool of water, and the green spear bamboo under the moonlight flashed with a jade-like brilliance. There was light at the end of the tunnel. Nature was showing its beauty to Fang Yuan at this moment. Fang Yuan unconsciously stopped, feeling like he was in a fairyland. He was about to turn and leave, but at this moment he subconsciously turned back to look. The wild flowers and grass that were poured with the green bamboo wine, slightly trembling in the wind, still empty. Fang Yuan laughed at himself, withdrawing his gaze. However, he did not think that in the process of raising his eyes, he would see a white snow shadow. This snow shadow was attached to a green spear bamboo pole not far away, under the moonlight, like a perfectly round pearl hanging. Fang Yuan's pupils suddenly dilated, his body slightly trembled, his heart thumping faster and faster. It was the liquor worm. Chapter 14. The liquor worm's body was like a silkworm, its whole body exuding a pearl-like white light. It was a little chubby and looked very cute. It fed on wine and could fly in the air. When flying, it would curl its body into a ball, and its speed was very fast. Although it was a rank 1 goo, its value was more precious than some rank 2 goo worms. If it was used as a vital goo, it would be much better than the moonlight goo. At this moment, such a liquor worm was attached to a green spear bamboo that was only 50 or 60 steps away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held his breath. He did not approach rashly but slowly retreated. He knew that although this distance was very close, to capture the liquor worm directly was extremely difficult for a newly enlightened goo master like himself. In other words, there was no hope of success at all. With Fang Yuan's current eyesight, although he could not clearly see the liquor worm's appearance, he could vaguely feel the liquor worm's vigilance towards him. Fang Yuan retreated very slowly and gently, trying not to disturb the liquor worm. He knew that if the liquor worm wanted to fly away, he would not be able to catch up with it at his speed. He had to wait until it was drunk and its flying speed slowed down to have a chance to capture it. Seeing Fang Yuan retreating further and further, the liquor worm lying on the bamboo pole could not help but become restless. The strong wine aroma in front of it tempted it, attracted it, and captivated it. If it had saliva, it would have already dripped a large pool of saliva. But the liquor worm's vigilance was still very high. Fang Yuan had retreated 200 steps before it bounced and jumped into the air. As it floated in the air, its body curled into a ball like a small white glutinous ball. The glutinous ball drew a round arc in the air and landed on the grass where Fang Yuan had dripped the green bamboo wine. With the delicious food in front of it, the liquor worm let down its guard. It anxiously crawled to the flower bud that contained the wine and poked its head in, leaving only its chubby tail outside. It was very hungry and the green bamboo wine was so delicious. It took a big gulp and was soon immersed in the delicious food, forgetting Fang Yuan at the back of its mind. At this time, Fang Yuan began to carefully and quietly approach. He saw the tail of the liquor worm outside the flower bud. The tail was like the tail of a silkworm. It was chubby and round, and the halo it emitted reminded people of pearls. At first, its tail hung outside, motionless. After a while, the tail began to curl up and down. It was obvious that the liquor worm was very happy to drink. In the end, when Fang Yuan was only 10 steps away from it, its tail began to sway left and right with a cheerful rhythm. He was completely drunk. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan almost laughed out loud. He did not move forward but waited patiently. If he were to pounce on it now, there was a high chance that he would be able to capture the liquor worm. However, Fang Yuan still wanted the liquor worm to lead the way and lead him to the flower wine monk's corpse. After a while, the liquor worm withdrew from the flower bud. Its body had grown fatter, and its head was swaying back and forth like a drunkard. It was completely unaware of Fang Yuan's presence. It climbed to another bright yellow wildflower, perched in the pistils and feasted on the nectar. After drinking this time, it finally felt full. Its body slowly shrank into a ball on the flower petals, and then slowly flew up until it was about 1.5 meters above the ground. Only then did it leisurely fly into the depths of the bamboo forest. Fang Yuan hurriedly followed. The liquor worm was already drunk, and its flying speed was reduced to half of its usual speed. But even so, Fang Yuan still had to run with all his might to keep up with its figure. The night was like a wash. The youth quickly shuttled through the bamboo forest, chasing after a bead of snow not far ahead. The moonlight was gentle and the cool breeze was gentle. The bamboo forest was as clear as a pool of water. Green spear bamboos quickly flashed in front of Fang Yuan's eyes, and then fell behind the youth. On the ground there was lush green grass, dotted with wildflowers. There were also small stones with moss growing on them, and tender yellow bamboo shoots that had yet to mature. Fang Yuan's faint shadow also quickly traversed the ground, passing through the black lines that the green spear bamboos had left on the ground. He closely stared at the snow shadow, and in the faint fragrance of the wine, he breathed in the fresh air of the mountain forest, and moved his legs to follow closely behind. Because of the rapid movement, The moonlight in his eyes was like water. Light and shadow moved frequently, as if he was running on water overgrown with aquatic plants. The liquor worm flew out of the bamboo forest and Fang Yuan also rushed out. A large field of white flowers with a yellowish center scattered petals by his legs with the help of the strong wind. A group of dragonpill crickets, like a flowing poem, coincidentally flowed to the front. Fang Yuan rushed straight past them. Suddenly, with a splash, a red cloud bloomed in front of him, and a field of red star fireflies was dispersed. A quietly flowing mountain stream, paved with pebbles, gurgling and reflecting the spring moon in the night sky. With a few popping sounds, Fang Yuan waded through the water and crushed it into thousands of silver ripples. Unfortunately, a stream of moon breeze had crushed Xianxia. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly, following closely behind the liquor worm. Going up the mountain stream, he could already faintly hear the sound of a waterfall. After turning around a sparse forest, he saw the liquor worm fly into a narrow crack of a boulder. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened and he stopped. So it's here. He panted heavily, his heart pounding. When he stopped, he immediately felt sweat all over his body. A wave of hot air, along with the accelerated flow of his blood, surged through his body. Looking around, he found that this was a shallow river bank. Pebbles of all sizes covered the ground, and the river water was only about a finger's height above the pebbles. There were also pieces of gray-white boulders scattered randomly here. At the back of Qingmao Mountain was a large waterfall. The flow of the waterfall changed according to the weather. It plunged thousands of feet, crashing into a deep pool. Beside the deep pool was the Bai family's stronghold. It was powerful and not weaker than the Guyue's stronghold. The waterfall also had branches. Obviously, what Fang Yuan was facing was a branch within a branch. This river bank was usually dry. But there was a recent heavy rain which lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, causing a shallow stream of water to accumulate here. The source of the water was the boulder that the liquor worm had drilled into. The boulder was leaning against the vertical mountain wall. A slender miniature waterfall branched out from the large waterfall, like a silver python hanging down the mountain wall, hitting the boulder. After a long time, it washed out the center of the boulder, creating a crack. At this time, the waterfall was washing down, and the water was slightly roaring. Like a white curtain, it completely blocked the gap between the boulder. Taking advantage of the time of observation, Fang Yuan's breath was no longer so rushed. His eyes flashed with a determined light. He walked to the boulder, took a deep breath and rushed in. The gap between the boulder was quite large, and 2 adults walking side by side would have no problem. Moreover, Fang Yuan's body was only that of a 15-year-old youth. As soon as he rushed in, the rapid flow of water pressed down on Fang Yuan's body. At the same time, the ice-cold water soaked Fang Yuan's body from top to bottom. Fang Yuan shouldered the water pressure and quickly moved forward. After a few dozen steps, the water pressure gradually decreased. But the gap was also shrinking and Fang Yuan had to walk sideways. The roaring sound of water was in his ears, and the top of his head was bright white. Deep inside the boulder was a mass of darkness. What was hidden in the darkness? Perhaps it was a sinister poisonous snake, perhaps it was a highly poisonous gecko, perhaps it was a trap set by the flower wine monk, or perhaps it was nothing. Fang Yuan turned sideways and slowly squeezed into the darkness. The water above his head was already gone. The stone wall was covered with moss, and when it rubbed against Fang Yuan's body, it was extremely slippery. Fang Yuan was completely swallowed by the darkness, and the gap between the boulder became narrower and narrower. Gradually, his head was unable to move freely. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. After walking for more than 20 steps, he noticed that there seemed to be a red shadow in the darkness. At first he thought it was an illusion, but after blinking and looking again, he confirmed that it was indeed light. This discovery made him excited. After another 50 or 60 steps, the red light became brighter, and in Fang Yuan's retina, it gradually expanded into a long vertical slit. He stretched out his left arm and suddenly felt the stone wall in front of him bend. Fang Yuan was instantly overjoyed. He knew that there was a space inside the boulder. He quickly walked a few steps and finally squeezed into the light slit. His eyes suddenly widened and a space of about 80 square meters appeared in front of Fang Yuan. I've walked such a long distance, I've already passed the boulder, I should be in the mountain wall now. He moved his arms and legs and stretched his limbs, while sizing up this hidden space. The entire space was filled with a dim red light, and he did not know where the source of the light came from. The surrounding stone walls were very damp and covered with moss, but the air here was very dry. On this stone wall, there were already withered vines attached to it. The vines intertwined with each other, weaving most of the stone walls in all directions. There were also some withered flower roots growing on it. Fang Yuan looked at these withered flowers and leaves, feeling that they were somewhat familiar. It's the wine sack flower goo and the rice bag grass goo. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, recognizing these withered flower stems and vines. There were many forms of goo. Some looked like ores such as the blue crystal moonlight goo. Some looked like bugs such as the silkworm-like liquorworm. And then there were the forms of flowers and plants, such as the wine sack flower goo and the rice bag grass goo in front of Fang Yuan. These two goo were both rank 1 natural goo. As long as primeval essence was injected, they could grow. After growing, the flower core would secrete nectar wine, and the grass bag would grow fragrant rice. Fang Yuan followed the roots of the vines and moved his gaze. Sure enough, in the corner of the wall, the withered roots were bunched up, bulging together. The liquor worm was resting on top of this bundle of dead roots, snoring away. It was already within his reach. Fang Yuan walked over and first kept the liquor worm in his arms. Then he squatted down and pushed aside the dead roots and withered vines, and found a white skeleton wrapped inside. "I finally found you, flower wine monk." Seeing this, his lips curled into a smile. Just as he was about to reach out and peel off the withered vines at this moment, "Why don't you try moving?" A voice filled with murderous intent suddenly sounded from behind Fang Yuan. Chapter 15. In this secret cave, another person's voice could be heard from behind him. Even Fang Yuan had goosebumps, his scalp tingling. He was actually being followed. Could it be that these past few days he had repeatedly gone out and attracted the attention of others? Or could it be someone sent by his uncle? Even in his mind, the rank 1 goo master in the inn the youth called Xianxia flashed past. In that instant, countless thoughts and guesses flashed through his mind, and he quickly thought of a solution. Fang Yuan could feel that this short sentence was filled with deep killing intent. This made him groan inwardly. He was only a rank 1 initial stage now, and did not even have a vital goo. To a goo master his battle strength was close to 0, how could he fight? Too weak, too weak. He roared in his heart. "You have already been poisoned by my unique goo. Without my corresponding antidote, after 7 days, you will definitely turn into pus and blood and die." The voice behind him sounded again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his expression calm, his tone low. "You want the liquor worm? I can give it to you." He slowly stood up, his movements very slow. But at this moment another person's voice sounded. This voice was filled with fear, trembling. "I can give it to you, I can give it to you as long as you spare my life, flower wine monk." Wait, this is... Fang Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot, and he suddenly turned around. On the stone wall in front of him, light and shadow fluctuated, and a scene appeared. A valiant goo master stood at the peak of the mountain, and at his feet was another goo master kneeling. Around the two goo masters, there was a collapsed pit and shattered rocks. It was obvious that they had just experienced an intense battle. Not far away from the two there was a group of spectating elders. Looking at this scene, they all had an expression of anger and fear. The victorious goo master raised his head and laughed. "Ha, hero Guya, at such a young age you already have rank 5 cultivation. I thought you were someone, but I did not expect you to be so weak." This laughing goo master had long and narrow eyes, wearing a pink robe with wide sleeves that fluttered in the wind. The collar of his robe was wide open, revealing his firm and jade-like chest muscles. The most eye-catching thing was his bald head. It was shiny without a single strand of hair. Flower wine monk. Fang Yuan saw through this goo master's identity at a glance. Compared to Lord Flower Wine, this junior is nothing. Junior was muddle-headed, to actually have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Lord Flower Wine. "Lord Flower Wine, please take into account our tribe's hospitality earlier and spare my life." The goo master kneeling on the ground trembled, cold sweat dripping down his face as he begged for mercy with tears and mucus flowing down his face. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked carefully. He found this goo master was wearing Guya tribe leader attire. Looking at his appearance, he was the 4th generation tribe leader. As for those old spectators, they should be the clan elders of that era. He treat me with all my heart? You have the nerve to say that. I was originally sincere in making a deal with you, using Yuan stone to exchange for your tribe's moon orchid. The price was very fair. It was you who had ulterior motives, pretending to welcome me and coaxing me into the banquet, wanting to poison the wine. You underestimate me too much. I roam the world and make a name for myself with flower wine. How could I be poisoned? The flower wine monk pointed at the 4th generation tribe leader kneeling on the ground, laughing coldly. If we had cooperated properly, this would not have happened. In the end, you wanted to use my head to fish for fame. You are the one who brought this upon yourself. Lord, please spare my lowly life. The fourth-generation tribe leader screamed in fear, using his knees to crawl towards the flower wine monk's feet, hugging his thigh. Lord, our tribe has a spirit spring that produces yuan stone, and we have planted a large patch of moon orchid in the underground cave. I am willing to eat Lord's enslavement goo and become Lord's slave. My life and death is in Lord's hands, and I will serve Lord for the rest of my life. Fang Yuan was speechless, and the expressions of the elders in the image changed. The flower wine monk squinted his eyes. His anger had already subsided, but his eyes shone brightly. The enslavement goo is incomparably precious. It is a rank 5 goo. Do you think I would have it? However, you have been poisoned by my unique goo. Only I can cure it, so I am not afraid of you resisting. Since that is the case, your tribe will provide me with 15 kilograms of moon orchid petals every week, along with 3,000 yuan stone. Every once in a while, I will come over to collect the goods, and at the same time, I will cure you once and spare your lowly life. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. The fourth-generation tribe leader cried out continuously, kowtowing non-stop, his forehead hitting the mountain rocks, blood flowing non-stop. Don't kowtow, I hate lowly people like you the most. What Guyu, a genius, rank 5 powerhouse, you don't live up to your name. You better serve me well, this is also to save your life. The flower wine monk suddenly cried out, his face trembling with fear. He kicked the fourth-generation tribe leader, his body swaying as he retreated a few large steps in panic, shouting at the fourth-generation tribe leader, "How do you still have goo?" The fourth-generation tribe leader was kicked in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty, his face revealing a smile of success. People of the demonic path, everyone has the right to punish them. This goo is called lunar shadow. It is best at hiding. Although it is only rank 4, it has the ability to restrict the primeval sea and primeval essence. Demon, you and I have fought for a long time. You do not have many goo worms left. How can you restrain the lunar shadow goo? Surrender obediently and become my slave. As long as you serve me well, you will have a way to live. The flower wine monk flew into a rage, shouting, "Go to hell!" Before he finished speaking, his body shot forward like lightning, his fist landing on the fourth-generation tribe leader's chest. The fourth-generation tribe leader did not expect the flower wine monk to be so radical. Even when his primeval sea was threatened, he still refused to compromise. With a huge force, he flew out in an instant, his body falling to the ground like a broken sack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with countless pieces of his internal organs. "Are you crazy? We can totally discuss this." He stared at the flower wine monk, his lips moving with great effort. Before he finished speaking, his legs gave way, his head tilted, and he died. Tribe leader. People of the demonic path are indeed all crazy. Kill this demon, take revenge for the tribe leader. He has been hit by the lunar shadow goo, his primeval essence can no longer be used as he wishes. If this goes on, even his primeval sea will be threatened. The watching tribe elders all roared, flocking forward. "Aha, come if you want to die." The flower wine monk howled towards the sky, facing the tribe elders' charge, directly facing them head-on. A fierce battle unfolded, and the flower wine monk quickly took control of the situation. Soon, the tribe elders were either dead or injured, all lying paralyzed on the ground. He was about to kill the remaining tribe elders, when his expression suddenly changed, and he covered his abdomen with his hand. "Damn it! I'll take care of you later." The flower wine monk stared fiercely at the tribe elders, and his body escaped like lightning, drilling into the forest, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 16. Why don't you try moving? You've already been poisoned by my unique goo. Without my corresponding antidote 7 days later, you'll definitely turn into pus and die. Compared to Lord Flower Wine, I'm nothing. I was muddle-headed to not recognize Mount Tai and offend Lord Flower Wine. Lord Flower Wine, please consider my clan's hospitality earlier and spare my life. On the wall, the scene repeated for the second time. Fang Yuan was silent, until the scene repeated for the third time. Only then did he sigh faintly, saying, "So it was like this." This method of leaving images and sounds on the stone wall should be the flower wine monk's photo-audio goo. This goo could record images and project them. The photo-audio goo relied on absorbing light and sound to survive. For some reason, this secret cave always emitted red light. At the same time, the stone crack was connected to the outside world, so it did not block out the sounds of the outside world. Fang Yuan was here, and all he could hear was the roar of the small waterfall. Thus, the photo-audio goo was able to survive in this secret cave in the mountain wall. Just now, when Fang Yuan pushed away the withered vines, it should have alerted the photo-audio goo hidden in the stone wall. As long as one's brain was not stupid, with just a little deduction, they would know that this video was real. That year, the 4th-generation clan leader failed in his plot against the flower wine monk, and after his defeat, he launched a sneak attack. Although he repelled the latter, he also died. This part of history was not glorious, and the few clan elders who survived covered up the truth. They flipped the roles of the 4th-generation clan leader and the flower wine monk. The flower wine monk became a defeated sneak attack, a demon who was killed on the spot. The 4th generation became a righteous and upright hero. But this story had a big loophole. The flower wine monk was clearly killed on the spot, and his corpse should be in the hands of the Guiyue clan. But why was there another corpse? In his previous life, the Gu master who discovered this place must have felt fear after seeing this video. The few surviving clan elders had already passed away, but to prevent the flower wine monk from returning, this truth must have been secretly spread among the clan's higher-ups. That Gu master realized that if he took the treasure for himself, there would be a huge risk. In the future, if anyone found out that he was involved with the flower wine monk, the upper echelons of the family would naturally purge him. Therefore, after some consideration, he didn't dare to hide this relic and made the decision to report it to his superiors. This kind of performance proved his loyalty to the family. What happened to him later also showed that he had made a wise choice. However, just because he did this didn't mean that Fang Yuan would do the same. It wasn't easy to find this treasure, so it should be taken by one person. Why should it be shared with others? So what if he was discovered? Without taking risks, how can there be gains? That Gu master is really cowardly. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He no longer cared about the repeated images on the stone wall. Instead, he turned around and stretched out his hand, pulling the dead vines away with all his might. The flower wine monk's corpse was also affected. It was originally very complete, but now it was broken into several pieces. Fang Yuan didn't care at all. He kicked away a leg bone that was in the way and squatted down again to search for the treasure. First he found a bag of yuan stone. When he opened it, there were only 15 pieces. Pauper. Fang Yuan ridiculed. The flower wine monk looked glamorous on the outside, but he didn't expect his savings to be so little. But he quickly thought of the reason. After the fierce battle, the flower wine monk was also hit by the moonshadow gu, so he would definitely use the yuan stone to heal himself. To have 15 pieces left was already not bad. Then Fang Yuan found the remains of a few dead gu. Most of them were flowers and plants, and they had already completely withered. Gu were also living creatures and they also needed food to raise, and most of them were very picky. Grass gu and flower gu had very little requirements for food, but this secret cave didn't even have a trace of sunlight. And then there was nothing. The flower wine monk first fought with the 4th generation clan leader, who was of the same level as him, and then he fought with almost 10 clan elders. His own gu worms had already been used up a lot. After coming here, he wanted to heal himself, so he stimulated the growth of the wine sack flower gu and the rice sack grass gu. But in the end, he was dragged down to death by the moonshadow gu. After 300 years, the remaining gu worms on his body were all dead. The only ones left were the photo-audio gu in the stone wall, and the liquor worm. This liquor worm should have relied on the wine sack flower gu to survive with difficulty. But as the wine sack flower gu withered one by one, it also lost its source of food. This forced it to go out and search for wild wine sack flowers. Then on this night, it was attracted by the rich fragrance of the green bamboo wine, and came to Fang Yuan. The photo-audio gu can only record once, and is a consumable type gu. It seems that the liquor worm is the biggest reward of this trip. No wonder that Gu master reported to the clan. It seems that the benefits are too small and not worth the risk. Fang Yuan came to a realization. In his memory that Gu master was already rank 3, and the liquor worm was only a rank 1 gu. To Fang Yuan it was more precious, but to that gu master, it was dispensable. But it was obvious that because of the gu master's report, the clan gave him a big reward. Should I also report to the clan? Fang Yuan thought for a while, then gave up on this thought. The flower wine monk's inheritance seemed to be only the liquor worm and the yuan stone, but that was not the case. What was truly valuable was this stone wall where the photo-audio gu was hidden. Or rather, it was the image that was being played repeatedly on the wall. This image could be sold to other villages. He believed that this kind of concrete evidence that would strike at the clan's beliefs would definitely attract the interest of the other two villages on Qingmao Mountain. The price they would offer would definitely be higher than the clan's reward. What? You mean the clan's sense of honor and belonging? Sorry, but Fang Yuan did not have any of that. Moreover, this image was not some powerful force that would wipe out the entire clan, so it would not cause much damage. And the Cold Clan would not value Fang Yuan. He needed to work hard on his own to develop cultivation resources, and in the early stages of cultivation he needed to borrow strength from all around. Rely on the clan? Hehe. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. How can I be as naive as I was in my previous life? Don't rely on anyone, you have to rely on yourself for everything in this world. After confirming that this secret cave had been ransacked clean, Fang Yuan went back the way he came. Against the water pressure, he squeezed out of the boulder and returned to the outside of the mountain. Looking back at the boulder, Fang Yuan suddenly thought of his previous life's memories. It was said that there were corpses found in the underground secret cave. But how was this underground? It was clearly the inside of the mountain wall. No wonder he had wasted so much effort and could not find it for 7 consecutive days. It seemed that after the clan in his previous life discovered this place, they must have destroyed the image wall at the first moment and sent out mixed news to mislead the clan. To be able to find this place tonight, part of it was luck, part of it was accumulation, but the biggest factor was probably the green bamboo wine. This wine fragrance was really rich, it could be said to be the best in Qingmao Mountain. Maybe in his previous life, after the Gu master broke up, he drank this wine. But these were no longer important. The flower wine monk's inheritance had been completely excavated by Fang Yuan. Although the results were not satisfactory, it was still within reason. The most important thing was that Fang Yuan's original goal was already in his hands, and he also had what he needed the most. Next, I'll just stay in the inn and refine the Gu worm. As long as I have the vital Gu, I can return to the academy, qualify to live in the student dormitory, and use the clan's resources to cultivate. Staying in this inn once or twice is fine, but staying for too long will cost too much. Fang Yuan thought. His footsteps did not stop and he rushed to the village. He originally had 2 pieces of yuan stone, and now he had 15 pieces, making a total of 17 pieces. But for a Gu master, what was this bit of yuan stone? Chapter 17. With my C-grade aptitude, my aperture can only store 44% of the primeval C. The speed at which the Gu repels primeval essence is much faster than the speed at which my primeval essence recovers. If I want to refine the Gu, I need to use external forces, which means I need to consume yuan stone. The weaker the Gu's will, the less resistance it has, and the easier it is for me to refine. But all living things have the will to live. If I want to refine the moonlight Gu, I need at least 5 yuan stone and at most 8. Relying on his rich cultivation experience, Fang Yuan estimated the total amount of yuan stone he would need to consume. If I want to refine the liquor worm now, I need at least 11 and at most 16. Although the liquor worm is the same as the moonlight Gu, both rank 1 Gu, it is undoubtedly more precious, and the difficulty of refining is also higher. That is to say, even though Fang Yuan had 17 primeval stones now, after refining the liquor worm, he would at most be left with 6 primeval stones, or at least 1 primeval stone. In the night sky, the bright blue crescent moon emitted a bright moonlight. The moonlight was like the gentle hand of a fairy, gently caressing Guyue's stronghold. Along the way the bamboo buildings were like a forest of jade tokens. The night wind blew gently. Fang Yuan returned to the inn under this moonlight. The inn's door was already closed. Fang Yuan knocked on the door. I hear you. I hear you. Who is it knocking on the door so late? The inn's waiter mumbled as he opened the door with sleepy eyes. But when he saw Fang Yuan at the door, his slightly dissatisfied and lazy expression immediately changed. He bent down and smiled flatteringly. It is young master. I am very fortunate to be able to open the door for young master. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression cold as he walked into the inn. This expression made the waiter smile even more humbly, and he took the initiative to ask, Young master, are you hungry? Do you want me to inform the chef to make some side dishes for supper? No need, Fang Yuan shook his head and only said, Prepare some hot water for me, I want to wash up. Yes. The waiter hurriedly nodded. Young master, please return to your room first. This little one guarantees that the hot water will be delivered right away. Fang Yuan nodded and went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The shop assistant looked at Fang Yuan's back, his eyes shining in the lantern light, revealing an obvious look of envy. This is a Gu master, if only I had the aptitude to cultivate, how good would that be? He clenched his fists and sighed deeply. When these words drifted into Fang Yuan's ears, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Gu masters can possess strength that surpasses mortals and become a person above all others, but the price to pay for this is also very high. The first problem was financial resources. Gu masters needed Yuan stone for cultivation, Yuan stone for battle, Yuan stone for Gu refinement, and Yuan stone for transactions. Without Yuan stone, how could one cultivate? This point, as a mortal and assistant, because he was only a spectator, he could not understand this dilemma. Just like this evening, that young Gu master Xianxia, when he smashed the wine jug, he indignantly vented to the hunters, "I can't even bear to spend Yuan stone to drink this green bamboo wine, but you bunch of mere mortals actually have the money to spare." Looking at the big picture through a tube, just this sentence alone can explain the situation of a Gu master's cultivation. Gu masters have powerful abilities and can earn more than mortals, but their expenditure is also higher. Many times, every piece of Yuan stone has to be haggled over. Especially low-level Gu masters, it is even more so. Don't look at how some Gu masters look on the surface, but in reality their lives are very tight. Moreover, as a Gu master's realm increases, their need for resources will also increase. Without a backer, a Gu master's cultivation is very difficult. Fang Yuan thought of his previous life and deeply understood this. He returned to the guest room and had just lit the lamp when the inn assistant brought a basin of hot water over. Of course, there were also cloth towels and other toiletries. Fang Yuan let the assistant leave, closed the door and locked it. After washing up, he got on the bed. Although his body was somewhat tired, there was still a trace of excitement in his heart. I finally got the liquor worm. The liquor worm is even more precious than the moonlight Gu. In a sense, it is a Gu that can raise a Gu master's aptitude. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the liquor worm. The liquor worm was still snoring loudly. Its body was slightly bigger than the moonlight Gu, white and tender, like a silkworm. Under the light, its body was shrouded in a layer of faint light, like the glossy luster of a pearl. Its two eyes were like two black sesame seeds, embedded on its white and chubby head, looking charmingly naive. Holding it in his hand, it was not heavy, about the weight of half an egg. Carefully smelling it, there was still a whiff of wine fragrance on its body. This wine fragrance was not the aroma of the green bamboo wine, but the smell of the liquor worm itself. The fragrance was faint and indistinct, faintly discernible. Fang Yuan's nose twitched, inhaling this wine fragrance into his body. The wine fragrance flowed downwards, entering his aperture and entering the bronze primeval sea. The primeval sea fluctuated, quickly absorbing this wine fragrance. A trace of extremely pure primeval essence was produced. The other primeval essences were all emerald green, flickering with a bronze metallic luster. But this trace of primeval essence was pale green, more condensed than the original primeval essence. This was the primeval essence that only middle stage rank 1 Gu masters could possess. Sensing this pale green primeval essence, Fang Yuan showed a satisfied smile. My current cultivation is only rank 1 initial stage. But with the liquor worm's refinement, after the primeval essence is purified, I can possess rank 1 middle stage primeval essence. The beauty of this cannot be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. But very quickly, he restrained his smile. But I have not truly mastered the liquor worm yet. Only by completely refining the liquor worm and making it my vital Gu can I freely control it, and then use the greatest efficiency to refine my primeval essence. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, transferring a trace of green copper primeval essence from his primeval sea. The primeval essence tightly wrapped around the liquor worm, suspending it in front of Fang Yuan, and began to invade its body. The liquor worm sensed the danger of its survival and immediately woke up. It began to struggle violently, transferring its own strength to drive away Fang Yuan's primeval essence. This liquor worm has such a strong resistance. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, feeling that the rate of consumption of primeval essence was more than double that of the moonlight Gu. No matter what, I am going to refine the liquor worm. His eyes flashed with a hint of determination, and he continued to transfer primeval essence towards the liquor worm. In the inn's room, the candlelight on the table quietly burned, illuminating the center of the room with a bright light. As for the far corners of the room, it was dark. The candlelight shone on Fang Yuan's face. He had already closed his eyes, concentrating on dealing with the liquor worm. A continuous stream of green copper primeval essence, like a mist, was emitted from Fang Yuan's body, and then gathered together, firmly wrapping around the liquor worm. The liquor worm floated in the air, less than a foot away from Fang Yuan's face. It struggled vigorously in the green-copper primeval essence's encirclement. Time quietly passed. The candlelight burned lower and lower, and the candlelight also became dimmer. The crescent moon outside the window had already slowly descended, and a new day had arrived. The early morning sun shone through the cracks in the window into the room. It was like a light border was placed on the window. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, looking at the liquor worm in front of him. On the liquor worm's white body, there was already a trace of green. This was the result of Fang Yuan's hard work for half a night. But it was clear that this bit of green was not even 1% of the liquor worm's body. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. This liquor worm's willpower was too tenacious, and its resistance was extremely strong, almost exceeding the limits of a rank 1 goo worm. This goo worm is very likely to be the flower wine monk's vital goo. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 expert, and this liquor worm was originally also a rank 5 expert. But these past few years it did not have enough food, and as a result, its grade dropped. Now it is only a rank 1 goo worm, but its willpower is as tenacious as a rock. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. This liquor worm was originally the flower wine monk's vital goo, and its original natural willpower had been cleansed by the flower wine monk. It had accompanied the flower wine monk all the way from north to south, roaming the pugilistic world. After the flower wine monk died, his strong willpower still existed in the liquor worm. Fang Yuan wanted to refine the liquor worm now, which was equivalent to competing with the flower wine monk's willpower. This was much more difficult than refining a natural goo worm. A person's willpower was generally higher than a natural goo worm's, and at the juncture of life and death, they could erupt with strength that even they could not imagine. And the flower wine monk was a demonic path expert, a loner, roaming the pugilistic world. His willpower was even more tenacious than a righteous path expert of the same level. It's impossible to refine this liquor worm within a month. Unless an expert uses a rank 2 or rank 3 goo's aura to suppress this liquor worm, and suppress the liquor worm's willpower to the lowest level. With this kind of help, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. His parents had already passed away, and his uncle and aunt were scheming against him. He himself had no backing, so where could he find external help? If he had a grade aptitude it would be fine, but now his aptitude was only C grade. None of the clansmen thought highly of him, so who would be willing to spend so much effort to help him? More importantly, the existence of the liquor worm could not be exposed. Guyue's village did not have a goo like the liquor worm, so Fang Yuan could not explain the origin of this liquor worm. If it was exposed, it was very likely to be noticed by the higher-ups, and thus form a connection with the flower wine monk. It was too easy to link the two together. According to this calculation, 17 pieces of yuan stone is not enough. I need at least 30 pieces of yuan stone. This is really troublesome, but no matter how difficult it is, I will refine this liquor worm. Fang Yuan's willpower was like iron, and he had already made up his mind to refine the liquor worm. A vital goo was very important, and to a large extent, it would affect a goo master's future cultivation direction. Although the liquor worm was not the most ideal choice for a vital goo in this world, it was much better than the moonlight goo. It was also the best level that Fang Yuan could achieve in his current situation. Grumble, grumble. At this time Fang Yuan's stomach protested. He had not slept the whole night, and had put all his effort into refining the liquor worm, so Fang Yuan was naturally hungry. I should first fill my stomach, then think of how to accumulate yuan stone. Fang Yuan rubbed his stomach and went downstairs. When he reached the dining hall on the first floor, he chose a corner seat and ordered a few dishes for breakfast. Just as he started to eat, his younger brother Guyue Fangjing appeared. "Brother, why are you staying at the inn? Why don't you go back to sleep at night?" He was very rude, and his tone carried an interrogative tone. Chapter 18. In the face of his brother's questioning, Fang Yuan didn't speak and continued to eat his breakfast. He knew his brother's character well. Fangjing couldn't keep his composure. Sure enough, Fangjing saw that his brother didn't even look at him as if he was air. In the next moment he shouted with a dissatisfied tone, "Brother, what did you do to Xianxia? Since she came out of your room yesterday she cried loudly. I tried to comfort her, but she cried even more fiercely." Fang Yuan looked up at his brother with an expressionless face. Fangjing frowned and stared at his brother, waiting for his answer. The atmosphere became more and more tense. However, Fang Yuan only glanced at him, then lowered his head and continued to eat. His brother, Fangjing, suddenly became flustered. Fang Yuan's attitude was simply looking down on him. He slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Gua Fang Yuan, how can you be like this? She's just a little girl, but she has served you for so many years. I've seen her gentleness and consideration for you. Yes, I know you're disappointed and I can understand your decadence. You only have a C-grade aptitude, but you can't vent your anger on others because of your own experience. This is unfair to her. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up and raised his hand like lightning. Slap. With a crisp sound, Fang Jing received a solid slap in the face. Fang Jing covered his right cheek and took 2 steps back with a face full of shock. Bastard, what kind of tone are you using to talk to your brother like this? That Xianxia is just a little maid. Have you forgotten that I'm your brother because of a little girl? Fang Yuan reprimanded in a low voice. Fang Jing reacted, and the pain on his face was transmitted to his nervous system. He widened his eyes and gasped for breath. He said in disbelief, "Brother, you hit me? You've never hit me since we were young. Yes, I was tested to have an A-grade aptitude and you're only a C-grade. But you can't blame me. This is all God's arrangement." Pah. Before Fang Jing could finish, Fang Yuan gave him another backhand slap. Fang Jing covered his face with both hands. He was stunned. "Naive fool, what do you remember? How have I taken care of you since you were young? When our parents died, we lived in poverty. Uncle and aunt only gave us one new dress for the new year. Did I wear it? Who did I put it on? You loved to eat candied porridge when you were little, so I would ask the kitchen to make an extra bowl for you every day. When you were bullied by others, who helped you get back at them? There are other things, but I don't want to talk about them. Now you're talking to me like this because of a maidservant questioning me?" Fang Jing's face turned red. His lips trembled. He was embarrassed and angry, but he couldn't say a word to refute, because what Fang Yuan said was the truth. "Forget it." Fang Yuan sneered. "Since you abandoned your own parents and recognized someone else, what am I, your brother to you? Brother, how can you say that? You know that I've longed for the warmth of a family since I was young. Fang Jing quickly tried to explain. Fang Yuan waved his hand to stop him from continuing. "From today onwards, you're not my brother and I'm not your brother anymore." "Brother." Fang Jing was shocked and opened his mouth to speak. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. "Don't you like Xianxia? Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her. She's still a virgin, a virgin. Give me 6 pieces of yuan stone, and I'll give her to you. From now on she'll be your personal maid." "Brother, why did you?" Suddenly exposed, Fang Jing panicked and was caught off guard. But at the same time, he was relieved that the thing he was most worried about did not come true. That night not long ago, Xianxia personally helped him bathe. Although nothing substantial happened, Fang Jing could never forget the gentleness of that night. Every time he thought of Xianxia, thinking of her deft hands and soft red lips, his heart would palpitate. The feelings of youth had already accumulated and sprouted in the young man's chest. So when he found out about Xianxia's strange condition yesterday evening, his heart suddenly surged with anger. He immediately gave up on refining the moonlight goo and turned around to look for Fang Yuan, asking for an explanation. Seeing that Fang Jing did not agree, Fang Yuan frowned. "It's normal for a man and a woman to be in love. You should be honest. What's the point of hiding? Of course, if you don't want to exchange, then forget it." Fang Jing suddenly panicked. "Exchange? Why wouldn't I exchange? But I don't have enough yuan stone for 6 pieces. As he said this, he took out his money bag, his face flushed red. Fang Yuan took the bag and found that there were 6 pieces inside, but one of them was half the size of a complete yuan stone. He immediately knew that Fang Jing had absorbed the primeval essence from the yuan stone in order to refine the moonlight goo as soon as possible. As more of the natural primeval essence was absorbed, the volume of the yuan stone became smaller and lighter. Although it was only 5.5 pieces, Fang Yuan also knew that this was all the yuan stone Fang Jing had. He did not have any savings, and these 6 yuan stones were given to him by his aunt and uncle not long ago. "I'll accept the yuan stone, you can go now." Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he put the bag into his arms. "Brother?" Fang Jing wanted to say something. Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "Before I change my mind, you better disappear from my sight." Fang Jing's heart tightened. He gritted his teeth and finally turned around to leave. Stepping out of the inn, he subconsciously covered his chest, feeling waves of guilt in his heart. There was a feeling in the darkness that told him that he seemed to have lost something very important at this moment. But his heart quickly warmed up. He thought of Xianxia and that night that haunted him. "I can finally have you officially, Cui Cui." He did not look back and walked out of Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He stood there for a while before slowly sitting down. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone through the window onto his indifferent face, making people feel cold just by looking at it. Business in the cafeteria was somewhat quiet. There were more and more people on the street, and the noise made the silence even more obvious. The breakfast was already cold. The waiter came over and asked if he needed to reheat it. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes were like a cloud of smoke, as if he was recalling something. The waiter waited for a while but saw that Fang Yuan was still in a daze and did not respond. He could only rub his nose and walk away resentfully. After a while, Fang Yuan's eyes focused. The memories in his heart were like smoke, gradually fading away. He returned to the real world. The sunlight shone in, illuminating more than half of the table. The heat from the food had already dissipated, and the noise of the people on the street could be heard. Through his clothes, he reached out to touch the 5.5 yuan stone in his bosom. The corner of his mouth revealed a bitter and mocking smile. But the smile disappeared as soon as it appeared. "Waiter, take this food down and heat it up." Fang Yuan looked at the food and called out lightly. At this moment, his eyes were incomparably clear. "What? Your brother said that?" In the hall, his uncle frowned and his voice was cold. His aunt sat at the side, speechless as she looked at the bright red palm print on Fang Jing's face. "Yes, when I saw my brother he was eating breakfast at the inn. That's the whole story." Fang Jing replied respectfully. His uncle's brows furrowed even deeper, forming a Chuan character. After a few breaths, he sighed deeply and said in a serious tone, "Fang Jing, my child, you have to remember the maid Xin Shui is not Fang Yuan's private property, but we assigned her to him. How can he sell her? Moreover, if you wanted her, you should have told us earlier, we would have just assigned her to you." Fang Jing was dumbfounded. His uncle waved his hand. "You can leave first. You gave all your yuan stone to Fang Yuan, I will give you another 6. Remember, use them well on your gu refinement. We will be proud of you if you win first place." "Father, I am ashamed." Fang Jing was so moved that tears flowed down his face. His uncle sighed. Go back to your room to refine the gu, you have already wasted a lot of time." Fang Jing left, and his uncle showed an angry and ferocious expression. Bang! He fiercely slapped the table and growled in a low voice, "Humph, this little bastard using our people to do business, he is really cunning." His aunt hurriedly consoled him, "Master, calm down. It is only 6 yuan stone. You are a woman, what do you know? Fang Yuan only has C-grade talent to refine the moonlight gu, he needs to use yuan stone. With his first gu refinement skills, 6 yuan stone is definitely not enough. But now he has 12, it is more than enough." His uncle gritted his teeth in hatred. He continued, "A gu master's cultivation, as long as they have enough resources and are not stuck at a bottleneck, it will be very fast. In 2 to 3 years the clan will be able to nurture a rank 2 gu master. The lower Fang Yuan's cultivation is, the smaller the chance of getting back the family property in a year's time. Right now he is young and has just started cultivating, we will stop him and let him fall behind his peers at the starting stage. The academy's resources are awarded to outstanding students. With his talent, once he falls behind he will not be able to get any resources, and without resources to aid his cultivation he will fall further behind. If this vicious cycle continues, will he still have the ability to inherit the family property in a year's time?" Aunt did not understand. "Even if we don't stop him, he will at most be rank 1 middle stage in a year's time. Master, you are rank 2, why are you afraid of him?" Uncle stomped his feet in anger. "Woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. With my status as an elder, do I have to fight with a junior? It is reasonable for him to ask for the inheritance back, we cannot stop him directly, we can only act according to the clan rules. The clan rules state clearly, to start a family at the age of 16, one must have at least rank 1 middle stage cultivation. If not, it means that Fang Yuan does not have the qualifications to waste the clan's resources. Do you understand what I am saying?" Aunt was enlightened. Uncle squinted his eyes, a sinister glint flashing in them. He shook his head slightly, sighing, "This Fang Yuan is too smart, too cunning. He can even see through the seduction, what kind of intelligence is this? He is so scheming at such a young age, terrifying. I originally wanted to plot against him, but he moved out directly. I also wanted to rely on Xin Shui to monitor and interfere with him, but he sent me away and even earned 6 yuan stone. Sigh, if only he could be as stupid as Fang Jing. Alright, you have to treat Fang Jing better from now on, he is an A-grade talent. Moreover, I can see that he is very unconvinced towards Fang Yuan, he is very unresigned. This mood is good, you have to guide it well. I have a feeling that he will be the best weapon to deal with Fang Yuan in the future." In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. There was no light in the room of the inn. The moonlight shone in, covering the floor with frost. On the bed, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, mobilizing his green bronze primordial essence, concentrating on refining the liquor worm. A small part of the liquor worm's body was dyed green bronze, but its will was still tenacious, constantly struggling in the smoky primordial essence. Fang Yuan's refining progress was not smooth, it could be said to be very difficult. I spent a full 2 days and 2 nights, only resting for 2 hours a day, consuming 12 yuan stone, but I only refined 1/15 of the progress. According to the time, in the next few days someone will succeed in refining the goo. Fang Yuan was clear about the situation. But his talent was originally inferior, and now the liquor worm's will to survive was extremely tenacious, much higher than the ordinary moonlight goo. It was normal for him to fall behind in this situation. Falling behind for a while is nothing as long as I have the liquor worm. Fang Yuan's heart was like a mirror, without a trace of anxiety or discouragement. But at this moment the liquor worm suddenly curled up, curling into a ball. Not good, the goo worm's backlash. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. In front of him, the liquor worm had curled into a round glutinous ball, suddenly bursting with a dazzling white light. It was staking it all on one throw. Suddenly, Fang Yuan felt a strong will coming from the liquor worm, directly passing through the primordial essence and descending into his primordial sea in his aperture. The situation of a goo worm's backlash was very rare. Only those goo worms with extremely strong wills would try their best to succeed or die trying. If it were any other youth, they would definitely panic in the face of such a situation. But although Fang Yuan was shocked, he did not panic. Instead, he was a little happy. It's good to stake it all on one throw. As long as I can withstand this backlash, the liquor worm's will be greatly weakened. But next, I will have to concentrate all my energy to resist the impact of this will, without the slightest external interference. Otherwise it will be bad, Sai. I hope no one will disturb me during this period. He finished thinking and was about to activate the primordial essence in his aperture to meet the will, entangle with it and fight for 300 rounds. But at this moment something strange happened again. A goo worm appeared in the center of his aperture, above the primordial sea. Rumble. This goo worm burst out with an extremely strong aura. This aura was like the Milky Way pouring down, or the eruption of a mountain torrent, or like a horrifying beast whose dignity was violated, opening its scarlet eyes to see who dared to violate its territory. This is the spring-autumn cicada? Seeing this goo worm, Fang Yuan was completely shocked. Chapter 19. During the refining process he suffered a backlash from the goo worm. The liquor worm inherited the flower wine monk's strong will, and now invaded the aperture, brazenly attacking Fang Yuan. This strong will power, from top to bottom, fiercely attacked the green bronze essence sea at the bottom of the aperture. And the green bronze essence sea was also tumbling, setting off bursts of waves. Under Fang Yuan's will, a large amount of primeval essence rose up against the heavens, converging together, forming a wild wave that soared to the sky, brazenly facing the liquor worm's will. The two sides were about to fiercely collide in the center of the aperture. But at this moment, in the center of the two forces, in the empty space of the aperture, a faint shadow of a goo worm appeared. It was a cicada. The cicada was not big. If the moonlight goo was a blue crystal curved like the moon, then this cicada was like a master craftsman made of palm wood and leaves. Its head and abdomen were brownish yellow, and the surface had tree-ring-like veins as if witnessing the passage of time. The wings on its back were very wide, translucent, like two overlapping leaves. Both wings had veins and they were very similar. These veins were like the typical net-like veins of a leaf. In the center was a thick stem, and from the stem radiated a network of leaf veins on both sides. The spring-autumn cicada. It was startled. It was like a giant beast usually hiding in a cave and sleeping. But it was suddenly awakened, and found that its territory had been invaded. Who dares to come to my territory and behave atrociously? As if its dignity had been violated, the spring-autumn cicada was angry, and it emitted an aura. This aura was weak but it was so strong. It was like a torrential Milky Way rolling forward, the waves vast and mighty sweeping thousands of miles of green mountains, drowning the vast desert. Compared to this aura, the liquor worm's will was like an ant seeing an elephant. The aura swept and expanded in all directions, like a formless and peerless tsunami. The liquor worm's invading will, upon meeting this tsunami, did not even have the ability to resist, and was directly swallowed up by this aura. Fang Yuan's chest tightened. He tried his best to stir up the green bronze primeval essence, and upon meeting this aura, it was like a wave crashing into a mountain. In an instant, the condensed primeval essence disintegrated, collapsing into rain, falling back into the primeval sea. Whoosh! Waves rose and fell on the surface of the true essence sea, as if a storm had fallen, adding to the turbulence. But after a few breaths, the spring-autumn cicada's aura spread out and pressed down on the primal sea. Boom! Fang Yuan seemed to hear a buzzing sound. In an instant, the billowing primordial sea came to a standstill. The spring-autumn cicada's aura firmly suppressed the entire primordial sea, like an invisible mountain pressing down. The surface of the sea did not have the slightest ripple, and was as calm as a mirror. It was like a piece of wrinkled paper had been covered and flattened by the giant hand formed by the aura. This was an unparalleled power. Fang Yuan felt as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on his heart. It was as if Sun Wukong was being pressed under the five elements mountain. He couldn't mobilize even a trace of true essence. However, even though he was shocked, he wasn't afraid. Instead, a strand of intense joy surged into his heart. I didn't expect the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn with me. So it is not a one-time consumable goo but can be used repeatedly. The spring and autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo. It was Fang Yuan's first and last rank 6 goo in his previous life. In order to refine it, Fang Yuan had used all his means and resources. He had expended tremendous effort and 30 years of preparation before he was lucky enough to succeed. But not long after he succeeded, before the spring and autumn cicada had even warmed up, the heroes of the righteous path felt the threat of Fang Yuan. They attacked together and killed Fang Yuan. After rebirth, Fang Yuan didn't find the spring and autumn cicada and thought it had died. But in fact, it was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had fallen into a deep slumber. It had suddenly reversed 500 years of time, and its vitality was greatly damaged. It was too weak, so weak that even its owner Fang Yuan could not sense it. Even though the spring and autumn cicada had appeared, the situation was still not good. Since rebirth, it had been resting in a deep slumber. It appeared now only because it sensed the danger in the aperture and was awakened by the liquor worm's will. It was very weak, extremely weak. In Fang Yuan's memory, the original spring and autumn cicada was full of vitality. Its body was like expensive floorboards, emitting a warm and glossy sheen. Its wings were light green, like two fresh leaves that had just sprouted. But at this moment, a strong aura of death emanated from the cicada's body. Its body did not have any luster and looked rough and dim like dead wood. Its wings were also not light green leaves, but were full of a withered yellow color, like withered leaves that were about to wither in autumn. And the tips of its wings were slightly curled up and incomplete, like the edges of fallen leaves. Regarding this, Fang Yuan felt both heartache and thankful. His heartache was that the spring and autumn cicada had suffered such a heavy injury and was only a step away from death, like 1 foot on the edge of a cliff. Thankfully, the spring and autumn cicada was so weak or else he would be in big trouble. After all, goo masters and goo worms had to complement each other, and it was best if they were of the same realm. A rank 1 goo master would use a rank 1 goo worm. This was the most suitable. If the goo worm's rank was lower than the goo master's, the goo master would be like a strong man carrying a small wooden stick, very weak. If the goo worm's rank was higher than the goo master's, the goo master would be like a child carrying a heavy axe, willing but unable to do so. The spring and autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo, and Fang Yuan was only a rank 1 initial stage goo master. To make an analogy, the spring and autumn cicada was a mountain, and Fang Yuan was a squirrel. If the squirrel were to carry the mountain to smash the enemy, the squirrel would be squashed by the mountain immediately. If the spring and autumn cicada was at its peak, Fang Yuan's small rank 1 goo master's aperture would not be able to contain it, and would directly burst to death from its majestic aura. Fortunately, it was extremely weak, so Fang Yuan's aperture could contain it. I gave up on the moonlight goo and tried all ways and means to find the liquor worm just to refine the lifebound goo. But actually, I already have the lifebound goo. The spring and autumn cicada is my lifebound goo. Feeling the intimate connection between himself and the spring and autumn cicada, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with emotions. The lifebound goo was the first goo that a goo master refined. It was very important, and to a large extent, it affected the goo master's future development. The better the lifebound goo was, the smoother the goo master's development would be. A poor quality lifebound goo would drag down the goo master's cultivation, and they would be overtaken by their peers. Most importantly, it would affect the life and death of a battle. Fang Yuan was well aware of this, so even though he chose the Guiyue village's moonlight goo, he was still not satisfied. He tried all ways and means to find the liquor worm. In his memory to a new rank 1 Gu master, the liquor worm was already a superior choice. The moonlight Gu could only be considered above average. But life was fascinating because people never knew what was waiting for them in the next moment. In his previous life, Fang Yuan refined the spring and autumn cicada. After his rebirth, the spring and autumn cicada fell into a deep slumber, but this connection with the refinement still existed. And it seemed that after going through the river of time, Fang Yuan discovered that the connection between him and the spring and autumn cicada was even more mysterious and closer than in his previous life. It was only because the spring and autumn cicada was too weak that Fang Yuan did not notice it. So, in a real sense, the spring and autumn cicada was the first Gu he refined. But the spring and autumn cicada was not refined by Fang Yuan in this life, but the result of his 500 years of hard work in his previous life. The spring and autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's life-bound Gu. A rank 1 Gu master with a rank 6 life-bound Gu. If this was set out, probably no one would believe it. This had already broken the limits of common knowledge. But this matter had actually happened. The truth was unquestionable. The liquor worm is the best choice for a life-bound Gu, but compared to the spring and autumn cicada, it is like mud on the ground. My life-bound Gu in this life is actually the spring and autumn cicada, ha ha ha. Chapter 20. The great joy did not go to Fang Yuan's head. He quickly calmed down and began to think about the spring-autumn cicada's influence on him. The spring-autumn cicada's ability is rebirth. But it is extremely weak now. Once it is used, it will die. But it is a rank 6 Gu after all. I can use its aura. There is no harm done to it. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan withdrew his mind and opened his eyes. In front of him, the liquor worm was floating in front of him, wrapped in a smoky green bronze primordial essence, shivering. Just now, in order to survive, it staked everything on one throw. The result was that its will was easily defeated by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. It was also seriously injured, and its will was less than 1% of what it was before. Spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mind moved, releasing a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura. The aura oppressed the liquor worm, and it immediately became still, motionless, as if it was dead. Its remaining will, feeling the spring-autumn cicada's aura, was like a mouse meeting a cat. It was completely intimidated, shrinking into a ball and not daring to move. Fang Yuan laughed, taking the opportunity to stimulate his primordial essence. When the green bronze primordial essence was first refined, because of the liquor worm's stubborn resistance, it could only expand bit by bit. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's green bronze primordial essence rushed straight in, flowing 1,000 miles. It did not encounter any hindrance at all. The surface of the liquor worm's bronze color rapidly expanded. In a few blinks of an eye, the white pearl-like liquor worm was dyed green. The momentum was lost. The liquor worm's remnant will was finally gently rushed by Fang Yuan's will, and immediately disintegrated. Just like this, the liquor worm was refined. Compared to the previous arduous process of traversing mountains and ridges, this refinement process was as simple as drinking water. A familiar and mysterious feeling connected the liquor worm and Fang Yuan together. The refined liquor worm was like a part of Fang Yuan's body. When Fang Yuan told it to curl up, it would curl up. When he told it to curl up, it would curl up into a ball. It felt like he was moving his fingers. Fang Yuan withdrew his primordial essence, and the liquor worm returned to its white and chubby appearance. Then it leapt into the air and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, it avoided the spring-autumn cicada in the air and entered the green-bronze primordial sea. On the surface of the sea, it wantonly stretched its body, twisting its chubby waist from time to time. It was so comfortable as if it was soaking in a hot bath. With the spring-autumn cicada, I should change my plans. Fang Yuan withdrew his consciousness from his aperture and took out the moonlight Gu. He did the same thing and released a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, suppressing the moonlight Gu. Feeling the spring-autumn cicada's aura, the moonlight Gu's will immediately laid down its arms and surrendered. It was so afraid that it could only hide in the corner of its body. Fang Yuan's true essence rolled down, and in the blink of an eye, the moonlight Gu was dyed into an emerald jade. Finally, with just a slight thought, the moonlight Gu's will was easily destroyed. After that, he withdrew his primeval essence, and the moonlight Gu returned to its previous transparent blue crystal appearance. He kept the moonlight Gu. This moonlight Gu did not enter the aperture, but fell directly in the middle of Fang Yuan's forehead, forming a light blue crescent moon imprint. From the beginning to the end of refining the moonlight Gu, the whole process took less than 5 minutes. This was a stark contrast to the difficulty of the refinement process and the speed of the refinement. Not only was the speed fast, but the consumption of primeval essence was also extremely low. These days, Fang Yuan had used up 6 yuan stones to refine the liquor worm. But this night he did not use any yuan stones at all. It was only the green bronze primordial sea in his aperture that was almost empty. Haha, with the spring-autumn cicada in hand, it's like the help of God. From now on, as long as I use its aura to suppress any rank 1 gu, it will be easy to capture any rank 1 gu. Even if I only have C-grade talent, I don't need the help of the yuan stone. The difference before and after is like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was in a good mood. At this moment, it was as if the clouds had parted and he could see the blue sky. Even though the spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak, it was still a dignified rank 6 gu. Just by relying on its aura, it would be a huge driving force for Fang Yuan's future cultivation. At this moment, outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moonlight passed through the window and shone on Fang Yuan's face. I thought I wouldn't get first place, but who would have thought there would be such a turn of events? Time waits for no man. I'll go to the academy now and receive the first prize. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. With a thought, the spring-autumn cicada in his aperture concealed its figure and disappeared again, entering deep sleep. Then he summoned the liquor worm and hid it in the corner of the bed. This was to prevent the academy from conducting unnecessary inspections. 15 minutes later, the family academy. The academy elder had already fallen asleep, but in his dreams he vaguely heard someone knocking on the door. He was awakened by the knocking. Opening his eyes, he was somewhat displeased. It's the middle of the night, who is outside? A respectful reply came from outside the door, reporting to Sir Elder, it's a student from this year's batch. He has already successfully refined the moonlight gu. You instructed your subordinates to report to you immediately as soon as the first place appears, no matter what time it is. There is such a thing. The academy elder frowned and got off the bed. As he put on his clothes, he asked, which student is this year's first place? Is it Guiyue Fangjing? The subordinate outside the door answered, it seems so. I heard the news and immediately came to report to you, sir. It seems to be the Fang family branch. Looking at the time, it should be him. The academy elder laughed softly and muttered to himself, other than this a grade genius, who else could it be? Those B-grade students, even if they use the yuan stone, are still lacking by a level. Otherwise, why is the aptitude for cultivation so important? Saying so, he pushed the door open and walked out. Outside the door, the subordinate respectfully took 2 steps back and bowed, echoing, Sir is right. In the hall, more than 10 candles burned together, brightly illuminating the hall. The person who received Fang Yuan had already asked about the situation. Under the bright light, his face was filled with shock. Wait, what did you just say? Your name is Guiyue Fang Yuan, not Guiyue Fangjing? Fang Yuan nodded. At this moment, the academy elder walked in from outside the door. Fang Yuan and the person who received him turned and bowed together. The academy elder saw Fang Yuan, and his face was full of smiles. He walked in front of Fang Yuan and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder in a friendly manner. Well done, Guiyue Fangjing, you didn't let me down. You really are a genius with a great talent. Those B-grade and C-grade peers, no matter how hard they work, can't compare to you. Fang Yuan and Fangjing were twins, and their appearances were so similar that the academy elder mistook them for each other. Fang Yuan was neither servile nor overbearing, and took a step back, freeing his shoulder from the academy elder's palm. He looked at the academy elder, his hands behind his back, and smiled lightly. Sir Elder, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am Guiyue Fang Yuan, and Guiyue Fangjing is my younger brother. The academy elder opened his mouth slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He looked at Fang Yuan, puzzled, and his brows furrowed. After a few breaths, he opened his mouth. You are Guiyue Fang Yuan? That's me, Fang Yuan answered. You've refined the moonlight gu? The academy elder was astonished. His eyes stared closely at the crescent moon mark on Fang Yuan's forehead, his eyes shining, and he already knew the answer. That's what happened, Fang Yuan answered again. So, you're this year's first? The academy elder's question seemed a little silly, but he could not be blamed. This was because the situation was too unexpected. He had been in charge of the academy for decades, and was extremely experienced. He had seen C-grade talents take first place, but it was definitely not this early. Moreover, in this year there were a grade and B-grade peers. If there's no one earlier than me? Fang Yuan pretended to think and then rubbed his nose before continuing, seems like it. Academy Elder. Chapter 21. The sky had yet to brighten, and the sun had yet to rise. The eastern sky was just beginning to turn white. The darkness in the sky gradually faded, and the air was still filled with the fragrance of the night. The sound of light footsteps could be heard on the almost empty street. The morning in the mountains was always cold and wet, but Guiyue Fangjing did not feel the slightest bit cold. His heart was filled with surging excitement. His face was flushed and he was walking quickly towards the school. These days I've been training hard and I've spent 2 yuan stone. I didn't sleep at all last night, and I've finally succeeded in refining the moonlight goo. I have a great talent and I'm so hard-working. No one can be faster than me, no one. Father, mother, I said I won't let you down. Thinking of his uncle and aunt's happy and gratified expressions when he told them the good news, Fangjing felt a burst of heartfelt happiness and pride. Just you wait, those clansmen who look down on me and my brother. From today onwards I'll make you look at me, Guiyue Fangjing, in a new light. The more Fangjing thought about it, the more excited he became. He could not help but clench his fists and his footsteps became lighter. He came to the school entrance. The 2 guards guarding the school saw him, but they were puzzled and asked him, Guiyue Fangyuan, why are you back? Why did brother just come here? Fangjing heard this and his face flashed a trace of surprise and doubt. Let's not talk about this for now. He did not expect Fang Yuan to win first place. He shook his head and with a hint of pride he said, Brothers, I'm not Guiyue Fang Yuan, I'm Guiyue Fangjing. I've already successfully refined the natal goo, and this time I'm here to receive the first place reward. You're Guiyue Fangjing? You 2 brothers look so alike, no wonder the elder mistook you. The guard on the left widened his eyes and shouted. The guard on the right shook his head and said, You're a step too late. Last night, your brother Guiyue Fang Yuan had already met with the clan elder and received the first prize. My brother. Fangjing's eyes widened and he cried out involuntarily, Wait, you said he won first place? How was this possible? Isn't Big Brother only AC grade talent? First place? Are you kidding me? It's true. Why would we joke about such a thing? Seeing that Fangjing did not believe him, the guard was a little displeased. This matter has already been confirmed by the academy elder. The ranking list would be released soon. Why didn't your brother tell you about this? Another guard immediately added. Fangjing was dumbfounded. He stood at the door in a daze. The truth was so different from what he had expected that he couldn't even figure out what had happened. In Fangjing's mind, there were also a few imaginary formidable opponents. Among them, the 2 most threatening ones were Guiyue Mabe and Guiyue Cheng. Both of them had B-grade aptitude and were backed by the 2 largest branch families in the clan. Their grandfathers were elders in power and had sufficient financial resources. If these 2 people won first place before him, Fangjing would have been mentally prepared. Although he would have been disappointed, he could still accept it. But now the one who won first place was not Guiyue Mabe, nor was it Guiyue Cheng. It wasn't even any of the imaginary enemies in his mind. It was Guiyue Fangyuan, his brother. That C-grade talent. That person who had fallen into depravity after the awakening ceremony. That person who slept soundly in class all day long. That person who drank too much and didn't return home at night. That person who bullied Xin Shui, slapped him twice and took all the yuan stone he had. That person who had been suppressing him in the past, like a shadow entrenched in his heart. How could this be? This can't be. For a moment, Fangjing roared in his heart, I worked so hard but he drank too much all day long. In the end he still won first place. Is there any justice left? Why? The sun rose from the east. Birds chirped and chirped. Spring swept across Qingmao Mountain. Guiyue Fangjing bathed in the warm sunlight. He slowly lowered his head, gritted his teeth and looked at his lonely shadow on the ground. The surging emotions in his heart were like a deflated balloon. There wasn't much left. What replaced them were doubts, resentment, incomprehension, unwillingness, fear and other complex emotions. As time passed, the sun climbed higher and higher. A new list was posted on the school's bulletin board. There were only 2 names on the list. They were Fang Yuan and Fangjing. Following the appearance of this list, the news gradually spread. Those youths who had wholeheartedly stayed at home to refine goo after receiving their goo worms were in an uproar after hearing the news. How could this be? If it was Fangjing who got first, I would still believe it. But Fang Yuan, isn't he C-grade talent? Are you kidding me? The A-grade talent Fangjing actually lost to the C-grade talent Fang Yuan. Is this a fantasy? The Mo family. The small courtyard was full of greenery, and the fragrance of tea wafted in the air. One of the elders in charge of the Guiyue family, Guiyue Machen, sat in front of his desk. He looked at the spring scenery outside the window and drank his tea leisurely. Hasn't Mabe continued refining the goo? The housekeeper standing at the side quickly replied. Ever since he heard the news about Fang Yuan in the morning, young Master Mabe seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He no longer has the mood to continue refining the moonlight goo. Speaking of which, it's a pity that young Master Mabe was so close to success. Actually, if Fang Jing got first place it would be fine. But it just had to be that C-grade talent Fang Yuan. So it's no wonder that young Master Mabe lost interest. Don't try to excuse him. Guiyue Machin snorted coldly. His face was solemn and his tone was steely. A Gu master's cultivation is full of hardships. What is this little setback? That Fang Yuan is only a C-grade talent. The reason he got first place was probably due to luck. The moonlight Gu he chose had weak willpower, allowing him to beat him to it. If Mabe can't see through this and can't even handle this setback, then how will he be able to control our Mo family in the future? How will he be able to compete with the Qi family? No one is allowed to persuade him. Let him think about it carefully. Yes, master. The housekeeper did not dare to refute. Almost at the same time in the Qi family. Sai Guiyue Fang Yuan? The elder Guiyue Lian sighed deeply. He frowned and thought for a while. He waved his hand and said, Someone call young Master Qi Qing in. Not long after, Guiyue Cheng walked into the room with a face full of disappointment. He knelt down and said, Grandchild greets Grandpa. Looks like you already know about this news. Guiyue Lian stared at his only grandson. His tone was soft and said slowly, I called you here to prevent you from being affected by this matter. Refining the natal Gu depends on one's aptitude and the Gu worm. Fang Yuan's aptitude is only C-grade, but he was able to get first place. This means that the Gu worm he chose, compared to the moonlight Gu in your hands, has a much weaker willpower. This is all luck. So grandson, don't be discouraged. This is nothing. He is only C-grade. Although he is the same as you, he doesn't have as many resources as you do. His road to promotion will be harder than yours. Believe me, you will soon surpass him. So, let go of this insignificant matter. Fang Yuan will not be your rival, nor is he worthy of being called your rival. Your real rival is the A-grade Fang Jing, the Mabe of the Mo family. Do you understand? Yes, thank you Grandpa for enlightening me. I understand. I will go down now and continue refining the Gu. The disappointment on Guiyue Cheng's face disappeared. What replaced it was a spirited fighting spirit. Okay. The elder Guiyue Lian nodded his head in satisfaction. He showed a kind smile. Good grandson, although your true aptitude is only C-grade, don't worry, I will support you with all my strength. Later, I will use the aura of a rank 3 Gu to suppress the moonlight Gu's willpower and help you refine this Gu. Chapter 22. The sky was blue and clear as if it had been washed. The sun was golden. White clouds floated and a group of colorful parrots chirped, forming an arrow formation under the blue sky and white clouds, flapping their wings and soaring. These colorful parrots only appeared in large groups in spring. Their feathers were colorful and they were the size of eagles. Their heads and beaks were like parrots, and their tails were like a peacock's, dragging long. It had been more than 10 days since Fang Yuan won first place in the test to refine his vital Gu. The spring breeze blew the green grass on the mountain, the wildflowers bloomed, and the bees and butterflies danced around. It was a beautiful scene of spring, full of vitality. The atmosphere of spring was so strong that even the tall bamboo walls around the training field could not cover it. The training field covered an area of 3 acres. The ground was flat, paved with a thick and wide layer of limestone. The surroundings were transplanted with green spear bamboos. These dark green bamboos were close to each other, straight, forming a circle of tall green walls. Although the corners of the walls were also paved with stone bricks, many places had already sprouted grass. Between the bamboos, there were wild roses that drilled in from the outside and even climbed up the walls. 57 15-year-old youths stood in the middle of the training field, forming a semicircle, watching the academy elder in the center. This was a lesson to teach the youths how to use the Moonlight Gu. The Moonlight Gu is the signature Gu of our Guiyue clan, just like the Xiong family's Bear Power Gu and the Bai family's Stream Gu. Most of the people here have chosen the Moonlight Gu as their vital Gu. Watch carefully, I will personally demonstrate how to activate the Moonlight Gu to attack. Students whose vital Gu is not the Moonlight Gu, you must also focus. This classic long-range attack method can be used on other Gu, and has a wide range of applications. As he spoke, the academy elder stretched out his right hand, spreading his fingers and lowering his palm so that the youths could see his palm. First, use your mind to move the moonlight goo into your own palm. As he spoke, the crescent mark that represented the moonlight goo moved along the elder's arm to his palm. Then move the primeval essence in your aperture and pour it into the moonlight goo. A trace of silver-colored primeval essence gushed out of the elder's body, almost imperceptibly, and entered the moonlight goo in his palm. The Academy Elder was a rank 3 goo master, and only a rank 3 goo master could condense a silver luster of primeval essence. A rank 1 goo master's primeval essence was called bronze primeval essence, while a rank 2 goo master's was called red steel primeval essence. Only at the third rank would it be silver primeval essence. After absorbing this sliver of silver true essence, the crescent moon mark in the center of the elder's hand immediately became brighter and brighter. Even though it was daytime, it still emitted a bright pale blue radiance. Amazing! So beautiful! The youths couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when they saw this scene. The pale blue light, as clear as water, flickered faintly in the elder's hand. At first glance, it was as if the Academy Elder was holding a handful of moonlight in his hand. The Academy Elder smiled. "Watch carefully. The last step is to shoot it out like I did." As he spoke, he slowly closed his spread fingers, then raised his arm and slowly straightened it. Finally he waved his palm lightly. His movements were steady and powerful. Whoosh! The youths heard a light sound in their ears. Following the Academy Elder's movement, the pale blue light condensed on his palm was thrown out just like that. The light formed a small moon blade in the air. The pale blue moon blade was only the size of a palm, just like the crescent moon in the night sky. It drew a straight line in the air and then hit a grass puppet 10 meters away. With a swish, the grass puppet's 30-centimeter thick neck was cut off by the moon blade. The puppet's body swayed and its huge head fell to the ground. After cutting off the grass puppet, the moon blade immediately dimmed. However, it still flew for another 6 meters in the air before the crescent moon gradually faded away, finally dissipating into the air. Looking at the grass puppet's neck, the cut surface was extremely smooth, as if it had been cut with the sharpest sickle. Almost all the youths stared with their eyes wide open, looking at this scene in shock. A few of them couldn't help but touch their own necks, shocked by the moonblade's attack power. After a short period of silence, exclamations came again and again. Some of the youths' eyes lit up, staring at the grass puppet. Some stared at the Academy Elder's palm. There were also some who whispered to each other, discussing excitedly. Only Fang Yuan was hidden in the crowd, his expression cold and indifferent, not moving at all. In his previous life, his cultivation had reached rank 6, and he founded the Blood-Winged Demon sect in the central continent, with tens of thousands of followers. He was known as the big shot of the demonic path, and his reputation was illustrious. The Academy Elder was only a rank 3 goo master, and this method was child's play. It would not cause a ripple in Fang Yuan's heart. Next, as long as you have successfully refined the moonlight goo, step forward. Each of you will have a grass puppet. Follow my method just now, activate the moon blade and practice attacking. Just as the Academy Elder finished speaking, more than 30 youths stood up. This year, the entire clan had more than 100 youths participating in the awakening ceremony. There were 57 students who had the talent to cultivate. Among them, 35 chose the moonlight goo. After these days of hard work, they had all refined the moonlight goo. The rest of the youths were all D-grade talents. It was not that they did not want to refine the moonlight goo, but their talent was not good enough, so they could only retreat. To the Guiyue clan youths, the moonlight goo was no longer a simple goo worm, but a symbol of the clan's glory. Soon, 35 youths stood in a row. 10 meters away from each of them, there was a grass puppet erected in front of them. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the line, not attracting attention. Practice began. The youths all stretched out their right hands, transferring the moonlight goo into their palms. The blue crescent moon imprints, with the injection of bronze-colored primeval essence, emitted aqua-blue radiance one by one. But when they cut in the air with their palms, only 7 or 8 crescent moons flew out. Some of these crescent moons only appeared for a moment, then quickly dissipated. Some just flew out 2 or 3 meters and suddenly with a bang collapsed into blue flowing light. Some flew far but the direction was off, directly flying into the sky. The youths all frowned. Watching the elders' demonstration just now, it seemed quite simple. But when they personally tried it out, they realized the knack within. To send out a moon blade and hit the grass puppet at the same time, it was really not easy. The elder watched with a slight smile. He saw this scene every year, so he was not surprised. The remaining 22 youths could only stand outside the field, watching enviously. After practicing for 5 minutes, the youths were gradually able to send out the moonblade. For a moment, the sky above the martial arts field was filled with light blue moonblades flying everywhere. Some of the moonblades dissipated halfway, some unfortunately collided with each other, and some flew out of the field, slanted and disorderly. Only a few moonblades were able to hit the grass puppet. Of course, this was a case of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. The academy elder began to conduct individual tutoring. He focused on Fangjing, Mabe, and Qiqing, these outstanding students, patiently correcting their mistakes and postures and teaching them his own insights. As for C-grade students like Fang Yuan, he only gave a few words of advice. Fang Yuan had been condensing the blue light in his hand. He waved his palm a few times in the air, but he condensed it and did not release it. Seeing that the field was chaotic and no one was paying attention to him, he moved his mind and loosened his control of the moonlight goo. His palm tilted slightly, making a palm knife slashing action. In order not to attract attention, he did not aim at the grass puppet opposite him, but instead aimed at the one in front of him on the left. With a swoosh, a moon blade flew out quickly, passing through the chaotic area in the center, drawing a straight line in the air, accurately hitting the neck of the grass puppet. The grass puppet trembled, its neck was cut in half by the moon blade, but soon the green grass stalk that was cut began to grow again, tangling together, and the wound healed. This grass puppet, of course, was not an ordinary grass puppet, but a rank 1 grass puppet goo. It had a slight self-healing ability of the plant attribute. Unless the grass puppet was cut in half, the wound would heal after a while. Wow, look at this moon blade. Amazing, who sent it? There were very few moon blades that could hit the grass puppet. Fang Yuan had only casually attacked, but it had created the most obvious attack effect so far. It immediately caused the students outside the field to exclaim in surprise. Even the academy elder's attention was attracted. He asked, "That moonblade just now was not bad. Did you send it?" He looked at a C-grade student with a questioning gaze. Because that puppet corresponded to him. This male student blinked his eyes. Facing the sudden stares of the crowd, he seemed to be at a loss of what to do. To be honest, the scene was too chaotic just now. Moonblades were flying everywhere, and he did not know if he was the one who sent it. But it looks like it's possible, right? The young man thought and nodded subconsciously. The surrounding students suddenly had a whole new level of respect for him. Who is he? What's his name? Some of the female students asked the people around them. Even he can send moonblades, I can't lose. Guyue Mabe's eyes flashed with determination. So it wasn't brother who sent it. Guyue Fangjing let out a sigh of relief. After being comforted by his aunt and uncle, he had already recovered from the previous shock. Brother, you got first last time because you were lucky and chose a weak-willed moonlight goo. A goo master's cultivation cannot always rely on luck. I will win against you. Fangjing encouraged himself in his heart. You did well. Continue to work hard and grasp that feeling just now. The academy elder patted the student's shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. The young man nodded his head excitedly, his eyes shining with a different light. The elder took the opportunity to announce, "Listen up, this is your homework. Practice well after class and we will check the results in 3 days. Whoever has the best results will get 10 yuan stones as a reward. Do you all hear me?" The students shouted in response. Hearing that there would be yuan stones as a reward, they could not help but get even more excited. However, after just 3 minutes, the moonblades flying in the air gradually became sparse. Damn it, every moonblade consumes 10% of my primeval essence. The consumption of the moonblade is too high. I am only AC grade, and my aperture can only store 38% of green copper primeval essence. I can only send out 3 moonblades in a row. The youths who stopped all sighed in despair. The academy elder witnessed all this and did not say anything, but he sighed in his heart. This is the benefit of having a high cultivation talent. To use the moonblade there are only 2 words, practice makes perfect. Those with high talent have more primeval essence in their aperture, and their primeval essence recovers faster, giving them more opportunities to practice. Those with low talent can use yuan stones to make up for it and increase the amount of practice. Those without high talent and without yuan stones, even if they want to practice, they will not have the strength. Sigh, a goo master's cultivation is so cruel. I better take care of those students with high talent. Chapter 23. The sun had set. The sunset glow was still burning in the sky. Looking at the mountains in the distance, they were covered with a thick layer of ash that was slowly turning black. In the academy, the day's lessons had ended. The students walked out in 2s and 3s. Today was really a happy day, I learned a lot of things. especially learning how to use the moonlight goo. The moonblade flying in the air is so cool. Too bad I don't have enough talent. In the future, I can only be a logistics goo master and can't go to the battlefield. The youths talked with great interest. Some people called their friends. Let's go eat together and drink some rice wine. How about it? Okay, that's a good suggestion. You guys go first. I have to go to the shop near the Academy's goo room to buy a grass puppet so I can practice at home. Fang Yuan came to the goo room alone. The Academy's goo room stored many rank 1 goo worms of various types. Fang Yuan's moonlight goo was chosen from there for free. Every once in a while, the students would have a chance to get a goo worm for free. If they wanted to get additional goo worms, they had to pay. Fang Yuan did not have the intention to refine other goo worms in the short term. He walked to the shop next to the goo room. It was a small shop. There were 7 students in the shop, bargaining with the shop owner for grass puppets. His junior brother. The rank 1 goo master in charge of the shop was in his 20s. After seeing Fang Yuan, he did his business and took the initiative to greet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was surprised. This goo master was Xianxia, the young goo master who taught the hunters in the inn a lesson. Oh, it's senior. Fang Yuan nodded, his face expressionless. Xianxia took out a grass puppet from the counter behind him and handed it to a student who was buying it. He smiled at Fang Yuan in a friendly manner and asked, "Junior, are you here to buy grass puppets too? Do I need to save one for you? Only 3 yuan stone. This thing sells very fast. Now there are only 7 left. If you wait any longer there will be no more stock." He had an arrogant attitude towards mortals, but towards Fang Yuan and the others he was very friendly. Fang Yuan shook his head, laughing in his heart. This Jianghu really knows how to do business. The grass puppet was made from the grass man goo. Including the input of primeval essence, the cost was only 1.5 yuan stone. Senior, that's not very nice of you. First come, first served. Why should we leave it for him? That's right, we've been here for a long time. You have to follow the rules when doing business. 3 pieces it is. You can have the yuan stone and I'll have the puppet. When the youths in the shop heard that there were only 7 puppets left, they became anxious. They stopped bargaining and took out their yuan stone to buy the puppets. Soon, the 7 of them left with satisfaction. "Junior brother, do you want to buy a grass puppet?" Jianghu asked with a smile. They said that they were just sold out, but there is actually an 8th one. If junior brother doesn't buy it, then you'll miss a good opportunity. Fang Yuan had no interest in the grass puppet. He shook his head and took out a yuan stone, putting it on the counter. "I want to buy 10 moon orchid petals." Jianghu stared blankly at Fang Yuan. He took away the yuan stone and pulled open the drawer of the counter. He took out a paper bag. 10 moon orchid petals, not one less. You can count them. Fang Yuan checked it in person. Finding that there were no mistakes, he left the small shop. Goo worms need to be fed. Goo masters refine and use goo, and at the same time they also need to raise goo. Refining goo is difficult and there is the danger of backlash. Using goo is not easy and requires a lot of practice. The knowledge of raising goo is even more extensive and profound. Because there are all kinds of goo worms, their food is also different. Some need to swallow soil, some need starlight, some need to drink tears, and some need to absorb the clouds of the 9 heavens. Take the 3 goo worms that Fang Yuan had now for example. The moonlight goo needs to swallow moon orchid petals twice a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, and each meal has 2 petals. As for the liquor worm, it needs to drink wine. A jar of green bamboo wine can support it for 4 days. The spring-autumn cicada is even more peculiar. It can directly drink water from the river of time to maintain its vitality. The river of time supports the operation of this world. It is not far away in the sky, but close at hand, flowing by everyone's side. Every action of all living beings requires the impetus of time. Time is like flowing water passing by quickly. The river of time is invisible and colorless, and all living beings actually live and exist in the river of time. After buying this bag of moon orchid petals, Fang Yuan went to the inn to buy green bamboo wine. The liquor worm can also drink some wine and rice wine to survive. But once it is this kind of inferior wine, the amount it drinks is huge and it needs a few jars every day. Fang Yuan calculated, it is better to buy green bamboo wine directly. Not only is it more cost-effective than buying inferior wine, it will also not arouse suspicion. "Young master, you are here." The inn's waiter already knew Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan directly threw 3 pieces of yuan stone to him and said with familiarity, "Give me a jar of green bamboo wine and give me a few good dishes. No need for change, put it here first, and at the end of the month we will settle it all together. Any overpayment will be refunded, any shortfall will be made up." Although he no longer lives in the inn, but moved to the school dormitory. But every time he buys wine he will eat here. Okay. Young master, please sit here, the wine and dishes will be ready soon. The waiter responded and led Fang Yuan to a seat. He took out the rag on his shoulder, politely wiped the table and stools and then left. As the waiter said, the wine and dishes were quickly served. Fang Yuan ate while calculating in his heart. 1 yuan stone can buy 10 petals and the moonlight goo consumes 4 every day. 1 jar of green bamboo wine is worth 2 yuan stone, and can support the liquor worm for 4 days. That is to say, just feeding these 2 goo will consume nearly 1 yuan stone every day. This may seem small, but it is actually very expensive. For a mortal family of 3, a month's living expenses are only 1 yuan stone. Since refining the goo until now it has been 16 days. Just raising the goo cost Fang Yuan 5 yuan stones. I got the flower wine inheritance, took away Fang Jing's bag of yuan stones and got the first prize. My yuan stone assets were as high as 5 yuan stones. But refining the goo used 5 yuan stones, feeding it took 5 yuan stones and half a yuan stone for living expenses. Now I should be left with 20 yuan stones. Fang Yuan took out his money bag and opened it. The bag was filled with pieces of yuan stone. These yuan stones were grayish-white in color, each oval, the same volume and the size of a duck's egg. Counting, there were really only 20 yuan stones left. That is to say, without any income, the yuan stone Fang Yuan had left was only enough for him to last for half a month. He was not like other people of the same age who more or less had friends and relatives to help them. Especially students like Guyue Mabe and Guyue Cheng, there was no shortage of yuan stone. And Fang Yuan could only think of a way himself. Uncle and aunt have already cut off my living expenses, but every weekend the family academy will give out 3 yuan stone as a subsidy to the students. Looks like I should perform well in the Moonblade assessment 3 days later, and get the 10 yuan stone as a reward. Fang Yuan chewed on his food as he thought. At his age his body was growing. Unknowingly, all the food had fallen into his stomach. Picking up the unopened green bamboo wine, Fang Yuan lifted his feet and walked out of the inn. Young master, young master. The shop assistant behind him chased after him. Let me tell young master something, in less than a month, there will be a caravan coming to the village. According to the usual practice they will buy our green bamboo wine. Young master loves green bamboo wine, and will buy a few jars every week. The shopkeeper instructed me to tell young master about this. Our green bamboo wine is limited, and after selling it to the caravan, I'm afraid there won't be much left. Is that so? Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in reading people and deciphering words. The shop assistant and the young goo master Xianxia said similar things, but Fang Yuan could naturally tell that Jianghu was lying, and the shop assistant was telling the truth. This was a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan needed to feed the liquor worm, and in the long run the amount of green bamboo wine needed was very large. If this inn was out of stock, he was afraid that in the future he would have to use a lot of inferior wine to feed the liquor worm. He could not drink several jars of wine in a day, and after a long time, it would arouse suspicion. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan took out 10 yuan stone, then buy another 5 jars and let me take them. Come with me to the academy dormitory. Yes, young master. The shop assistant quickly took the yuan stone. If there was no storage method, the moon orchid petals could only be stored for 5 days, so Fang Yuan only bought 1 bag at a time. But green bamboo wine could be stored for a long time, so there was no problem in this aspect. A few shop assistants followed Fang Yuan into the academy dormitory, placed the wine jars under the bed and left. Looking at the suddenly deflated money bag in his hand, Fang Yuan sighed. Refining goo was hard and raising goo was not easy. This was because he had 500 years of experience from his previous life. He did not need to practice using goo worms, which meant that the consumption of primeval essence was reduced, and this saved him a lot of expenses. Like the people around him, to practice using the moonlight goo, they had to consume primeval essence. To increase proficiency they had to practice a few times. The consumption of primeval essence was too high, and the recovery was too slow, so they could only use yuan stone to replenish. Buying a grass puppet would cost 3 primeval stones. This was all money. Luckily my spring-autumn cicada consumes time and not other food. Otherwise I would have gone bankrupt long ago and could not afford it. Fang Yuan felt very lucky. The higher the level of goo worm, the larger the appetite, or the rarer the food, the harder it was to raise. A rank 2 ordinary goo worm would consume 1 to 2 primeval stones a day. It was still good to be able to buy food. Some goo worms' food was especially hard to find, and the market simply did not have such goods. Just like the spring-autumn cicada's food was time, which was even more precious. As the saying goes, an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. No matter how much money you have, can you buy time? You can't. In theory, there was no limit to the number of gu a gu master could refine. As long as you could refine, 10, 100 or even 1,000 would do. You could refine however many gu you wanted to refine. But in fact, a gu master usually only had 4 or 5 gu worms. What? The biggest reason was that they could not afford to raise them. The higher the rank of the gu worm, the more expensive it was to feed it. This often caused gu masters to be strapped for cash, giving them a headache. Another reason was that they could not afford to use it. Activating the Moonlight Gu, one Moonblade attack would consume 10% of primeval essence. A C-grade gu master could only launch 3 to 4 attacks, and the primeval essence in his aperture would be used up. No matter how many gu worms you raised, if you could not use them, wouldn't it all be a waste? Thus, there was a saying in gu master cultivation. Raising gu was like raising a mistress. To raise a mistress, one had to buy food, clothes, a house and so on. It was very expensive, and raising too many would cost too much. Normal people could not afford it. Even if they could raise so many, a man's energy was limited and he could not afford it. Was he going to raise it for nothing? The gu master's realm increased, but the gu worm's food standard also increased. Thus, don't think that gu masters had no limit to the number of gu they could refine. Most gu masters would only raise 4 or 5 gu worms of the same rank. If the number was any higher, the gu master would go bankrupt. Chapter 24. 3 days later. Lowering your body to dodge is a common technique to restrain swinging punches. When the enemy attacks, quickly crouch down and take the opportunity to counterattack, attacking his crotch and stomach. Don't be afraid of swinging punches. Those who often use swinging punches are brainless and impulsive people. On the training field, the academy's boxing instructor spoke as he demonstrated the moves. A wooden puppet swept its right fist over. The boxing instructor crouched down and dodged the attack, then punched the puppet's stomach. After a few punches, the wooden puppet fell to the ground. The students gathered in a circle to watch, but most of them could not raise their spirits, showing a lack of interest. The academy taught many kinds of courses, and this class was teaching the basics of boxing. Using fists and legs to exert strength was much inferior to the cool Moonblade attacks. The youths were almost distracted. The next class is the Moonlight Gu's usage test. How's your training recently? Not bad. I can use all 3 Moonblades, but rarely can I hit all of them. Usually there are 2 hits on the grass puppet. About the same as me. These days, in order to practice this, I bought a grass puppet. The youths were whispering, their minds were no longer here, they were all worried about the next class's test. For this test, they had trained hard for a long time after class. Now they were all full of energy, looking forward to the test. The students' discussion entered the instructor's ears. The boxing instructor turned around and shouted, "Talking is forbidden in class, all of you shut up and watch carefully." He was a rank 2 gu master, his body was muscular, his upper body was strong, and his bronze skin was covered with scars. His shout was majestic, immediately suppressing all the youths in the field. The martial arts practice field was silent. The basics of boxing is the most important. Especially in the early stages of a gu master's cultivation, it is more important than anything else. All of you focus. After a round of reprimanding, the martial arts instructor summoned another wooden puppet. This light yellow wooden puppet was 2 meters tall, and when its wooden feet stepped on the bluestone floor, it made a crisp sound. It opened its arms and clumsily rushed towards the instructor. The instructor dodged its attack, then suddenly hugged its waist and pushed it forward, pushing the wooden puppet to the ground. Then he rode on the wooden puppet's waist and quickly punched the wooden puppet's head. The wooden puppet resisted for a moment before its head was smashed by the instructor's rain-like fists. It lay paralyzed on the ground, motionless. The martial arts instructor stood up. His breath was still calm and long. He explained to the students, "Don't be afraid when facing a tall enemy in close combat. Destroying the opponent's center of gravity is a wise tactic to control the enemy. Just like what I did just now, I grabbed the enemy's waist, controlled his hip bone, and pushed him forward. After that, he would ride on the opponent's body and punch them fiercely. Those who have no intention of defending will instantly collapse." The students nodded repeatedly, but most of their gazes were filled with disapproval. The head instructor saw everything and smiled bitterly in his heart. It had always been like this in the past. Young people were naturally easily attracted by gorgeous things. Without personal experience, it was difficult for the youngsters to understand the importance of basic punches and kicks. In fact, especially to early-stage Gu masters, basic punches and kicks may seem inconspicuous, but they are more important than moonblade attacks. Remember, in close combat, don't just stare at the enemy's eyes, but pay attention to their shoulders. Whether the enemy punches or kicks, their shoulders will move first. Speed is very important in close combat. The speed here is not the speed of the attack but the speed of the feet. Distance is the best defense. Legs need to be flexible, that way it will be easier to explode with power. When moving and punching, maintain a triangular support. Otherwise, if you lose control of your lower body, the enemy will not fall but you will fall instead. The martial arts instructor explained patiently as he demonstrated. This was the precious experience he had accumulated through long periods of battles, using blood and tears. It was a pity that the students outside did not realize this. They gradually started to whisper to each other again. The focus of their discussion was still on the moonblade assessment in the next lesson. This martial arts instructor is very practical, but there's a problem with his teaching method. Fang Yuan watched quietly from the crowd, nodding and shaking his head. This instructor's teaching was not methodical, it was purely out of interest, teaching whatever he wanted to teach. Thus, the things he taught were messy, many and complicated. Many students listened attentively at first, but gradually lost interest and shifted their attention to other aspects. Only Fang Yuan listened attentively. Others were learning but he was revising. His battle experience was much richer than the martial arts instructors, but listening to someone else's explanation was also a form of cultivation verification. Gu Master's fighting style was usually divided into close combat and long range. The moonblade attack was the long range type, but strictly speaking, it could only be considered mid to long range, because its attack range was only 10 meters. If it was a close combat Gu Master, this martial arts instructor was the best example. They would usually choose a Gu worm that could amplify their body and carry out cultivation. These Gu worms gave them strength, agility, reaction, endurance and so on that surpassed normal people. Just like this martial arts instructor, his skin was bronze in color. This was not his natural skin color, but the effect of a copper skin Gu. The copper skin Gu would greatly increase the defense of the Gu Master's skin, allowing the Gu Master to take more damage. One moonblade consumes 10% of primeval essence. How many times can a Gu Master use it in battle? The number of times is very few, especially for novices. It cannot form an effective attack. It can only be used as a trump card. Its deterrence is greater than its destructive power. To a rank 1 Gu Master, what is useful is still martial arts. Because martial arts attacks last longer and are more reliable. It's a pity that they have not experienced this personally, so they don't know. Fang Yuan used his gaze to glance at his peers around him, and his lips curled into a cold smile. The basic martial arts class finally ended. After a short break, the academy elder arrived late under the anticipating gazes of the youths. He waved his hand, pointing at the row of grass puppets under the bamboo wall, and went straight to the point. Alright, today is the day to check the results. You guys form a group of 5, come up one by one, and use the moonblade to attack 3 times. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The first group of students walked up, the moonblades dancing in the air. After 3 rounds, only 9 moonblades hit the grass puppets. The academy elder shook his head slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. This hit rate was too low, and the key was that out of the 5, 2 of them only managed to use 2 moonblades. You guys have to practice well from now on, especially you and you. The elder reprimanded them slightly and waved his hand. Next group. The 2 who were reprimanded walked down the stage dejectedly. One of the young girl's eyes were red, feeling wronged. She only had C-grade talent, and she could not bear to use Yuan Stone to recover her primeval essence quickly. Thus, she did not practice much these 3 days, causing her to not be familiar with using the moonblade. Gu masters needed money to refine Gu, to raise Gu, and to practice using Gu also needed money. But where did she get so much money? Although she had the support of her parents, every family had their own difficulties. Being short of money was a common predicament for Gu masters. Since I have no hope of getting first, I might as well give up and save Yuan Stone, isn't that better? Thinking of this, the young girl calmed down. There were many who had the same thoughts as the young girl. Because of the lack of practice, many students performed poorly. The academy elder's brows furrowed even deeper. Fang Yuan saw this and shook his head in his heart. These people are so pitiful and pitiful. For some Yuan Stone, they gave up on the chance to improve themselves. Yuan Stone is for use like a miser saving Yuan Stone. Why did they become a Gu Master? In other words, only the short-sighted would haggle over every penny, often neglecting the essentials. On the other hand, those with lofty ambitions were usually able to display a magnanimous and forgiving attitude. It's finally my turn. At this time, Gyue Mabe's horse walked onto the stage with a confident smile on its face. His body was sturdy, and emitted a valiant aura. After standing still, he raised his hand and released 3 moonblades, all 3 hitting. 2 of them hit the puppet's chest, and 1 hit the puppet's left arm, cutting off a few green grass pieces. Such a result naturally attracted a wave of praise from the youths. Not bad. The elders' brows relaxed slightly. Another group came up and one of them was Gyue Cheng. Gyue Cheng was short, his face full of pockmarks, and his expression showed slight nervousness. He consecutively released 3 moonblades, all hitting the puppet's chest, leaving 3 crisscrossing scars. The scars turned from deep to shallow, and after a few breaths because of the grass puppet's self-healing, it returned to its original appearance. But such a performance was already on par with Gyue Mabe, and received the elders' praise as well. Qiqing held his head high as he walked down the stage, giving Mabe a provocative look on the way. Umph. Off the stage, Gyue Mabe snorted coldly, but he did not stare back at Qiqing, instead looking at Gyue Fangjing who had yet to go on stage. He was clear that the only ones who posed a threat were Gyue Cheng and Gyue Fangjing. The former was the same as him, a B-grade talent, and had a constant supply of Yuan stone. The latter was an A-grade talent, and even though the Yuan stone wasn't as abundant as theirs, relying on the recovery speed of his qi, he could still practice a lot in a short period of time. Now that Gyue Cheng's result was out, and he was on par with Mabe, only Gyue Fangjing was left. In the last few groups, Gyue Fangjing finally went on stage. Chapter 25. Is he Fang Yuan or Fangjing? Some of the students muttered. There were still some who couldn't tell the difference between Fang Yuan and Fangjing, the twins. It's Fangjing. Fang Yuan always has a cold expression on his face, there's never a nervous expression on his face. Someone answered. Oh, then there's something to see. Fangjing is the only A-grade prodigy in our stronghold in the past 3 years. Everyone looked at him. Fangjing could feel the pressure from their gazes, which made him even more nervous. Standing in the arena, his fingers were trembling slightly. His first crescent blade was originally aimed at the chest of the straw puppet, but because of his nervousness he missed. In the end, the crescent blade landed on the straw puppet's neck. The youths immediately let out soft gasps of surprise. They thought that Fangjing had done it on purpose, not aiming for the straw puppet's chest, which was the easiest to hit, but the neck. This was a sign that he was confident in his attacking technique. They couldn't help but look forward to Fangjing's next performance even more. Gyue Mabe and Gyue Qingqing's expressions darkened. The only ones who could see that Fangjing had made a mistake were the Academy Elder and Fang Yuan. That was close. Seeing this crescent blade, Fangjing exclaimed in his heart, secretly feeling that he was lucky. He took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and released 2 more crescent blades. This time he didn't make a mistake, and both crescent blades hit the straw puppet's chest accurately. This result made the Academy Elder nod his head, while Mabe and Qiqing calmed down. Fangjing's result was on par with theirs, and it was up to the Academy Elder to grade. The other students let out sighs of disappointment. Fangjing's subsequent performance was not outstanding, and they were slightly disappointed. There was nothing interesting about the next few groups. No one could perform better than Mabe, Qiqing, and Fangjing. The youths began to whisper to each other. It seems that the first place in today's assessment will be decided between the 3 of them. All 3 of them hit the straw puppet. I wonder who the elder will favor. Wait, it's the last group. Fang Yuan is up. Oh, you mean that cold genius of the C grade? Until the last group, Fang Yuan went up on stage. Is that Fang Yuan? Gyue Mabe looked up at Fang Yuan, then lowered his eyes, not paying much attention to him. Last time you got lucky and accidentally chose a weak-willed Moonlight Gu, which allowed you to get first place. Let's see how you perform this time. Gyue Qiqing crossed his arms, waiting to see Fang Yuan make a fool of himself. Brother. This time is not the same as last time. I've trained hard for so long, I can definitely surpass you. In the crowd, Gyue Fangjing pursed his lips, his fists clenched tightly. Last time in the assessment to refine the vital Gu, he got second place with his A-grade aptitude, so naturally he was not convinced. Especially when he understood the reason for Fang Yuan's victory, it was because of his good luck that he got first place. This made him even more dissatisfied. To Gyue Fangjing, winning against his brother Fang Yuan had a special meaning to him. Many gazes were focused on Fang Yuan, even the Academy Elder was looking at him. Fang Yuan was unmoved, his expression cold. After he stood still, he channeled his primeval essence into the moonlight goo in his palm, and with a wave of his hand, he released the first moonblade. The moonblade flew high, not only over the straw puppet's head, but also above the bamboo wall. After flying for about 15 meters, the light dimmed and disappeared into the air. Some people could not help but laugh. That's too far off. Some people laughed coldly. He's indeed a genius, no wonder he got first place in refining goo. Some people said sarcastically. In the early years, when Fang Yuan created poems and displayed his early wisdom, these people were dissatisfied. Later on he got first place in refining goo with luck. Adding to their dissatisfaction was jealousy. Many people were waiting to watch a good show, waiting for the genius Fang Yuan to make a fool of himself, and Fang Yuan's moonblade did not disappoint them. The crowd burst into laughter. The academy elder shook his head slightly, laughing at himself in his heart. Why did he pay attention to Fang Yuan for no reason? He was only a C grade and only got first place in refining goo because of a moment of luck. He had already made up his mind, although Mabe, Qiqing and Fangjing's results were the same, he would choose Fangjing as first place. The battle between Guyue Mabe and Guyue City was the epitome of the political struggle between the two powerful elders in the clan. The academy elder had always been in the middle, and did not want to get involved in the political whirlpool. The academy elder was more inclined towards the clan leader, Guyue Bo, while Fangjing was on the clan leader's side. Furthermore, he had an A-grade aptitude, so choosing him as first place was somewhat biased towards him, and could be accepted by the clan's higher-ups. A warm spring breeze blew, and the fragrance of flowers floated into the battle arena. The sunlight shone on Fang Yuan's body, casting a lonely shadow on the ground. His expression was still cold, quietly looking at the straw puppet 10 meters away, the moonblade imprint in the center of his hand emitting a faint blue light. The first moonblade was of course purposely missed by him. Now he only had 2 chances left, and considering the academy elder's standpoint, if he wanted to get first place, he had to create an effect that far surpassed everyone else's attack. There are only 2 chances left, it's impossible. Brother, I finally won. Guyue Fangjing's eyes stared unblinkingly at Fang Yuan. Since young, the shadow that his brother had cast in his life was finally fading away at this moment. Fangjing felt that victory was close at hand, and subconsciously clenched his fists, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. Brother, winning you this time is only the beginning. Next, I will win you again and again until the shadow in my heart is completely removed. I want to prove to the clan the excellence of an A-grade prodigy. Fangjing said to himself in his heart. But at this moment, Fang Yuan made his move. His right palm was like a knife chopping through the air. With a soft sound, the blue light that enveloped his palm broke free, flew into the air, and turned into a blue moonblade shooting towards the straw puppet. In the next second, Fang Yuan's right palm lit up with a layer of blue light again. With a flip of his palm, he chopped out the third moonblade. His 2 attacks were connected smoothly and perfectly. The 2 moonblades flew out one after the other, and were less than half a meter apart in the air. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the 2 moonblades accurately hit the straw puppet's neck. Fangjing's pupils shrank, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. In the next moment, the students had a shocked expression, and slowly opened their mouths wide. They saw the straw puppet's head slowly tilt to one side, then fall from its neck and finally fall to the ground, bouncing once and rolling a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Fang Yuan had chopped off its head. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Is this luck or skill? The academy elder frowned. The same doubt also circled in the hearts of the rest of the students. For a moment, the martial arts arena fell into silence. How could this be? Fangjing murmured, and he stared blankly at Fang Yuan. The surging emotions in his heart suddenly disappeared, and he fell into a deep valley. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes as if he didn't notice the gazes of the crowd on him. Coo. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a flock of colorful parrots suddenly flapped their wings and flew into the air. They dragged their beautiful and slender tails, cooing as they flew in circles in the air. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the martial arts arena and looked up. Under the bright sunlight, the colorful feathers of the birds were even more dazzling. His expression was calm, as if he wasn't the one who had just chopped off the straw puppet's head. The spring sun is really bright. He sighed in his heart. Chapter 26. It was close to evening and the setting sun was like blood. The afterglow shone on the academy, and more than 50 students sat upright. On the stage, the academy elder was reading out the names one by one, distributing the allowance. This was the yuan stone allowance that the academy gave out every 7 days, as a form of financial aid for these youths. After all, with their strength, to feed their own gu worms was a huge financial burden. Guyue Fang Yuan. The elder read. Fang Yuan stood up from the last row by the window, walking up to the stage and receiving the 2 money bags. In one bag there were 3 yuan stones as the clan allowance. The other bag had 10 yuan stones as a reward. Work hard. The elder looked deeply at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had obtained first place twice in a row, causing the clan elder who was originally disappointed to start paying some attention to him. Fang Yuan nodded, keeping the money bags and returning to his seat. Damn it, he took first place again. Guyue Mo Qin stared at Fang Yuan, feeling indignant. Those 2 moon blades hit the puppet's neck consecutively. Is this his dog shit luck or his true strength? Guyue Mo Qin squinted his eyes. From the end of the exam until now, this question had been lingering in his heart. Not only him, but many of the students' gazes either intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Fang Yuan. This question tormented them. Even though they had lost, they were still unwilling and wanted to get to the bottom of it. When it was about to end, the academy elder announced something. You have all been in the academy for some time now, and are familiar with the usage of the vital gu. In the following days, I will teach you how to nurture your aperture and raise your gu master's cultivation realm. The higher the gu master's realm, the more condensed their primeval essence. Rank 1 gu masters have green copper primeval essence, rank 2 gu masters have red iron primeval essence, and rank 3 gu masters have white silver primeval essence. 1 portion of red iron primeval essence is equivalent to 10 portions of green copper primeval essence. Similarly, 1 portion of white silver primeval essence is equivalent to 10 portions of red iron primeval essence. You have to remember, gu worms are just tools we use. Cultivation is the foundation of US gu masters. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the gu worm. In the following 3 months, whoever could advance to rank 1 middle stage first would be rewarded with 30 yuan stones, and would also have the right to choose the second gu worm. 3 months later we will appoint a class monitor and 2 deputy class monitors based on the results. Yuan stone allowance will be 10 yuan stone allowance for the class monitor, and yuan stone allowance for the vice class monitor will be increased to 5 yuan stones. Alright, that's all for today. Everyone disperse. The elder's words caused the entire academy to buzz. They're going to appoint a class monitor and deputy class monitor. Someone excitedly clenched his fist. The monitor gets 10 yuan stone every 7 days, and the deputy monitor gets 5? If I can be the first to advance to the middle stage of the first job transition, I will definitely become the chairman. Someone's eyes shone brightly. Yuan stone is not the main point. The main point is that the positions of class monitor and deputy monitor represent glory, and their statuses are above everyone else. When ordinary students see the class monitor, they have to bow and greet him. Guyue Mabe, Qiqing and the rest did not lack yuan stone, but they valued this glory very much. Becoming the class monitor, that's right, being the first to advance to the middle stage of the first job transition. Let Big Brother bow and greet me when he sees me in the future. Wait, where's Big Brother? Guyue Fangjing subconsciously looked back, but Fang Yuan's seat was already empty. The students walked out of the academy one after another. Guyue, where's Fang Yuan? Guyue Mabe wanted to find Fang Yuan and ask him face to face. But Fang Yuan had already left a step earlier. He ran pretty fast. Is he afraid? Looks like he got lucky again in today's assessment. Guyue Qing sneered. Forget it, it's just a reward of 10 yuan stone, there's no need to care about this. The most important thing now is to advance to the middle stage and get the position of the class monitor. Guyue Mabe squinted his eyes, looking at Guyue Qing and Guyue Fangjing beside him. These two were his real opponents. As for Fang Yuan, he was just a C-grade talent, he was not enough. The first 2 assessments, Fang Yuan was lucky enough to get first place. But this time's assessment only focuses on cultivation talent. If one's talent is 1 grade higher, the advantage is huge. Guyue Qing felt depressed. His real talent was only C grade, it was only because he cheated that he gave the false impression of being B grade. A position of the class monitor and 2 positions of the vice class monitor are enough to make them rub their fists. What a hot-blooded and naive age. Fang Yuan leaned against the entrance of the academy, laughing coldly in his heart. The so-called glory was just a value tool used by the superior to motivate the subordinates. In the end, it was just a layer of illusory halo. What use was it? With 500 years of life experience, Fang Yuan had long understood the mystery behind it. Whether it's a family, a sect, or a demonic cult, whether it's this world or Earth, any organization is the same. Setting up a high and low position, clearly defining the promotion method, allows the people in the organization to continuously climb up from a low position. Because it's human nature to chase after profits, and power often gives people the illusion that they are superior to others, that their lives are more valuable than others. The word power is like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey. People are stimulated by it, one after another, trying to curry favor. After climbing up a level, there's an even higher level. Little do they know, in the process of currying favor, their labor is squeezed, and the value they produce is exploited by the superior. All organizations, as long as they have a subordinate relationship, serve the superior. The so-called class monitor and vice-class monitor are the smallest carrot, luring others into the family system. And in order to prevent the inferior from seeing through this truth, the superior often unifies the values, clearly defining the concepts of glory, merit, and so on, setting up high and low positions, unequal benefits, or using religion to rule the hearts of people. This is the truth, but unfortunately most people in the world don't understand, foolishly working hard for others. And all the organizations in the world, the most fundamental essence is only one, and that is the redistribution of resources. The higher the level, the more resources they can enjoy. In his previous life, Fang Yuan founded the Blood-Wing demonic cult in the central continent, teaching tens of thousands of people. He also set up the positions of demonic soldier, demonic general, and so on, and gave corresponding benefits, causing countless people to flock to them and be ordered around by Fang Yuan. This kind of experience allowed him to have a clear understanding of the Tao. So, any organization is just a facade, the real foundation is only one word: resources. Without resources to eat, they will starve to death. Without resources to drink, they will die of thirst. Without resources to cultivate, they will be weak, and sooner or later they will be bullied to death. Anyuan stone is the most important resource for a Gu master's cultivation. Fang Yuan's eyes were as deep as a serene lake. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curled up, forming a cold smile. He had left the academy early, and now stood at the academy's entrance, seeing the first batch of students walking out, gradually approaching him. It's Fang Yuan. What is he doing blocking the entrance? Every time I see him like this, I get annoyed. Don't mind him, he's probably waiting for someone. The youngsters did not mind, and just as they were about to walk over, Fang Yuan took a step forward, blocking them. This is a robbery. Everyone hand over a piece of Yuan stone and you can leave. Chapter 27. The youths were both shocked and furious. What? Did I hear that right? Fang Yuan, have you lost your mind? How dare you stand in front of the academy's gate and blackmail us? Have you gone mad from poverty? Who gave you the guts to set your sights on us? Get lost. You're just a third-grade martial artist and you dare to block my way? If you don't scram, I'll send you flying with a kick. Fang Yuan suddenly attacked. He formed a palm with his right hand and ruthlessly chopped down. His movements were accurate and fast, and the lower edge of his palm struck the left side of a person's neck. How could this unfortunate youth have expected Fang Yuan to suddenly attack him? Just as he was cursing, he suddenly suffered a heavy blow. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Fuck. You really dare to make a move? The crowd was in an uproar and the youth subconsciously took a step back. Guiyue, Northern Giant, has fainted, what do we do? Someone shouted in alarm and fear. What else can we do? There are so many of us, but Fang Yuan is alone. Let's rush over and give him a good beating. Someone shouted, exploding with anger. That's right. He doesn't know what's good for him and dares to challenge us alone. He must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Everyone attacked together. However, before they could do anything, Fang Yuan had already made his move. He took a few steps forward and rushed into the crowd first. His palm slashed diagonally, chopping a youth's neck. The youth rolled his eyes and collapsed. A young man shouted and swung his fist at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lowered his body and dodged, raising his leg and kicking this person's crotch. The youth's shout was originally loud and passionate, but after being struck by this attack, the pitch of his voice suddenly rose, becoming sharp and sharp, filled with misery and pain. He covered his crotch with both hands and his knees went soft. He knelt on the ground and rolled on the ground, screaming and screaming. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Fang Yuan raised his palms, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He had 500 years of battle experience, and these youths were just a bunch of newbies who had just started cultivating. How could they be a match for him? In the blink of an eye, this group of youths were all taken down by Fang Yuan. All of them either fainted or lay on the ground. They were in so much pain that they sucked in a breath of cold air. What's going on? Guiyue Mabe arrived a step later and exclaimed. He saw Fang Yuan standing at the entrance of the academy, and 5 or 6 students lying around him. Fang Yuan, he wants to extort us for our Yuan stone. A youth who was lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, shouted angrily. Quite energetic. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he kicked the youth's abdomen. Oh! The youth immediately screamed in pain, his body curling up like a shrimp. A look of fear appeared on his face. Tears and mucus flowed down his face, and he no longer dared to speak carelessly. Seeing this scene, the youths who rushed over all felt Fang Yuan's cruelty, and their hearts palpitated. All right, all of you obediently hand over a piece of Yuan stone and I will let you go. Otherwise you will end up like these people on the ground. Fang Yuan took a big step forward, his voice cold. Bullshit. You're just a mere C grade and you want to defeat me, a B grade? Guiyue Mabe was enraged. He raised his fist and rushed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's ankle turned slightly, and he lightly leaned to the side, dodging his fist. Then he stretched out his left hand, raised his index and middle finger, and accurately poked the center of the Mabe's collarbone below his throat. The Mabe's vision immediately turned black, and with a plop, he fell to the ground and fainted. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the youths who still wanted to charge forward all gasped, and their momentum came to a halt. Fang Yuan's attack in the eyes of these youths suddenly became profound and unfathomable. The fact that they did not pay attention to basic fist and leg techniques was vaguely mentioned in class. The human body had many weak parts, and the few parts that Fang Yuan attacked were some of them. If these parts were attacked, it would cause a person to faint on the spot, and if it was serious, it would be life-threatening. But Fang Yuan knew when to stop. Those who were knocked down by him either fainted or felt intense pain, and temporarily lost the ability to fight. None of them were seriously injured. This was the terror of 500 years of battle experience. Hand it over or not? Fang Yuan took a step forward and forced the other youths. The youths looked at each other, then gritted their teeth or roared and rushed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged and attacked at the same time. His cultivation level was low, but it was still there. His heart was as calm as ice, and his movements were fast and accurate. Plop plop. After a few breaths, another group of youths fell to the ground. Too cruel. Too scary. Don't tell me they're dead? There were still a few girls who did not rush forward. Their eyes were wide open, and seeing this scene, their bodies trembled more and more. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across them, and their beautiful faces paled. They hurriedly waved their hands and retreated. Don't come over. We'll hand it over. Fang Yuan took a few Yuan stones and let them go. They stumbled out of the academy's main gate and more students came over. To leave the academy, this main gate was the only way. If Fang Yuan blocked this gate, he would be able to block all the students. Damn, what happened? The youths widened their eyes in shock. Isn't that Guiyue Mabe? Guiyue Cheng looked at the unconscious Mabe on the ground, and was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan opened his mouth to speak, and the youths were instantly enraged. They attacked and then fell. Master Elder, are we just going to keep watching and not stop him? What if someone dies? How are we going to clean up this mess? The guards' faces were full of worry. But some of the guards were furious. This Fang Yuan, he is too daring. You actually dared to blackmail your classmate right in front of our eyes, right in front of the academy's main gate. He is simply lawless. As long as Master gives the order, I will take him down. Fang Yuan blocking the academy's main gate, and publicly admitting that he was a violent act of blackmailing his classmates, had already attracted attention from the start. But the mortal guards did not have the authority to punish the students, and could only report to the academy elder first. When the academy elder heard the news, he did not immediately give the order to stop him, but went up to the pavilion and observed from afar. Seems like this child has a talent for battle. The academy elder was getting more and more interested as he watched. Fang Yuan's performance in using the crescent blade had already attracted the elder's suspicions, and now he was able to single-handedly fight against an entire group of students, with the elegance of someone who dominated the battlefield. The doubts in his heart were solved. In this world, there were some people who were especially sensitive to battle, and this was a hidden talent. They were good at fighting and loved to fight. In battle, they would often be inspired. They would often create shocking and even unimaginable results. This child is a natural battle-gu master. Unfortunately, his aptitude is only C grade and he is still lacking by a level. The academy elder sighed. Master, are you not going to stop this farce? If we let him continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be a good influence. The guards beside him all had an anxious look on their faces. Chapter 28. Why should I stop him? The academy elder raised his eyebrows and laughed. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Fang Yuan, saying, "This kid already has control of the entire situation and knows when to stop. Look at how he slashes at people's necks. He only slashes at the left and right sides, never at the back of the head or neck. This is because he knows that slashing at the left and right side of the neck can cause people to faint on the spot. But slashing at the back of the head and neck can cause death, so he gave up on this method of attack. Look at all these youngsters on the ground, which one of them is heavily injured? None. So what if they are heavily injured with our academy's healing Gu masters? Can't they heal this kind of injury? But Lord Elder, this kid is too arrogant. He is blocking the entrance and does not even put us guards in his eyes. It is fine if we are ignored, but the key is how the clansmen will look at our academy. They actually allowed a small C-grade student to create havoc in the academy and did not stop him. If this matter spreads, it will affect Lord's reputation." The guard squinted his eyes and said, "It is you who feel that this kid is ignoring you and offending your dignity, right?" The academy elder was displeased and sneered, his sharp gaze sweeping over the guards. All of them lowered their heads. Qidao did not dare to. What's wrong with fighting? As long as no lives are lost, it can stimulate the competitive mentality of the students and temper their fighting spirit. If we want to stop this kind of fighting, we will be killing the students' fighting spirit. Were there no fights in the previous years? There were fights every year and they happened very frequently. But in the past, it happened in the second half of the year, when the youngsters had grasped some fighting techniques and with strength, they could not help but itch to fight. Why did you not stop these people in the past? The academy elder questioned coldly. Maybe it is because the fights in the previous years were all one-on-one battles and rarely on such a large scale. But this Fang Yuan is really too much of a troublemaker. The guard leader replied. No, no, no. The academy elder shook his head. This is because you do not dare to stop him. Because in the second half of the year, Gu masters have battle strength that surpasses mortals. What can you, mere mortals, use to stop him? Now you want to stop Fang Yuan? Maybe you feel that he has just started cultivating and does not have enough strength. They also felt that he had disregarded them and offended their dignity. But you must remember, these students' surnames are all Guyue. He is a member of the Guyue clan, your master. No matter how young or weak he is still your master. The elder's tone suddenly turned severe. If your surname isn't Guyue, who do you think you are? Seeing how loyal you are, I gave you the position of a guard and rewarded you with some benefits. But in reality you are still slaves. He was just a servant. A servant dares to talk nonsense about his master and meddle in his master's affairs? The elder's face was as gloomy as water. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. This subordinate dares not. This subordinate dares not. The guards were so scared that their faces turned ashen. One by one they knelt on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. The academy elder snorted coldly and pointed at the head of the guards who had just said that Fang Yuan was too noisy. You talked nonsense about your master. You are stripped of your position as head. After pausing for a moment, the elder said to the others, in half a month's time, a new head will be tested. The eyes of the other guards immediately lit up and their hearts were suddenly filled with excitement. The head of the guards will be able to get half an extra piece of yuan stone every month. To be able to become the head of the guards means that you are a person above others. Apart from the masters, let's see if anyone else dares to give me any face. If I were to become the head of the guards, how glorious would that be? Alright, what are you all standing there for? Get the hell down. When the fight is over, go clean up the place. The elder scolded. Yes, yes, yes. This subordinate will take his leave. The guards went down the stairs in fear and trepidation. On the stairs, someone lost his footing and fell down. Immediately, a series of falling sounds could be heard. But because of the academy elder's power, the guards' faces were all red. They tried hard to hold it in and did not make any noise. A servant is like a dog. Every once in a while, the bones all over my body will itch and I will have to beat them a little to let them know respect. Then I will throw some dog bones for small gains and let them fight amongst themselves, fighting to give their lives to my clan. As the saying goes, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, this is the only way to be in a superior position. The academy elder heard the commotion downstairs and laughed coldly in his heart. He turned his head and looked through the window at the academy entrance. On the ground at the entrance, there were more than 10 new students. Fang Yuan stood proudly with his head held high. Opposite him, there were 3 young girls standing back to back, cowering at the side. You don't come any closer. If you come any closer, we will shoot you with our moon blades. A layer of blue light appeared on their hands. It looked like they were forced into a corner and actually used their primeval essence to activate the moonlight goo. Fang Yuan's body was still that of an ordinary 15-year-old boy. If they used their moon blades to attack, it would not be easy to handle. But he was not afraid. He laughed coldly in disdain and approached the girls step by step. You all have guts. Have you forgotten the rules of the academy? The academy does not allow the use of goo to fight, or else you will be expelled. If you want to be expelled, then go ahead and make your move. The girls hesitated. There is indeed such a rule. The blue light on their hands gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Taking advantage of this opening, he rushed forward and waved his palms, ruthlessly destroying flowers. 2 of them fainted. There was only 1 left. She lost all will to fight, her knees went soft and she collapsed on the ground. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, begging Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, don't come any closer, please let me go." Fang Yuan looked down at the girl from above and said in a cold voice, "A piece of Yuan stone." The girl's delicate body trembled and she suddenly understood. She quickly opened her money pouch and took out 3 or 4 pieces of Yuan stone. Holding them in her hands, she raised them towards Fang Yuan. "Don't hit me, I'll give it all to you, I'll give it all to you." Fang Yuan was expressionless. He slowly stretched out his right hand, stretching out his index finger and thumb, and gently pinched a piece of Yuan stone from the girl's hand. The girl's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Fang Yuan's hand was pale and slender, but in her eyes, it was as sinister and terrifying as a demon's claw. "I've said it before, I'll only take 1 piece of Yuan stone." Fang Yuan paused for a moment, then said plainly, "You can leave now." The girl stared blankly at Fang Yuan for a while before wanting to get up. But her limbs were soft and she could not even stand up. Her heart was filled with fear towards Fang Yuan, and she was so scared that she could not muster any strength. The academy elder saw this and could not help but shake his head. Using this opportunity to discover the individual battle talents of the students was one of the objectives of his observation. Although this girl who was paralyzed on the ground had C-grade aptitude, with such a temperament she could only be a logistics goo master, working in the clan's production. She could not be expected to be on the battlefield. But this Fang Yuan. The academy elder rubbed his chin, his eyes squinting and flashing with brilliance. He felt that this Fang Yuan was really interesting. Not only did he have battle talent, he also knew his limits. Extorting 1 piece of Yuan stone did not cross the bottom line in his heart. But if Fang Yuan wanted to extort 2 pieces, that would be too much and he would have to interfere. The academy's allowance was originally only 3 pieces. Extorting 1 piece was not a big deal. But extorting 2 pieces, then what was the point of giving out the allowance? He might as well just give it all to Fang Yuan. Soon the last batch of students arrived. There were only 5 of them and one of them was Fang Yuan's twin brother. "Brother, how can you do this? You are too daring, actually beating up your classmates at the entrance and extorting Yuan stone from them." Guyue Fangjing was dumbstruck, he simply could not believe the scene in front of him. "I advise you to quickly admit your mistake to the academy elder, otherwise you will cause such a huge commotion. This is not a joke, you might even be expelled." Fang Yuan laughed, "You are right." Fangjing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his brother had not gone completely crazy, it was good that he could listen to advice. But soon he heard Fang Yuan say, "Everyone, 1 piece of Yuan stone." "What?" Fangjing opened his mouth wide in astonishment. "Even I have to hand it over?" "My dear brother, of course you can choose not to hand it over." Fang Yuan's tone was very gentle, "But you will end up like them." Fang Yuan pointed at the youths who were either unconscious or groaning on the ground. "He won't even let off his own brother. This Fang Yuan is crazy, he is too savage. We can't beat him, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, let's hand it over first to get through this difficult situation." "That's right, hand over the Yuan stone first, it's only 1 piece anyway, when we go back and report it to the teacher he will suffer." With the previous example, the remaining youths all had indignant looks in their eyes as they obediently accepted Fang Yuan's extortion. "Wait a minute." They were just about to leave when they were stopped by Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, are you going back on your word?" The youths suddenly became nervous. Fang Yuan looked at the youths on the ground and sighed softly, "Do you think that I will squat down and search their bodies one by one?" The youths were stunned for a moment, then they all came to a realization, their faces all flushed red as they stood there hesitantly. Fang Yuan stared at them and narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes, the 5 youths suddenly felt their hearts palpitate and their scalps go numb at the same time. Okay, Fang Yuan, we understand what you mean. I'll help you this time. Due to Fang Yuan's abuse of power, they could only lower their heads and search the money pouches of the youths on the ground, taking out a piece of Yuan stone. Then they gathered them together and handed them to Fang Yuan. There were a total of 57 people in the class, and each of them was extorted and robbed of a piece of Yuan stone. Fang Yuan had 56 pieces in his hands. He originally had 20 pieces, but spent 10 to buy a few jars of green bamboo wine. In addition to his own subsidies and rewards, he now had 79 pieces of Yuan stone. Robbery and extortion are the most profitable business. Fang Yuan put away the money pouch that had suddenly increased into his clothes and swaggered away. He left behind a group of youths lying on the ground like corpses. There were also a few youths, Fang Jing among them, who stared blankly at Fang Yuan's gradually leaving figure. Quickly go. All of you, hurry up and settle the little masters properly. Where is the healing Gu master? Quickly invite him over. The guards made a big fuss and swarmed forward, competing to show off their abilities. For a small position as the leader, they were full of enthusiasm. Chapter 29. Put the wine under the bed. Fang Yuan commanded the 4 workers of the inn. Each of them held several jars of green bamboo wine in their hands. After Fang Yuan extorted the other students, he came to the inn and bought 20 jars in one go. Each jar cost 2 Yuan stone, but Fang Yuan threw out 40 Yuan stone for the sake of the liquor worm. The bulging money pouch instantly deflated by half, leaving behind only 39 Yuan stone. But it was still worth the money as these wines could support the liquor worm for a long time. Okay. The workers quickly replied, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to a Gu master. Adding on the fact that Fang Yuan bought so much wine, he could be said to be a big customer of the inn. With just a few words from the innkeeper, these workers could easily lose their jobs. After the workers left, Fang Yuan closed the door of the dormitory and sat cross-legged on the bed. It was already night time. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the night wind carried a faint fragrance. The room was not lit, so Fang Yuan calmed his emotions and threw his mind into the primeval sea. The primeval sea was like waves, the seawater giving off a bronze luster. Every wave of seawater was the unique bronze primeval essence of a rank 1 Gu master. The primeval sea only reached 44% of the entire aperture. This was the limit of Fang Yuan's sea-grade talent. The 4 walls of the aperture were a thin layer of white light film, supporting and enveloping the aperture. Above the primeval sea there was nothing. Under Fang Yuan's command, the spring-autumn cicada had hidden itself again, recuperating in its deep sleep. But on the primeval sea, there was a white, fat and cute liquor worm floating. It wantonly played around in the primeval sea, sometimes diving into the sea, sometimes swaying its head and tail, splashing water droplets. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved, and the liquor worm immediately responded, stopping its playfulness and curling into a rice ball shape. It slowly floated up to the center of the aperture, leaving the bronze sea. Go! Fang Yuan mobilized 10% of his primeval essence, forming a thin stream that rushed upwards, pouring into the liquor worm's body. The liquor worm had already been refined by him, so it did not reject it, absorbing all the primeval essence into its body. Immediately, 44% of the sea level decreased by a small amount. Transforming the true essence into power, the liquor worm, which had curled into a ball, began to blossom with a white light. The dense smell of wine gradually emerged from the scattered light, and finally converged into a cloud of pale white wine mist. The wine mist was wondrous. It did not disperse but instead enveloped the liquor worm's body. Rise. With a thought, Fang Yuan mobilized another 10% of his quintessential essence. The bronze seawater pounced on the wine mist. The wine mist merged with the seawater and became less and less. In the end there was nothing left. And that 10% of the green bronze true essence also disappeared out of thin air, leaving only 5%. However, this 5% true origin energy was much more condensed than before. His original true yuan was emerald green and emitted a copper luster. Now, although this true essence also had a copper color, the green color was deeper, it was a pale green color. Pale green primeval essence was the primeval essence that only rank 1 middle stage Gu masters possessed. The liquor worm's effect was to condense primeval essence and raise a Gu master's primeval essence by a small realm. Gu masters had 9 great realms from low to high, rank 1, rank 2 all the way to rank 9. Every great realm was further subdivided into 4 smaller realms, which were initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. Fang Yuan was currently only a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, but with the help of the liquor worm he possessed 5% of a rank 1 middle stage Gu Master's primeval essence. If I want to condense 5% middle stage primeval essence, I will need to consume 20% of my initial stage primeval essence. If I want to convert 44% of the primeval C in my aperture into middle stage primeval essence, I will need to consume close to 18% of my initial stage primeval essence. If I want to achieve this goal quickly, I will need to use the Yuan stone. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and took out a complete Yuan stone the size of a duck egg from his bag. Yuan stone was a translucent oval-shaped stone with a gray-white color. As the natural primeval essence in the stone continued to be depleted, its size would also continue to shrink. He slowly closed his right hand, holding the Yuan stone tightly in his palm. He absorbed the natural primeval essence in it and continuously replenished his own aperture. The originally falling sea level in his aperture slowly rose. Yuan stone was meant to be used, and Fang Yuan was not stingy at all, nor did he know how to be thrifty. I have no backing, no friends or family to support me, so I can only rely on extortion and robbery. Today is only the first time, but from now on, every 7 days when the school distributes the Yuan stone allowance, I will continue to block the school entrance. How could extortion and robbery satisfy Fang Yuan's appetite? Yuan stone was lacking in Gu Master cultivation. As for the repercussions of this robbery, Fang Yuan was not the least bit worried. This world was different from Earth. On Earth, schools often forbade fighting in order to maintain stability and harmony. But in this world, fighting was the main theme. Be it Gu Masters or mortals, they all had to fight for survival. Sometimes they had to fight with terrifying wild beasts, sometimes they had to fight against the harsh and violent weather, and sometimes they had to fight with other Gu Masters for resources. Therefore, controlled fights were instead encouraged and advocated by the people. From childhood to adulthood, from fighting to life and death battles, this was the portrayal of most people's lives. This world was vast and boundless, just the southern border where Fang Yuan lived was larger than 7 or 8 times the size of Earth. The living environment here was extremely harsh, and humans usually lived in clans, building villages and holing up in a corner. Every once in a while, there would be a beast tide or extremely harsh weather that would attack the village. Gu Masters became the backbone of the village's defense, and the situation of losing people every year was quite serious. Life required people with strong fighting will. Clans needed fighting Gu Masters, and they would never complain about having too many of them. Moreover, Fang Yuan had a sense of propriety when he attacked. He never attacked the chin because it could easily cause skull fractures which could easily lead to death. He also did not attack the back of other people's heads. When fighting, he did not use his fists, elbows or fingers, but instead used his palms. The number of times he kicked could be counted on one hand. The students who fell were not heavily injured, at most lightly injured. Fang Yuan was not addicted to killing, he only treated killing as a method. Every time he attacked, he had a clear goal. Whatever method could allow him to achieve his goal, he would use it. In other words, he would do anything by hook or by crook. Dark clouds floated over, covering the moonlight. A layer of shadow shrouded Guyue's village. The night watchman banged his clapper, reminding the people that it was already late at night, to be careful of candles, beasts and Gu Masters who could infiltrate the village. There were still many lights in the village that were not extinguished. In the Red Branch family, Guyue's study room was brightly lit. This old man with high authority was using a gentle tone to console his grandson Guyue Cheng. I heard you were beaten up by that Fang Yuan today? Guyue Cheng's right eye turned black and he angrily said, Yes, grandfather. Fang Yuan is only a mere C grade, but he is so arrogant. He blocked all of us at the door, disregarding our friendship as classmates, and robbed our Yuan stone. What was even more infuriating was that the academy actually turned a blind eye to it. Only when Fang Yuan left did the guards arrive. Grandpa, you have to help your grandson vent his anger this time. Guyue Cheng shook his head. This is a matter between you juniors. You were only extorted from a mere piece of Yuan stone, and you were not heavily injured. Grandfather did not have a proper reason to act. Moreover, even if you were heavily injured, grandfather would not stand up for you. Do you understand why? Guyue Cheng was stunned. He thought hard and after a while, he hesitantly said, Grandfather, I somewhat understand what you mean. You want me to rely on my own strength to get back at him, right? You only understood one aspect. Guyue Cheng nodded. You have to remember you are not only representing yourself, but also the image of our Red Branch family. Our Red Branch family and Mo Branch family have been at odds for many years, and your every move represents the future of our Red Branch family. Grandfather can help you in secret, but you have to erect the image of a strong and independent person. Otherwise, the elders who support us will not see any hope for the future and abandon our Red Branch family. At this point, Guiyuecheng sighed. This is also why grandfather helped you cheat and let you pretend to have a B-grade aptitude. Our Red Branch family needs a strong successor, so that those who support us can continue to persevere. Guiyuecheng finally understood. Grandfather, I understand now. Guiyuecheng shook his head. It's useless to just understand, you have to work hard. Fang Yuan's matter is just a small problem, so you have to work hard and practice your basic martial arts to get back at him. At the same time, don't forget to cultivate diligently and advance to the intermediate level as soon as possible. It's best if you can obtain the position of class chairman. This is a great honor, and also a kind of help to our Red Branch family. Yes, grandfather, Guiyuecheng responded loudly. This spirit is what a successor of our Red Branch family should be like. Grandson, work hard, grandfather will do his best to help you. Chapter 30. Almost at the same time on the other side. Father, mother, that's basically what happened. Fang Jing stood straight and said respectfully. In the hall, Fang Yuan's uncle Guiyuedong too, and Aunt sat on a wide-back chair, both frowning. Aunt gritted her teeth, feeling injustice for Fang Jing while gloating. Fang Yuan, that little bastard, he extorted other people, but I can't believe he won't even let his own brother go. How could he be so heartless? But he made such a big mistake this time, I think he'll be expelled from the academy soon. Alright, you can stop talking. Uncle sighed and said to Fang Jing, you lost Yuan's stone, but it's just one piece, don't worry. Go to the accountant and get another one. This has nothing to do with you, go and cultivate. With your great talent, it's very possible for you to become the first middle stage Gu master. Don't waste your talent, mother and I are looking forward to you becoming number one. Yes, father, mother, I'll take my leave. Fang Jing left with a heavy heart. He thought to himself, big brother blocked the academy door today and robbed all the students. He caused such a bad influence, I'm afraid he'll really be expelled. At that time, should I plead for him? There were two voices in his mind. One voice said, no need to plead, he even wanted to rob his own brother's Yuan stone. Even if he's expelled, he only has himself to blame. You can survive a natural disaster, but you can't survive a self-inflicted disaster. Another voice said, he's your biological brother, you have a similar face, blood is thicker than water. Alright, even if you don't acknowledge him, you have to plead for him. If you don't plead for him, how will others see you? They'll think you're heartless. Seeing Fang Jing leave the hall, Aunt could not help but say happily, Master, we've cut off Fang Yuan's living expenses. This little bastard couldn't hold it in and made a big mistake this time. He actually dared to block the entrance of the academy and fight in public and even extorted money. This was no different from provoking the academy elder. I think it's only a matter of time before he gets fired. His uncle shook his head. You're oversimplifying things. Fang Yuan won't be fired. He might not even be punished. Why? His aunt was puzzled. Uncle sneered, fighting is encouraged as long as there are no serious consequences. Did any of the students die in this fight? No. Aunt was a little unconvinced. How do you know it's not their master? Accidents are bound to happen in a fight. Her uncle closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair. You are so naive, my wife. Do you really think the academy elder is just a decoration? When did the guards move out? They were the last to make a move, which meant that the situation had been under control. If someone was seriously injured, they would have rushed out long ago. They wouldn't have waited until the end. You are not a Gu master, so you won't understand. The academy does not forbid students from fighting, and even encourages it. The more he fought, the more helpful it would be to the battle. Some students could even forge a solid friendship through fighting. The elders would not pursue this matter. This is already the norm. If anyone tries to protect their own, that person would be breaking this rule. His aunt was dumbfounded and said unwillingly, that Fang Yuan robbed such a large amount of Yuan stone, and nothing happened to him? We're letting him off just like that? With such a large amount of Yuan stone, it would be of great help to his cultivation. Uncle opened his eyes, his face clouded. What else can I do? Do you want me to go over and snatch his Yuan stone with my own hands? But it's not like we can't make use of this. Fang Yuan even robbed and blackmailed his brother, Fang Jing. This is his downfall. Fang Jing is an A-grade talent, and one day he will be stronger than him. We can use this matter to sow discord between Fang Jing and him. Let Fang Jing distance himself from Fang Yuan completely, and be of use to us. Just like that, 3 days passed. The storm caused by Fang Yuan's robbery and blackmail did not spread, nor did it grow bigger. Instead, it seemed to be gradually calming down. There were no elders who broke the rules and personally came to cause trouble for Fang Yuan, and the academy elder naturally closed one eye. Although during this period, there were 2 or 3 youths who were dissatisfied with the fact that the Yuan stone had been robbed, and challenged Fang Yuan again. But after Fang Yuan easily defeated them, everyone realized that if they did not train hard, they would not be able to win against Fang Yuan. Among these youths, there was a wave of hard work in training the basics of martial arts. The martial arts instructor was overjoyed. He had never seen a batch of students with such passion and dedication towards basic martial arts. In the past, when he was teaching, the students all lacked interest and yawned non-stop. But now their eyes were bright and full of spirit, and they constantly asked for advice. The academy elder specially came to ask about the situation here. The martial arts instructor reported with an excited tone, "The students have displayed unexpected passion, the change is too big. But one of them is called Fang Yuan, and he is still as lazy as before." The academy elder laughed and patted his shoulder. "The student you speak of is the source of the change in the others." The martial arts instructor did not understand. Of course, the change was not limited to this. After this incident, Fang Yuan undoubtedly became the public enemy of all the students, and was viewed as an enemy and isolated by everyone. No one spoke to him anymore and no one greeted him. The youths all mustered up their energy, and secretly trained hard in the basics of martial arts. Under the encouragement and instructions of the elders behind them, they had already decided that they must get back at Fang Yuan with their own hands. Under the calm surface, the undercurrent was turbulent. Another 4 days passed. The academy elder once again distributed the Yuan stone, and it was time for Fang Yuan to make his move again. "Fang Yuan, it's not enough for you to steal once, you still want to steal our Yuan stone." The students were blocked by Fang Yuan at the door again, and were both shocked and angry. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the door, his hands behind his back, his expression cold and his tone calm. "Everyone gets 1 Yuan stone and you will be spared from physical pain. Fang Yuan, you've gone too far. I want to challenge you." Guiyue Mabe roared and took the lead to fight. Fang Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. Mabe raised both his fists and rushed over. After a few rounds, he fainted on the ground. "Mabe, you're too useless, watch me." Guiyue Mabe roared and rushed towards Fang Yuan. After a short exchange of attack and defense, he followed in Mabe's footsteps. Fang Yuan's battle experience was thousands of times more than theirs, even though he had just started cultivating, but every bit of his strength was used to the point. This group of youths had only just started. If they all rushed at him, they might cause him some trouble. But to challenge him one by one, it was even easier than the first time he robbed someone. After a quarter of an hour, he carried a bulging money bag and left leisurely. Leaving behind a group of youths, some were unconscious, some were hugging their stomachs or holding their crotch, moaning and howling. "Brothers, quickly clean up the mess." The guards shouted and all rushed forward. Chapter 31. I trained hard for 7 days, but I only managed to last 2 moves against Fang Yuan before he knocked me out again. Shame, shame. Guiyue Mabe's heart was filled with anger and humiliation. In the courtyard of his house, he constantly punched and kicked the wooden puppet, making loud banging sounds. At this time, a light laugh could be heard. "Little brother, do you have a deep grudge against the wooden puppet? Why do you hate it so much?" Hearing this familiar voice, Guiyue Mabe's expression relaxed. He stopped attacking and turned around. "Sister, you're back." "Yes, the clan assigned me a scouting mission and I was gone for more than 10 days. Guiyue Mo Yen replied with a smile. She was Mabe's sister, and was already a rank 2 middle-stage Gu master. But her expression quickly changed and her gaze became sharp. "Little brother, what happened to the scars on your face? Who bullied you?" Nothing much. I accidentally tripped while walking and hit my head." Mabe's face flashed with a trace of panic and he gave a random excuse. He did not want his sister to know about such an embarrassing matter. The future head of the Mo branch family, Guiyue Mo Chen's grandson, had actually been knocked out twice in a row. But fortunately he was not the only unlucky one, everyone else was involved. "Oh, is that so? Then you have to be careful. Alright, you need to practice your martial arts, this won't do. You don't have a defensive gu, so you need to wrap your body with a thick cloth. That way your limbs won't get hurt." Guiyue Mo Yen reminded him and then left. "Greetings, Missy." "Greetings, Missy." "Missy, you're back," this servant greets Missy. Guiyue Mo Yan's expression was cold and she walked quickly. Along the way, all the servants she met bowed to her. She walked to the study room and without reporting she pushed open the door and entered. In the study room, Guiyue Mo Chen's back was facing her, and he was standing in front of the desk, practicing calligraphy. "You're back?" Guillermo-chin did not turn around. Instead he asked, "You've been scouting outside for more than half a month. How's the situation at the wolf's den?" "Grandpa, how did you know it was me?" Mo Yin was stunned. In the whole family only you can rely on my love to break the rules and not even knock on the door. Who else can it be?" Guillermo-chin said in a reproachful tone. However, when he turned around, his expression was very gentle. He looked at Mo Yin with a smile in his eyes. Mo Yin pursed her lips. "We're talking about doting. Grandpa actually dotes on his younger brother more. It's just that my younger brother is going to be in power in the future, and grandfather is very strict with him. Others can't understand this kind of love." He paused for a moment before asking, "Grandpa, why was I beaten up?" "When I asked him, he lied. I couldn't force him, so I came to ask Grandpa." Guillermo-chin's expression turned serious. "You still haven't answered my question." He put down his pen, pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. Mo Yin had no choice but to report. "The wolf den is almost full. Based on this rate of reproduction, although there won't be a wolf tide this year, there will definitely be a wolf tide next year." Guillermo-chin asked again, "There's a wolf tide every 3 years, so it's not rare. But how many Thunder Crown wolves are there in that wolf pack?" "About 3, Mo Yin replied. Guillermo-chin nodded and relaxed. The Thunder Crown wolf was the leader of the wolf pack. When the wolf tide attacked the village, it was the most troublesome existence. 3 Thunder Crown wolves was not a lot because there were 3 villages on Qingmao Mountain. Each village shared 1 wolf, so the pressure of the wolf tide would be greatly reduced. "Grandpa, you still haven't told me about my younger brother," Mo Yin said unwillingly. "There's no harm in telling you. Mabe was beaten up by someone. Once 7 days ago and the second time today. He was beaten up in front of the school gate, and he fainted on the spot both times," Guillermo-chin said with a smile. "Who had the guts to knock out my younger brother?" Mo Yin stared at him. "It's his classmate Fang Yuan. He did a good job." Guillermo-chin laughed out loud. Mo Yan's eyes widened and she asked in confusion, "Grandpa, what do you mean? Mabe is your grandson." Guillermo-chin looked at his granddaughter deeply and said earnestly, "Mo Yan, you're a girl, so you might not understand. Failure and humiliation will make people improve. Without failure, you can't make a mature man. Mabe was beaten up and that was his own failure. As soon as he woke up, he started to learn from the guards. This is a kind of improvement. And this improvement was brought about by Fang Yuan, who woke him up. As his sister, if you really want to love him, don't interfere with his growth. Fang Yuan is only a C-grade poor boy and Mabe is B-grade. He has us behind him and sooner or later he will step on Fang Yuan. Leave this opponent to Mabe. In a woman's life, she needs friends and lovers. In a man's life, friends and lovers are not essential, but he can't lack opponents. Don't cause trouble for Fang Yuan, understand? This is a matter for the younger generation. If you get involved, you'll be bullying the young. If you break the rules, others will look down on us." Mo Yin opened her mouth a few times, but under Guillermo-chin's gaze she finally lowered her head and replied, "Yes, Grandpa. I understand." She left the study with her head down. Even Guillermo didn't notice that her eyes were shining with a different light. "Grandpa, this is your way of spoiling your grandson. And I, Mo Yin, have my own way of doting on my younger brother." Mo Yin already had another plan in mind. In the inn's dining hall, there were a few tables with people sitting and eating, making the place seem a little lively. 1 or 2 waiters were carrying plates of food, shuttling between the tables. Fang Yuan sat at a table near the window ordering a few dishes. He looked out the window as he ate. In the sky, the sunset glow was like fire, quietly burning. The sun was already halfway down. It gazed at the earth for the last time, and the afterglow was its reluctant gaze. The mountains in the distance were already covered by the twilight. On the nearby streets there were people returning home. Some were barefoot farmers covered in mud, some were herb gatherers carrying medicine baskets, some were hunters carrying pheasants, wild boars and other prey, and some were gu masters. They wore blue martial attire, looking capable and capable. Their heads were tied with headbands and their waists were tied with wide belts. This belt was very particular. A rank 1 gu master would wear a green belt, with a copper plate on the front, and the word 1 on the copper plate. Rank 2 gu masters' belts were red, with a metal plate in the center, and the word 2 was carved on it. Fang Yuan sat by the window and observed for a while. He saw 6 or 7 rank 1 gu masters, most of them young. There was also a rank 2 gu master, a middle-aged man. As for rank 3 Gu masters, they were usually clan elders. Rank 4 Gu masters were the clan leader, the head of the village. Rank 5 Gu masters were very rare. In the history of the Guiyue clan, there were only the first generation clan leader and the fourth generation clan leader. Actually, observing a clan's strength is a very simple matter. As long as you find a place to sit in the village and observe the passers-by for an hour, and see how many rank 1 Gu masters and rank 2 Gu masters there are, you can see the clan's foundation and strength. Fang Yuan combined his 500 years of experience and came up with this conclusion. In the case of the Guiyue village, out of the 20 passers-by on the streets, there would be 6 Gu masters. Among these 6 Gu masters, there would be a 50% chance that there would be a rank 2 Gu master. The Guiyue village relied on this strength and foundation to occupy one of the best resource points in Qingmao Mountain. It could be said to be the overlord of Qingmao Mountain. But Qingmao Mountain was just a small corner of the vast southern border. The Guiyue village in the entire southern border could only be considered a lower middle-class clan. I've only just started cultivating, and with my rank 1 initial stage cultivation, I don't even have the qualifications to roam the southern border alone. I need at least rank 3 strength to travel far. Fang Yuan ate a mouthful of food and sighed in his heart. Qingmao Mountain was too small and could not contain his ambitions. He was destined to leave. Ha Guiyue Fang Yuan, I finally found you. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over with a sinister smile. Fang Yuan turned his head slightly and saw that the man's face was waxy yellow, and he had drooping eyebrows, but he was tall and muscular. At this moment he walked over with big strides and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at the young Fang Yuan who was eating. His slender eyes flashed with a cold light. Fang Yuan, do you know that you're in big trouble? You actually dared to hit our Mo family's young master, and now the young lady Mo Yen is looking for you everywhere. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. He used his gaze to size up Fang Yuan, faintly emitting a threatening aura. Chapter 32. If it was a normal person being stared at by this middle-aged man, they would probably be scared. But after Fang Yuan looked at him, he lost interest and returned his attention to the food on the table, treating the middle-aged man as if he was invisible. Who is that person? He's dressed like a servant, and he's not a Gu master, yet he dares to question young Master Fang Yuan? One of the waiters saw that the situation was not good and shrank in a corner, asking in confusion. He's just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. One look and you can tell he's a servant of the Mo family, relying on the backing of the Gu master to be arrogant. If it was any other mortal who would have the guts to do so. Someone beside him sneered in disdain. Even so, he's just a mortal, yet he dares to shout at a Gu master. Tiske, this kind of experience must be very satisfying. Tiske, don't think too highly of a Gu master. Young Master Fang Yuan is only a rank 1 beginner stage, and has just refined his natal Gu. If they really fight, he might not be able to beat this strong and skillful mortal. Sigh, I hope they don't break anything in our inn when they fight. The waiters spoke one after another, not daring to move forward, only daring to shrink their heads and look around. You still have the mood to continue eating and drinking. Seeing that his words did not scare Fang Yuan, the tall and strong middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly. You think I'm lying to you? Someone has already gone to inform Missy and she'll be here soon. Kid, don't think of running away. Of course you can't run either, I'm here to watch over you. You'll have a good time later. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear and continued to eat. The middle-aged servant frowned. He did not see a trace of fear or panic on Fang Yuan's face. This made him feel like he was being ignored, and his dignity was being violated. He had been a servant in the Mo family for more than 10 years, and was trusted by the masters. After interacting with them for a long time, he knew some things about Gu masters. Rank 1 beginner stage Gu masters mostly relied on their fists and feet in fights. In battle, the deterrent effect of Gu worms was far greater than its practical use. Especially when he knew that a young Gu master like Fang Yuan had just started cultivating, his strength was far inferior to a person in his prime. If they were to fight with their fists and legs, he would definitely be able to gain the upper hand after training for a long time. At the same time, Fang Yuan had only refined the Moonlight Gu, so he could at most shoot out a few moon blades. The middle-aged man had been used as a sparring partner for a long time. He had personal experience and was clear in his heart. If the Moonblade activated by first-rank initial stage primeval essence were to really be imprinted on a human body, it would at most be able to leave a wound the size of a palm, and its destructive power would be very limited. In addition, he had the support of the Mo family. Therefore he was fearless when facing Fang Yuan. He wanted to perform well and earn his master's favor. Kid, you've got guts. The middle-aged man's tone became even more unfriendly. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. His arms were very thick and covered with scars. The veins on his forearms were bulging and twisting, and his upper arms were thicker than Fang Yuan's thighs. The waiters of the inn felt a chill in their hearts. Some of the customers had already gotten up and hurriedly paid their bills, wanting to leave this troublesome place. Have you found Fang Yuan? At this moment, a clear and arrogant female voice came from the door. Mo Yen took big steps and stepped into the inn. Behind her was a group of rich family servants. Her figure was not bad, she was slightly tall and had a nice figure. However, she had a horse-like face and inherited the characteristics of the Mo bloodline, causing her beauty to be greatly reduced. She could barely be considered average. However, she wore a blue martial attire with a wide red belt around her waist. There was a square metal plate embedded on the belt. The metal plate was engraved with an eye-catching 2. Moreover, she had just returned from a family mission, so there was still some traces of hardships left on her body. These things condensed a trace of a sharp and threatening aura. Thus, once she stepped into the inn, her imposing aura caused the entire inn's dining hall to fall into silence. This servant, Gao Wan, pays his respects to Miss Mo. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed when he saw Mo Yen. A flattering smile appeared on his face as he bent his waist and took a few small steps. Then, with a plop, he knelt on the ground and greeted Mo Yen. The waiters of the inn were a little dumbfounded when they saw the middle-aged man's transformation. Gao Wan was tall and burly, so the way he bowed was a little out of place and a little ridiculous. However, the waiters of the inn couldn't laugh. This middle-aged family servant's behavior highlighted Mo Yan's power. Some of the waiters couldn't help but secretly sweat for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was their big customer. If anything happened to him, they would definitely be shocked. It would be bad if they couldn't take care of the inn's business in the future. Even more people were praying in their hearts. I hope Fang Yuan will surrender without putting up a fight. If a fight really broke out and the inn's things were damaged, it would be even worse. Mo Yen didn't look at Gao Wan, who was kneeling on the ground. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan. She took a few big steps to the table and said in an extremely fierce tone, "You are Fang Yuan? Seems like you're enjoying your meal. Aha, have you ever tasted a fist? I'll let you have a taste. Perhaps it'll be even more delicious." Although she said this, Mo Yen didn't immediately make a move. Fang Yuan's behavior was too calm and too strange. Could it be that he had a hidden backer behind him? But that shouldn't be the case. Before I came, I already investigated. This Fang Yuan is a typical example of a person who is not loved by his uncle or grandmother. His parents passed away when he was young and he was chased out by his aunt and uncle. In addition, his aptitude is only C grade. What kind of background could a weak young man have? Mo Yen couldn't help but mutter in her heart. But no matter what, it was strange. This matter was strange and she had to probe further. Fang Yuan chuckled and glanced at Mo Yen. Who told you that I am Gue Fang Yuan? Mo Yen was momentarily stunned and immediately turned to look at Gao Wan. Gao Wan had just stood up, but he immediately knelt down again. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He stuttered, not knowing how to answer. "Master, your servant, your servant?" They had Fang Yuan's portrait, but they also knew that Fang Yuan and Fang Jing were twins. They looked very similar. No wonder this young man is so fearless. He is Fang Jing and not Fang Yuan. For a moment, the servants around Mo Yen all had this guess. Fang Jing is not someone that Fang Yuan can compare to. The latter is only a C-grade talent and is alone without any backing. The former is an A-grade talent and was recruited by the clan leader during the awakening ceremony. As long as he grows up, his future will be limitless. Mo Yen didn't get a definite answer from Gao Wan, so she was even more hesitant. At this moment, only a group of servants in the corner of the inn knew about Fang Yuan's identity. But they couldn't afford to offend either side. Hence they all kept their mouths shut. Fang Yuan was full. He slowly stood up and looked at Mo Yen. "Aren't you looking for Fang Yuan? Follow me, I'll bring you to the school dormitory. If this person in front of me is Fang Jing, I don't want to offend him. If it's Fang Yuan, I'll follow him closely. I'm not afraid of him pretending to be me." Mo Yan's thoughts turned and she made a decision. "All right, I'll follow you to the school. Please." Mo Yen stepped aside and extended her hand. Her eyes were shining as she gestured to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and walked away with his head held high. Mo Yen followed closely behind him, and the servants followed behind her. That was close. They're finally gone. Even if they fought, it has nothing to do with our inn. The servants were left behind. Most of them patted their chests in relief. The group of people arrived at the school entrance. Halt. Stop. Only our clan's Gu masters are allowed to enter the school. Two guards at the door stopped Fang Yuan, Mo Yen, and the others. How dare you? You don't even recognize me? How dare you stop me? Mo Yen glared at the two guards and shouted. We don't dare. The guards quickly cupped their fists. Miss Mo Yen, we've engraved you in our hearts. But the clan rules are absolute. How about this, miss? We'll allow you to bring in a servant. This is the greatest concession we can make. An old guard replied respectfully. Mo Yen snorted. Although she was reluctant, she didn't dare to go against the clan's rules. The Mo family was powerful, but it attracted the most attention. Don't forget that other than the Mo family, there was also the Qi family. Other than the Qi family, there was also the clan leader's faction waiting to catch the Mo family's weakness. All of you stay. Gao Wan, follow me, Mo Yen ordered after thinking for a while. Gao Wan immediately puffed out his chest, his face full of joy. Thank you for your appreciation, miss. Let's go, Junior. Mo Yen smiled meaningfully at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was still calm as he led the way. He arrived at the door of the dormitory, opened the lock and pushed the door open. He took a step into the room, then stopped. The door was wide open and the room was unobstructed. The furnishings were simple and there was no one else in the room. Mo Yen stood at the door and looked inside. Her face darkened. Junior, you better explain yourself. There's no one in the room. Fang Yuan smiled. Am I not a person? Mo Yen stared at Fang Yuan. Her eyes flashed as if she realized something. I'm looking for Gu. You. Fang. Yuan. Fang Yuan chuckled. I never said I wasn't Gu. Fang Yuan. Chapter 33. Mo Yen frowned, anger appearing on her horse-like face. She finally understood that she had been played by Fang Yuan. Has such guts, you even dare to deceive your grandaunt. Saying so, she stretched out her right hand about to grab Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not take a step back. He raised his head and laughed. Mo Yen, you better think this through. Mo Yen stopped. She was still outside the door, her right hand suspended in midair. A hint of hesitation and anger flashed across her face. There were clear rules in the family. Students were protected in the academy. No one was allowed to break into the dormitory and capture students. Mo Yen only wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson today, to let him taste the pain. She did not want to take the risk of breaking the family rules. It's fine if I break the rules myself. I'm just afraid that I'll implicate my family and grandfather. Thinking of this, Mo Yen retracted her hand. She looked at Fang Yuan in the room, her eyes wide open. The anger in her eyes, if turned into flames, could burn Fang Yuan to ashes in an instant. I never lied to you. I said I'll bring you to Fang Yuan and now you've found him. It seems like you have something to say to me. Fang Yuan held his hands behind his back, a slight smile on his face. He did not fear the power of a rank 2 Gu master, and he met Mo Yan's angry gaze without fear. He was only one step away from Mo Yan. One was in the room and the other was outside. But this distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you've studied the family rules very thoroughly. Mo Yin suppressed her anger, a cold smile on her face. Unfortunately, you can only delay it by relying on the family rules. You can't stay in the dormitory. I want to see how long you can hide. Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Mo Yen with disdain. Then I want to see how long you can keep me here. It's already night and you have a bed to sleep in. What about you? If I'm not in class the next day and the academy elder investigates, what do you think I'll say? Mo Yen was enraged. She pointed at Fang Yuan and said, do you really think I won't dare to come in and take you away? Creak. Fang Yuan left the dormitory door wide open. His lips curled into a smile and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. His tone was filled with confidence as if he was in control of the situation. He said to Mo Yen in a provocative tone, then do it. Mo Yen calmed down. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Fang Yuan. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Fang Yuan shrugged. He had already seen through Mo Yan's character. If he closed the door or left it half open, there was at least a 50% chance that Mo Yen would force her way in. However, if he deliberately opened the door completely, it would make Mo Yen calm down and be more cautious. The possibility of her breaking in by force was very small. 500 years of experience had allowed him to understand the weaknesses of human nature. He turned around and exposed his back to Mo Yen. If Mo Yen came to grab him now, she would most likely succeed in one strike. However, Mo Yen stood outside the door without moving, as if there was an invisible mountain in front of her, blocking her way. Until Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, Mo Yen looked at him angrily. She gritted her teeth but did not make a move. This is the sad thing about humans. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and looked at Mo Yen, who was standing foolishly outside the door. He sighed. Sometimes it's not material problems that stop people from taking action, but the shackles of the soul. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was definitely not Mo Yan's match. However, even though she was a rank 2 cultivator, she could only look at Fang Yuan and did not dare to make a move. She was only a few steps away from Fang Yuan. The door was wide open and there was no obstruction. The one that was holding her back was herself. Humans learn by all means to understand the world, to understand the rules, and to make use of the rules. If you are restrained by the rules, you will be restrained because of what you have learned. That is the real tragedy. Fang Yuan took one last look at Mo Yen, then slowly closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the primordial sea. This Fang Yuan is actually cultivating in front of me. You're simply looking down on me. Seeing this scene, Mo Yen was so angry that her chest felt agitated and she almost vomited blood. She wanted to rush up and give Fang Yuan a few punches. However, she knew that she could not. Mo Yen suddenly felt a tinge of regret. She stood outside the door, feeling awkward and unable to back down. She was not willing to give up, but she could not bring herself to do so. She had mobilized so many people to teach Fang Yuan a lesson, but in the end she was disgraced. Especially when there was a servant looking at her. Damn it! This brat Fang Yuan is too uncooperative, too cunning. Mo Yen thought angrily and began to scold Fang Yuan outside the door, trying to provoke him. Fang Yuan, you little bastard, come out if you have the guts. Fang Yuan, as a man, you should be brave and take responsibility for what you have done. Now you are a turtle hiding in its shell. How despicable. Don't put on an act in front of me. If you know what's good for you, come out now. You coward, good for nothing. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear and did not respond at all. Mo Yen scolded for a while, but she did not feel the pleasure of scolding people. Instead, she felt more and more depressed. She felt more and more like a clown or a shrew. Her behavior of blocking the door was really embarrassing. Ah, I'm so angry. Mo Yen was going crazy and finally gave up trying to provoke him. Fang Yuan, you can hide now, but you can't hide forever. She stomped her feet and left unwillingly. Before she left, she gave an order. Gao Wan, stand here and stare at him. I don't believe he won't come out. I will obey. The muscular servant Gao Wan quickly replied, sending Mo Yen off with a respectful gaze. But in his heart he was complaining. The night in the mountains was cold and humid, but he had to guard the place all night. If he was not careful, he would catch a cold. This was a tough job. Swish, swish, swish. The primeval sea rose and fell, waves rose and fell. The bronze primeval essence gathered like water, forming a wave. Under the control of Fang Yuan's will, it continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. The aperture walls of a rank 1 initial stage Gu Master were all made of white light. At this moment, under the impact of the bronze primeval essence, it showed a multicolored light, giving off an indescribable charm. Time passed by bit, and the bronze primeval sea's water level also slowly decreased. From the original 44%, it dropped to 12%. A Gu Master needs to continuously expend primeval essence to nurture the aperture. Initial stage Gu Masters have light walls, middle stage Gu Masters have water walls, and high stage Gu Masters have stone walls. If I want to advance from initial stage to middle stage, I need to wash the light walls and nurture them into water walls. The 500 years of memories from his previous life allowed Fang Yuan to grasp this period's cultivation like the back of his hand. He slowly opened his eyes. At this time it was already late at night. The crescent moon hung high in the night sky, shedding moonlight that was as white as water. The door was wide open and the moonlight shone in, making Fang Yuan think of a famous poem on earth. The bright moonlight in front of my bed, I suspect it to be the frost on the ground. The night wind blew gently, bringing with it a cold feeling. Fang Yuan did not have a Gu worm that could keep him warm. Even with his 15-year-old body, he could not help but shiver. The night in the mountains was still very cold. Brat, you finally opened your eyes. How long are you going to cultivate? Hurry up and come out. If you stick your head out, you will still be stabbed. You hit our family's Mabe young master. Sooner or later you will be taught a lesson by our Missy. Seeing that Fang Yuan finally moved, the noble servant Gao Wan who had been standing at the door immediately became spirited. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. It seems that the rank 2 female Gu Master had already left? Brat, did you hear that? Hurry up and come out. You have a room to stay in and a bed to sleep in, but I have to stand in this courtyard. If you don't come out, do you believe I won't barge in? Seeing that Fang Yuan did not react, Gao Wan threatened. Fang Yuan was still indifferent. Bastard, hurry up and come out to be captured. You have offended our Mo faction. You will not have a good life in the future. Hurry up and kowtow to Missy and admit your wrongs, maybe she will forgive you. Gao Wan continued to scold. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. He slowly took out a yuan stone from his money bag, holding it in his palm. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Gao Wan saw that Fang Yuan still wanted to continue cultivating, and immediately became anxious, scolding, "You are just a mere C-grade talent, at most you are a rank 2 Gu master, what is there to cultivate? With just you alone, how can you contend against the entire Desert Branch family? Brat, are you deaf? Did you hear what I said?" Chapter 34. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, multitasking. He absorbed the natural primeval essence from the yuan stone while observing his aperture. The originally low primeval essence C in the aperture, with the continuous infusion of natural primeval essence, had begun to slowly rise. This recovery speed was somewhat slow, but Fang Yuan was not anxious. Cultivation was accumulation, it could not be rushed. The one who was really anxious was the middle-aged male servant outside the room. After about half an hour, Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence C reached the limit of 44%. But this was not the end. At this time, the primeval essence C showed a kind of emerald green color. This was only rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence. The primeval essence that Fang Yuan used to warm the aperture wall was not initial stage primeval essence. It was middle stage primeval essence refined by the liquor worm. Liquor worm. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the liquor worm in the primeval sea immediately flew up and hovered in the air, shrinking into a white glutinous rice ball. Swoosh. 10% of the initial stage primeval essence was mobilized and entered the liquor worm's body. It was quickly absorbed. Then a fragrant wine mist emitted from the liquor worm's body, condensing into a ball. Fang Yuan mobilized another 10% of primeval essence and entered this wine mist. After the wine mist was completely consumed, the original 10% of the initial stage primeval essence suddenly shrunk by half, and at the same time, the color changed from emerald green to pale green. This was middle stage primeval essence. Ordinary students, to advance their cultivation, they all use rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. But I use middle stage primeval essence, the efficiency is at least 2 times higher than them. At the same time, using middle stage primeval essence to activate the moonlight goo, the moonblade is also more powerful than the initial stage primeval essence. Only when the primeval sea was purified into rank 1 middle stage primeval essence did Fang Yuan open his eyes. Cultivation knew no time, it was already early in the morning. The sky was no longer pure black. Instead it was a deep dark blue color. The moon had already disappeared, leaving only a few broken stars. The door had been open for almost the entire night, the corner of the wooden door had been soaked, revealing a kind of black color brought by water stains. This was the disadvantage of the school dormitory. It was not as comfortable as a normal bamboo house. It sat directly on the ground, so it was more humid. When he came back to his senses, Fang Yuan also felt a chill wrapping around his body. After sitting cross-legged for so long, his legs seemed to be a little numb. He loosened his clenched right hand and immediately sprinkled a layer of grayish-white stone powder. This was the residue left behind after the natural Zhen Yuan in the Yuan stone was completely absorbed. I've used up 3 Yuan stone in 1 night of cultivation. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. He only had C-grade aptitude, but in order to increase his cultivation speed, he had been using Yuan stones to replenish his true Yuan. More importantly, he used the liquor worm to refine the middle-grade true essence. This greatly increased the consumption of Yuan stone. Although I managed to rob a large sum of money yesterday, I used up 3 Yuan stone pieces in 1 night. In this way, even though Yuan stone seems to be a lot, it won't be able to withstand the long-term consumption of cultivation. However, the pursuit of cultivation speed and efficiency naturally comes with a price. Fang Yuan looked out of the door again. He saw the strong servant called Gao Wan squatting at the corner of the wall, his body curled up into a ball as if he had fallen asleep. Looks like that rank 2 female Gu master has already left. She left Gao Wan here to guard me. Hehe. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He got off the bed and began to quietly move his fists and legs. As his body gradually warmed up, he stepped out of the dormitory. Kid, you're finally willing to come out. How about it, obediently surrender and follow me. Kowtow to my mistress and admit your wrongs. Gao Wan's ears twitched as he caught the sound of Fang Yuan's footsteps and stood up abruptly. His body was thick and strong, almost twice the size of Fang Yuan. The muscles on his body bulged, and under his slanted eyebrows, a pair of narrow eyes flashed with a cruel and evil light, like a hungry hyena. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he continued to walk towards him. "Kid, it's fine if you came out earlier. Now that you've come out, do you know how much I've suffered in order to guard you?" He chuckled as he strode towards Fang Yuan, his expression filled with evil intentions. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted and leapt up, raising his fists and rushing towards Gao Wan. "Stinking brat, you're courting death." Gao Wan's expression was twisted, he was filled with anger now. He raised his earthen bowl-sized fist and smashed it towards Fang Yuan. This fist was extremely powerful, breaking through the air and actually bringing with it the sound of the wind. Fang Yuan's gaze was as clear as water. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he shifted his feet and swayed to Gao Wan's side. He stretched out his finger and poked Gao Wan's waist. Gao Wan blocked with his arm, but Fang Yuan did not manage to poke him and hit Gao Wan's left forearm instead. Fang Yuan felt as if his finger had poked a metal plate. It was painful and numb. This Gao Wan is already at the peak of Immortal's martial arts. I only have the Moonlight Gu to fight now. Without the help of other Gu worms, I'm not his match with just my fists and legs. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed and he wisely gave up on attacking. He took a few steps back and pulled apart the distance. In the Guiyue village, only the Guiyue clansmen had the right to cultivate as Gu masters. The rest of the clansmen, regardless of whether they had the talent to cultivate or not, did not have the right to participate in the awakening ceremony. But these mortals could cultivate their fists and legs, just like Gao Wan in front of him. Although he was not a Gu master, he had definitely trained hard in his fists and legs. His basic skills were quite solid, and he was also a middle-aged man, the prime of a mortal's life. Other than the Moonlight Gu which could be used for battle, Fang Yuan's body was only that of a 15-year-old youth. Whether it was strength, agility or endurance, he was not Gao Wan's match. A martial artist like Gao Wan was enough to kill a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. Even a middle stage Gu master could pose a certain threat. This kid, he's too vicious. Seeing Fang Yuan pull away from him, Gao Wan's heart still had lingering fear. The waist was a person's vital point, and if someone forcefully poked it, the injury would not be light. If one used too much strength, it could even kill someone. Gao Wan had stayed outside the courtyard for most of the night. His body was wrapped in the cold and damp air, and his reaction was somewhat slow. Just that one strike and Fang Yuan had almost succeeded. Luckily, although he usually sucked up to others, he had also trained hard. At the crucial moment, his body's instincts overrode his brain's reaction, and he had narrowly defended against Fang Yuan's attack. I can't be careless anymore. This kid is a wolf cub, his attacks are ruthless and sneaky. If I'm not careful, I'll fall into his trap. No wonder young master was knocked unconscious by him twice. Gao Wan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, sweeping away the contempt he had earlier, and started to take Fang Yuan seriously. If I catch this kid, I'll have made a great contribution. When the time comes, young miss will definitely reward me. A rank 1 initial stage moonblade can at most be considered a knife. As long as it doesn't hit a vital point, it'll just be a superficial wound. Thinking of this, Gao Wan's heart started to heat up. He stretched out his iron pincer-like hands, grabbing towards Fang Yuan. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan was not the least bit afraid. He faced Gao Wan head-on, engaging in close combat. For a moment, fists and legs clashed, and the exchange of offense and defense produced continuous muffled sounds. When robbing the students, he only used his palms, mainly to control the situation. Now that he was fighting with Gao Wan, he no longer held back. Sometimes he used his fingers to dig his eyes, sometimes he stabbed his throat, sometimes he used the base of his palm to hit his chin, sometimes he used the edge of his hand to chop the back of his head, sometimes he used his knee to hit his crotch, and sometimes he used his elbow to stab his waist. Gao Wan broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's every move did not leave Gao Wan's vital points. His methods were ruthless and ruthless, as if he wanted to kill Gao Wan. Gao Wan was only a mortal, not a Gu master. Although he trained hard, his vital points were still vital points. It was impossible for a mortal to turn their eyelids into steel. This was the limitation of a mortal's martial arts training. On the other hand, Gao Wan did not dare to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was from the Guiyue clan. If he killed Fang Yuan, Gao Wan would incur the wrath of the public. He would definitely be dismembered, and the Mo family would be the first to clean up the mess. Thus, his idea was to capture Fang Yuan alive. It would be best if he could make him suffer in the process. One side had misgivings while the other had killing intent. On the battlefield it was actually Fang Yuan who was suppressing Gao Wan. Chapter 35. Fang Yuan's temporary advantage would not last long. As the punches and kicks intertwined he was already panting. On the other hand, Gao Wan's breathing was still long and deep. There was a huge gap between their stamina. At the same time, Gao Wan began to move. His body gradually heated up, and his punches became faster and faster. The numbness and sluggishness brought by the cold were gradually swept away, and he began to display the strength that he had trained for decades. "Kid, you can't beat me. The clan rules state that you cannot use the moonlight goo in the academy. You are finished. Today you are destined to become my prisoner." Gao Wan laughed sinisterly. He had a lot of battle experience and he tried to use words to break Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. "I am still a teenager after all. My body has not matured and my quality is not as good as this slave." Fang Yuan's heart was like ice. After 500 years of training, how could his fighting spirit be shaken? The moonlight goo. His heart moved. He activated his primeval essence and leaped back, pulling away from Gao Wan. Gao Wan wanted to chase after him, but he suddenly saw a layer of blue light emitting from Fang Yuan's palm. His face immediately darkened and he shouted, "Kid, you are using a goo to fight in the academy. That is against the clan rules." "So what if I am?" Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He studied the clan rules and was proficient in them, but it was never for the sake of obeying them. Immediately, his palm slashed towards Gao Wan. With a soft sound, the blue crescent blade flew towards Gao Wan's face. Gao Wan gritted his teeth and raised his arms in front of his face, forming an arm shield. At the same time he did not stop and rushed towards Fang Yuan, intending to resist and end the battle quickly. The moon blade hit his arm, and with a puff, flesh and blood splattered under the moonlight. An extremely intense pain was transmitted to Gao Wan's nerves. Gao Wan was caught off guard and almost fainted from the pain. How can this be? His momentum came to a halt, and he was horrified to find that his two forearms had been cut open horizontally. Blood flowed out of the wound and from the side one could see the bloody flesh. Even the pale broken arm bones could be seen. Gao Wan was shocked. "This is impossible. A rank 1 beginner moonblade can at most hurt my flesh. How can you cut my bones? Only a rank 1 middle stage can do this." Of course he didn't know that although Fang Yuan was only a rank 1 initial stage goo master, he was a rank 1 initial stage goo master. But because of the liquor worm's refinement, there was rank 1 middle stage primeval essence. Under the activation of middle stage primeval essence, the moonlight goo's moonblades were naturally powerful, surpassing initial stage. Not good. There's something strange about this kid. Gao Wan was caught off guard and was severely injured. His fighting spirit was completely gone, and he made a prompt decision to retreat. "Do you think you can escape?" Fang Yuan sneered and chased after him. The crescent blade in his hand shot out continuously. "Help!" Gao Wan screamed as he ran for his life. His voice traveled far and wide in the silent academy. "What's going on? Someone is calling for help." The voice alerted the nearby academy guards. "It's a servant left behind by Miss Mo Yen of the Mo family." The guards rushed over and stopped when they saw the scene of the chase. "This is just a servant, there's no need to protect him. Letting him stay is already giving face to the Mo family. We still need to be careful to prevent him from doing something desperate and hurting that Fang Yuan." The nervous guards surrounded them, but they did not make a move and only watched from the sidelines. If this servant called Gao Wan died, then he died. It had nothing to do with them. But if Fang Yuan died or was injured, then it would be their responsibility. Seeing this, Gao Wan's heart turned cold. He screamed mournfully, "We are all outsiders, you can't just watch me die." He lost more and more blood and his speed gradually slowed down. Fang Yuan caught up from behind. His voice was as cold as ice, pronouncing Gao Wan's death sentence. "Scream, no matter how loud you scream, it's useless." As he said that, he flipped his hand and two moonblades flew out. With two swishing sounds, the moonblades hit Gao Wan's neck. Gao Wan felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an abyss. The next moment he felt his vision suddenly spin. He saw his feet, chest, back, and his neck that had been cut off. Following that, he welcomed complete darkness. Gao Wan was dead. After being beheaded by Fang Yuan's two moonblades, his head flew out. His body flew for more than 10 meters before he fell to the ground. Bright red blood gushed out of his neck like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding flowers and plants red. Murder. Fang Yuan killed someone. The guards could not help but exclaim softly. They witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, and their bodies trembled, feeling a sense of fear and terror. Fang Yuan was only a weak 15-year-old boy, but he killed a strong adult without any expression. This was the power of a Gu master. The outcome of the battle was decided. Fang Yuan slowed down his footsteps and slowly walked over. His expression was calm, as if he had just done something as trivial as eating and drinking. This expression caused the guards to feel a chill in their hearts. Gao Wan's head lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with everlasting regret. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He lifted his leg and kicked the head away. The corners of the guards' eyes twitched when they saw this. Fang Yuan approached Gao Wan's body, and found that the body was still trembling. Blood quickly flowed all over the ground, forming a small pool of blood. He looked at the wounds on Gao Wan's body, his face somewhat gloomy. These wounds were very deep, enough to expose the secret of his middle-stage primeval essence. Once this secret was exposed, it would quickly implicate his liquor worm. Once the liquor worm appeared, the higher-ups of the clan would naturally think of the flower wine monk. Thus, Fang Yuan had to keep this secret. But there are too many people who saw it. Fang Yuan glanced at the surrounding guards. There were more than 10 of them. He only had less than 10% of his primeval essence left, and it was impossible to kill them all. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan bent down, lifted Gao Wan's ankle, and dragged the corpse back. "Young Master Fang Yuan, leave this to us." The guards endured the chill in their hearts and walked forward. Fang Yuan said respectfully. In this kind of respect there was a clear sense of fear. Fang Yuan quietly glanced at the crowd. The guards subconsciously held their breath and lowered their heads. "Give me the knife." He stretched out his hand and said indifferently. In his commanding tone, there was an unquestionable power. The guard closest to him involuntarily handed over the knife at his waist. Fang Yuan took the knife and continued to walk. More than 10 guards were left standing blankly on the spot, looking at Fang Yuan's back. The sun rose from the east, and the first ray of light passed through the side of the mountain, shining into the school. The 15-year-old Fang Yuan's body was thin and weak, and his skin was pale. Under the light of the dawn, he walked unhurriedly. In his left hand he held a shining knife. In his right hand he dragged a headless corpse. As he walked, bright red blood was dragged on the greenish-black stone bricks. The guards looked at him in a daze, and a chill made their bodies stiff. The morning sun shone on them, but they did not feel a trace of warmth and light. Go. Someone's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 36. Did you guys hear? Fang Yuan killed someone. A student whispered to his desk mate. I heard that too. He really killed someone. His desk mate covered his heart with a pale face. Many guards saw it. Fang Yuan chased that person. That person wanted to beg for mercy, but Fang Yuan didn't allow it. He chopped off his head. Not only that, Fang Yuan killed that person. He didn't even let his headless body go. He dragged it back to the dormitory and chopped it into meat paste. Really? It couldn't be any more real. I came early this morning. I even saw the bloodstains in the cracks of the bluestone bricks. Aya, why would I lie to you? Just now, the school elder called Fang Yuan away because of this. The youngsters in the classroom weren't in the mood to listen to the lesson. They were all whispering to each other. Killing was still too foreign to this group of 15-year-old youths, and it was also very scary. Since young, they were under the protection of their families. At most, they only sparred with their fists and killed chickens and dogs. As for killing, it was still far away from them. Who did Fang Yuan kill? I heard it was a servant from the Mo branch. Hey, I know this the best. Last night, I saw with my own eyes that Senior Mo Yen from the Mo family brought a bunch of servants to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. It's the Mo family. Not good. The Mabe is in trouble. Many youngsters looked at Guiyue Mabe. The Mabe sat on his seat with a pale face. He just got the news this morning. Fang Yuan actually killed someone. He even killed someone he was familiar with, Gao Wan. The Mabe was very familiar with Gao Wan. He was very active among the servants. He was good at flattering people. He also trained hard in martial arts. He was a capable lackey. A while ago, Gao Wan even sparred with the Mabe. He didn't expect to be killed by Fang Yuan just like that. Because of this, the shock and disbelief in the Mabe's heart was twice as strong as the others. Other than shock, there was also worry and fear. Facing a murderer like Fang Yuan, it would be a lie if the 15-year-old Mabe said he wasn't afraid. In fact, he was not the only one who was afraid. The other youths were also afraid. Fang Yuan had robbed them twice, and each of them had fought with Fang Yuan. I've actually fought with such a cruel murderer? I'm actually still alive. Many people patted their chests, feeling a wave of lingering fear. It was one thing for Fang Yuan to kill people, but the key was that he had dismembered the corpses and chopped them into minced meat. This was too cruel. Such a terrifying crime deeply impacted the innocent hearts of the youths. In the room there were only the Academy Elder and Fang Yuan. The Academy Elder sat while Fang Yuan stood. No one spoke and the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The Academy Elder looked at Fang Yuan silently, a complicated light flashing through his eyes. Early in the morning, a guard reported to him about Fang Yuan's murder. This news made him shocked and suspicious. He was a rank 3 old Gu master and was also in charge of the academy, so he naturally knew what kind of battle power a rank 1 initial stage Gu master had. Fang Yuan could kill Gao Wan. It could be said that he had defeated the strong with the weak. In fact, yesterday evening, a guard had reported to him that Mo Yin had held Fang Yuan hostage and barged into the academy. At that time he did not care, nor did he stop it. He was the academy elder, and his goal was to nurture future Gu masters, not to protect them. As long as there were no casualties among the students, he encouraged fights in the dark. Mo Yin came to find trouble with Fang Yuan, and he was happy to see it happen. Firstly, he knew that regardless of victory or defeat, the fight would be beneficial to Fang Yuan's growth. Secondly, he wanted to suppress Fang Yuan's limelight. Fang Yuan had blocked the academy's entrance twice, snatching away all the students. This limelight was too strong and he had to suppress it. But he did not expect that Mo Yin would return empty-handed, leaving behind the family servant Gao Wan. And Gao Wan could not beat Fang Yuan, and was killed by Fang Yuan. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Killing someone was not rare, especially to Gu masters. It could be said to be an extremely common thing. But for a 15-year-old youth to kill someone for the first time, it was not simple. The academy elder still had a vivid memory of his first kill. At that time he was already a rank 2 Gu master, 19 years old, and in a conflict he killed a Gu master from the Bai family village. After killing the person he vomited a mess and his heart was in a mess. For a few days he had no appetite and did not want to eat. He did not comfort himself when he slept, and the moment he closed his eyes, he would see the person's angry eyes when he died. Looking at Fang Yuan now, his face was calm as usual. Where was the panic? There was no discomfort, as if he had just slept the night before, and the one who killed someone was not him. Especially when the academy elder heard that after Fang Yuan killed the family servant, he did not let him go, and dragged the body back to the dormitory, chopping the body into meat paste to vent his anger. Such ruthless methods, it was terrifying to hear. So, at this moment, the academy elder looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated gaze. On one hand, he was shocked at Fang Yuan's indifference towards life, his heart as cold as ice. On the other hand, he admired Fang Yuan. He was born to be a battle seed. He had just mastered the Moonlight Gu and he could already use it to kill someone. Ordinary youths, even those of great geniuses, might not be able to do it. This was the talent of battle. If he was nurtured to fight for the family, he would be the enemy's nightmare. The third aspect was worry and distress. He was worried that after this incident, Fang Yuan's momentum would grow, and he would not be able to suppress him. This Fang Yuan was too daring. Not only did he violate the clan rules, he used to Gu in the academy and even killed someone because of it. He had to suppress his limelight, or else how could he manage this academy? What was distressing was how to deal with the aftermath of this incident, since it involved the clan's Mo bloodline. Fang Yuan, do you know why I summoned you? The academy elder used a low voice, breaking the silence in the room. I know. Fang Yuan nodded. I used the Moonlight Gu in the academy and violated the clan rules. According to the rules, this is the first time I violated it, and I should pay 30 yuan stone as a punishment. He avoided the main point and did not talk about Gao Wan's death. The academy elder was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to answer like this. His face darkened and he snorted, "Don't try to act dumb in front of me. Let me ask you, what's the matter with Gao Wan's death?" Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Gao Wan offended his superiors, and his intentions were vicious. Last night, not only did he block my door, he also wanted to kill me. In self-defense, I had to use the Moonlight Gu and luckily killed the thief. I suspect that this person is very likely to be a spy from the other mountain strongholds. Family elder, please investigate this matter. The academy elder heard this and frowned, not knowing what to say. Now that Gao Wan was dead, Fang Yuan could say whatever he wanted. He was just an outsider, not a member of the clan. If he died, then so be it. The academy elder did not care at all. But he was worried about the Mo family's reaction. Gao Wan was a servant of the Mo family, but he died in the academy. He was in charge of the academy, and he needed to give the Mo family an explanation. After thinking for a while, the academy elder stared at Fang Yuan and asked, "Then let me ask you, how did you deal with Gao Wan's body?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I chopped up Gao Wan's body and put it in a wooden box. When the sun rose, I placed it at the back door of the Mo family." What? The academy elder was shocked and almost stood up from his seat. Fang Yuan not only killed a servant, but also chopped up the body and placed it at the back door of the Mo family. This was a blatant provocation. To the academy elder who wanted to settle this matter, this was definitely a real nightmare. Fang Yuan was just a small rank Wungu master. What kind of reaction would the huge Mo family have? When the academy elder thought of this, he felt a headache. Things had already gotten out of his control. This Fang Yuan was really a troublemaker. Since it has already happened, there's no point in talking about it. You can leave first, there will be punishment in a few days, you better be mentally prepared. The elder was in a mess and waved his hand to let Fang Yuan leave. He needed to calm down and think of a solution. Chapter 37. At the same time in the Mo family. What did I tell you? Look at what you've done. In the study, Guiyue Mo Chen slammed the table and flew into a rage. Mo Yin stood in front of the old man with her head lowered. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. She had just received the news that Gao Wan had been killed by Fang Yuan. That 15-year-old boy actually had such means and determination. Gao Wan was a servant of the Mo family. Fang Yuan killed him, which meant that he didn't respect the Mo family at all. Grandpa, don't be angry. Gao Wan was just a servant. It doesn't matter if he's dead. After all, his surname isn't Guiyue. But that Fang Yuan is too daring. Even if he beats a dog, he has to look at the owner first. Not only did he beat our dog, but he also killed it. Mo Yin said angrily. Guiyue Mo Chen roared, "You still have the cheek to say that? You've grown up and don't care about what I said anymore, right? What did I warn you about? You've completely forgotten it? Your granddaughter doesn't dare." Mo Yin was shocked. She realized that her grandpa was really angry, so she quickly knelt down. Guiyue Mo Chen pointed outside the window and reprimanded, "Humph, it's fine if that servant is dead, but you still won't let go of Fang Yuan. You're so short-sighted and don't know what's important. Do you know what you're doing? It's their business to fight among the younger generation. As the elders, we shouldn't get involved. This is the rule. Now that you're looking for trouble with Fang Yuan, you're breaking the rule. Who knows how many people are looking at the Mo family as a joke now? Grandpa, please calm down. Anger is harmful to the body. It's my fault for dragging the Mo family down. I'll do whatever Grandpa tells me to do. But I can't take this lying down. That Fang Yuan is too despicable and shameless. First, he tricked me into entering the school. Then, he hid in the dormitory and didn't come out no matter how I scolded him. Once I left, he killed Gao Wan. This is extremely treacherous and shameless. Mo Yin reported. Oh, is that so? Guiyue and Mo Chen furrowed their brows. This was the first time they had heard of this information. A glint flashed through their eyes. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Stroking his beard, he muttered, "I've heard of this Fang Yuan before. He composed poems in his early years and has early wisdom. Unexpectedly, his aptitude was only C grade, which made it difficult for him to be of great use. Thus he gave up on recruiting him. Now that I think about it, it's quite interesting." After a pause, Guiyue and Mo Chen knocked on the table with their fingers. "Someone bring that box over." There were servants waiting outside the door. Soon a box was brought in. The box was neither too big nor too small, but it was a bit heavy. The servant carried it with both hands and stood beside the desk. "Grandpa, what is this?" Mo Yin asked curiously when she saw the wooden box. "Why don't you open it and take a look?" Guiyue Mo Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone a little complicated. Mo Yin stood up and opened the wooden lid to take a look inside. Immediately, her expression changed and her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. She could not help but take a big step back and let out an uncontrollable cry of shock. The wooden lid in her hand also fell to the ground. Without the wooden lid, the contents of the wooden box appeared in front of everyone. It was a pile of flesh and blood. These pieces of flesh and blood were obviously cut into pieces and placed in the box. Scarlet blood accumulated inside. Some were pale white flesh and some were long intestines. There were even one or two pieces of bones mixed in, either leg bones or ribs. In the corner of the blood pool there were 2 fingers and half a toe. Mo Yan's beautiful face paled and she took another big step back. Her stomach was boiling and she almost vomited on the spot. Although she was a rank Tugu master and had gone through a lot of training and killed before, this was the first time she had seen such a disgusting scene. The flesh and blood in the box was obviously a human corpse that was cut up and stuffed inside. A strong stench of blood instantly filled the entire study room. The servant's hands were trembling and his face was deathly pale. Although he had seen this box and vomited, he still felt waves of fear and disgust when he held it. Among the 3 people in the study room, only Elder Guo Chen's expression did not change. He glanced at the flesh and blood in the box and said slowly to Mo Yen, "This box was placed by Fang Yuan at the back door of my house this morning." "What, it's really him?" Mo Yen was shocked and couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan's image. The first time she saw Fang Yuan was at the inn. At that time, Fang Yuan was sitting by the window eating quietly. His face was ordinary, his eyes were dark, his body was thin, and his skin was pale like a teenager's. He was obviously such an ordinary and quiet teenager, but he actually did such a perverted and crazy thing. After the shock came anger. Mo Yen shouted, "This Fang Yuan is too arrogant, he must have eaten a leopard's guts. He actually dared to do this, this is a provocation to our Mo family. I'll go over now and bring him here for questioning." She was about to walk out. "Scoundrel, stop right there." Guo Mo Chen was even angrier than her, casually grabbing a piece of inkstone on the table and throwing it out. The hard and heavy inkstone hit Mo Yan's shoulder and fell to the ground with a bang. "Grandpa!" Mo Yen held her shoulder and cried out. Guo Mo Chen stood up and pointed at his granddaughter. He said agitatedly, "It seems that all these years of training have been in vain. You really disappoint me. To deal with a small rank 1 initial stage Gu master, not only did you mobilize so many people, you were also led by the nose by the opponent. Now you've been blinded by anger. Do you still understand the meaning of Fang Yuan's actions?" "What meaning?" Mo Yen was confused. Guo Mo Chen snorted, "If Fang Yuan wanted to provoke us and make a big deal out of this, why didn't he place this box at the front door where people come and go? Why did he place it at the back door? Could it be that he wants to reconcile? No, if he wants to reconcile, wouldn't it be better to apologize in person? Why did he send this box of dismembered corpses? This is a provocation." Mo Yen said. Guo Mo Chen shook his head and nodded. "He wants to reconcile, but it is indeed a provocation. He placed the wooden box at the back door to reconcile. Putting dismembered corpses in the wooden box is a provocation." The old man pointed at the box. "This wooden box is not big, it can't contain a complete corpse. So there is only a part of the corpse inside. He wants to tell us that he doesn't want to make a big deal out of this and wants to keep the peace. But if the Mo family still doesn't let this go, he will throw the rest of the dismembered corpses at the front door and make a big deal out of this. When that happens, it will be a lose-lose situation. The whole family will know that the Mo family broke the rules first, and that the future leader of the Mo family is actually so weak that he needs to be pampered and protected by the elders." When Mo Yen heard this, she was momentarily stunned. She had never expected that Fang Yuan's move would have such a deep meaning. "This is a brilliant move," Guo Mo Chen sighed. "It is just a move, but it is a combination of strength and gentleness, and he knows when to advance and when to retreat. This simple wooden box not only shows Fang Yuan's intention to compromise, but it is also his threat to the Mo family. Unfortunately, he has really grasped our Achilles heel. If the Mo family's reputation is damaged because of this, the Qi family will rise in revolt, and the family head will attack us." Mo Yen did not believe in this. She said, "Grandpa, aren't you overestimating him? He's only 15 years old." "Overestimating?" Mo Chen looked at his granddaughter unhappily. "It seems that you have been used to having a smooth life all these years, and you have developed an arrogant habit. You can't see reality clearly. This Fang Yuan was calm in the face of danger, and he tricked you into entering the school. Then he was quick-witted and hid in the dormitory to avoid trouble. He allowed you to insult him, but he did not try to be brave. This is tolerance and calmness. After you left, he immediately killed Gao Wan. This is determination and bravery. Now he sent this box. This is obviously a clever plan. Don't you think I overestimated him?" Mo Yen was stunned. She really did not expect her grandpa to admire Fang Yuan so much. She immediately said, unconvinced, "Grandpa, he is only a C grade." Guo Mo Chen stroked his beard and sighed. "Yes, he is only a C grade. He has such wisdom, but he is only a C grade. It is a pity. If his aptitude is a little higher, and he is a B grade, he will definitely be the future leader of the Guo family. Unfortunately, he is only a C grade." The old man's sigh was full of emotion. He seemed to be regretting but also rejoicing. Mo Yen was silent. She could not help but think of Fang Yuan's image again. Under her psychological influence, Fang Yuan's originally weak and scholarly face was now shrouded in a layer of sinister and dangerous shadow. You're the one who caused this. How do you think we should deal with it? Guiyue Mo Chen suddenly broke the silence and started to test Mo Yen. Mo Yen thought for a while, then said with a cold tone, Gao Wan is just a slave. It is fine if he dies. Fang Yuan is only a sea-grate, so it is a small matter. The key is to protect the Mo family's reputation. In order to settle this matter, we might as well kill Gao Wan's entire family to show the whole family that we uphold the rules. Yes, it is good that you can look at the big picture and temporarily put aside your personal feelings to protect the family's interests. However, this way of dealing with it is not appropriate. Guiyue Mo Chen stroked his beard and commented. Please instruct me, Grandpa. Mo Yen bowed. Guiyue Mo Chen thought for a while and said, This matter was caused by you, so Grandpa will punish you by confinement for 7 days. From now on, don't cause trouble for Fang Yuan. Gao Wan offended his superior, and a slave offended his master. He deserves to die. He should be punished. Because he is a slave of the Mo family is also responsible for not disciplining him properly. Compensate Fang Yuan with 30 yuan stone. As for Gao Wan's family, give them 50 yuan stone as an allowance, then kick them out of the mansion. He paused for a while and said, For the next 7 days rest well at home and don't go out. At the same time, think about Grandpa's intentions in dealing with this matter. Yes, Grandpa. Chapter 38. In the sky, there were layers of dark clouds and the spring rain continued to fall. The rain was as thin as a cow's hair, and as it fell, Qingmao Mountain was covered in a thin layer of smoke. The first floor of the inn's dining hall was still deserted, with only 4 tables of guests. Fang Yuan sat by the window and a gust of wind blew, carrying with it a poetic and floral scent. The light rain on the heavenly street is soft, the color of the grass is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan looked at the window, softly muttering before retracting his gaze. The table in front of him was filled with good wine and dishes, all looking and smelling good. Especially the green bamboo wine, the fragrance of the wine was mellow and fresh. The dark green wine quietly sat in the bamboo cup, and from this angle, it gave off a warm amber luster. The table closest to him was the grandfather and grandson. They were dressed in plain clothes and were both mortals. The old man drank the rice wine while looking at Fang Yuan with envy. He was obviously attracted by the green bamboo wine, but did not have the money to buy it. His grandson was eating the braised beans, making crunching sounds in his mouth. At the same time he was pestering his grandfather, shaking the old man's arm. Grandfather, tell me the story of Renzu. If you don't, I'll go back and tell Grandma that you came out to steal wine. I can't even eat in peace. The old man sighed, but his face showed a loving expression. He used his bony hand to touch his grandson's head. Then I'll tell you. It is said that Renzu gave his heart to the Hope Gu, and escaped from the trap. The story of Renzu was the world's most widespread and also the oldest legend. The old man's story was roughly like this. It was said that Renzu escaped from the trap because of hope. But he was old, without strength and intelligence and could not continue hunting. Even his teeth had fallen out, and he could not chew on many wild fruits and vegetables. Renzu could already feel death approaching. At this time the Hope Gu told him, Human, you cannot die. If you die, your heart will be gone and my hope will lose its home. Renzu was helpless. Who wants to die? But heaven and earth want me to die, I have no choice. Hope Gu said, Everything has hope. As long as you grab the lifespan Gu, you will gain a new lifespan. Renzu had already heard of the existence of lifespan Gu, but he shrugged helplessly. When lifespan Gu is still, no one can sense it. When it flies, it is faster than light. How could I possibly catch it? This is too difficult. The Hope Gu told Renzu a secret. Humans never give up hope. Let me tell you, in the northwest corner of the earth, there is a huge mountain. There was a cave at the top of the mountain. There were 2 Gu worms, one round and one square, living in the cave. As long as you can subdue these 2 Gu worms, there is no Gu in the world that you cannot capture. Even lifespan Gu is no exception. Renzu was already at his wit's end, and this was his only hope. He spent a lot of effort to find this mountain. Then he braved countless dangers and climbed to the top of the mountain. At the entrance of the cave at the top of the mountain, he staggered in with his last bit of strength. The cave was so dark that Renzu could not even see his own fingers. Renzu walked and walked in the darkness. From time to time he would bump into something, causing his head to bleed. From time to time he felt that this darkness was vast and boundless, as if it was another world and other than himself, there was nothing around him. He spent a lot of time but could not walk out of this boundless darkness. Not to mention subduing the 2 round and square goo worms. Just as he was in a daze, 2 voices came from the darkness. One said, "Oh human, you also want to capture us? Go back, even if you have strength goo, it is impossible." The other voice said, "Oh human, go back, we will not take your life. Even with wisdom goo's help, you may not be able to find us." Renzu fell on the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath. "Strength goo and wisdom goo have left me long ago, I do not have much lifespan left, I have nowhere else to go. But as long as there is a trace of hope in my heart, I will not give up." Hearing Renzu's words, the 2 voices became silent. After a while they said, "I understand human, you have already given your heart to the hope goo. You are saying that you will not give up no matter what." The other voice continued, "Since that is the case, we will give you a chance. As long as you say our names, we will be yours to use." Renzu was stunned. Trying to find 2 accurate names from the sea of words was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, he did not even know how many words were in the names of these 2 goo. Renzu quickly asked the hope goo, but the hope goo did not know either. Renzu had no other way out, he could only bite the bullet and say the names. He said many names, spending a long time, but there was no response from the darkness. He had clearly called the wrong names. Gradually, Renzu's aura became weaker. In this cave, he went from an old man to an old man. It was like the evening sun was gradually setting, half of it had already fallen into the horizon, becoming the setting sun. The food he brought with him became less and less, his mind moved slower and slower, and he did not have much strength to speak. The voice in the darkness urged, "Oh human, you are dying, let us let you go. You can use your last moments to crawl out of the cave and take a last look at this world. But you have offended us. As punishment, leave the hope goo here to accompany us." Renzu tightly held his chest, resolutely rejecting, "Even if I die, I will not give up hope." The hope goo was moved, it used all its strength to respond to Renzu, letting out a pure white light. Around Renzu's chest, specks of white light appeared. But this white light was too weak, it could not light up the darkness, it could not even cover Renzu's entire body, it could only light up his chest. Renzu, on the other hand, felt a new formless strength, entering his body from the hope goo. He continued to speak, saying the names. He was already muddle-headed, there were many names that he had said before, but he could not remember them clearly, saying them again wasted a lot of effort. His life flowed with time, Renzu did not have much time left. Finally, when he only had 1 day left to live, he said the word Jew. A sigh came from the darkness, a voice said, "Oh human, I admire your perseverance. You said my name, from today onwards I will listen to your orders. But I can only be together with my brothers, to capture all the goo worms in the world for you. Otherwise, with just my goo, it is not enough. So give up, you are already on the verge of death, you might as well make use of this world, take a last look at it." Renzu, however, shook his head resolutely, he made use of his time and continued to speak, guessing the other goo worm's name. Time ticked by and he only had 1 hour left. But at this time he unintentionally said the word Jew. In an instant, the darkness disappeared. 2 goo appeared in front of him. Just like what the hope goo said, 1 goo was square, it was called Jew. The other goo was round, it was called Gu-A. Together it was called Rules. The 2 goo spoke together, "No matter who it is, as long as they know our names, we will listen to them. O human, since you already know our names, we will be used by you. But you must remember, it is best not to let other living beings know our names. The more that know our names, we will have to subdue them all at once. Now you are the first person to subdue us, tell us your request." Renzu was overjoyed. "Then I order you to capture a lifespan goo for me." Rules and Rules goo worked together and captured an 80-year lifespan goo. Renzu was already 100 years old. After eating this lifespan goo, the wrinkles on his face disappeared, his skinny limbs were filled with healthy muscles, and the aura of youth was once again emitted. He jumped up like a carp doing a somersault. He joyfully looked at his own body, knowing that he had once again become a 20-year-old youth. "We will stop here for today, let's go home, my good grandson." The old man finished his story and finished his wine. "Grandpa, continue what happened to Renzu afterwards?" The grandson did not give up, shaking the old man's arm. "Let's go, we will talk when we have time." The old man wore a conical hat and a raincoat, and put a small one on his grandson. The grandfather and grandson left the inn and walked into the rain, gradually getting further away. Rules? Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie, he swirled the wine cup and looked at the green bamboo wine in the cup, feeling emotional. The legend of Renzu was widely spread in this world, almost no one did not know of it. Fang Yuan had naturally heard of it long ago. But whether it was a legend or a story, the benevolent saw benevolence and the wise saw wisdom. Earlier, the grandfather and grandson had only treated it as a story, but Fang Yuan could sense the deeper meaning behind it. Like that Renzu. When he did not know the rules, he would fumble around in the darkness. Sometimes he would stumble around, bumping into things, getting injured and in a sorry state. Sometimes, it would be a vast expanse, falling into confusion with no direction or goal. This darkness was not pure darkness or darkness, strength, wisdom and hope could not restrain it. Only when Renzu knew the rules, and said the name of the rules, did the darkness disappear and Renzu welcomed light. The darkness was the darkness of rules and this light was also the light of rules. Fang Yuan moved his gaze away from the wine cup and looked outside the window. Far away outside the window the sky was dark and gloomy, the green mountains were endless and the drizzle was like fog. Nearby, tall bamboo buildings appeared one after another, extending outwards. On the road there were 2 or 3 pedestrians, their feet wet and muddy from the rain. If they were not wearing gray-green clothes, they were carrying yellow umbrellas. Fang Yuan concluded in his heart, this world is like a big chessboard, all living beings are chess pieces, moving according to their own rules. The 4 seasons have rules, spring, summer, autumn and winter cycle in order. The water has rules, flowing to the bottom. The heat has rules, rising to the top. Humans naturally have rules. Everyone has their own standpoint and principles. Take Guyue village for example, the lives of servants are cheap, but the lives of the masters are precious, this is the rule. Thus, Xin Shui wanted to climb up to the nobles, and racked her brains to get rid of her slave status. Gao Wan tried every possible way to win the favor of the masters, relying on his master's power. Towards uncle and aunt, he was greedy, wanting to swallow up his parents' inheritance. The academy elders mainly nurture Gu masters, and maintain their own position in the academy. Everyone has their own rules, every industry has its own rules and every social group has their own rules. As long as one understands the rules, they can see the situation clearly. Get rid of the darkness and obtain the light and deal with it with ease. Fang Yuan thought of his own situation and already had a plan in his heart. To the Mo family's leader, Guyue Mo Qin, it is to protect the family's prosperity and benefits. Mo Yen looking for trouble with me is already breaking the rules, and to protect the family's reputation he will definitely not make a move on me. He might even take the initiative to compensate me. Actually, the Mo family is strong, and with their damaged reputation they want to punish me and I will not be able to resist. But Guyue Mo Qin was afraid. He was not afraid that he would break the rules, but worried that others would follow him and start to break the rules. In a fight between the younger generation, if the elders interfered, the situation would escalate, and if it involved the higher-ups, it would be a huge threat to the whole village. What Guyue Mo Qin was afraid of was that in future fights, others would lay their hands on his grandson Guyue Mo Bei. In his family he only has one son and if he dies what should he do? This kind of fear perhaps even he himself does not know. He just subconsciously wants to maintain the rules. Fang Yuan's eyes were clear, and he was clear about this matter from beginning to end. Gao Wan was not Guyue, so he was an outsider, a servant. What was the big deal if the master executed a servant? In this world there were many normal things. Fang Yuan had killed Gao Wan. Gao Wan's death was not the key was his master, the Mo family behind him. But this time I sent a box of dismembered corpses. I guess Guyue Mo Qin will interpret it as a compromise and a threat. This is what I want him to understand. If nothing goes wrong, the Mo family will not pursue the matter of Gao Wan's death. Of course, if my aptitude is a grade higher like AB grade, the Mo family will feel threatened, and even if their reputation is damaged they will suppress me this future threat. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Strength can be relied on, weakness can also be used. Although Fang Yuan was currently in the game he was also a chess piece. But he was well versed in the rules and had the heart of a chess player. Ordinary people were mostly like Guyue Mo Qin or the academy elder, and they only knew their own rules. Different professions were worlds apart. Like Fang Yuan, who could see the big picture and was well versed in the rules, it was extremely difficult. To know the rules, one had to be like Renzu, struggling in the dark and wandering around in confusion. At this time, strength, wisdom, and hope were not very useful. He had to spend time and experience it for himself in order to gain experience. Renzu was able to say the names of the Gu rules and Gu because he spent time and tried countless times under the shroud of death. Fang Yuan was well versed in the rules because of his 500 years of experience in his previous life. Since his rebirth, he was confident that he could create a glorious future. Not because of the spring-autumn cicada's reappearance, not because he knew many treasures in the mystic realms, and not because he had a grasp of the general direction of the future. Instead, it was the life experience he had accumulated over the 500 years of his previous life. Just like Ren Zhu, who mastered the Gu, could easily capture all the insects in the world. And Fang Yuan, who was well versed in the rules and regulations, could look down from above and see through the complicated affairs of the world. Or he could delve into a cocoon or hit the nail on the head. I am proud and arrogant, coldly looking at the people of the world like chess pieces, following their own rules and moving forward step by step. Darkness is the darkness of the rules and light is the light of the rules. And the reborn demon is already walking in the light. Chapter 39. May was the transition between spring and summer. The fragrance of flowers pervaded the air, and the mountains were green. The sun began to gradually show its warm side. Under the clear blue sky, white clouds floated like cotton. On Qingmao Mountain, the bamboo forest was still as straight as a spear pointing towards the sky. Weeds grew wildly everywhere and unknown wildflowers dotted the grass. When the wind blew, the weeds moved up and down, and the strong smell of pollen and grass assaulted one's senses. Halfway up the mountain, there were large numbers of terraced fields. Layer by layer, step by step, tender green wheat seedlings were planted, and from afar, it looked like a green sea. There were many farmers in the terraced fields, busy working. Some were cleaning the canals to divert water, while others rolled up their trousers and stood in the fields to plant seedlings. These people were naturally mortals with other surnames, as Guyue's clansmen did not engage in such lowly work. Ding ding ding. The sound of camel bells could be faintly heard in the spring wind. The farmers straightened their bodies, turning their heads towards the foot of the mountain. Only to see a caravan like a colorful long worm, slowly peeking out from the mountain path. It's a caravan. Yes, it's already May, the caravan should be here by now. The adults understood in their hearts. The naughty children gave up playing with the water and the mud in their hands, skipping towards the caravan. Southern border had 100,000 mountains and Qingmao Mountain was just one of them. Every mountain was inhabited by a village, and the people maintained the village with their blood and kinship. Between the mountains, the forests were deep and serene, with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The environment was complex, with large numbers of fierce beasts and strange goo worms. Mortals could not pass through it all. If a single person wanted to pass through these obstacles, they would need to be at least a rank 3 goo master. Thus, the economy was in decline and trade was difficult. The main form of trade was the caravan. Only by forming such a large-scale caravan could goo masters form groups, and have the ability to help each other, overcoming the difficulties on the way and travel from one mountain to another. The arrival of the caravan was like a bowl of boiling water, suddenly pouring into the calm and peaceful Qingmao Mountain. In the past they came in April, but this year it's May. But he's finally here. The innkeeper heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the news. The inn's business was extremely slow in other months. They could only count on the arrival of the merchant caravan to bring them a year's worth of income. At the same time, he still had some green bamboo wine in his inventory which he could sell to the caravans. Not only the inns but the tavern's business would also flourish. The caravan entered Guyue's village one after another. The one in the lead was a treasure brass toad. The toad was 2.5 meters tall and had an orange-yellow body. Its back was broad and thick and it was covered in warts and bumps, like the huge copper rivets on ancient city gates. On the back of the treasure brass toad, a large pile of goods was secured with thick ropes. At first glance, it looked like the treasure toad was carrying a huge bag. A middle-aged man with a round, pockmarked face and a round belly was sitting cross-legged on the head of the treasure toad. His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and cupped his fists to greet the Guyue villagers around him. This person's name was Jianghu, and he had rank 4 cultivation. He was the leader of this caravan. The treasure toad hopped forward, and Jianghu sat on the toad's head steadily. When he hopped, his height was level with the window of the second floor. Even if he landed, he would be higher than the first floor of the bamboo buildings. The originally spacious street suddenly seemed narrow. The treasure brass toad was like a monster that charged into the forest of bamboo buildings. After the treasure toad was a big fat bug. Its eyes were like stained glass windows, bright and colorful. It was 15 meters long, and its body resembled a silkworm. But its surface was covered with a thick layer of black glazed leather armor. The leather armor was also piled with goods, tied with hemp ropes. In the gaps between the goods, goo masters were sitting, some old and some young. There were also mortals, all of them strong and healthy martial artists, following the black-skinned fat beetle as it slowly moved forward. After the fat beetle, there was an ostrich with colorful feathers, a hairy mountain spider, a winged snake with 2 wings and so on. But these were only the minority and most of them were toads. These toads were similar to the treasure brass toad, just that they were slightly smaller, about the size of a cow or horse. They carried goods and people, their bellies bulging as they hopped forward. The caravan zigzagged deep into the village. Along the way the children opened their eyes wide, looking curiously, cheering and exclaiming. The windows of the second floor opened one by one, and the villagers observed closely. Some of their eyes shone with fear, while some waved their hands to express their warm welcome. Brother Jia, you are a little late this year, it must have been hard on you. Guiyuebo used his status as the tribe leader to personally welcome the leader of this caravan. Jia Fu was a rank 4 Gu master. If a rank 3 clan elder was in charge of receiving him, it would undoubtedly be a form of neglect and contempt. Jia Fu cupped his fists, sighing. This year was not smooth sailing. We met a group of dark blood bats on the way and lost many experts. And on Precipice Mountain we met the mountain fog and really did not dare to go. Thus we delayed a lot of time. Sorry for making Brother Guyue wait. His tone was very polite. Guyue village needed the caravan to trade every year, and the caravan also needed harmony to make money. It's good that you can come. Please, the tribe has already prepared food and wine, let me welcome you. Guyuebo extended his hand in invitation. Tribe leader is too polite, too polite. Jia Fu acted as if he was overwhelmed by the favor. The caravan arrived at Qingmao Mountain in the morning, and camped at Guyue village in the afternoon. By evening, the surroundings of the village had formed a large area of temporary shops. All sorts of red, blue, yellow and green tents were set up, and in between the tents, there were also countless small stalls. Night had fallen but the place was still ablaze with lights. An endless stream of people poured into this place from the village. There were mortals and also Gu masters. The children were jumping around in joy, and the adults also had a joyous expression as if they were celebrating a festival. Fang Yuan followed the flow of people walking in and out of the tents. The crowd was bustling, surrounding the stalls in groups or moving in and out of the tents. The surroundings were filled with shouts of hawking. Come, 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 let's take a look. High-quality blue sea cloud tea. Drinking this tea makes one feel as happy as a deity. Even if people don't drink it, feeding the tea gu is also cheap and delicious. One piece only costs 5 yuan stone. Brute strength longhorn beetle gu. When activated by a gu master, it can increase the strength of a bull. Don't miss it. Intimate grass, high-quality intimate grass. Look at the quality, it's as fresh as if it was just picked. 2 yuan stone per caddy, what a cheap price. Fang Yuan heard this and his footsteps paused, looking towards the source of the sound. He saw an ostrich pulling a 2-wheeled cart. On the cart was a pile of pink-green grass. Every blade of grass was a meter long, very slender, and on average only the width of a fingernail. Some of the grass even had heart-shaped flower buds at the tip. Intimate grass was one of the supplementary food for gu worms, and its value was that it could be paired with some food to feed gu worms. For example, when Fang Yuan fed the moonlight gu, he needed to feed it 2 flower petals for every meal. If he mixed in an intimate grass, the moonlight gu would be full after eating a moon orchid petal. Intimate grass was only 2 yuan stone per caddy, and every 10 moon orchid petals were 1 yuan stone. With a little calculation, he knew that mixing in the intimate grass to feed the gu worms was more cost-effective. Half a month ago, I killed Gao Wan, and because I used the moonlight gu in the academy I was fined 30 yuan stone. But the Mo family compensated me with 30 yuan stones, so it's not considered a loss. These days I robbed twice, totaling a total of 118 yuan stone. But recently, I have been constantly using the refined middle stage primeval essence to nourish the 4 walls of my aperture. Every day I have to use 3 yuan stone. In addition to the gu worms' feeding costs, my own living expenses, and the yuan stone that I continuously invested to buy green bamboo wine, I still have 98 yuan stones in my hands. Ever since Fang Yuan killed someone, his cruel and cold image was deeply ingrained in the students' hearts, and for a while no one dared to challenge him. This made robbing much easier. Every time, only a small number of people dared to go against him. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart, and shifted his gaze, continuing to walk deeper into the temporary shop area. At the intimate grass stall, a group of people surrounded it. They were all gu masters or students, holding yuan stone in their hands, fighting to buy it. It was not that Fang Yuan did not have the money to buy this intimate grass, but he did not have the time. If I remember correctly, that mudskin toad is in that shop. In my previous life, there was a gu master who gambled on it on the first night, and thus made a huge profit. I have to hurry, I can't lose the big picture because of a small gain. Chapter 40. The deeper he went, the more prosperous it was. There were fewer small stalls and more big tents. There were red, blue, yellow, and green tents. Some were square, some were round. Some of them had 2 pillars at the entrance, while others had red lanterns hanging from them. Some were brightly lit, while others were dark. Fang Yuan looked around as he walked and finally stopped in front of a gray tent. It's here. He looked up and saw that there were 2 pillars at the entrance of the tent. The pillars were engraved with a pair of couplets. On the left, show your courage, get the 4 seasons. On the right, show your skills, get wealth in all directions. In the middle there was a horizontal line. Luck changes. That's right, this was a casino. This casino covered an acre of land and was already a large tent. Fang Yuan walked in. Inside the tent there were 3 rows of counters. On the counters were pieces of amber or fossils. The small ones were the size of a palm, while the big ones were the size of a basin. There were also bigger ones as tall as a person. Naturally, the counters could not fit them, so they stood on the ground. Different from the liveliness of the other tents, this place was quiet. There were Gu masters in 2s and 3s standing in front of the counters. Some carefully examined the stones on the counters, some picked up the fossils and rubbed them carefully in their palms, feeling the texture. Some discussed with their companions and some discussed the price with the shop assistants. But no matter what they said, they spoke softly, trying not to disturb others. This was a gambling den. In this world of Gu, there were all kinds of strange and innumerable Gu. Gu worms had their own specific food. Without food, Gu worms could only last for a period of time before dying. But nature was cruel and merciful to life. If there was a lack of food, Gu worms had a chance of survival. That was to fall into a deep sleep and seal themselves. For example, the moonlight Gu without the moon orchid petals might seal itself. It would shrink its strength as much as possible, like hibernation, falling into the deepest sleep. At this time, its body would not only dissipate the blue light, but it would also turn from a transparent crystal into a gray stone, covered in a stone shell. As time passed, the stone shell would become thicker and thicker, turning into a stubborn stone. Another example was the liquor worm. If it sealed itself, it would form a white silkworm cocoon. It would curl up its body and sleep in the cocoon. Of course, this kind of sealed dormancy did not happen to all Gu worms. The probability of it happening was very small. Under normal circumstances, Gu worms would not fall asleep but starve to death. Only a small number of Gu worms would seal themselves under certain circumstances. Some Gu masters accidentally obtained these sealed Gu worms on rocks or cocoons, awakening the Gu worms within. Some of them made a small fortune from this. Some of them had a meteoric rise, their lives ushering in a turning point. These situations happened frequently in the Gu master world. There were often rumors that were true or false, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. This was the source of the stubborn stones in this gambling den. Of course, these stones were similar in appearance. He had to open it to determine if there really was a Gu worm hidden inside. For a small-scale gambling den like this, 9 out of 10 stones are solid, and there are no Gu worms inside. Even if there were Gu worms in the stones, they might not all be living worms. Most of them were dead Gu worms. But once they bet on a living Gu, under most circumstances, they would make a huge profit. If the Gu worm is extremely rare, then they would either have a meteoric rise or they would be killed and robbed. Fang Yuan's heart was clear. He was very clear about the workings of this place. In his previous life, he had joined a caravan and worked as a worker in a gambling den. After a period of time, he even managed a gambling den that was bigger than this one. It was a medium-sized gambling den. He had cheated many gamblers but also made a few mistakes, losing valuable Gu worms to others several times. Fang Yuan stood at the door for a while, his gaze sweeping around before he slowly walked to the counter on the left. Behind the counter there was a shop assistant a few meters apart. There were both men and women. They had green belts on their waists. They were not mortals, they were all rank 1 Gu masters. Most of them were initial stage, some were middle stage. Seeing Fang Yuan come to the counter, a female Gu master closest to him walked over, a smile on her face as she said softly, "Young master, what Gu do you need?" Every stone on this counter was sold for 10 primeval stones. If it's your first time and you want to gamble a little, you can go to the counter on the right. The rocks there are only selling for 5 yuan stone. If you want excitement, you can go to the higher level counter in front. The rocks there are selling for 20 yuan stone. This was an experienced female Gu master. She had been working in the gambling den for a long time. When she saw Fang Yuan come in, from his appearance, age, height and other aspects, she guessed that he was a student. Those who came to gamble were all Gu masters, not mortals. And students could only be considered as reserve Gu masters. They had just started cultivating and were usually short on money due to feeding their Gu worms. Where would they have the spare money to gamble? Students like this often came in to take a look, to broaden their horizons and to seek novelty. Most of them only looked and did not buy. A few with good family backgrounds might buy one to give it a try. But they usually only bought the cheapest fossils. Thus, the female Gu master did not look forward to how many rocks Fang Yuan could buy. Let me take a look first. Fang Yuan nodded at her expressionlessly, and then buried his head to look. In his memory, it should be this counter in this gambling den. But 500 years was really too long. Many things were very blurry, especially the 500 years of memory. It was a huge storage. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan did not remember it very clearly. He only vaguely remembered that it was in this year, on the first night of the caravan's arrival, there was a lucky person who spent 10 yuan stone to buy a purple gold fossil. He opened the rock on the spot, and obtained a mud-skin toad. Then this Gu toad was bought by someone and he earned a lot of yuan stone. Fang Yuan looked for a while, his brows slightly furrowing. On this counter, there were over 20 fossils with purple gold luster. Which one was hiding the mud-skin toad? Every rock here was sold for 10 yuan stone. Fang Yuan had 98 yuan stone on him now, and according to this estimation he could buy at most 9. But in reality it could not be calculated like this. Any risk and gamble had to be considered. Fang Yuan was no longer that kind of hothead, nor was he a gambler who thought highly of himself. Those who thought they were favored by fate usually fell under the hands of fate. I am alone without the support of friends and family. I need to leave some yuan stone to support my life, and to buy food to feed the Gu worm. He calculated slightly with the basic guarantee he could buy at most 7 fossils. This rock is decorated with purple gold, but it is flat like a cake. There is no mud-skin toad inside. This purple gold is dazzling, but it is only the size of a fist. If there is really a mud-skin toad inside, it should be at least 30% bigger. This purple gold fossil is big, but its surface is extremely smooth, while the mud-skin toad's rock skin is full of holes. Obviously not. Fang Yuan continued to size it up, eliminating and filtering. After the Gu worm was sealed and hibernated, the fossil formed was 1, and blocked most of the world's detection methods. The remaining detection methods were forceful and brutal, and once used they would kill the dying Gu worm inside. Thus, when Gu masters chose rocks, they could only rely on guessing, experience, luck, and the occasional flash of inspiration. If not for that, this place would not be called a casino. Of course, in this world there were all sorts of strange things, and it was possible that there were some extremely gentle detection methods that could let the Gu master know if there was a Gu worm inside the rock. Fang Yuan had heard of some rumors in his previous life, but after verification he found that they were all rumors. Fang Yuan secretly thought, if there really is such a method, it must be a secret inheritance, and would only be in the hands of an extremely small number of mysterious people. It would not affect the overall situation of the gambling industry. It was better around Qingmao Mountain, but the further east one went, the more popular the casinos became. In the Baitu Mountain region, every village had a casino. In some of the larger villages there were also large casinos. In the 3 villages famous for their stone gambling foresight, Boulder Village, Ancient Tomb Village and Grey Whale Village, there were even larger stone gambling dens. These 3 large stone gambling dens each had a history of over 1,000 years. Even now their business was still booming and there was an endless stream of gamblers. There had never been any incidents of them being swept clean. Right now the tent that Fang Yuan was in could barely be considered a small-scale casino. But if any other 15-year-old came here, they would definitely be dazzled by all these fossils, and even if they chose a fossil, it would be purely a blind guess. But Fang Yuan was different. First of all, he already knew a portion of the answer, so the range of choices was suddenly narrowed to less than 30. Of course, from these 20 over fossils, it was not easy to choose the only one. But Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience as a foundation. Relying on this solid foundation he observed for a while, and chose the 6 purple gold fossils that fit the criteria. He was 80% sure, the mud-skin toad was sleeping in one of the purple gold fossils. Chapter 41. I want to buy some stones. After choosing his target, Fang Yuan said to the female Gu master. Newbie. The female Gu master immediately thought of this. No matter how bad a gambler is, if they want to buy it they have to inspect it first. First observe it carefully, then rub the stone in their hands, feeling the texture and weight of the stone. After observing it for a while, if they feel something is wrong, the gamblers will give up. They will not immediately say they want to buy it. And people like Fang Yuan who immediately say they want to buy, are undoubtedly newbies who are gambling for the first time. But although the female Gu master thought so, her expression did not change, her smile was still like a flower as she softly asked Fang Yuan, "Then which one do you want to choose?" Fang Yuan pointed, "This one." The female Gu master immediately took it out. Fang Yuan pointed again, "This one?" The female Gu master was slightly surprised, she did not expect this young man to buy two at once. Looks like this young man's gambling habits are more intense. She evaluated in her heart. But immediately after, Fang Yuan pointed again, "And this one, that one, I'll buy them both." The female Gu master was stunned, feeling greatly surprised. She could not help but size up Fang Yuan again. Looks like this ordinary-looking young man, his family background should be very good. Otherwise, how can a normal Gu master have so much spare money? Thinking of this, the female Gu master's smile became gentler and friendlier. She did not expect the young man in front of her to be a customer. This was an unexpected surprise. But Fang Yuan surprised the female Gu master again. He pointed to the furthest purple gold stone, "Right, and the two over there." The female Gu master's heart couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Which Guyu village's rich young master is this? He seems to be the successor of a branch family. If I can get close to him, maybe I won't have to stay here and work so hard as a shop assistant. Thinking of this, the female Gu master's smile became even gentler. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan had a hint of charm. 6 stones placed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out 60 yuan stone and handed it to the female Gu master without hesitation. His action of paying the bill immediately attracted the attention of other Gu masters in the tent. Someone is starting to gamble on stones. We watched for more than an hour, but we didn't dare to make a move. Now that someone is testing the waters, it's good to see. He's just a student. To be able to take out 60 pieces of yuan stone in one go, he must be quite wealthy. Looks like he's a real hothead. Is stone gambling that easy to gamble? I'm going to hit my head hard today. The Gu masters stood on the spot, discussing softly as they looked at Fang Yuan. "Sir, do you want to open the stone on the spot? Our casino will open the stone for you for free." The female Gu master gently suggested, her eyes sending flirtatious glances. Fang Yuan glanced around with the corner of his eyes, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his lips. He waved his hand, rejecting the female Gu master. "Purple gold is my lucky color, this is my first time gambling on rocks, it has great significance. I want to open the stone myself." The female Gu master's eyes shone brighter, thinking, "Such heroism, he is indeed a rich young master." She would never have thought that Fang Yuan could be said to have no relatives or friends in the Guiyue village. He was like duckweed, without any backing, and had to rely on himself for everything. "Deske, so what if you have money? I wonder which rascal is it, wasting his father's hard-earned money. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Who relies on lucky color to choose a stone. Sai, this kind of behavior is simply throwing a yuan stone into the water, and then smashing it into the water for fun." The gazes of the Gu masters in the tent dimmed. After confirming that Fang Yuan was a prodigal, their originally low expectations were immediately reduced to nothing. Some Gu masters even retracted their gazes, turning their heads and observing the fossils on the counter again. The changes in the surroundings did not affect Fang Yuan's state of mind at all. He was expressionless, silently mobilizing the primeval essence in his primeval sea and putting it into the moonlight Gu. In the next moment, the crescent moon mark on his right palm emitted a water-like pale blue light. Fang Yuan used this right hand to grab a purple gold stone, holding it in his palm. Then he closed his fingers, slowly kneading and rubbing the surface of the fossil. The blue light flashed continuously, the light rippling like water. The purple gold stone became smaller and smaller, and large amounts of powdery stone chips fell from between Fang Yuan's fingers, falling onto the carpet in the tent. "Good move, young master." The female Gu master seized the opportunity and immediately opened her mouth to praise. "This young man, he isn't completely useless. He has real skills." Seeing this scene, the Gu master's eyes flashed with a trace of complex light. They had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the blue light to grind the surface of the stone. This was a subtle use of the moonlight Gu. Usually, only Gu masters who had used the moonlight Gu for 2 to 3 years could reach this level. With Fang Yuan's age and status as a student, it was very rare to be able to do this. "Look, he is using our Guiyue clan's unique moonlight Gu." Some Gu masters discovered this and immediately felt proud, looking at Fang Yuan more pleasing to the eye. But this method is still too rough to use for cutting rocks. Some of the more experienced Gu masters shook their heads. The purple gold stone became smaller and smaller. At first it could not be closed with one palm, but after a while, it shrunk to the size of a fist and was wrapped by Fang Yuan's fingers. The blue light became stronger and the fossil became the size of a marble. In the end, only a pile of stone powder was left, falling onto the carpet and forming a small puddle. This was completely a solid rock, there were no Gu worms inside. As expected, unreliable. The Gu masters shook their heads. Young master, there are still 5 more purple gold stones. The female Gu master encouraged warmly. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, not the slightest bit affected. He grabbed the second purple gold stone and continued to grind it. But the result of this one was still a solid rock, there were no Gu worms inside. It was the same for the third one. One of the Gu masters said impatiently, "Stop looking, there is no need to gamble on a rock chosen based on color. If he can get a good Gu, I will eat all the stone powder on the floor." Someone laughed lightly. "Young master, don't be discouraged. Aren't there 3 more? You have only cut through half." The female Gu master exhaled, cheering for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed the 4th piece, and when he grinded it to the size of a palm, he suddenly stopped. There is material. The stone material has changed, it is not purple gold stone, but a black ink color. Is he really going to catch a dead mouse with a blind cat? The surrounding Gu masters let out a soft gasp. "Young master, please be careful when you cut the rock. Don't move too much, the sleeping Gu worms are extremely weak. If you use too much strength, you will accidentally kill the Gu worm inside." The female Gu master did not expect such a situation to occur, she was stunned for a moment before cautiously reminding him. Fang Yuan's movements were much slower, and as he rubbed his fingers, the stone fell off with a sizzling sound. It was intermittent, no longer as continuous as before. The black stone powder fell, the stone became smaller and smaller, and Fang Yuan's movements became even slower and gentler. The stone powder on the carpet piled up higher, and the black ink stone core in Fang Yuan's hands was finally used up. "Sigh, what a pity, it is only a stone in a stone. What a waste of my emotions, I thought there was really a Gu worm. You guys are too gullible, is stone gambling such an easy thing? 10 out of 10 are empty. Otherwise how can the shop make money? Young master, your luck is actually quite good. You got a stone in a stone on your first try, normal people can't do it." The female Gu master used another method to console Fang Yuan, and at the same time to prepare his heart for the following outcome. It was common for people to end up empty-handed from stone gambling. From her point of view, Fang Yuan was just doing it casually, the possibility of him choosing a Gu stone was close to 0. Fang Yuan smiled and did not reply but took out the 5th piece. He carefully grinded it, and this time in just 10 breaths of time, the purple gold stone surface was ground away, revealing a bumpy yellow mud ball. Chapter 42. Don't tell me it's a rock in a rock again. Seems like it. But it's weird, this yellow soil is wrapped in a hard purple gold rock. It should be smooth and round, why is the surface uneven? The surrounding Gu masters were puzzled. Looking at the yellow soil ball in his hand, Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart moved slightly. He continued to grind, and the blue light was like water, turning the soil into powder. In the powdery soil, there were many lumps of soil, falling onto the pile of stone powder at his feet. Don't tell me there's really something inside. Some Gu masters saw this and stared with their eyes wide open. It's hard to say. Some people's tone was uncertain. "I feel like there's something inside, it seems like there's something inside," someone said softly. The yellow soil ball gradually became smaller, and when it was about the size of a palm, someone suddenly barged into the tent. "Lad, take it easy. I Jianghu will buy this soil ball." Fang Yuan's hand stopped, and at once the Gu masters in the tent focused their attention on this person. This person looked young, about 20 to 25 years old. He wore a golden robe with a silk belt around his waist, and in the middle of the belt was a square jade piece. The jade piece had a horizontal jade rune, forming the rarely seen one word. Obviously this was a rank 1 Gu master. 20 years old and still a rank 1 Gu master, it seems his aptitude was not that great. But this person's status was somewhat special. Seeing this person, the Gu masters in the tent bowed and said in unison, "Subordinate greets second young master." Second young master? He called himself Jianghu. Could he be the half-brother of the caravan leader Jiafu? That means this gambling den should be opened by him. But now that he interfered, it seems like he is breaking the rules of the casino. The Gu masters discussed softly. "That's right, I am the shopkeeper of this shop. Little brother, so young yet you are gambling on stones. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your family? I will offer 40 yuan stone to buy the soil ball in your hand. What do you think? 40 pieces of yuan stone is quite a lot, and there might not be any goo inside. It's just that I'm in a good mood today, and since it's your first time gambling, I don't want you to lose all your money. Take it as me giving you some back. Jianghu quickly walked in front of Fang Yuan and said, 40 yuan stone? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, squinted at Jianghu and sneered, it seems that you want to forcefully buy the mud ball fossil in my hand? Forcefully buying was against the rules of the casino. Moreover, on Qingmao Mountain you want to bully me, a person with the surname Guiyue, in public? Hearing Fang Yuan's final words, the other Gu masters present could not stand still. They could not help but feel a sense of common hatred towards the enemy as they rushed towards Fang Yuan's direction. The way he looked at Jianghu also became unfriendly. Jianghu had thought that a 15-year-old boy like Fang Yuan would be easy to deal with, and that he would be able to move his heart with just a few words. He did not expect Fang Yuan's methods to be so good. With just a few words, he had fallen into a disadvantageous situation. Seeing the posture of the Gu masters rushing over, Jianghu's expression immediately changed. He changed his tone and hurriedly waved his hands. Little brother, you misunderstood. I am the shopkeeper of the gambling den. How can I destroy my own platform and break my own rules? Then how can I still do business in the future? I just saw that your mud ball was interesting, so I wanted to buy it. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. But if you don't have anything later, don't blame me for not warning you. Fang Yuan did not bother with him anymore, turning his head and concentrating on rubbing the mud ball in his hand. His movements were very slow, very meticulous. Often, after a while, wisps of dry mud powder would fall down. As he moved, a dormant goo worm gradually appeared in front of everyone. Oh my god, there really is a goo worm. He really opened a goo. Are you kidding me? This kind of stone gambling can work? This young man's luck is off the charts. He actually used his luck to forcefully open a goo worm. At once, the goo masters exclaimed in shock. The female goo master subconsciously covered her mouth, looking at this scene in disbelief. She had become a shop assistant and had been to many villages, meeting all kinds of people and many customers, but she had never seen such a dramatic scene. There really is a goo worm. Jianghu's eyes flashed with a cold light, his heart filled with hatred. He was narrow-minded and easily jealous. What he liked to do the most was to take advantage of others. What he hated the most was to be taken advantage of. He opened this gambling den, and arranged a tight network of spies inside. Once a customer seemed to be opening a goo worm, he would get the news and appear, usually forcefully buying it. Right now, Fang Yuan was in his gambling den, opening a goo worm right under his nose. Jianghu felt his heart bleed. What he opened was a toad goo. It was yellow all over, its belly was pale yellow, its back was brown and bumpy, covered with warts that were unique to toads. At first glance it was somewhat horrifying. It was not big, only the size of a palm. Holding it in his palm, it was like holding 2 or 3 eggs. Under all kinds of shocked, envious and jealous gazes, Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he carefully mobilized his primeval essence, injecting it into the toad's body. Immediately, this toad was refined by him. Goo worms obtained from unsealing fossils were extremely weak. Not only did they have little strength left, their will was also muddled, without any ability to resist, and could be easily refined by the goo master. The toad goo was awakened from its slumber by Fang Yuan. It slowly opened its eyes, its belly slightly bulging as it softly called out, "Croak." Although this sound was weak, it caused the expressions of the people present to become extremely interesting. The difference in value between a living goo and a dead goo was huge. It's a living goo. He opened a living goo. Someone rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe it. This is a mudskin toad. Damn it, it really is a mudskin toad. Someone recognized the toad goo's identity, shouting excitedly, "This young lad is so lucky. Why don't I have such luck?" Someone sighed, his emotions complicated, containing envy, jealousy and hatred. "Young master, congratulations. This is the most precious goo worm I've seen so far." The female goo master was so excited that her words were somewhat incoherent, her eyes shining brightly. "It's actually a mudskin toad. This is a rare rank 2 goo worm, worth a whole 500 yuan stone. Damn it. Someone actually opened such a goo worm in my shop. I've lost big. Jianghu's face was pale, staring at the toad. He had a strong urge to snatch it over. But he knew he couldn't. If he really did that, he would be seeking his own death. This was not his clan's village but a foreign land, the territory of Guiyue clan. Maybe I should offer a few dozen more yuan stone, maybe he will transfer it to me. That's right, he's just a student. If I offer 100 yuan stone, I'm not afraid he won't be moved. Why didn't I do that? Xianxia was filled with regret. No, maybe this lad doesn't know what's good for him. Although he opened this mudskin toad, I should be able to suppress the price and buy it. Xianxia had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But the next moment, this glimmer of hope was mercilessly shattered by Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan stared indifferently at the mudskin toad in his hands, not caring about the exclamations of shock and admiration from others. He used a calm tone and said to Xianxia, "Mudskin toad, rank 2 gu worm, eats a caddy of yellow mud every meal, the more fertile the mud, the better. It is rare, and is the main gu needed to refine the treasure brass toad. The market price is 500 yuan stone. Xianxia, do you want to buy it? You actually know so much." Xianxia's lips trembled, almost speechless after such a blow. Fang Yuan laughed lightly and continued, "If you're not willing, then forget it. I'll sell it to others, I believe there will be people who will buy it." Hold on. I'll buy it. But can you lower the price a little?" Xianxia's face showed a bitter smile. Fang Yuan turned around and left. Xianxia quickly chased after him. Don't go. I'll buy it. Fang Yuan did not have any plans to nurture this mudskin toad. It was a rank 2 gu worm, and Fang Yuan was only at rank 1 initial stage. Although it ate yellow mud, Qingmao Mountain was covered in green mud, and it was troublesome to get food. Moreover, if he did not sell this toad gu, Fang Yuan would have to feed 3 gu worms at the same time with his own strength. Yuan stone consumption would increase, and the yuan stone he had now was not enough to feed them. Thus, Fang Yuan's goal had always been to sell the mudskin toad and earn 500 yuan stone, earning a sum of money. 500 yuan stone to a rank 1 initial stage gu master like Fang Yuan was already a huge sum of money. The transaction was completed quickly, and Fang Yuan transferred the mudskin toad to Xianxia in front of everyone, and at the same time received 5 heavy money bags. Each money pouch contained 100 pieces of primeval stones. Fang Yuan's original wealth was 98 pieces, and after spending 60 in stone gambling, he was left with 38 pieces. This way, his wealth multiplied by several times, and he now had 538 yuan stone. Many gu masters saw this scene with their own eyes and their eyes turned red. Fang Yuan kept the 5 money bags in his arms, and picked up the last purple gold fossil, walking out of the tent leisurely. "Young master, is this yuan stone not working?" The female gu master blinked and looked at Fang Yuan's back, reminding him loudly. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear and left the gambling den without looking back, leaving behind a group of stunned gu masters, looking at each other in silence. Chapter 43. Waves rose and fell in the green copper primeval sea, rising and falling. Above the sea, the liquor worm curled up into a ball, emitting a faint white mist of wine. A gust of primeval essence rushed upwards, straight into the wine mist. By the time it landed, half of it was gone and the color was deeper. From the initial stage emerald green, it turned into the middle stage pale green. The middle stage primeval essence fell into the primeval sea, but it did not mix with the initial stage primeval essence. It was as if it was heavier, sinking into the bottom. The upper half of the primeval sea was initial stage primeval water, and the lower half was middle stage primeval essence. As time passed, the wine mist lingered in the aperture. Under the refinement of the liquor worm, the initial stage primeval essence gradually decreased, and the middle stage primeval essence gradually increased. It could be clearly seen that the middle stage primeval essence in the lower half was getting higher and higher, while the initial stage primeval essence in the upper half was dropping and rising. Fang Yuan refined the primeval essence while absorbing the natural primeval essence from the yuan stone, quickly replenishing the aperture in his body. Finally, 45% of the primeval sea in the aperture was completely refined into middle stage primeval essence. Thanks to the middle stage primeval essence, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to cut the rock 5 times in a row in the gambling den. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in the dormitory, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. It was already late at night. After he came out of the gambling den, he did not go to any other shops, but went straight back to the academy. Although it was near the Guiyue village, as a rank 1 initial stage gu master, having 538 yuan stones was still too much. This was not only because these yuan stones were heavy and inconvenient to carry around. It also attracted covetous eyes and could endanger one's life. If a rank 1 upper stage or even a rank 2 Gu master had evil intentions with Fang Yuan's current ability, he would not be able to handle them. Money is just a worldly possession, and it is sad that people die because of money. It is laughable that many people in the world cannot see through this. The boat of profit carries many people, and also how many people sink. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, looking at the gray yuan stone in his hand. A complete yuan stone was the size of a duck egg. But the one in his hand, because half of the true essence had been absorbed, had already shrunk a whole circle. Fang Yuan did not feel heartache at all. Everything has its pros and cons. He only had C-grade aptitude, and he had to use the liquor worm to refine his Zhen Yuan. Yuan stone consumption was several times that of his peers. However, it was also because of this that he was able to overcome his lack of aptitude. In terms of true cultivation progress, he could be ranked in the top 3. Fang Yuan put the yuan stone back into his coin pouch and took out the last piece of the purple gold fossil. He had bought a total of 6 pieces at the casino, opened 5 on the spot, and brought the last one back with him. His eyes shone brightly and he activated the moonlight goo again. His 5 fingers rubbed together as he dissected the rock. Under the blue light, the purple gold fossil rapidly shrunk, and in the end, it was ground into nothingness, leaving only a small pile of stone powder on the ground beside the bed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. When it came to stone gambling, 9 out of 10 gambles were lost. Even if he had 500 years of experience, he could only lose 8 out of 10 gambles. The remaining 20% chance of winning was divided into dead goo and live goo. The dead goo did not have much value. As for the live goo, it might not be that rare goo. If it was really a live goo with great value, it would instead attract a fatal disaster. Fang Yuan's current cultivation was very low. He was at the bottom of the goo master hierarchy. If the mudskin toad that he had just opened was not near the Guiyue village, he might have been robbed by Jia Jinsheng. Gambling was never a way to get rich. Instead, many people went bankrupt because of it. This was not Fang Yuan's path of development. Although the last purple gold fossil did not have a goo worm, Fang Yuan was not disappointed. But Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Instead, looking at the pile of stone powder on the ground, he gradually smiled. That's right, his ultimate goal in entering the casino was this pile of stone powder. As for the mudskin toad, it was just something he did in passing. He dissected the rock in private, and other than him, no one knew the true result. From now on, he could make an excuse and say that the liquor worm was awakened from this purple gold fossil. This was a great idea. First, no one could be sure what kind of goo was sealed in the fossil. Who would dare say that the liquor worm could not sleep in the purple gold fossil? This was completely possible. Secondly, he had a few eyewitnesses. Him opening the mudskin toad must have left a deep and distinct impression on the goo masters in the casino. Thirdly, even if someone did not give up, he could attribute it all to luck. Luck was the hardest thing to understand. Even if someone suspected that this was the flower wine monk's liquor worm, with the excuse of luck, there was nothing they could do. In the dark room, Fang Yuan's gaze was gloomy. Blindly hiding it was like trying to cover a fire with paper. One day he would be exposed. To get rid of the liquor worm, he had to take the initiative. This was Fang Yuan's style. Moreover, he had thought about it carefully. In the following cultivation process, he needed to expose the liquor worm. A rank 1 goo like the liquor worm is very precious to a rank 1 goo master. But at rank 2 it is no longer useful. Thus, if it is exposed, it will at most attract some attention. It does not affect the big picture, so it is not important. It is not like the spring-autumn cicada. If the spring-autumn cicada is exposed, I might die without a burial place. With 500 years of life experience, Fang Yuan had long since seen through people's psychology, and understood it like the back of his hand. The flower wine monk's inheritance and the mudskin toad. In my memory, these were the only 2 things that could be taken advantage of, and now I have picked them up. From now on, I can only rely on myself to cultivate step by step. Fang Yuan sighed and stretched his body, feeling a kind of fatigue. A goo master's primeval sea cultivation could not replace sleep. Fang Yuan pulled up the bedding and laid on the bed, his eyes still half open. Although there were more than 500 pieces of yuan stone hidden at the head of the bed, and many jars of green bamboo wine stored under the bed, he still felt a faint sense of danger. These 500 pieces of yuan stone was already a limit. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. Fang Yuan was clear that his primeval stone expenditure would only increase in the future. And most of his income came from extorting his classmates. He could already feel that the classmates around him had obvious improvements. Especially in the recent extortions, Guiyue Mabe, Qiqing and his brother Guiyue Fangjing, these 3 had great improvements in their fist and leg skills. In the past they could be dealt with in 1 or 2 moves, but now they needed 5 or 6. After 3 or 4 more robberies, their fist and leg skills will be honed. They will challenge me one by one, and with my current stamina, I can't take that kind of continuous battle. 500 pieces of yuan stone may seem like a lot, but with my intense consumption of 4 pieces of yuan stone a day, it is actually not much. There are no more treasures on Qingmao Mountain, but the nearby Baigu Mountain has a secret inheritance left behind by a rank 4 righteous Gu master. But to obtain this inheritance is very troublesome. There is an important checkpoint that requires 2 people to work together to pass. Sai, the main thing is that the flower wine monk's inheritance is too little, and I only got a liquor worm. There is still that image wall. Maybe I can sell it to one of the merchants in the caravan. As Fang Yuan pondered, his eyelids became heavier and heavier until he fell asleep. Chapter 44. The next day at noon, Fang Yuan went to the merchant district outside the village while he was eating lunch. Because they had to work during the day, there were not many villagers in the tents and stalls. Fang Yuan followed his memory and walked to the place where the intimate grass was sold last night. But he saw an empty handcart parked on the spot. Dragging the handcart was an ostrich. It stood proudly on the spot. Its body was as big as an ostrich and its appearance was like a chicken, but its back was bulging, forming an arc. A pair of wide wings were folded at its side, its colorful feathers bright and dazzling. The chicken's head was raised high, its bright red comb like an agate crown. Under the illumination of the sun, it shone with a lustrous luster. It seems I was a step too late, the intimate grass has already been sold out. What a pity, if I had bought a few kilograms of intimate grass, I could have saved a lot of yuan stone. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused for a moment, before he left and continued walking inside. Come, let's taste the village's wine. There are over 100 types of fine wine here. There's the best lantern grass wine, the lingering 9 melody wine, the quiet and elegant Gu Longjing wine, the sweet and sour flower stone wine, the mouth-watering 100 springs old cellar, the rich and fragrant drunken 3 autumns. In front of a blue barrel-shaped tent, the waiter was shouting with all his might. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, his interest immediately piqued. He turned around and entered this wine shop. The wine shop's facilities were very unique. At the innermost part of the tent, there was a long counter. A Gu master was guarding it, behind him were tens of wicker basket-sized crystal ladybugs, clinging to the tent's cloth. The tent's floor was not covered with carpet, but directly exposed the mountain rocks and soil. In the soil grew a group of colorful mushrooms. These mushrooms were colorful, round, somewhat cute. Some were as big as a table, some as small as a stool. Around a table-sized mushroom, there were a few stool-sized mushrooms. These are true mushrooms intentionally grown by a Gu master. They can absorb dust and turbid air, purifying the air, a type of grass Gu. Fang Yuan immediately recognized these mushrooms. He chose a small mushroom and sat down. The surface of the mushroom immediately caved in slightly, giving Fang Yuan the illusion that he was sitting on a sofa on earth. Young master, this is the wine list. What kind of wine would you like? A waiter came over. Fang Yuan looked at the wine list and found that the wine here was more expensive than the green bamboo wine. I'll have a glass of monkey wine, Fang Yuan said as he put down the wine menu. A cup of monkey wine. The waiter turned his head and shouted. At the counter, the rank 1 Gu master heard it and immediately bent down, taking out a bamboo wine cup from the counter. Then, glass in hand, he turned to face the tent behind him. On the blue canvas of the tent, there were dozens of large crystal ladybugs quietly clinging to the tent with their heads down and their tails up. It was like a decoration hanging on the wall of a tent. These crystal ladybugs were also a type of Gu. Their stomachs were hollow and were often used by Gu masters to store precious liquid. They were transparent as if they were made of crystal. From the outside, one could see what kind of wine was stored in the round stomachs of the ladybug. The Gu master quickly found the crystal ladybug with the monkey wine in it. He placed the bamboo wine cup under the mouth of the ladybug and used his other hand to gently stroke the ladybug's crystal carapace. An extremely small amount of primeval essence flowed into the crystal ladybug's body. Then, the ladybug opened its mouth and a stream of wine flowed down, pouring into the bamboo wine cup. The wine splashed for a while and suddenly stopped. The Gu master placed the bamboo wine cup filled with monkey wine on the counter. The waiter outside the counter had been waiting for a long time. He carefully picked it up and walked a few steps, bringing it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only took a light sip. The monkey wine was a fruit wine, it was mellow and sweet, soft in the mouth. He did not drink again, but with a thought, he called out the liquor worm. The white and fat liquor worm turned into a white light, drawing a half arc in the air, and with a plop, it fell into the wine cup. The wine splashed everywhere, splashing on the mushroom table. The liquor worm happily rolled around in the wine cup, the monkey wine dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, the wine cup was empty, not a single drop left. "It's the liquor worm," the goo master at the counter exclaimed, his eyes shining. He was a rank 1 goo master with only D-grade talent. He followed the caravan and worked in this wine shop. He wanted to travel while looking for opportunities. The liquor worm could refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. To a rank 1 goo master, it could be said to be an extremely precious goo worm. Wasn't this the opportunity he was looking for? "Young master, I wonder if you can part with your liquor worm?" He excitedly walked over, his face full of sincerity. Fang Yuan shook his head, firmly rejecting him, then got up and left. His purpose in coming here was to expose the liquor worm, he never thought of selling it. Young master, please wait. I'm very sincere, maybe we can sit down and slowly discuss." The goo master reluctantly followed Fang Yuan to the entrance of the tent. But Fang Yuan did not respond. In the end, he could only stand still, looking at Fang Yuan's back with great regret as he turned the corner and disappeared from his sight. Unknowingly, the sun gradually set, the crescent moon flying up. In the night, the moonlight shone like water, but was evaporated by the lights of countless shops. Tonight, the shops were crowded and business was still booming. Fang Yuan was pushed forward by the crowd, all kinds of discussions unavoidably entering his ears. Shops usually open for 3 days and 3 nights. Tonight is already the second night. By the morning of the day after tomorrow, the caravan will set off again. So if we want to buy something, we have to hurry. Yesterday I saw a golden belgu, it's too expensive. After haggling with the shopkeeper for half a day, it didn't get much cheaper. I'll go take a look tonight. Did you guys hear just last night? A young man actually opened a mudskin toad in the gambling den, earning a total of 500 yuan stone. Fang Yuan listened attentively, and could not help but feel disappointed. He did not hear any news about the liquor worm. The liquor worm is only a rank 1 goo, it is very important to rank 1 goo masters, but to rank 2 and rank 3 goo masters, it cannot refine their primeval essence. So it is normal that no one paid attention to it. But the matter of exposing the liquor worm, I can't be too hasty. If I do it too pretentiously, I will be exposed, Fang Yuan thought to himself as he walked. At this moment, the crowd in front of him surged. Immediately after, Fang Yuan heard someone shout, "Come and see, there is a black-hearted shop, selling fake goo to our clansmen." Immediately, there were people in the crowd who were filled with righteous indignation. Something like this actually happened. Quick, go and see which shop dares to deceive our clansmen. Fang Yuan followed the flow of people, following them. He saw a group of people surrounding the entrance of a large red tent, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Some were looking curiously, some crossed their arms and looked coldly, but most of their faces were shrouded in a thin layer of anger. 2 people stood at the entrance of the tent. One was a young rank 2 goo master. Looking at his attire, he was obviously a Guiyue clansman. The other person was a familiar face, it was the owner of the gambling den Jianghu. The young goo master held a black goo worm in his hand, raising it up high and shouting at the surrounding people, "Clansmen, this is the person in front of me. Yesterday he sold me a fake goo. He lied to me and said it was a black boar goo, selling me 250 yuan stone. But when I bought it and refined it, I found out that it was not a black boar goo, it was just the most common smelly fat worm." Jianghu laughed coldly, "Don't slander me. When did I say this goo was a black boar goo? What proof do you have?" The young goo master saw Jianghu's denial and was furious, grabbing Jianghu's arm. "You unscrupulous merchant, you dare to deny it. You dare to lie to your lord Guiyue on Qingmao Mountain, are you looking for death? Let go." Jianghu was also furious, swinging his sleeves and slapping the young goo master's hand away. "You want to cause trouble and extort money, but you don't know who you are dealing with. I'm not afraid of you. My brother is Jiafu, a rank 4 goo master, what can you do to me?" The young goo master stared angrily, but did not dare to make another move. The title of a rank 4 goo master had already scared him. "Apui." Jianghu spat on the ground, raising his head and looking at the young goo master, letting out a disdainful laugh. "You are the one who wanted to take advantage of me. Why don't you use your brain to think? The black boar goo can increase a goo master's strength from the root. It is such a rare rank 1 goo, its market price is even higher than the liquor worm, usually selling for 600 yuan stone. You think you can buy a black boar goo with 250? Dream on." Bastard. The young Gu master gritted his teeth, his face red and his body trembling in anger. His chest was filled with anger from the humiliation. The crowd was buzzing, restless and discussing. But no one dared to step forward. Jiafu's title as a rank 4 Gu master was like an invisible mountain, suppressing the crowd. This lad is too despicable, what an unscrupulous merchant. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant on Qingmao Mountain, so he is Jiafu's younger brother. I heard they have the same father but different mothers. He himself is only a rank 1 Gu master, but using this relationship to act like a tyrant in the caravan. What exactly is going on? Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Jiafu is here. The leader is here to settle the dispute, everyone move aside. The discussion suddenly stopped, and the crowd quickly dispersed, forming a narrow passageway. A short and sturdy middle-aged Gu master with a fat belly walked along the passageway and walked in. He wore a long-sleeve yellow robe. It was the leader of this caravan, Jiafu. Lord Jiafu, greetings. Even though the young Gu master was filled with anger, he did not dare to show it. He forcefully held it in and cupped his fists towards Jiafu. Jianghu stood on the spot, as if he did not expect his brother to come. His face turned pale and his eyes flashed with anger. This slight change in expression made Fang Yuan, who had been observing from afar, fall into deep thought. Chapter 45. Hello, young Gu master, do you have any questions? Jiafu walked to the center of the crowd and asked in a friendly manner. The young Gu master was overwhelmed by the favor and bowed again. He glanced at the clansmen around him, then gathered his courage and told them everything that had happened. So that's what happened. Jiafu listened and nodded. He then asked Jianghu, little brother, is there such a thing? Jianghu turned his head and snorted, not looking at him. Jiafu muttered to himself. The surrounding people were quiet, not daring to disturb his thoughts, and were waiting for his judgment. Speaking of this matter, it was all Jianghu's business scam. But this young Gu master was at fault. If not for his greed clouding his mind, how could he have fallen for it? If Jiafu wanted to protect his brother with his rank 4 cultivation, even the Guiyue clan leader could not do anything to him. Jiafu muttered to himself for a while before finally speaking, I understand this matter, it is all my brother's fault, causing this brother to suffer losses and buy fake goods, I am really sorry. Saying so, he cupped his fists towards the young Gu master. Lord Jiafu. The young Gu master was surprised and quickly declined, You are a rank 4 Gu master, I am only a rank 2. This cannot be done, this cannot be done. Jiafu waved his hand. This has nothing to do with the Gu master's cultivation, I only deal with matters and not people. A mistake is a mistake, I represent the caravan to apologize to you. As for compensation, how about this, you lost 250 yuan stone, I represent the Jia family to compensate you double. He was a man of his words, and immediately a follower beside him took out 5 money bags, handing them to the young Gu master in front of everyone. Every money pouch was bulging, each containing 100 primeval stones. The young Gu master received the money bags, and was so excited that he could not say anything. But brother, I have something to advise you. Jiafu continued, the black boar Gu is very rare, it can increase a Gu master's strength from the root. Although it is only rank 1, it is hard to find in the market. As long as it appears in the market, it would be bought immediately. Their prices were all around 600 yuan stone. Trying to buy a black boar Gu with 200 yuan stone is not realistic. Junior has learnt his lesson. The young Gu master sincerely bowed to Jiafu. Cheers came from the crowd. Lord Jiafu is wise. Amazing, as expected of Lord Jiafu. As a rank 4 Gu master, he doesn't use his strength to bully the weak. Lord Jiafu is truly a role model of the righteous path. No. Jiafu smiled and cupped his fists towards everyone. He said humbly, Our Jia family has always been doing business with integrity. Everyone, my younger brother is young and ignorant, and likes to tease others, but he is actually kind-hearted. I hope everyone can be magnanimous. The surrounding cheers became even louder. Jianghu's face was livid. He stomped his feet angrily and turned around to enter the tent. Then he passed through the tent and walked out from the back of the tent. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Seeing this, his heart settled. Looks like the image wall left behind by the flower wine monk can be sold now. The flower wine monk used the photo audio Gu to record the ugly state of the 4th generation Guiyue clan leader. Before he died, he was filled with indignation and used this photo audio Gu, slapping it on the stone wall and forming an image wall. The images on the image wall cycled continuously, showing the truest scene of that time to the world. Following the principle of maximizing profits, Fang Yuan had wanted to sell this image wall for a long time. He was sure that the other two clans on Qingmao Mountain, the Bai clan and Xiong clan, would be very interested in this image wall. But for him to personally sell this image wall was not appropriate. His cultivation was still too weak. If he brought the image wall to the other clans, he would most likely be killed. Even if the transaction was successful and he returned safely, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. If the news leaked to the higher-ups of the Guiyue clan, he would be chased out of the clan at the very least. According to Fang Yuan's plan, he still needed to make use of the Guiyue clan. Thus, the safest method was to sell it to one of the merchants in the caravan. These merchants were outsiders, and not participating in the power struggles of Qingmao Mountain was the most ideal choice. In another day this caravan would set off, leaving the Guiyue village towards the Xiong clan and then the Bai clan. Selling it to them, Fang Yuan would be able to minimize the risks of the transaction. It was the safest and most reliable method. Another cup of wine. Wine, where's the wine? Quickly bring it over, are you afraid that I can't afford it? Jia Jinsheng slammed the mushroom table, roaring. Young Master Jia, your wine. The waiter quickly brought the wine over. Jia Jinsheng immediately grabbed the bamboo wine cup, raising his head and drinking it in one gulp. Good wine. He laughed loudly, his voice desolate and hoarse. With a bang, he slammed the wine cup on the table and shouted again, Give me another cup, no, as much as you have. The waiter in the wine shop naturally did not dare to offend him, and could only do as he said. Fortunately, the tavern was already overcrowded. Not only were there people sitting around the mushroom table and stools, even the surrounding aisles were crowded with people. Jia Jinsheng was in a drunken frenzy, shouting and yelling, but in this noisy tent, it did not stand out. Jia Jinsheng drank cup after cup, trying to drown his sorrows. His back was facing the crowd, and no one noticed that as he drank, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Who could understand his pain? Who could understand his sorrows? A pitiful place would definitely have a hateful person, and vice versa. Everyone had their own backstory. Among the brothers, he was the youngest, the most handsome, and the most similar to his father, so he was doted on by his father. But the heavens played a trick on him, and he only had a mere D-grade talent. Ever since he was young, he had lived under the oppression of his brothers. He was not satisfied, he wanted to resist, but due to his lack of talent, he could not do it. His father felt that his time was up, and wanted to split the family property. He let his brothers lead a caravan in pairs. He promised to split the family property according to their results. Jia Jinsheng wanted to rely on his own methods to obtain the family property, as well as the acknowledgement of the clan. But he did not expect that he would once again become his brother Jiafu's stepping stone. The moment Jiafu appeared, he knew that he had fallen into a trap again. This whole thing was a conspiracy from the beginning to the end. But what could he do? Ever since he entered this caravan, he had always been firmly suppressed by Jiafu. The huge difference between a rank 4 and a rank 1 made him even more powerless. Jiafu. He squeezed out this name from between his teeth, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. He was really not satisfied. You want to deal with your brother? I can help you. At this moment, a voice entered his ears. Jia Jinsheng was stunned, he turned his head to look, and found that there was someone sitting beside him. He shook his head a few times, blinking his eyes, and finally saw the person clearly. If it was not Fang Yuan, who else could it be? It's you. He stared at Fang Yuan, slightly angry. I remember you. Such a lucky lad, you actually got a mud-skinned toad from the gambling den you gave me. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Fang Yuan looked at Jiafu, his gaze as cold as water. I have a big business deal. If you want to get better results and get a bigger share of the family's assets, why don't you listen to me? Jia Jinsheng's face instantly revealed a shocked expression. He straightened his back and sat up straight. How do you know about the family's assets? This matter was kept secret, outsiders could not possibly know. But Fang Yuan pointed it out with one sentence. These trivial matters of the Jia clan are not secrets, why can't they be hidden from the people of this world? Fang Yuan laughed coldly, and could not help but think of the memories of his previous life. The Jia clan leader was a legendary figure. He had started from scratch, made his fortune with a caravan, and revitalized the Jia clan. He was old and sensed that his life was coming to an end, so he let his children lead a caravan in pairs, and split the huge family assets according to their results. The better the results, the more assets they would get. But his eldest son Jiafu and his second son Jiagui were both extremely outstanding. They competed for 6 to 7 years, and there was no clear winner until the Jia clan leader died of old age. After the Jia clan leader died, he left behind an extremely huge family assets. In order to fight for the family assets, Jiafu and Jiagui turned on each other, escalated their internal strife, and brought in external help. This triggered a large-scale Gu fighting conference, and finally both sides perished together. The Jia clan was strong for a while but soon fell, causing people to sigh. Jia Jinxing squinted his eyes, and did not comment on Fang Yuan's explanation. He thought to himself, Father announced the rules of splitting the family assets last year, and now it is already the second year. There are no walls in this world that have ears, and it is not strange for this matter to be leaked out. What he was really worried about was whether this was another trap set by Jiafu. But no matter what, there is no harm in listening first. Fang Yuan did not speak immediately. He looked around, and this wine shop was the one he entered at noon. The wine shop's shopkeeper had a unique way of operating, and business was almost bursting at night. The tent was noisy and overcrowded. Talking here was actually safer than in a secluded place, and could avoid being eavesdropped by Gu insects. He crooked his finger at Jia Jinxing, "Come closer." Jia Jinxing snorted unhappily, but he still leaned over. After listening to Fang Yuan's narration, he frowned and looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. This business involves the 3 mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain, and it is taboo for us businessmen to get involved in the local power's internal strife. You were sent by Jiafu to frame me, right? Fang Yuan had already expected him to have such suspicions, and did not explain at all. He stood up and left. If that is the case, then I will go talk to your brother. Jia Jinxing squinted his eyes and kept staring at Fang Yuan. Until Fang Yuan was about to walk out of the wine shop, he finally could not sit still anymore. He stood up and chased after Fang Yuan outside the tent. "Don't go, we can talk again." Fang Yuan put his hands behind his back and glanced at him, saying coldly, "I know you have doubts about me, but now you are completely suppressed by your brother and have almost lost everything. If you believe me, there is still a sliver of hope. If not, there is no hope. Let's see if you dare to take this gamble." Jia Jinxing's expression changed and he corrected, "Jiafu is just a little older. I have never promised him that he is my brother. But what you said is right, I will take this gamble." Fang Yuan said solemnly, 2,000 yuan stone, no bargaining. Jia Jinxing smiled bitterly, "This price is too high, this business is risky." "The higher the risk, the higher the profit." Fang Yuan shook his head and his attitude was firm. "If you sell it to those 2 strongholds, I guarantee you will earn even more." Jia Jinxing nodded and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. "I believe you on this point. These years, the Bai clan's power has been expanding rapidly, and they have produced a great genius called Bai Ningbing who has great prospects. The power structure of Qingmao Mountain is already gradually changing. Your Guyue stronghold's position as the overlord has already been shaken. If I sell it to the Bai clan, I believe I can at least double the profit." Hearing that Jia Jinxing had such a thorough understanding of Qingmao Mountain's situation, Fang Yuan could not help but re-evaluate him and thought to himself, "This Jia Jinxing after all has a background and has been nurtured by his family, he is not a good-for-nothing playboy." Jia Jinxing sighed, "Whether this is a trap or not, I have jumped into it. I promise you 2,000 yuan stone deal. But I want to see the goods first." "Of course, follow me." Fang Yuan laughed and immediately turned to lead the way. Jia Jinxing was already in the trap and everything was in his control. Chapter 46. According to his memory, Fang Yuan brought Jia Jinxing to the crack in the mountain wall again. The two entered the crack, the path became narrower and their vision became dark. Jia Jinxing became more bewildered as he walked. After all, he was not familiar with this place. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore. "I have a question. Jiafu has always been honest, kind and trustworthy. But I am a swindler, forcing people to buy and sell. Why did you choose me for this transaction and not him?" Fang Yuan's reply came from the crack. "Because his cultivation is too high. If he saw the image wall, he could choose to trade with me, or he could choose to give up and give the image wall to Guyue clan leader. I don't like to put the initiative in other people's hands. Moreover, I have never believed in honesty. The so-called reputation is bullshit, it's just that the benefits are small and can't move my heart." The main reason was that Jia Jinxing's status was special, and his cultivation was weak, so it was easier to manipulate him. But Fang Yuan naturally would not say this out loud. Hee. Jia Jinxing laughed dryly, his suspicions were mostly dispelled. "Your last sentence resonated deeply with me." The two finally squeezed into the secret cave in the mountain. Jia Jinxing saw the image wall at the first moment, and could not help but laugh heartily. Haha, I made the right bet, you didn't lie to me. Fang Yuan stood behind him, laughed lightly and did not say anything. Jianghu looked at the image wall. The images on the mountain wall kept changing, replaying the enmity between the flower wine monk and the fourth-generation clan leader. After looking at it once, he looked away and turned to look at Fang Yuan, saying, "Looks like that fourth-generation ancestor of yours is not that great after all." Fang Yuan said, "This is nothing. The Guiyue clan needs a hero, so the fourth generation became a hero. Not long after, the Bai clan needs a despicable villain, and the fourth generation will become one. Hero-villain, these are just other people's opinions." "That's wonderful." Jianghu clapped his hands and laughed as he looked around the secret cave. His gaze paused on the skeleton of the flower wine monk and said, "It's a pity for a fifth-rank expert. Brother, you must have gotten a lot of benefits from him, right?" The inheritance of a rank 5 Gu master was no small matter. When Jianghu thought of this, he couldn't help but be tempted. He couldn't help but ask Fang Yuan about the situation. Fang Yuan shook his head. "It has been so long, many of the Gu are dead, I only got a liquor worm." Jianghu didn't believe him. "Brother, don't lie to me. As long as this deal goes through, we'll all be in cahoots. I won't tell anyone. Tell me honestly, how much did you gain?" Fang Yuan sneered. He could not be bothered to reply and did not explain further. Fang Yuan had already expected Jianghu's reaction. This was the reason why he chose Jianghu over Jiafu. Jianghu continued, minding his own business. "Let's not talk about anything else. I know that the flower wine monk has a famous 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. This is a rank 5 Mount Gu. It has a huge body and is extremely good at burrowing into the ground. The flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator. He can move freely and easily because of this 1,000 miles earthwolf spider, allowing him to escape from the encirclement of the righteous cultivators." "Oh, there's such a thing?" Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He really hadn't heard much about the flower wine monk. Jianghu said proudly, "When I came to your village last year, I heard this legend and found it interesting, so I went home to ask around. The 1,000 miles earthwolf spider and the flower wine monk are inseparable. From what I can see, this secret cave in the mountain was created by the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. Otherwise, how could Qing Mao Mountain's thick and sticky green soil form a secret cave naturally? Brother, don't try to hide it anymore. The flower wine monk died here, so his 1,000 miles earthwolf spider is definitely here." Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He faintly felt something was wrong. His gaze was gloomy as he said, "That's right, there are no other exits here. The 1,000 miles earthwolf spider's body is huge. If we went through the crack we came in from, we wouldn't be able to squeeze out. But there's also the possibility that this 1,000 miles earthwolf spider was killed by the fourth generation. Look at the image wall. The flower wine monk did not summon the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider during the intense battle. Then this matter is even more fishy. This secret cave can't be formed naturally. It must have been created by the flower wine monk at the last minute. Without the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider, does he have other methods?" Jianghu looked suspiciously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyebrows were knitted into a knot. He felt that something was wrong. From the new information he had just received from Jianghu, he vaguely felt that he had missed out on something. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jianghu was also thinking. The image wall could no longer satisfy his appetite. When he confirmed that this matter was true, he really wanted to dig out the flower wine monk's inheritance from Fang Yuan. Neither of them expected that at this moment, something strange would happen. Suddenly the image on the screen wall, which had been in a cycle, flashed. A heavily injured and extremely pale bald Gu master replaced the original image and appeared on the image wall. He slumped weakly on the ground, his back leaning against the mountain wall. His chest and limbs were filled with deep wounds. But the strange thing was that although these wounds were skin and flesh exposed, they did not bleed. It was as if all the blood in his body had been sucked dry. "I am the flower wine monk." The bald Gu master snickered, his face sinister and terrifying. "Successor, no matter who you are, to be able to make my image wall replay for close to 100 days, it is enough to prove that you have no good feelings towards the Guiyue clan. Very well, you are my successor. I will leave all my inheritance to you, but I have one condition. You must destroy the Guiyue clan for me and slaughter the entire village, leaving no one alive." Jianghu stood rooted to the ground, his face full of shock. The rank 5 flower wine monk's inheritance. He was stunned, and for a moment his head buzzed, his thoughts tumbling. "Oh my god. A rank 5 expert, what kind of concept is that? A rank 3 is a clan elder, and a rank 4 is the head of a village. And a rank 5 Gu Master is a mountain lord, able to dominate a mountain and act like a tyrant. To think that in this small place, there would be a rank 5 Gu Master's inheritance. Wait, the flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator. If I inherit his strength, isn't that a little inappropriate? No, strength has nothing to do with good or evil. The flower wine monk wants his successor to exterminate the Guiyue clan. Do you think I will do it? He is already dead. I just need to inherit his inheritance and not care about it. This is a huge opportunity. Although I only have D-grade talent, if I inherit the flower wine monk's inheritance, I might be able to change my talent. Those rare Gu worms that can raise talent might even be in this inheritance. If I inherit this wealth and become a rank 4 or 5 Gu master, I will be able to fight against Jianghu. Wait, I almost forgot there is still an outsider. What should I do? Do I have to split the inheritance with him? No, kill him. Only by killing him will I be able to keep this secret. Right, calm him down first, and say that we will split the inheritance equally to deceive him, so that he will let down his guard. Then I will ambush him and kill him here. This place is so well hidden, even if I kill him, no one will know. Although he thought so much, it was only a short moment. Having made up his mind, Jianghu squinted his eyes and a fake smile appeared on his face. He slowly turned around and faced Fang Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, he saw 2 eerie blue moon blades shooting towards him. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. The distance was too short, he could not react in time. You. His voice stopped abruptly. The moon blades accurately hit his neck. In an instant, his head flew up into the sky, blood gushing out like a fountain. After a second or two, his body fell to the ground with a thud. Boiling hot blood sprayed on the mountain wall, dyeing the withered vines red. Killing is killing, why think so much? Fang Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently, before turning his gaze to the image wall. To think that there would be such a twist. Really interesting. He mumbled, his eyes shining with a faint light. Chapter 48. The rain continued to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the mountains in the distance merged into a lump of ink. The curtain of rain interweaved heaven and earth together. Crack. The sky suddenly brightened, and a bolt of lightning like a silver snake cut through the sky, then suddenly disappeared. It was almost summer, and this late spring rain seemed to bring a hint of summer's warmth. On Qingmao Mountain, large patches of green spear bamboos stood tall, resisting the wind and rain. The bamboo bodies were still straight like spears, the bamboo tips pointing towards the sky. In the Guyu village, countless tall buildings were lined up in rows, their heads buried as they endured the washing of the heavy rain. Outside the village, the caravan had already set off again. The rain is heavy, pay attention to the road. Don't fall behind, Gu masters lead the Gu worms, especially the fat beetles, don't get stuck on the mountain path. You mortal martial artists, keep your eyes open and take good care of the goods. If you lose even one, I'll settle the score with you. Shouts rose and fell from the caravan. After staying in the Guiyue village for 3 days, the caravan left, following the Qingmao mountain path towards their next destination. The rain washed the land and the roads around the village were paved with cobblestones. But after 500 meters, there was a muddy and narrow mountain path. The proud ostrich hung its head down at this time. Its brightly colored feathers were soaked by the rain and stuck together into pieces. It was truly a drenched chicken. The fat beetle twisted its fat body, moving forward very slowly. The rain hit its black leather armor, forming streams of water that slid down to the ground on both sides. The furry mountain spiders were also drenched, their green-black fur sticking together. But those toad Gu happily cried out, carrying the goods and Gu masters, jumping up and down the mountain. There was also the winged serpent, already keeping its wings. The thick snake body moved happily in the muddy water. To protect the goods and prevent them from being drenched by the rain, the Gu masters displayed their abilities. On the bodies of a few fat beetles, there were Gu masters standing in the middle. Their hands were raised high and an inch above their palms, each had a single chi golden light worm floating in the air. The green bronze true essence rose like water vapor and poured into the body of the golden light insect. The Gu worm's whole body was shining like a golden bean, and with this circle as the center, it held up a huge pale golden air barrier. The hemispherical air shield covered a large area. Apart from covering a fat beetle completely, there was still more than enough space. When the raindrops hit the air shield, they bounced off as if they were hitting an umbrella. But this Ichi golden light worm expended primeval essence continuously, and after a long time, a rank 1 Gu master would not be able to endure it. Sure enough, after a while, a Gu master shouted, "I can't hold on any longer, my primeval essence is almost depleted. Who will replace me? I'll do it. Almost immediately, a Gu master rushed over and took over his position. Some Gu masters who were pulling carts or riding mountain spiders activated the green silk Gu in their bodies. Under the green silk Gu's power, the Gu master's hair grew wildly. A normal person would have at least 100,000 strands of hair. 100,000 strands of hair would each grow to 5 to 6 meters long. They interweaved with each other, wrapping around the Gu master's body and the Gu mount under their buttocks, forming a temporary impenetrable black hair cloak. Green silk Gu was a rank 1 Gu worm, often used by Gu masters to defend and attack. When used, it expended 30% of the green bronze primeval essence, unlike the I Chi golden light worm which required continuous primeval essence output. If this green silk Gu was refined with the rank 1 black boar Gu, it would advance to the rank 2 black mane Gu. When the black mane Gu was activated, not only the hair but all the hair on the body would become black and thick. In a few breaths, the Gu master's body would grow into a black mane armor. If the black mane Gu continued to advance, it would become the famous rank 3 Gu, the steel mane Gu. Other than the I Chi golden light worm and green silk Gu, many Gu masters in the caravan chose the water spider Gu. It could be seen that these Gu masters were covered in a thin layer of light blue water cloak. On the surface of the water cloak, water flowed continuously. When the raindrops hit the water cloak, they immediately fused with the water cloak. The Gu masters were continuously drenched, and the water cloak on their body became thicker. Every once in a while, the Gu master would need to activate the water spider Gu to drain the excess water from the water cloak. At this time, the thick water cloak would be reduced to a thin layer. As for those mortal martial artists, they were rushing back and forth on the muddy road taking care of the goods. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats, but in the chaos the straw raincoat's effect was limited, and they were all drenched by the rain. This damned weather. The martial artists cursed in their hearts. In the rain the mountain roads were even harder to walk. In such weather, no matter how strong the martial artists were, they were still mortals. If they were drenched and overworked, it was extremely easy to catch a cold. A serious illness would be a light one, but there might even be repercussions. If the illness was serious, they might even be abandoned by the Gu master on the road. If they met with a landslide on the mountain road or if they were attacked by wild beasts or Gu worms, they might even lose their lives. The caravan was huge and there were many Gu masters. But every time they traveled there would be a large number of casualties. Mortal martial artists died the most, and Gu masters would also have casualties. If the caravan was unlucky enough to meet with a large migrating beast group, there was a possibility of the entire caravan being wiped out. In fact, other than these natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. The villages along the way might not all welcome the caravan. Some of the mountain strongholds liked to rob outsiders. Let's go, see you next year. Some Gu masters sat on their Gu worms, turning their bodies and waving goodbye to the Guya village. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered together, sending off the caravan with their gazes. You must come again next year. The children shouted reluctantly. The adults' gazes were much more complicated. The future is uncertain, the world is difficult. Next year, I wonder how many familiar faces will be left in the village. Whether it is a caravan or living in a village, it is not easy to make a living. The caravan moved further and further away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The lively atmosphere of the market also disappeared without a trace. The place where the tents and stalls were set up was left with a huge mess. The turf was trampled by the endless stream of people, revealing grass roots and soil. When the rain fell on it, it immediately turned into mud, and there were countless potholes and muddy puddles. Other than that, there was also a lot of household garbage left behind. Fang Yuan stood alone on a secluded hill, looking at the caravan from afar. The caravan was like a fat, colorful python, under the gray rain, following the narrow mountain path, slowly entering the dense forest. The heavens are really on my side. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. He wore the most ordinary linen clothes, his body was thin, his skin was pale like a 15-year-old, and he had a head of clean black short hair. The ends of his hair trembled slightly under the umbrella. Others cursed the horrible weather, but he sighed at the timing of the rain. He killed Jia Jinxing last night and cleaned up the scene. But it happened suddenly and there was something wrong. Especially the smell of blood, because the secret cave was not ventilated, it was not easy to get rid of. This heavy rain washed the land and the air, and greatly weakened the detection methods that relied on smell. There would definitely be a small waterfall falling from the stone crevice, and after the fresh water vapor was diluted, it was almost impossible to be exposed in a short period of time. Of course, the longer the time, the higher the possibility of being exposed. In this world, there were all kinds of wonderful goo worms and a variety of detection methods. Even Fang Yuan only knew a part of them. The rain hit the surface of the butter paper umbrella, making dripping sounds. Then, along the ribs of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down, hitting the green stone under Fang Yuan's feet, splashing water. Seeing the caravan turn around the corner and completely entering the dense forest, Fang Yuan did not show a trace of happiness, but instead had a serious look. Although Jia Jinsheng's cultivation is weak and his talent is low, his status is special. Everyone in the caravan is busy, so no one noticed his disappearance in a short period of time. However, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed. At that time, Jianghu will come back to investigate and the real challenge will come. The Jia family had purposely arranged for Jia Jinsheng and Jianghu to lead the caravan together. In terms of cultivation, Jia Jinsheng and Jianghu are worlds apart. In terms of wisdom, Jia Jinsheng is even more inferior. This arrangement by the Jia family head is to let Jia Jinsheng suffer a blow, to let him see the reality and live a peaceful life. At the same time, it is also to test Jianghu's temperament. If the blow is too great, to the point where he can't even tolerate his own brother, how can he pass the position of Jia family head to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's good intentions. Although he has some intelligence, it is a pity that he is only a superficial person. What a pity. What a pity for such a good chess piece. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he had long seen through the surface, and perceived the deep nature of this matter. When he saw the complicated relationship between Jia Jinsheng and Jianghu in the dispute last night, he immediately had a vague plan in his mind. In his plan, Jia Jinsheng was a very suitable chess piece. His cultivation was weak, but his status was very high. Although he was clever, his experience was too shallow, and he could completely control him. Once this chess piece was controlled, it would be very useful. Firstly, he could establish a stable channel to dispose of stolen goods, and prepare to kill and rob in the future. Secondly, Fang Yuan would hide behind the scenes and use him and the shadow wall to provoke the conflict between the three villages on Qingmao Mountain, causing a civil war and benefit from it. Thirdly, he could rely on him to infiltrate the Jia family. In the future, the Jia family's property dispute would cause the venomous insect fighting conference, and it would be a major event. There were many benefits and Fang Yuan could definitely get the most out of it. My current cultivation is too low and my hands and feet are tied when I do things. If I have a chess piece that I can use, I can do things that I cannot do. Not only is it convenient, but the risk is also greatly reduced. If I am exposed in the future, I can just abandon this chess piece and I will still be free. The people around me are all loyal to the family and not easy to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinsheng can solve the problem easily. What a pity, I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind an inheritance of strength. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 Gu master, and his inheritance was naturally more valuable than a chess piece like Jia Jinsheng. Of course, if he could have both, that would be the best. But facing such a precious treasure, Jia Jinsheng could no longer be controlled, so he could only abandon it. Most things in this world do not go your way. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. The appearance of the flower wine monk's inheritance broke Fang Yuan's original plan. And after the shadow wall changed, the previous scene disappeared, and only a line of words appeared, telling Fang Yuan to break the shadow wall, and a hole would appear. Walk down the hole and you will receive the inheritance of strength. The words only appeared for a few breaths and then disappeared. The shadow wall also returned to the most ordinary mountain wall. Fang Yuan had been busy last night dealing with the murder scene, and had no time to break the shadow wall. Killing Jia Jinsheng in a hurry, there are many repercussions, just that it has not been revealed yet. Although I have successfully destroyed the corpse, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. This way, the method of exposing the liquor worm will have to be changed. Also, I can't go to the secret cave in the rock crevice for now. I have to hide in the village for the time being, and guard against the investigation. Fang Yuan turned around, holding the umbrella, and walked towards the village in the rain. But this is also good. Recently, I have been consuming large amounts of yuan stone, and have refined middle-stage primeval essence. Using middle-stage primeval essence to nourish my aperture, I can break through to middle stage in the near future. Once I reach middle stage, my strength will double. At that time, I will have a higher chance of inheriting the flower wine monk's inheritance. The inheritance of the demonic path was not as gentle as that of the righteous path. There would usually be dangerous tests. If one could not pass the test, the price would often be their life. Life is hard to predict, but it is also because of this that it is interesting. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the heavy rain, the green mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with grayish-green, appearing oppressive and heavy. A gust of wind blew and the raindrops slanted, hitting Fang Yuan's shoulder, and a chill assaulted him. He then thought of Jianghu. He sighed in his heart, Jianghu, actually? I didn't want to kill you. What a waste of a good chess piece. Chapter 49. This heavy rain lasted for 4 days before it stopped. The sun rose high into the sky, lifting the curtain of rain, as if it was opening the curtains for summer. The breath of summer was already faintly discernible. The weather became clearer, sweeping away the lingering breath of spring, and the temperature gradually rose. In the spring night, the active dragonpill crickets retreated, hiding deep in the ground to lay eggs. The unique green spear bamboo on Qingmao Mountain began to grow crazily, growing taller almost every day. The leaves of the plants started to turn from emerald green to dark green. The green mountains stretched on, looking even more verdant. The sky was clear, blue like a crystal. Clap, clap, clap. In the arena of the academy, there was the sound of fists and legs clashing. After more than 10 moves, Guiyue Mabe was kicked in the stomach by Fang Yuan. He staggered back 5 to 6 steps just out of the circle drawn on the ground. The martial arts instructor stood outside the arena, presiding over the match. Seeing this, he immediately announced, Guiyue Mabe has been knocked out of the arena. Guiyue Fang Yuan wins 33 rounds in a row. I lost to you again this time. Guiyue Mabe gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at Fang Yuan, but don't be arrogant. One day I will defeat you. And I can already feel it, that day is getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, then lowered his eyelids. That kick just now has caused you to bleed internally. You'd better heal your injuries first before we talk. What's this small injury? Guiyue Mabe had just retorted half a sentence when his expression suddenly changed. His throat could not help but roll, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. This was the first time he had suffered such an injury. He could not help but reveal a look of terror in his eyes. The martial arts instructor quickly walked over, comforting him. Don't worry, this injury will be healed after a few days of rest. Just that you have to stop training for a few days, you can't do any intense activities. The moment he said that, 2 healing Gu masters outside rushed over and carefully supported Guiyue Mabe out. Guiyue Machen didn't dare to speak again. He looked deeply at Fang Yuan, his eyes filled with anger, resentment, regret, and unwillingness. Although Mabe's martial arts are very good, he still can't beat Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is too powerful. No one can beat him. The Mabe was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. How terrifying. I don't want to fight this guy. Sigh, but the instructor said that today is actual combat practice, fighting in the arena. Everyone has to go up and fight. The students stood outside the arena. Some looked at Fang Yuan in fear, some sighed, some looked pale, and some were on tenterhooks. Among them there were even some who were injured. Some of them covered their bruised and swollen faces, while others pressed down on their arms and sucked in cold air. There were even some lying on the ground, massaging their thighs. Next. No one went up for a long time, and the instructor shouted. But no one answered. Usually only Guiyue Mabe, Guiyue Cheng, and Guiyue Fangjing had the courage to challenge Fang Yuan. But these 3 had already been beaten down. The students were silent, and some of them even took a few steps back. The instructor looked at the students' cowering expressions and frowned. He couldn't help but think of the academy elder's words. These days Fang Yuan's limelight is too much, we need to suppress him. The other students are suppressed by him to the point they can't even lift their heads. If this goes on, their courage will be destroyed. Our academy is nurturing tigers and wolves that dare to fight against strong enemies, not lambs that are afraid to fight. What's wrong with all of you? No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only 15 years old, he is the same age as all of you. He is the same age as all of you, he eats the same food and drinks the same water as all of you. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he is not a monster. Gather your courage, let me see the pride of the Guiyue family buried in your hearts. The instructor roared, trying his best to motivate the students. But he is too strong, we can't beat him at all. The students that fought with him were all so pitiful. Mabe was even beaten until he vomited blood. Fang Yuan's attacks are getting heavier, instructor, we don't dare to fight with him. The students retorted in a small voice, cowardly. The instructor was so angry he almost stomped his feet. This bunch of ignorant kids. He could clearly see that Fang Yuan had fought 33 consecutive battles without any rest. Although Fang Yuan had been adjusting his breathing, he was almost out of energy. Fang Yuan's attacks were getting heavier. This meant that he was no longer as skilled as before. He was slowly losing control of the situation. If they put in a bit more effort, they could force him to show signs of fatigue. If they put in a few more people, they could defeat him on the spot. Once they defeated Fang Yuan, his power would drop drastically, the students' courage would be ignited, and the goal of suppressing Fang Yuan would be achieved. But now, the students were all intimidated by Fang Yuan's tiger skin. Sometimes what defeated oneself was not the strong enemy, but one's own heart. The instructor was anxious and continued to encourage them. But he was not good with words. He had said the same thing before, igniting the students' blood and igniting a few challengers. But he had said the same thing too many times, the students were already numb to it. Fang Yuan crossed his arms, coldly watching everything. Although he was standing in the center of the field, he seemed like an outsider. The instructor had been encouraging for a long time, but the students were still looking at each other. No one moved. The instructor could not help but feel angry and helpless. He turned to face Fang Yuan and unhappily scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are also at fault. Your attacks are getting more and more vicious. Sparring with fellow students should be more gentle and friendly. How can you be so heavy-handed? Next, you need to be more careful. Be careful when you attack. If you beat your fellow students until they vomit blood again, I will judge you as the loser and let you leave the field." "Instructor, you are wrong." Fang Yuan coldly snorted. His eyes did not show any signs of weakness. Facing the instructor, "Sparring, naturally we need to give it our all, otherwise how can we achieve the purpose of training? Don't tell me that when we fight in the future, can we also ask our enemies to be gentle and friendly?" The instructor was enraged. "Humph, your attacks are vicious, you hurt your fellow students and you still dare to twist words and force logic. Instructor, you are wrong again." Fang Yuan coldly sneered. "You are the one who arranged this sparring and raised the prize to 20 yuan stone. Without your instigation, would these people be injured?" "Bastard." The instructor was not good with words. Pointing at Fang Yuan, he roared, "Do you still want the prize or not? If you continue to quibble, even if you get the first place, I will still judge you as the loser. You are not united and friendly, and you dare to contradict your teacher. How can you be qualified to get 20 yuan stone?" Fang Yuan laughed. "It is only a win or lose, only 20 yuan stone. Do you think I care?" As he spoke, he turned around and walked out of the center of the field, under the astonished gaze of the crowd. Although the screen wall was not sold, but Fang Yuan had more than 100 yuan stone in his hands. Moreover, this time he was not here for the yuan stone. Seeing Fang Yuan really walk out of the field, the instructor could not help but be stunned, revealing a look of shock and confusion. Shouldn't a 15-year-old youth be full of vigor, eager to fight? Fang Yuan had such fighting talent, his temperament should be even more so. Why did he just leave the field? Moreover, this Fang Yuan did not have any funding, so the yuan stone should be very tight. Why couldn't he be attracted by these 20 primal stones? For a moment, the instructor was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Fang Yuan did not fall into the trap, directly walking out of the field. The instructor suddenly realized, there was really no way to deal with Fang Yuan. With his status, he could not blatantly find trouble and force Fang Yuan to go on stage, right? The surrounding students all retreated, keeping a distance from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood outside the field with no one beside him. With him as the center, 5 steps around him, there was a circular empty space. Unfortunately, if they stood beside Fang Yuan, they would hear Fang Yuan trying his best to suppress his breathing. "I don't have enough stamina." Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. On the surface, he looked energetic, but his body, which was covered by his clothes, was trembling slightly. His body was only that of a 15-year-old, and he did not have the help of a goo worm. 33 matches consecutively, he was close to his limit. Although he had rich fighting experience from his previous life, but in this period of time, the other youngsters' martial arts had improved greatly. From their bodies, Fang Yuan could already feel an increasingly strong pressure. This pressure was directly reflected in Fang Yuan's attacks. His attacks were getting heavier and he could not hold back anymore. In the previous battles, the students were too weak, thus he could handle them easily, and the youngsters only suffered some injuries at most. But now, his control over the field was getting weaker, and he had to use heavy attacks to stabilize the situation. Experience is not omnipotent after all. The power of any thought needs a material foundation to have a medium. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Actually, he had already seen through the instructor's thoughts. He was not surprised and had already expected that there would be pressure from the academy. Ever since he killed Gao Wan, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to challenge him. When he was extorting, many people were pressured by his pressure, and did not dare to resist, obediently handing over Yuan's stone. If this went on for a long time, Fang Yuan's undefeatable image would be established. It would leave a shadow in the hearts of the other youngsters, and cause them to lose confidence in their martial arts from the start. This was something the academy elder did not want to see. He needed Fang Yuan to promote the improvement of the students, but he did not want Fang Yuan to completely extinguish the students' fighting spirit. He wanted to see Fang Yuan fail. Once Fang Yuan fails, the undefeatable image he had built up in the early stages would be destroyed. At the same time, it would awaken the other students' fighting spirit. And after a setback, it would mold their unyielding fighting spirit. But to Fang Yuan, he needed this kind of deterrence to make it easier to extort Yuan's stone. If he fails, the youngsters would realize his weakness and attack together. Although Fang Yuan had a lot of Yuan stone, but extortion was his main source of Yuan stone. If he lost this source, he would be like a water without a source. So Fang Yuan went on stage and fought 33 consecutive matches. His real goal was not the 20 Yuan stone reward, but to maintain his deterrence. If he avoided battle from the start, it would only show his weakness. But if he continued to fight, he would be exposed. What are you all standing there for who hasn't gone on stage yet? Go on. The first place gets 20 Yuan stone reward, don't you want it? The martial arts instructor was stunned for a while before shouting out loud. The remaining students immediately became enthusiastic. Fang Yuan had already left the stage, and it was as if an invisible boulder had been lifted from their hearts. I'll go. The two youngsters fought to be the first, jumped onto the stage and began exchanging blows. If I had known, I would have waited and not rushed to go on stage, and wouldn't have been chased off the stage by Fang Yuan. What a pity, I didn't expect Fang Yuan to go on stage. He really dares. Look, even the instructor can't do anything to him. The instructor heard the whispers behind him and immediately felt his prestige dropping. He was very annoyed and really wanted to punish Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't do anything wrong. Taking the initiative to leave the stage was allowed. The instructor was depressed and helpless. In the end, he looked at Fang Yuan and glared at the latter. Fang Yuan's lips curled into an angle and thought, such shallow methods, this instructor is quite cute. Chapter 50. A pair of deep eyes stared at the training field from afar. The academy elder stood by the window on the third floor, watching everything that happened in the training field. He frowned deeply. The moment Fang Yuan took the initiative to enter the stage, he could not help but feel astonished. He did not expect Fang Yuan to do so. This kid, he is quite slippery. He is well versed in the academy's rules and has never made any mistakes. Although he often sleeps in class, but once he is asked, his answers are always comprehensive, and no one can pick out any mistakes. To catch his weakness and suppress his aura, it will be difficult. Unknowingly, the academy elder felt a slight sense of disgust towards Fang Yuan. As a teacher, he naturally liked obedient and smart students. He hated those who did not follow the rules and were mischievous. But the academy elder had been in charge of the academy for many years, and was very experienced. He had seen countless students. Among them, there were those who were extremely obedient. There were also those who caused trouble all day long and always broke the rules. He had already achieved a state of calm and treated everyone equally. And at the same time, he carved the words, as a teacher, teach without discrimination, on the right corner of his study table as his motto. He had never felt such disgust towards a student. Feeling the disgust in his heart, the academy elder was a little surprised. In the previous years, even the most mischievous students, he was able to tolerate them. Why did he lose his composure when facing Fang Yuan? He thought about it carefully, and after a while he finally found the reason. Fang Yuan, this kid, had a kind of arrogance in his bones. It was as if he did not care about the teachers at all. Not only did he not listen to the martial arts instructor's words, he even publicly refuted him. Actually, the phenomenon of students refuting their teachers in public was a common occurrence in the previous years. But those kids always had agitated emotions. If it was not rebellious, then it was anger, arrogance, etc. The academy elder was very clear: the more agitated the youths were, the more fearful they were. But Fang Yuan did not have any. He did not have the slightest bit of fear in his heart, as if he had seen through the academy's tricks. His face was cold, and even when he stepped down from the stage, there was no change in his expression. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Yes, he treated the matter of disobeying his teacher as a trivial matter. In short, he was not afraid. It was this point that caused the academy elder to feel displeased and disgusted. The academy elder could tolerate youngsters who were 10 times more troublesome and mischievous than Fang Yuan. That was because these students all knew fear, and they were all controlled by their agitated emotions. As long as they were afraid, as long as they were impulsive, they would be easily manipulated. But not Fang Yuan. He was calm and collected, not taking his teacher seriously. He did not revere it. If one did not revere the clan even if he was raised, how could he be used by the clan? Once such a person appears, he must be suppressed. He must be suppressed. Otherwise, his existence would plant the seeds of resistance in the hearts of the other students. As time went on, it infected the others and they no longer respected their teachers. As a school, how are we supposed to manage the students? The academy elder squinted his eyes and made up his mind. But soon, a worried expression appeared on his face again. How was he going to suppress Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes and he could not find any weaknesses. Fang Yuan's slipperiness gave him a helpless feeling of not knowing where to start. He had never met a student who was so familiar with all the rules of the academy. As the academy elder, he had always been fair and just. He could not be like a hooligan, purposely finding fault with Fang Yuan. He had placed his hopes on the martial arts instructor, but he was deeply disappointed. Looks like to suppress Fang Yuan's limelight, I can only wait for the other students to advance to rank 1 middle stage. For a Gu master to advance, the biggest factor was their talent. With his rich experience, the academy elder had already calculated in his heart. The ones who had the chance to advance first were Guiyue Fangjing, Qiqing and Mabe. One of them was a grade, the other 2 were B grade, and they had the support of their elders so they did not lack Yuan stone. No matter which one it was, they had the possibility of becoming this year's first rank 1 middle stage. Guiyue Fangjing, Qiqing and Mabe, these 3 are the true hope of this year. The academy elder looked at the training field and sighed. With his sharp eyes, he had already discovered. On the training field, the students seemed to be standing casually, but in reality they had already formed into 3 circles. In one circle, Guiyue Cheng was holding his shoulder, surrounded by a group of people of the same age. The second circle's center was Guiyue Fangjing. The descendants of the clan leader were all subtly relying on this grade genius. The third circle was Guiyue Mabe. His internal injuries had already been healed, and he stood in the middle of the training field, his face pale. The students beside him were asking about his well-being. This is the meaning of allowing them to fight. Looking at the 3 circles, the academy elder smiled, full of gratification. Letting the students fight was not only to nurture their battle instincts, but more importantly, it was to select leaders in advance. In the previous years, the small circles could only be separated in the second half of the year. But this year, because of Fang Yuan's sudden appearance and extortion, the fights were brought forward greatly. Facing Fang Yuan, only Fangjing, Mabe and Qiqing dared to challenge him head-on. After a long period of time, the other youths naturally took these 3 as their leaders after a subtle and imperceptible influence. As long as there were no accidents, these 3 circles would be the future leaders of the clan. But these circles are not stable yet, and there are still people moving between the circles. When the 3 of them advance to the middle stage, they will be given the positions of class monitor and vice class monitor, and with power, the circle will be stabilized. The academy elder thought. Of course, there were people who were not in these 3 circles. There was only one, and that was Fang Yuan. It was human nature to rely on the strong. In fact, even though Fang Yuan extorted the students and stood on the opposite side of everyone. But it was not that there were no youths who wanted to rely on him. But these people were all rejected by Fang Yuan. To him, only those who were useful were pawns, and these people of the same age had too little value. This was another reason why the academy elder hated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was too eccentric and did not fit in with the group. For such a person, the clan did not have as much control over him as they did over the other youths. The academy elder's gaze, once again landed on Fang Yuan in the middle of the field. Fang Yuan stood alone in a corner, his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly closed. No matter how the youths in the field fought for the prize, his expression did not change at all. His surroundings were empty and none of the youths were willing to stand with him. It was obvious that he did not want these people to stand with him. He stood alone and loneliness enveloped him. He drifted away from the group. But there is no need to worry too much. This Fang Yuan is still young, he can be trained slowly. The academy elder's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. The next step is to set up a class monitor and vice class monitor. After a year they will be divided into groups with a leader and vice leader. Every year there will be all sorts of glory and rewards such as the Little Red Flower Award, Blue Scarf Award, 5 Merit Student Award. If he wants to cultivate he will need resources, and he will have to compete for these positions and rewards. After a long time he will be bound by family, friendship and love. There is no need to worry that he will leave the clan's control. Over the years, the Academy Elder had gradually come to understand. Once a new member of the clan was born, the clan would brainwash them. First, they would be instilled with the clan's supreme values. Then they would be taught morals and they would realize the beauty and importance of family, friendship and love. They would also be taught the concept of glory, and in the process of growing up, they would constantly use material rewards to attract them. Using the clan's established positions, they would select and recruit the most loyal clansmen. Don't think that the positions of class monitor and vice class monitor were small, but once they became one, they would be integrated into the clan's system. Under such a system they would be influenced. On one side were the benefits and sweetness of power, and on the other side were the disadvantages of leaving the system. With a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, who could escape? Even the most rebellious person, the most eccentric person, would be assimilated into the clan step by step. Even if there was no loyalty, loyalty would be cultivated. Even if there was no family, friendship, or love would be involved. That was the power of the system. That was the power of rules. That was the clan's way of survival. Chapter 51. Night fell. The moon was like a silver plate, appearing between the clouds. Sparse stars adorned the surroundings. Guo Mabe stood in the yard, looking up at the moon, his eyes shining. "Little brother, I heard you got injured today." Guo's Mo Yan's voice came from behind him. "Sister, are you worried that I'll be traumatized after being beaten up so badly?" The Mabe turned around and smiled. Mo Yan looked at her brother's smile and heaved a sigh of relief. Even though she was worried, she said, "Of course not. I know you the best. My good brother, you have an indomitable fighting spirit. You are the future leader of the Mo family. How could you be scared by such a small injury? I know you love me the most." The Mabe scratched his head and laughed. "Do you know, sister?" Under the bright moonlight, this 15-year-old youngster's eyes shone with a bright luster. "Although I failed again this time, I heard that Fang Yuan guy's hurried breathing during the battle. In the past I was beaten down by him in 2 or 3 moves, but he was always calm and composed. His panting already revealed his weakness. He is definitely not as strong as most people think. One day I will defeat him fair and square." "Good, you are indeed a good man of the Mo bloodline." Mo Yen laughed and patted her brother's head, showing concern on her face. "But you have internal injuries, so don't practice for the next few days." "Sister, don't touch my head like that, I'm already a grown-up." The Mabe shook his head and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, "I know what you are saying. I already have a plan. I will use these few days to nourish my aperture walls and complete my advancement from initial stage to intermediate stage. I will first get the class monitor position and suppress Fang Yuan's limelight. I will let him know that a Gu Master's cultivation focuses on talent. If you think that way, I can rest assured. I was only a vice class monitor in the past. If you become a monitor, it will make up for my regret." "Sister, don't worry. I must take the position of class monitor." Almost at the same time, in the Qi family, in the secret room, there was only a torch inserted into the groove of the bluestone wall. The fire burned fiercely, illuminating the small secret room. Guo Lian, one of the 2 elders in power, was facing his grandson Guo Cheng. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock. Their shadows were cast on the ground, swaying along with the dancing flames. Guo stretched out his hand and pressed his palm against Qiqing's lower abdomen. Strands of white-silver primeval essence followed the old man's thoughts and poured into Guo City's aperture. Guo Cheng's face was filled with nervousness. His mind was completely focused on his aperture, trying his best to suppress the fluctuation of his primordial sea. In this world there are no 2 identical leaves. To different Gu Masters, there was no such thing as identical primeval essence. Once foreign primeval essence entered the aperture, it would cause the primeval essence in the aperture to resist. If Guo Cheng did not suppress it and allowed the primeval essence to resist, it would definitely cause a clash of primeval essence. The violent fluctuation caused by the clash would cause damage to the aperture. The primordial sea in the aperture was the foundation of a Gu Master's cultivation. It was of utmost importance. Once the aperture was injured, the cultivation would drop and the aptitude would drop. Once the aperture was completely destroyed, the Gu Master would die immediately. After a while, Guilin slowly stopped the primeval essence injection and retracted his hand. Guicheng immediately heaved a long sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing. Thank you, grandfather, you have to pour primeval essence into me every 3 days to nourish the aperture. I've made you tired? Guilin's forehead was full of sweat. He sighed and said, there is no other way. Your aptitude is only C grade. If you rely on your strength to advance to middle stage, it would take a long time. This time is usually twice the time of B grade and 4 times the time of A grade. This way you will be exposed. So although this method is dangerous, it has to be used. Grandson understands grandfather's good intentions. It's good that you understand. The old man sighed again. This method has a huge side effect. The aperture walls are being nourished by my white-silver primeval essence. Although the effect of the white-silver primeval essence is outstanding to you, it is still a foreign primeval essence. From now on, even if the aperture walls change from a light film to a water film, it will still be mixed with my aura. The more foreign aura there is, the more the aperture will not exist. This is pulling up seedlings to help them grow, it will shrink your future development space. Guicheng tightly pursed his lips. Grandfather, for the future of my Qi family, grandson is willing to sacrifice my own future. Guilin's heart was immediately at ease, he nodded and stroked his beard. You have such thoughts, very good, very good. But heaven's secrets always leave a way out, you are not without hope. If you can find the cleansing water goo in the future, you can cleanse your aperture walls and get rid of the foreign aura in the aperture primeval C, eliminating this side effect. Also, grandfather has already used my connections to get people to buy the liquor worm for you. This worm can help a goo master refine their primeval essence in the rank 1 realm, advancing by a small realm. The primeval essence refined this way is your own primeval essence and not a foreign primeval essence. If you use it to nourish the aperture, there are no side effects or risks, and the nourishing effect is even better. Guilin was overjoyed. Thank you, grandfather. But the liquor worm is hard to find. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the liquor worm, boar goo, bookworm and so on are the rarest goo. Once they appear on the market, they are bought almost immediately. Of course, there are some goo worms in this world that are rumored to be able to change a goo master's aptitude. But for most of my life, I have only vaguely heard about it and have never seen it with my own eyes. The old man said leisurely. The night wind blew into the room from the window. Gui Fangjing sat on the bed with his eyes closed, both hands holding a yuan stone. The green-bronze primeval sea surged without any wind, waves crashing against the white aperture walls. He had a great aptitude, and his primeval sea took up more than 80% of the aperture. His primeval essence recovery speed was 2 times that of Fang Yuan. This unique advantage allowed him to be close to rank 1 middle stage. After a long while, Gui Fangjing breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The green bamboo buildings were lined up, and it was quiet and peaceful. When cultivating, time always passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's already late at night. Fangjing's mouth moved and he muttered softly. He slowly opened his hands and immediately 2 handfuls of gray stone powder fell from his hands onto the floor in front of the bed. Once the natural primeval essence in the yuan stone is completely absorbed, it will turn into a pile of stone powder. Seeing the stone powder fall, Fangjing frowned slightly. He took out his money pouch, which had already dried up. Opening the pouch, he saw that there were only 3 yuan stone left. Every 7 days, Fangjing would receive 3 yuan stone from the academy as an allowance, but Fang Yuan would snatch 1 away, so he only had 2 left. Uncle and aunt would also give him a living allowance, which was also 3 yuan stone every 7 days. How could these yuan stones be used? Fangjing wanted to surpass his brother Fang Yuan, so he took the initiative to look for uncle and aunt many times to ask for some yuan stone. After a few times, aunt would talk to him and tell him that their family was in dire straits, and that they had no spare money. Fangjing was too embarrassed to ask for more. Father and mother have already done their best to nurture me for my cultivation. I can't make things difficult for them anymore and ask for yuan stone from them. There are only 3 yuan stone left, so I have to use them sparingly. I will use 1 every day. This way I can use it for 3 days. I have a feeling that after 3 or 4 days I will definitely advance to the middle stage. I just don't know how Big Brother's progress is. Thinking of this, Fangjing subconsciously looked out of the window, at the direction of the academy dormitory. I have a grade talent and Big Brother is only C grade. His progress will definitely not be as fast as mine. Big Brother will definitely not be my opponent this time. Big brother, I will let you know the power of a great talent. Thinking of this, Fang Jing could not help but clench his fists. Academy dormitory. In the dark, he did not sleep but sat cross-legged on his bed. In the darkness, he did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed. In the dark, he did not sleep but sat cross-legged on his bed. In the past, at this time, Fang Yuan would have already laid down and slept. But in today's cultivation, he felt that he was just a step away from entering the middle stage. I might as well not sleep tonight, and directly rush to the middle stage. His eyes flashed with determination. Then he closed his eyes and his mind entered his aperture. 44% of the green copper primeval sea had just been refined by the liquor worm into pale green middle stage primeval essence. Rise. Fang Yuan's mind moved, and the calm green copper primeval sea immediately began to ripple. The ripples became more and more numerous, becoming bigger and bigger, forming wave after wave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The waves came one after another, crashing into the aperture walls all around. It was like crashing into a reef. Most of the primeval essence broke into emerald green waves, splashing high, and then merging into the sea. A small portion of the primeval essence was consumed, turning into traces of mysterious invisible energy, seeping into the white light membrane aperture walls. Rise again. Fang Yuan's mind stirred, and the scale of the pale green waves grew larger and larger. The previous waves were at most like dogs and rabbits running, but now they were like a herd of horses, crashing into the aperture's light membrane. Horses like dragons, waves flying into the sky. The primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the water level continued to drop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The waves were endless, and finally the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change. That white light membrane suddenly trembled, and the originally gentle white light suddenly blossomed with an aggressive light. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Knowing that it was a crucial moment, he quickly activated his primeval essence and continued to wash it. The white light became brighter and brighter, and the light rays began to distort and intertwine, giving people a feeling that it was getting thicker and thicker. In a dozen breaths' time, streaks of light appeared on the light membrane. The streaks of light were like streams of water that flowed continuously, colliding with each other. In the process of collision, they continued to merge and strengthen, forming a white stream of light. Finally, the light streams merged into one, and completely covered the light membrane. The white light dimmed, and the original white light membrane around the aperture walls had disappeared, and was replaced by a spherical white water membrane. The surface of the light membrane was smooth without any impurities. The water membrane was obviously thicker than the light membrane, and the light on it flowed, flickering. The primeval sea regained its calmness, and there was still 20% seawater left in the aperture. Advanced to middle stage. Fang Yuan laughed brightly and opened his eyes. Bright sunlight passed through the cracks of the window and entered. Unknowingly, a night had passed and it was already morning. Chapter 52. Fang Yuan actually didn't come to class today. Look, his seat has always been empty. How can he be so daring? It's the Academy Elders class this morning, and he actually dares to not come. Not good, the Elder's face is ugly, looks like Fang Yuan is going to be unlucky. In the classroom, the youths discussed in low voices. Some gazes kept sweeping towards Fang Yuan's empty seat, and the Academy Elder's face was getting darker and darker. Ever since Fang Yuan started his robbery and extortion, he stood on the opposite side of everyone else. Seeing him in trouble was something all the students loved to see. Section 51. Let's see how you explain the situation. The Academy Elder's face was ashen as he explained the trick of nurturing the aperture. He secretly swept his eyes over Fang Yuan's seat. He laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan. Yesterday I was still worried that I couldn't catch you. Today you came to me on your own accord. You are still a 15-year-old youth, I have overestimated you. The unsightly expression on his face was mostly an act. His goal was to take the opportunity to punish Fang Yuan, and get rid of his increasingly arrogant attitude. Undeniably, as time passed, Fang Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger, pressuring the other students to the point where they could not breathe. The Academy Elder did not wish to see one school dominate. What he wished to see was a scene of 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools contending. Come. The Academy Elder bent his finger and lightly knocked on the desk. Sir, your subordinate is here. The two guards outside immediately pushed the door open and entered. The Academy Elder snorted coldly in front of everyone. This Fang Yuan is too outrageous, to actually be so lazy, openly skipping class in front of my eyes. Go to the dormitory and bring him here. Yes, sir. The guards turned and left. Seeing the guards disappear outside the door, the academy erupted into noise when Section 51. Let's see how you explain it. Countless students whispered to each other. Fang Yuan is out of luck this time. Someone's eyes lit up. Hehe, there's going to be a good show to watch later. Someone laughed gloatingly. Big brother, you're too arrogant. You are challenging the authority of the clan elder. No matter what punishment you receive, you asked for it. Guyue Fangjing looked at his seat and sighed in his heart. Bang bang bang. The academy elder's face was grave and stern. He slammed his hand on the desk 3 times. Everyone be quiet. There is no noise in the academy. At this moment, his aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was daunting. Suddenly, the classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The students all shut their mouths in fear and sat up straight. It was just that on the surface, but in their hearts, their attention had long been drawn to this matter. The class continued, and the youths all seemed a little absent-minded. Some of the students who were seated near the windows would look out from time to time. Time passed, and after a while, footsteps suddenly came from the door. In a split second, the ears of many students twitched, and dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. He's here. The academy elder also heard the footsteps, and he could not help but squint his eyes. He had already thought of how to deal with Fang Yuan. He would punish him to stand outside the door for 6 hours. Although the punishment was not heavy, it was a loss of face. After class, the students would walk in and out of the door, and if they kept walking they would see Fang Yuan, who was punished to stand. This way it would shatter Fang Yuan's terrifying image. When the students realized that Fang Yuan was only SOSO, the threat that Fang Yuan brought to them would be greatly reduced, and their hearts would be filled with courage and their fighting spirit would be ignited. What was amazing was, the punishment for Fang Yuan came from the academy. Invisibly there would be reverence. Only reverence would there be obedience. Therefore, although this method was simple, it actually had a deeper meaning behind it. The footsteps got closer and closer, and finally the person stopped outside the door. Dong dong dong. A series of knocks came from the door. Hehe, I'll open the door. A student who was sitting near the door volunteered to stand up, walked out of his seat and opened the door. The academy involuntarily quietened down, and countless pairs of eyes stared at the door. Crick. The door was in the hands of the student, and was gently pulled open a gap. Sunlight shone in through the gap, and the body of the student who opened the door at this moment suddenly trembled. Ah! He was stunned for a moment and suddenly exclaimed and subconsciously took a big step back. His body collided with the desk and instantly lost his balance, and even the desk and him fell to the ground. His face was completely white and filled with fear. His 4 limbs trembled and he could not exert any strength. Falling to the ground, he clumsily tried to get up and then fell back down again. What's going on? For a moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, and they frowned deeply. Countless pairs of curious and inquiring eyes shot towards the door. The door was slowly pushed open by the person outside. The academy elder also subconsciously stopped his lecture. The first thing that caught his eyes was a hand that was supporting the door. A young man's left hand. It was a bloody left hand. A bloody hand. Seeing this bloody hand, many of the female students covered their mouths and let out an uncontrollable cry of shock. The door slowly was completely pushed open. The bright sunlight shone in, the light was blinding, and everyone could not help but squint their eyes. The incandescent sunlight became the background, and a pitch-black silhouette, outlined the outline of a skinny young man, appeared in everyone's vision. For some reason in the academy elder's heart, there was suddenly a strong sense of unease. It's Fang Yuan. Someone let out a shout filled with shock. Everyone quickly adapted to the sunlight and clearly saw the person who came. They saw Fang Yuan covered in blood, standing at the door with his head held high, as though he had just experienced an intense battle. His left hand that was pushing the door slowly retracted, and his right hand was pulling on his hair, dragging a person. This person's left arm was already broken, and he did not move and had already fainted. He allowed the wound on his left shoulder to gurgle with blood. It's one of the guards that went to find Fang Yuan. Someone recognized the person's identity. What on earth is going on? Someone went crazy. He killed again, and this time he killed a guard. Someone pointed at Fang Yuan and screamed in fear. It was as though the louder they screamed, the more they could release the fear and panic in their hearts. For a moment the academy was in an uproar. Many of the students forgot their discipline at this moment, and unconsciously stood up from their seats in shock. They stared at Fang Yuan at the door with eyes filled with shock and panic. In their imagination, Fang Yuan would be escorted here by 2 guards, one on the left and one on the right. But the reality in front of them was, Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, and his expression was cold as though a demon had arrived. Of the two guards, one had disappeared and the other was not moving. Blood slowly flowed out from his body, and very quickly accumulated into a pool of fresh blood at the door. A thick stench of blood instantly filled the air in the hall. The academy elder was stunned. He had never expected such a scene to unfold. After the shock there was a surge of anger. These two guards were martial artists with different surnames, and if they died then so be it. The academy elder did not care. But the key was their identity. They were the academy's guards and represented the academy's authority, and represented the academy elder's face. This Fang Yuan was simply too daring. It was bad enough that he killed Gao Wan, but now he even dared to kill the academy's guards. No, it was not just daring, it was a naked provocation, a provocation of the academy's authority. The academy elder's hair stood up in anger, and he pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "Fang Yuan, what's the matter with you? You have to give me a clear explanation and give me a reason to forgive you. Otherwise, just based on the fact that you killed the guards, you will be thrown into prison and await the family's punishment." All the students kept quiet out of fear. The windows were shaking and the academy elder's roar echoed throughout the academy. Only Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and his eyes were deep as usual without a trace of emotion. Looking around, Fang Yuan loosened his right hand, and with a plop, the guard's head fell into the pool of blood on the floor, and blood splattered, staining Fang Yuan's trousers. He cupped his hands towards the academy elder, and in the silent academy, his calm voice rang out, "Sir Academy Elder, this junior indeed has something to report. Speak." The academy elder clasped his hands behind his back, and raised his head to look at Fang Yuan, his gaze like ice. In his heart, he was laughing coldly. "Fang Yuan, you have made one mistake after another, and your mistakes are getting bigger and bigger. I want to see how you explain yourself." Chapter 53. The rain continued to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the mountains in the distance merged into a lump of ink. The curtain of rain interweaved heaven and earth together. Crack. The sky suddenly brightened, and a bolt of lightning like a silver snake cut through the sky, then suddenly disappeared. It was almost summer, and this late spring rain seemed to bring a hint of summer's warmth. On Qingmao Mountain, large patches of green spear bamboos stood tall, fighting against the wind and rain. The bamboo bodies were still straight like spears, the bamboo tips pointing towards the sky. In the Guyu village, countless tall buildings were lined up in a row. They buried their heads and endured the washing of the heavy rain. Outside the village, the caravan had already set off. "The rain is heavy, pay attention to the road. Don't fall behind, Gu masters lead the Gu worms, especially the fat beetle." Section 47. Jiajin Sheng, I don't want to kill you, don't get stuck on the mountain path. You mortal martial artists, keep your eyes open and look after the goods. If you lose even one, I'll settle the score with you. Shouts rose and fell from the caravan. After staying in the Guyue village for 3 days, the caravan left, following Qingmao Mountain's mountain path towards their next destination. The heavy rain washed over the land, and the roads around the village were paved with cobblestones, which was still okay. But after 500 meters, there was a muddy and narrow mountain path. The proud ostriches hung their heads, their brightly colored feathers drenched by the rain, sticking together into pieces. They were truly drenched. The fat beetle twisted its fat body, moving forward very slowly. The rain hit its black leather armor, forming streams of water that slid down to the ground on both sides. The furry mountain spiders were also drenched, their green-black fur sticking together. But those toad Gu happily cried out, carrying the goods and Gu masters, jumping up and down the mountain. There was also the winged serpent, already keeping its wings. The thick snake body moved through the muddy water. In order to protect the goods from the rain. Section 47. Jiajin Sheng, I don't want to kill you. The Gu masters were also showing their abilities. On the bodies of the fat beetles, there were Gu masters standing in the middle. They raised their hands up high and a golden radiant chi insect hovered an inch above their palms. The green bronze true essence rose like water vapor and poured into the body of the golden light insect. The Gu worm's whole body was shining like a golden bean, and with this circle as the center, it held up a huge pale golden air barrier. The hemispherical air shield covered a large area. Apart from covering a fat beetle completely, there was still more than enough space. When the raindrops hit the air shield, they bounced off as if they were hitting an umbrella. But this Ichi golden light worm expended primeval essence continuously, and after a long time, a rank 1 Gu master would not be able to endure it. Sure enough, after a while, a goo master shouted, "I can't take it anymore, my primeval essence is exhausted. Who will replace me?" "I'll do it." Almost immediately, a goo master rushed over and took over his position. Some goo masters who were pulling carts or riding mountain spiders activated the green silk goo in their bodies. Under the green silk goo's power, the goo master's hair grew wildly. A normal person would have at least 100,000 strands of hair. 100,000 strands of hair would each grow to 5 to 6 meters long. They intertwined with each other, wrapping around the goo master's body and the goo mount under their buttocks, forming a temporary impenetrable black hair cloak. Green silk goo was a rank 1 goo worm, often used by goo masters to defend and attack. When used, it expended 30% of the green bronze primeval essence, unlike the I Chi golden light worm which required continuous primeval essence output. If this green silk goo was refined with the rank 1 black boar goo, it would advance to the rank 2 black mane goo. When the black mane goo was activated, not only the hair but all the hair on the body would become black and thick. In a few breaths, the goo master's body would grow into a black mane armor. If the black mane goo continued to advance, it would become the famous rank 3 goo, the steel mane goo. Other than the I Chi golden light worm and green silk goo, many goo masters in the caravan chose the water spider goo. It could be seen that these goo masters were covered in a thin layer of light blue water cloak. On the surface of the water cloak, water flowed continuously. When the raindrops hit the water cloak, they immediately fused with the water cloak. The goo masters were continuously drenched, and the water cloak on their body became thicker. Every once in a while, the goo master would need to activate the water spider goo to drain the excess water from the water cloak. At this time, the thick water cloak would be reduced to a thin layer. As for those mortal martial artists, they were rushing back and forth on the muddy road, taking care of the goods. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats, but in the chaos, the straw raincoat's effect was limited, and they were all drenched by the rain. This damned weather. The martial artists cursed in their hearts. In the rain, the mountain roads were even more difficult to walk. In such weather, no matter how strong the martial artists were, they were still mortals. If they were drenched and overworked, it was extremely easy to catch a cold. A serious illness was a light one, but there was a chance that they would contract some sequelae, and if the illness was serious, they might even be abandoned by the goo master on the road. If there was a landslide on the mountain road or if they were attacked by wild beasts or goo worms, they might lose their lives. The caravan was huge and there were many goo masters. But every time they traveled, there would be a large number of casualties. Many mortal martial artists died and goo masters would also have casualties. If the caravan encountered a large migrating beast group, it was possible that they would be completely annihilated. In fact, other than these natural disasters, there were still others. The villages along the way might not all welcome the caravan. Some of the mountain strongholds liked to rob outsiders. "Let's go, see you next year." Some goo masters sat on their goo worms, turning their bodies and waving goodbye to the Guiyue village. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered together, sending off the caravan with their gazes. "You must come again next year." The children shouted reluctantly. The adults' gazes were much more complicated. "The future is uncertain, the ways of the world are difficult. Next year, I wonder how many familiar faces will remain in the village." Whether it is a caravan or living in the village, it is not easy to make a living. The caravan moved further and further away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The lively atmosphere of the market also disappeared without a trace. The place where the tents and stalls were set up was left with a huge mess. The turf was trampled by the endless stream of people, revealing grass roots and soil. When the rain fell on it, it immediately turned into mud, and there were countless potholes and muddy puddles. Other than that, there was also a lot of household rubbish left behind. Fang Yuan stood alone on a secluded hill, looking at the caravan from afar. The caravan was like a fat, colorful python, under the gray rain, following the narrow mountain path, slowly entering the dense forest. "The heavens are really on my side." Fang Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. He wore an ordinary linen shirt, his body was thin, his skin was pale like a 15-year-old, and he had a head of clean black short hair. The ends of his hair trembled under the umbrella with the wind. Others cursed the horrible weather, but he sighed at the timing of the rain. He killed Jia Jinxing last night and cleaned up the scene. But it happened too suddenly and there was something wrong. Especially the smell of blood, because the secret cave was not ventilated, it was not easy to get rid of. With this heavy rain, it washed the earth and the air, greatly weakening the detection methods that relied on smell. There was definitely a small waterfall coming from the stone crevice, and after the fresh water vapor was diluted, it was almost impossible to be exposed in a short time. Of course, the longer the time, the higher the possibility of being exposed. In this world, there were all kinds of amazing goo worms and a variety of detection methods. Even Fang Yuan only knew a part of them. The rain hit the surface of the butter paper umbrella, making dripping sounds. Then, along the ribs of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down, hitting the green stone under Fang Yuan's feet, splashing water everywhere. Seeing the caravan turn around the corner, completely entering the dense forest, Fang Yuan did not show a trace of happiness, but instead had a serious expression. Although Xianxia's cultivation is weak and his talent is low, his status is special. Everyone in the caravan is busy, so no one noticed his disappearance in a short time. However, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed. At that time, Jianghu will come back to investigate and the real challenge will come. The Jia family had purposely arranged for Jia Jinsheng and Jianghu to lead the caravan together. In terms of cultivation, Jia Jinsheng and Jianghu are worlds apart. In terms of wisdom, Jia Jinsheng is far behind. The Jia family had arranged this to let Jia Jinsheng suffer a setback, to let him see the reality and live a peaceful life. At the same time, it is also to test Jianghu's character. If the setback is too great, to the point that even his own brother can't be tolerated, how can the Jia family head position be given to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's good intentions. Although he has some intelligence, it is a pity that he is only a superficial person. What a pity. What a pity for such a good chess piece. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he had long seen through the surface, and perceived the deep nature of this matter. When he saw the complicated relationship between Jia Jinsheng and Jianghu in the dispute last night, he immediately had a vague plan in his heart. In his plan, Jia Jinsheng was a very suitable chess piece. Jia Jinsheng's cultivation was weak, but his status was high. Although he was a little clever, his experience was too shallow, and he could completely control it. Once this chess piece was controlled, it would be very useful. Firstly, he could establish a stable channel to dispose of stolen goods, in preparation for killing and robbing in the future. Secondly, Fang Yuan would be hiding behind the scenes, using him and the Shadow Wall to incite conflict between the three villages on Qingmao Mountain, triggering a civil war and reaping the benefits. Thirdly, he could rely on him to infiltrate the Jia family. In the future, the Jia family's property dispute would cause a Gu fighting tournament, and it would be a huge matter. There were many benefits, and Fang Yuan could definitely obtain great benefits from it. My current cultivation is too low and my hands and feet are tied when I do things. If I have a chess piece that I can use, I can do things that I cannot do. Not only is it convenient, but the risk is also greatly reduced. If I am exposed in the future, I can just abandon this chess piece and still be free. The people around me are all loyal to the family and not easy to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinsheng can easily break out of this situation. What a pity, I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind an inheritance of strength. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 Gu master, and his inheritance was naturally more precious than Jia Jinsheng. Of course, if he could have both, that would be great. But facing such a precious treasure, Jia Jinsheng could no longer be controlled, so he could only abandon it. 10 out of 10 things in this world do not go your way. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. The appearance of the flower wine monk's inheritance broke Fang Yuan's original plan. And after the shadow wall changed, the previous scene disappeared, and only a line of blood words appeared, reminding Fang Yuan to break the shadow wall, and a hole would appear. Walk down the hole and you will receive the inheritance of strength. The blood words only appeared for a few breaths and then disappeared. The shadow wall also reverted to a normal mountain wall. Fang Yuan had been busy last night dealing with the murder scene, and had no time to break the shadow wall. Killing Jia Jinsheng in a hurry, there will be many repercussions, just that it has not been revealed yet. Although I have successfully destroyed the corpse, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. This way, the method of exposing the liquor worm will have to be changed. Also, I can't go to the secret cave in the rock crack for the time being. I have to hide in the village for the time being, and guard against the investigation. Fang Yuan turned around, holding the umbrella, and walked towards the village in the rain. But this is also good. In this period of time, I have consumed large amounts of Yuan stone, and refined middle stage primeval essence. Using middle stage primeval essence to nourish my aperture, I will be able to break through to middle stage soon. Once I reach middle stage, my strength will double. At that time, I will have more confidence in inheriting the flower wine monk's inheritance. The inheritance of a demonic cultivator, was not as gentle as that of a righteous cultivator. There would usually be dangerous tests. If the test was not passed, the price to pay would be his life. The affairs of the world are hard to predict, but because of this, it is very interesting. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the heavy rain, the green mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with grayish-green, appearing oppressive and heavy. A gust of wind blew, and the raindrops slanted, hitting Fang Yuan's shoulder. A wave of cold air assaulted him. He then thought of Jianghu. He sighed in his heart. Jianghu, actually? I did not want to kill you. What a waste of a good chess piece. Chapter 54. In the academy, everyone's gaze was focused on Fang Yuan. These gazes contained shock, fear, mockery and coldness. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to these gazes. He looked at the academy elder, pointing at the unconscious guard on the ground, his expression solemn. Reporting to elder, these two guards had malicious intentions. They deserved to die. They forcefully broke in at the critical moment when I was about to break through to the middle stage. As everyone knows, a Gu master's cultivation cannot be disturbed, especially when breaking through to a higher realm. If one is careless, not only will the breakthrough fail, the aperture will also be damaged. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to step into the middle stage the moment they barged in. But, without waiting for the others to react, Fang Yuan continued, these two still refused to admit the mistake they made earlier, actually boasting shamelessly about attacking me, and even insulting my clan's ancestor, falsely claiming that it was Lord Clan Elder's idea to disturb this junior's cultivation. The student did not believe it and resisted fiercely. These two were highly skilled and I fought bravely, defeating them both. But seeing that these two are the academy's guards, I didn't kill them. Only one had his arm cut off and the other had his leg cut off. Although they lost a lot of blood, they did not die. This matter is like this, please uphold justice for me, elder. Finishing, Fang Yuan cupped his fists towards the academy elder. His tone was hurried, saying a lot, and the others did not have the right to interrupt. After he finished, the surrounding people slowly reacted. What did Fang Yuan just say? I don't think I heard it clearly. I think he said he advanced to the middle stage. How can it be? He's just a C-grade talent trash. How could he be the first to advance to the middle stage? He must be lying. He's afraid of the academy's punishment, so he lied. The students all began to discuss loudly. Compared to Fang Yuan advancing to the middle stage, the life and death of the two guards were no longer important. They were not surnamed Guyue who would care about their life and death. You said that you have already advanced to rank 1 middle stage? The academy elder's voice was cold, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Fang Yuan, you can't say such things carelessly. If you admit your mistake now, I can still deal with you leniently because it's your first offense. However, if you continue to make mistakes and try to cover up with lies, then this old man will tell you right now that lies are easy to see through. Fang Yuan did not try to defend himself. He only chuckled and said to the academy elder, Elder, please check. Without needing him to say anything, the academy elder had already walked over. He placed his hand on Fang Yuan's lower abdomen and diverted a bit of his attention into it. He immediately saw the scene of Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture there was no goo. The spring-autumn cicada had already hidden itself. A rank 6 goo's level was far higher than a rank 3 academy elder's. If it wanted to hide, it would not be easily discovered. As for the liquor worm, Fang Yuan temporarily put it in the wine jar in the dormitory and did not carry it with him. The academy elder closed his eyes and saw a bronze primordial sea, calm and undisturbed. Every drop of primordial water was the pale green color of middle-stage primordial essence. Looking at the surrounding aperture walls, the white aperture walls were rippling with light, as if they were made up of water. Waves of water were flowing rapidly. Water membrane. He really advanced to middle stage. How is this possible? The academy elder shouted in his heart, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. But he tried his best to hide it, his face as solemn as water. After a moment, he digested this fact and slowly retracted his hand, saying in a low voice, "It is indeed middle stage." The students had long held their breaths, quietly waiting for the result. Once the academy elder said this, the entire academy seemed to explode. The students were bewildered, each of their faces showing an expression of disbelief. Fang Yuan was only a C grade, but he was the first to advance to middle stage. This was something that defied common sense. When a Gu master cultivated and broke through realms, the most important thing was talent. Are you kidding me? Even a C grade could advance first? How could those A and B grade talents endure this? Guyue Fangjing's face turned pale. He was still full of confidence last night, but now the truth was in front of him. He could not take the impact and sat down. Guiyue Mabe clenched his fists. Guiyue Fangjing gritted his teeth. The academy elder could not be fooled, so how did Fang Yuan do it? At that moment all the youths stared at Fang Yuan. They all had the same question in their hearts. With Fang Yuan's C-grade talent, how did he advance so quickly? The academy elder's heart was also filled with doubts. Under such a huge doubt, he threw the idea of suppressing Fang Yuan to the back of his mind, and asked directly, Fang Yuan, I hope you can explain how did you advance to middle stage? Fang Yuan smiled silently, heaven rewards the diligent. As a student, I studied hard and trained hard, accumulating over time so success came naturally. Liar. Tisich, if heaven rewards the diligent, I would have been number one long ago. Studied hard and trained hard? Just a while ago I saw him leisurely strolling around the shops. The students were obviously not satisfied with such an answer. Is that so? The academy elder did not deny it. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was calm, and he stared back at the elder without fear. He was bathed in blood, and his linen clothes were messy, as if he had just gone through an intense battle. His eyes were as deep as a lake, revealing a kind of calmness, a kind of indifference and even a hint of mockery. Seeing such a pair of eyes, the academy elder's heart could not help but waver. This Fang Yuan is not afraid, not scared, not shocked. How could I force him to reveal it? With his C-grade talent he was able to advance to middle stage first. There must be a secret. But since he does not want to reveal this secret as the academy elder, I cannot force him to reveal it. Looks like I can only investigate in secret. Thinking of this, the academy elder could only retract his gaze, and his cold and stern face softened. But Fang Yuan did not let it go. This student is terrified. Sir Elder, how are you going to deal with these two guards? These two have lost too much blood, and if they are not treated, they will die. You are terrified? The academy elder could not help but snort coldly in his heart. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. Now that things had developed to this stage, as the person in charge of the academy, he had to step up and deal with it. But how should I deal with it? The academy elder could not help but feel that it was a little tricky. He could not help but ponder. Fang Yuan took in the academy elder's change of expression. He laughed in his heart. The academy elder must be in a difficult position right now. These two guards were just servants with a different surname, and their lives were as cheap as grass. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be fine. If they died, no one would care. But the situation now was different. These two were personally sent out by the academy elder. If they really died, it would be a disgrace to the academy elder. So these two guards would not die, and the academy elder would treat them. What really troubled the academy elder was the way to deal with Fang Yuan. In his original plan, Fang Yuan played truant first, and then killed the guards, going against his teacher and being arrogant. According to the clan rules, he would be locked up in the clan's prison, to reflect and admit his mistakes. But these mistakes, when added to the fact that Fang Yuan had advanced to the middle stage, suddenly became different. Fang Yuan, because of his cultivation, had no choice but to play truant and kill the guards. This was pardonable. The key was that he had successfully advanced to the middle stage, becoming the first person in this batch. This was the right thing to do. What did Fang Yuan rely on to advance to the middle stage? This secret could be put aside. Winner takes all. Everyone cared about the results. No one would criticize such an outstanding junior. The academy elder could not punish him in any way. What did the academy do? It was to nurture outstanding Gu masters, to inject fresh blood into the clan. With such an outstanding youth appearing as the academy elder, it would be a dereliction of duty to suppress him. Just like when a student achieved good results as the teacher, he had to praise and encourage him, not punish or criticize him. A teacher who criticized and punished a student because of their outstanding results would never be acknowledged. Maybe the other elders, because they were afraid of Fang Yuan's development prospects, or because of grudges, would suppress Fang Yuan in the dark. But only you, the academy elder, cannot. Because you are in charge of the academy, you have to be fair and just, at least on the surface. These are the rules. Are we just going to let him go like this? It was not easy to get a hold of his weakness. The academy elder felt very unresigned. He knew in his heart that all the youths in the academy were outsiders. Outsiders could only watch the show, unable to see the intricacies, unable to experience the excitement in the dark. In fact, this was the first time he, the academy elder, and the scholar, Fang Yuan, exchanged blows. First, he did not let go of the rules, wanting to punish Fang Yuan, and destroy his strong image in the hearts of the other youths. Then, Fang Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His move seemed rash, but it hit the nail on the head. Using the excuse of advancing to the intermediate level, he immediately regained his footing. As for the two unlucky guards, they were just pawns that were innocently implicated in the fight between the two and were sacrificed. This Fang Yuan, he is too scheming. If he really killed the two guards, I could still use this reason to counterattack. Although his talent is not much, but his methods are so experienced and thorough, it is hard to imagine that this was done by a 15-year-old youth. But I can't even counterattack. No wonder in the early years, there were rumors of his early intelligence and poetry. The Academy elder suddenly realized that he had already lost. His failure was due to his identity. He was the Academy elder in charge of the Academy. This was his strength, but it was also his weakness. One point of strength was one point of weakness. Fang Yuan had long seen through this logic. The Academy elder felt helpless and annoyed. He had once asked Fang Yuan to explain, but Fang Yuan's explanation was actually full of loopholes, and could not stand up to scrutiny. These guards were all chosen by the Academy elder, and their temperaments could not be so rash, and would not be so stupid as to insult the ancestors of Guyue. Fang Yuan's words were said on purpose. It was undisguised slander, and was framing in front of an insider. The Academy elder was very clear on this point, but he was clear that he could not pursue this matter. This was a trap. Once he pursued this matter and the truth was revealed, how would he deal with this matter? If he did not punish Fang Yuan, the two guards would be wronged, and he, as the Academy elder, would not be fair in handling matters. How would he be able to convince the masses in the future? If he punished Fang Yuan, he would be suppressing the good, and being jealous of the talented. For the sake of two foreign servants, suppressing the younger generation of the clan, if this matter were to spread, it would cause the dissatisfaction of the clan. So the best way to deal with this was to turn a blind eye, and treat these two guards as disposable. Then he would determine that these two had committed a grave mistake. At the same time he would commend Fang Yuan. This way the clansmen would be satisfied, and the guards who had been deceived would also think that this was fair. This way of dealing with it was undoubtedly in the best interest of the Academy elder. Logic told the Academy elder that this was the way to deal with it. But emotionally the Academy elder could not overcome this hurdle. This Fang Yuan was too despicable. This time not only did the Academy elder not suppress Fang Yuan's limelight, but he had become a stepping stone, stepped on by Fang Yuan, and lost face in front of everyone. Fang Yuan did not respect him in the slightest, and dared to target him in front of everyone. This made him, the Academy elder, feel a sense of shame and humiliation. The key was, in the future, if these two guards felt wronged and wanted to expose the truth, in order to protect his image and identity, the Academy elder would have to be the first to jump out and suppress these two guards. But this was all caused by Fang Yuan. What kind of feeling was this? To make an analogy, it was as if Fang Yuan had pooped on the Academy elder's face, and the Academy elder had to praise Fang Yuan, and at the same time clean up his mess. If there was an outsider who wanted to point it out and say that the Academy elder had pooped on his face, he would have to shut the outsider's mouth at the first possible moment. This kind of grievance and humiliation was almost unbearable for the Academy elder. There was a growing urge in his heart to directly slap Fang Yuan a few times. But in the end, the Academy elder only reached out his hand and lightly patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. So small. The Academy elder's face was as dark as water, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. It's all thanks to the Academy's nurturing. Fang Yuan's tone was calm. Chapter 55. Everything was within Fang Yuan's expectations. After that, the Academy elder ordered a healing Gu master to save the two guards. The guards' lives were saved, but they were heavily injured, and were chased out of the Academy by the Academy elder. Fang Yuan did not receive any punishment, but was instead praised. Such an outcome caused the other youths to feel even more fear. But this matter was far from over. As time passed, the storm spread to the entire clan. Fang Yuan was the first to advance to middle stage with his C-grade aptitude, and this became the topic of discussion in the clan. After meals, many people were discussing this matter. After the initial shock, people started to speculate about the mystery of Fang Yuan's advancement. Actually, with C-grade talent, surpassing A and B grade, advancing to middle stage first, is not a strange thing. That's right, there are many ways to achieve this in this world. For example, the relic Gu. Once this Gu is used, it can refine the aperture walls and boost one's cultivation. Advancing a small realm is a piece of cake. At once, there were all sorts of opinions and all sorts of possible answers were discussed. As for the liquor worm, variant primeval essence and so on, many people naturally brought up the topic. If Fang Yuan had revealed the existence of the liquor worm at the first moment, there would not have been such an uproar. But by covering it up like this, he had unknowingly attracted everyone's curiosity. Guyue village looked calm on the surface, but there was already an undercurrent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the academy, waiting for the academy elder's explanation. As the academy elder, if he did not even know how his students advanced, that would be a dereliction of duty. So the academy elder had to give an explanation. Time passed day by day. The second youth to advance from initial stage to middle stage appeared. It was Guyue Mabe. Soon after, with just a difference of 3 hours, Guyue Fangjing also advanced successfully. He was dragged down by the lack of Yuan stone. Of course, there was also the fact that Fang Yuan's matter dealt a blow to him. The third was Guyue Cheng. Even though he had Guyue personally pouring his true essence into it, the efficiency of this method was not very high. It could only be used once every 3 days, and it was also very dangerous. However, being able to obtain third place with AC grade aptitude was already a success. On the 5th day, the academy elder distributed the Yuan stone again. Guyue Fang Yuan. Standing in front, he was the first to call out Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan stood up and walked forward with a calm expression. The gazes of the youths followed him, their gazes revealing jealousy, envy, suspicion, probing, hatred, and so on. Today, Lord Elder is not only distributing the allowance, but he is also arranging the positions of the class monitor and vice class monitor. As expected, the first person the family elder called was Fang Yuan. He's the first to be promoted. The position of class monitor is going to be his. It's hard to imagine this result. I thought it was Fangjing. It's too strange that he advanced to the intermediate level first. There must be a huge secret, but he's not telling us. Hee, if it were me, I wouldn't tell you either. Wouldn't it be better to get rich quietly? As the students whispered to each other, Fang Yuan walked in front of the academy elder. Guyue Fang Yuan, you are the first rank 1 middle stage Gu master this year. This is your reward. Saying so, the academy elder passed him a blue and white coin pouch. Fang Yuan took the coin pouch and opened it in front of everyone, looking inside. Don't worry, there's a total of 30 Yuan stone inside. The academy won't shortchange you. The academy elder squeezed out a smile. To be honest, he did not expect that the first youth to advance to the intermediate level would be Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not hear the academy elder's words. He rarely trusted others, but he trusted himself the most. He checked carefully and found that there were indeed 30 Yuan stone, not a single one missing. Only then did he keep the coin pouch in his arms. Seeing Fang Yuan's behavior, the academy elder thought that he was short on money, and the smile on his face widened. That's right, he's only AC grade talent. To advance to the intermediate level, he'll need more Yuan stone. He doesn't have anyone else to help him, so Yuan stone is definitely tight. As long as he has a need for Yuan stone, he won't be out of control. As long as he enters the family system, the secret he's keeping, even if we can't find out, one day he'll spill it. Regarding this, the academy elder was very confident. In fact, from that day onwards, he had sent people to investigate Fang Yuan in secret. Almost every day there would be new developments in the investigation. But it was obvious that those people had not found out that Fang Yuan had hundreds of Yuan stone on hand, and was actually quite generous. The academy elder continued, Fang Yuan, you are the first to advance to rank 1 middle stage. According to the academy's rules, not only will you receive 30 Yuan stone as a reward, you will also have priority in choosing your second Gu worm. Now, I appoint you as the class monitor. In the end, Fang Yuan is finally appointed as the class monitor. Once this was said, some of the students sighed. Damn it. Guyue Mabe gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. Guyue Mabe crossed his arms, watching coldly from the side. The one who suffered the greatest blow was still Fang Yuan's younger brother, Guyue Fangjing. His face was pale, his eyes flickering, and a dark cloud shrouded his heart. When normal students see the class monitor and vice class monitor, they have to bow and greet them. With my results, I'll definitely be able to get the position of vice class monitor. But in the future, when I meet my brother, I still have to bow. Wait. But just as Fang Yuan opened his mouth, he smiled at the academy elder and said slowly, Sir Elder, your student's talent is shallow, and it's hard for me to take on the position of class monitor. Such a position should be given to a talented person. What? You mean you don't want to be the class monitor? If you become a class monitor, you'll receive 10 Yuan stone every time. Are you sure you want to reject? The academy elder's eyebrows immediately twisted into a knot. He had been teaching for decades and had never seen anyone reject this position. Actually, he had thought about it. Letting Fang Yuan be the class monitor had its benefits. Once he became the class monitor, he would be included in the family's system. Fang Yuan would have to enjoy the benefits and at the same time fulfill his duties. No matter what the specific duties of the class monitor were, he must at least stop extorting and robbing his classmates. This was definitely not something a class monitor could do. Just like previously, even if the academy elder was humiliated by Fang Yuan, he still had to praise Fang Yuan because of his cultivation results. Under the system, he couldn't handle things as he pleased, and many times he wouldn't have the freedom to do as he pleased. Of course, it wasn't that the academy elder disliked Fang Yuan for extorting so many yuan stones every time. He was thinking for the sake of all the students. Once Fang Yuan became the class monitor, he wouldn't be able to bully his classmates anymore. This would allow the other youths, under the heavy pressure of Fang Yuan, to breathe a sigh of relief. After that, he would then take advantage of the situation to create a scene where hundreds of schools of thought contend. As long as he could cultivate Fangjing, Mabe, Qiqing, these seeds of hope, what was sacrificing a small class monitor position? However, although the academy elder's plan was good, the reality was completely different from what he had expected. Fang Yuan rejected. He actually rejected. Although the position of class monitor was small, in the hearts of these youths, it represented the glory of being number one. Not only glory, but becoming a class monitor, the allowance was as much as 10 yuan stone every time. This kind of temptation, there had never been a youth who could resist it. But Fang Yuan actually rejected it. Fang Yuan saw the academy elder stunned and asked him in reply, "Don't tell me the academy has a rule that only the first can be the class monitor? Can't one reject the position of class monitor?" The academy elder's face sank. Of course there isn't such an unreasonable rule. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Thank you for your understanding, elder." After saying that, he cupped his hands, walked down and returned to his seat. The students who had witnessed this with their own eyes were instantly in an uproar. For a moment, the academy was boiling. Fang Yuan actually rejected it? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with his brain? I don't know what's wrong with his brain, he'll regret it in the future. Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor. Does that mean I'm the class monitor now? The surprise came too quickly. The second place Guiyue Mabe couldn't react in time. Guiyue Cheng's face was full of disbelief. He really couldn't understand. Someone actually gave up the position of class monitor? What a complete idiot. Brother? Guiyue Fangjing's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at Fang Yuan as he walked back to his seat. According to Fangjing's results, he would definitely be the assistant class monitor. But when Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor, Fangjing suddenly felt that his position as the assistant class monitor was so dull and uninteresting. The academy elder's face was livid. He was really livid this time. Previously, when Fang Yuan skipped class, his face was also very ugly, but that was just an act for others to see. He was in a terrible mood, even worse than the previous time. Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor, which meant that he refused to join the family system. The academy elder had been in charge of the academy for decades, but this was the first time he had seen such a student, who could actually refuse such a great temptation. He had wanted to invite him into the trap, but Fang Yuan refused, and the academy elder couldn't do anything about it. The subsidies were distributed. In the end, Guiyue Mabe obtained the second place, which was unprecedented, outside of the class monitor. Fangjing and Qiqing were each assistant class monitor. The allowance for the class monitor was 10 yuan stone. The allowance for the assistant class monitor was increased to 5 yuan stone. Chapter 56. A red sun slowly descended towards the mountains in the west. Its light was no longer glaring and dazzling. Instead, it was gentle and bright. The sky in the west was dyed red by it. The sunset was continuous, like a concubine receiving a reward, happily crowding around the emperor wanting to sleep together. Everything in Qingmao Mountain was enveloped in a blurry rose color. The tall buildings were also draped with a layer of golden silk. The trees planted around the academy seemed to be smeared with a thin layer of oil. The wind blew gently. The students carried the yuan stone allowance they had just received, walked out of the classroom each feeling refreshed. I really don't know what Fang Yuan was thinking, to actually give up the position of class monitor. His brain is broken, probably thinking about killing all day. Let's not pay attention to this kind of lunatic. Speaking of which, that day when he barged into the academy, I was really shocked. It was too scary. After returning that day, I had nightmares for the whole night. The students, in twos and threes, walked in groups. Hello, class monitor. Yes. Hello, class monitor. Yes, yes. Guyu Bei swaggered around, and everywhere he went, the students bowed to him in greeting. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and intoxication. This was the charm of power. Even if it was a little different treatment, it would make people more sure of their own value. At this time the sun was setting in the west. The setting sun was like blood. Mabe looked at it, his heart joyfully thinking, why didn't I notice this before? This red sunset is really cute. Just being a class monitor and you're so arrogant, what's so great about it? Guyu purposely walked at the back, not wanting to greet Guyu Mabe. I really don't know what Fang Yuan was thinking to actually give up the position of class monitor. But it's also fortunate, or else how could I, who was ranked third, get the position of vice class monitor? Guyu Mabe was puzzled but also glad. Hello, vice class monitor. At this time an ordinary student walked past him, immediately bowed and greeted him. Nice to meet you too. Guyu Qing nodded and smiled. As the student walked over, he naturally thought to himself, the feeling of being a vice chairman isn't bad. I think the feeling of being a chairman is even better. How great would it be if I wasn't the deputy chairman, but the chairman? Qiqing, who had just been rejoicing over this, was now yearning for the position of class president. Under the family system, each level of power was like a big carrot, deeply tempting him. Although I only have C-grade aptitude, I believe that everything will get better and better. Guyu was hopeful for the future. However, at that moment, Guyu Fangjing, who was also the deputy chairman, was in a terrible mood and had an ugly expression on his face. Big brother, you? He stared dumbfoundedly at the school's entrance, where a lonely figure was blocking the way. Old rules, 1 yuan stone per person. Fang Yuan stood with his arms crossed and said calmly. Fangjing opened his mouth and after a few tries he finally said, Big brother, I'm the deputy chairman now. Indeed. Fang Yuan nodded expressionlessly and glanced at Fangjing. The subsidy for a deputy chairman is up to 5 yuan each time. Then you hand over 3 yuan stones. Fangjing was dumbfounded and for a moment he couldn't say a word. A group of teenagers surrounded Guyu Mabe as they walked over. Seeing Fang Yuan blocking the school's entrance, Guyu Mabe was furious and pointed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, how dare you try to stop us? I'm the chairman now and you, an ordinary student, have to bow and greet me when you see me. What answered him was Fang Yuan's fist. Guyu Mabe was caught off guard and was hit by the fist. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and his face was full of disbelief. You hit me, how dare you hit me? I'm the chairman. What answered him again was still Fang Yuan's fist. Bang bang bang. After a few exchanges of offense and defense, Guyu Mabe was knocked to the ground by Fang Yuan, and he fainted. The surrounding teenagers were all dumbfounded, and for a moment they didn't know how to react. Everything was different from what they had imagined. The guards at the entrance watched everything unfold before their eyes, and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Fang Yuan knocked down the new chairman. What should we do? Nothing. What do you mean? Just watch and then call the others to clean up the place. But, what kind of person is Fang Yuan and you want to provoke him? Think about what happened to Wang Da and Wu Er. The guard who asked the question immediately shivered and didn't say anything else. The 2 guards at the entrance both straightened their bodies. They allowed the robbery to happen around them, as if they were deaf and blind, unable to hear or see anything. Fang Yuan dealt with Guyu Mabe and then Fangjing and Qiqing. Only then did the other youths realize that nothing had changed. Fang Yuan was still the same Fang Yuan, and the robbery would still happen. 1 yuan stone per person, 3 for the vice chairman, 8 for the chairman. Fang Yuan announced the new rules. The teenagers sighed and obediently took out their yuan stone. When they walked out of the hall, someone suddenly slapped his head and shouted, I got it, no wonder Fang Yuan doesn't want the chairman position, he wants to continue extorting us. That's right. Every time he extorts us he gets 59 yuan stone, and now it has grown to 68. If he were the chairman he would get 10 yuan stones at most. Many people came to a sudden realization. Too treacherous, too cunning, too vicious. Someone slapped his thigh and said angrily, Sai, if that's the case the chairman and vice chairman are nothing. They are still being robbed and there are still only 2 yuan stone left, exactly the same as us. It was unknown who said this, but when the teenagers heard it, they couldn't help but fall silent. Bang! The academy elder fiercely slapped the table and flew into a rage. This Fang Yuan is too much, what is he trying to do? He even dares to robbing the chairman of 8 yuan stone, and the vice chairman of 3 yuan stone. If that's the case, What's the difference between the chairman and the other normal students? The academy elder tried his best to lower his voice, and his words were filled with anger. Fang Yuan rejecting the chairman position was equivalent to refusing to be part of the family's system. To put it more seriously, it was a form of betrayal to the family. This had already made the academy elder very angry. Following that, Fang Yuan robbed his classmates. His hands were stretching further and further, and had already exceeded the academy elder's bottom line. After being extorted like this, the chairman and vice-chairman's power and position would be completely weakened. Over time, the normal students would also lose their respect and interest towards these two positions. Fang Yuan's actions seemed small, but the significance was huge. This was already using his own strength to challenge the family system. This was a scene that the academy elder absolutely did not want to see. He was grooming the family's new hope, and not a traitor to the family. However, even though Fang Yuan's actions had challenged his bottom line, the academy elder knew that he could not personally deal with this matter. If he really did that, the first person who would not let him off would be the clan leader. The second and third people who would have opinions against him would be Guiyue Lian and Guiyue Emochen. The clan leader had placed his hopes on Guiyue Fangjing. Fangjing was, after all, the only A-grade genius in the past 3 years. The clan leader needed a tenacious and independent genius, not a delicate flower that needed to be cared for. At the same time, Qi Lian and Emochen also hoped that their respective grandsons could grow up in this kind of setback. If the academy elder intervened and punished Fang Yuan on behalf of the students. If word got out, it would be the future successor of the Mo and Qi family couldn't beat Fang Yuan, so he had to ask for help from his elders. How ugly would that sound? This would be a huge blow to the Mo and Qi family's reputation. The academy elder was obviously not afraid of a mere Fang Yuan, but he was worried that if he interfered, he would attract pressure from the clan leader, the Mo family, and the Qi family. This was practically the entire upper echelon of the Guiyue family. How could he, a mere elder, withstand it? The root of this matter still lies in Fang Yuan's secret. What did he rely on to advance to the intermediate level so easily? The academy elder suppressed the anger in his heart and focused his gaze on the 3 investigation reports on the desk. On the first report, there was a detailed background of Fang Yuan's family. Fang Yuan came from a good background this time, his identity was not suspicious, and his background was also clean. Both his parents died and he was taken in by his uncle and aunt. But they did not get along, and ever since he entered the academy, Fang Yuan had been living in the academy dormitory. On the second report, there was a record of Fang Yuan's life. He had early intelligence at a young age, and was looked upon favorably by the clan, thinking that he might have an A-grade talent. But after the awakening ceremony, he was tested to be a C grade, causing the clan to be greatly disappointed. On the third party's report, there was Fang Yuan's recent whereabouts. His daily life was very simple, almost 3 points in one line. During the day he attended classes in the academy and at night he slept in the dormitory. He was very hard-working in his cultivation and every night, he would undergo Gu Master cultivation to nourish his aperture. Sometimes he would go out for a trip to the only inn in the village to improve his meals and buy wine to drink. He had a soft spot for wine, and liked to drink green bamboo wine. Under his bed in the dormitory, there were tens of jars of green bamboo wine. The academy elder looked at the 3 reports in detail, and in his heart, his impression of Fang Yuan deepened. Both parents died early and he is not on good terms with his uncle and aunt. No wonder this kid Fang Yuan has no sense of belonging to the clan. He was personally crowned as a genius by the clan, and then personally plucked off the title, falling from the sky to the ground. No wonder he is so unruly, eccentric and cold. His life is so simple, and he is hard-working in his cultivation, all because he is holding back his anger, unwilling to admit defeat, and wants to prove to the clan that he can do it. That's why when I suppressed him he fought back so fiercely. As the academy elder thought of this, he could not help but sigh softly. The more he understood Fang Yuan, the more he understood Fang Yuan. Of course, understanding did not mean forgiveness. Fang Yuan contradicted him, offended his dignity, and refused to be the class monitor and even robbed his classmates. This was something he could not tolerate. Shaking the information in his hands, the academy elder frowned again. Although this information is detailed, it has nothing to do with the secret of Fang Yuan's advancement. It's already been a few days and this bunch of people are too outrageous. Dong dong dong. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Come in. The academy elder said. The door opened. It was the clan leader Guiyue Bo's personal guard. The clan leader has ordered for Sir Elder to go to the clan leader's pavilion. there is an important matter to discuss. What is it? The academy elder stood up from his seat. He could feel the importance of this matter from the personal guard's tone and expression. The rank 4 Gu Master Jiafu has returned, and his brother Jia Jinsheng's whereabouts are unknown. The personal guard answered. This. The academy elder immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 57. A full moon was faintly discernible in the clouds. The academy elder hurried along the road. His face was shadowed by the flickering moonlight, and his expression was indistinct. It was hard to survive in this world, and Gu Masters going missing was a common occurrence. His rich life experience told the academy elder that under normal circumstances, this kind of mysterious disappearance usually meant death. But anyone could die, but he, Jia Jinsheng, could not. Especially not in the Guyue village. His identity was special. His father was the Jia clan leader, and his brother was Jia Fu, a rank 4 Gu Master. Rank 4 Gu Masters had yellow gold primeval essence and great battle strength. In the entire Guyue clan, only the clan leader was a rank 4 and could match him. The other clan elders were only rank 3. The Jia clan leader's cultivation was rank 5, and under his leadership the Jia clan prospered and became a large clan, occupying all the resources in the mountain and having many clansmen. Compared to them, the Guyue village was only a mid-sized clan. Once the two sides started fighting, the Guyue village would definitely be at a disadvantage. More importantly, if this matter were to spread, the reputation of the Guyue clan would also be tarnished. Many other caravans would also choose their routes carefully. If the Guyue village did not have trade with caravans, their surplus local resources could not be sold, and their need for external resources could not be purchased. As time passed, the village would definitely decline. This is no small matter. If it is not handled well, it will be a disaster. The academy elder was worried, rushing to the clan leader's pavilion. Once he stepped into the clan leader's pavilion discussion hall, the academy elder felt the heavy atmosphere. On the main seat sat the current generation Guyue clan leader, Guyue Bo. And the short and fat Jia Fu with 5 to 6 followers, stood in the middle of the hall, looking like he was going to interrogate them. Under the illumination of the bright lights, many of the clan elders stood beside the chairs, their solemn expressions clearly visible. Jia Fu was a rank 4 Gu Master, and even he did not sit. These clan elders were only rank 3, and naturally did not dare to sit. This was the deterrence of a rank 4 Gu Master. It was also a form of reverence for power. Greetings. Just as the academy elder was about to bow, he was stopped by clan leader Guyue Bo. The gray-haired Guyue Bo was currently massaging his temples with his fingers, a distressed expression on his face. Let's not talk about this anymore. You've always been in charge of the family's academy. Let me ask you, where is Guyue Fangyuan? The academy elder was shocked, thinking to himself, how did this matter get related to that lad Fangyuan again? He respectfully replied, right now at this hour, he should be cultivating in the academy's dormitory. The clan leader sighed. Now brother Jia is very suspicious that the disappearance of his brother Jia Jinsheng is related to Guyue and Fangyuan. I order you to go immediately and bring Fangyuan here. The academy elder's heart trembled. Yes. He knew the severity of this matter, and hurriedly bowed before turning to leave. Brother Jia, that Fangyuan will be here soon. Take a seat. Guyue Bo pointed to the seat beside him and said to Jia Fu. Jia Fu laughed bitterly and cupped his fists towards Guyue Bo. Apologies to brother Guyue. I'm really anxious now. I haven't seen my brother for a few days already. I'm afraid he's in trouble. I really can't sit still. Some things can only be understood after losing them. Jia Fu only reacted recently. Why did his father arrange for Jia Jinsheng, a burden, to lead the caravan with him? It was to test his character, to see if he could pay attention to family while suppressing others, and at the same time take care of his brother Jia Jinsheng. If Jia Jinsheng were to die, how would his father view Jia Fu? When he realized this, he immediately investigated the caravan, and quickly locked onto the Guyue village. Almost without stopping, he rushed back. Now that he was standing in the middle of the hall and not sitting down, he wanted to create an aura of someone who was determined to get what he wanted. This was to put pressure on the Guyue clan, and also to answer to his father when he returned to the Jia clan. Reporting to clan leader, Fangyuan has arrived. Soon the academy elder brought Fangyuan to the hall. Guyue Fangyuan greets clan leader, Lord Jia Fu, and all the elders. Fangyuan's face was indifferent and he bowed. Is it him? Jia Fu sized up Fangyuan coldly, and asked a female Gu master beside him. This female Gu master was the one Fang Yuan had bought purple gold from when he entered the gambling den. It's him. There's no mistake. The female Gu master looked at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze and said with certainty. Jiafu nodded, and in that instant his gaze was like two blades, cutting at Fang Yuan. But he did not interrogate him directly. This was the Guiyue village and he had to give face to the Guiyue clan leader. So he looked at the Guiyue clan leader who was sitting down. The Guiyue clan leader's face was solemn. He knew that Jiafu purposely spoke loudly to the female Gu master, not only to confirm Fang Yuan's identity, but also to put pressure on him. The underlying meaning was to warn the Guiyue clan leader, "Look, I have evidence in my hands and I have a certain level of confidence, so you better not protect your own clansmen." This made the Guiyue clan leader a little unhappy and he thought, "You Jiafu lost your younger brother and that was your mistake. Now you come to our Guiyue clan to interrogate us aggressively. Do you think our Guiyue clan is easy to bully? Our Guiyue clan knows right from wrong and is reasonable, but don't mistake this for weakness." Thinking of this, he did not interrogate Fang Yuan directly, but said to the female Gu master sternly, "Look carefully. I'm not afraid to tell you this Fang Yuan has a twin brother who looks like him. Are you sure it's him?" The female Gu master was only a rank 1 Gu master, and under Guiyue Bo's imposing manner, she immediately showed a hesitant and nervous expression. Jiafu frowned and took a step forward, blocking Guiyue Bo's vision for her. He cupped his fists. "Brother Guiyue, I have always respected the Guiyue clan. Especially the first and fourth generation clan leaders of the Guiyue clan. These two sages are rank 5 experts. One started from scratch and overcame all obstacles, establishing the Guiyue village's 100 years of foundation. The other is a benevolent hero who sacrificed himself to protect his homeland, worthy of respect. Brother Guiyue, as the clan leader, I trust that you will govern impartially. Brother Guiyue, please interrogate this Fang Yuan." Seeing his tone soften, Guiyue Bo nodded. Actually, he had already made up his mind. If this was Fang Yuan's doing, then he would hand him over. Anyway, he was just a C grade, there was no pain in handing him over. As long as he could resolve this conflict, it would be fine. If it was Fang Jing, then it had to be this Fang Yuan. Fang Jing was an A-grade genius, the only one in the last 3 years. The clan's higher-ups were still hoping to nurture him, to fight against that by clans by Ning Bing. "Fang Yuan, don't be nervous." Clan leader Guiyue showed a benevolent smile, using a gentle tone to speak to Fang Yuan. "Let me ask you, do you have any news on that Jia Jinsheng?" "Who is Jia Jinsheng?" Fang Yuan raised his eyelids, his voice calm. "He's lying." Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when the casino female Gu master screamed. Everyone in the assembly hall could not help but frown when they heard this shrill cry and looked at her in unison. The female Gu master pointed at Fang Yuan, her expression agitated. "It's him, it's him. He gambled on rocks in our casino, bought 6 purple gold rocks and got a mud-skin toad from the 5th rock. Young Master Jia saw it and used 500 yuan stone to buy it from him. This incident left a deep impression on me. I won't forget it even after a year or two. And it's not just me, all the other Gu masters in the casino saw it." "Is that so?" The smile on clan leader Guiyue Bo's face disappeared. His expression was stern as he dragged his tone towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, his face showing a trace of nervousness, but he acted like he understood. "So it's him. Alright, if he is Jia Jinsheng, then I do know him. But ever since that time in the casino, I haven't seen him again." He's lying again. This time it was not the female Gu master, but a male Gu master, who shouted. Fang Yuan looked at him as if he had just recognized him, his face showing a trace of surprise, but he tried to hide it. His change in expression was reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone started to ponder. "Lords, I'm working at the wine shop." The male Gu master cupped his fists and bowed to everyone, then suddenly pointed at Fang Yuan. "That night in the wine shop, I clearly saw him and young Master Jia Jinxing sitting together, the two of them having a secret conversation for a long time." Once he said this, the hall started to have small discussions. The academy elder looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze as cold as ice. And clan leader Guiyue Bo's body leaned backwards, slowly leaning on the wide chair. "How can this be?" Fang Yuan's face showed an obvious nervous expression and he hurriedly said, "There were so many people in the wine shop, how could you only recognize me? You might have recognized the wrong person." "Haha, I definitely wouldn't recognize the wrong person." The male Gu master raised his head and laughed, his gaze shining as he stared at Fang Yuan. At this moment he felt extremely imposing. "Let's not talk about young Master Jia Jinsheng coming to our wine shop, we have to take care of him at all times. Even if it wasn't young Master Jia Jinsheng, I would still recognize you. Because the impression you gave me is too deep. As he said this, he raised his eyebrows, his expression full of pride. Do you still remember that you came to our wine shop that morning? You asked for a cup of monkey wine but only drank a mouthful. Then you released the liquor worm and fed it the rest of the monkey wine. When I saw the liquor worm, I was very excited and wanted to buy it from you, but you didn't want to sell and left. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but his face showed a shocked expression, and he could not help but take a step back. Liquor worm. The academy elders standing behind Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. But he quickly frowned again and could not help but ask, Fang Yuan, where did you get this liquor worm? Fang Yuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, not replying. The surrounding clan elders were instantly enraged, shouting in a low voice. Fang Yuan, do you know you've gotten into big trouble? Speak, what is going on? Tell me everything you know. This liquor worm, is it Jia Jinsheng's? How could it be his? This liquor worm was obviously opened by me. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his head, his expression agitated as if he could not stand such injustice, and loudly with indignation. Chapter 58. Opened it? Guiyue Bo frowned deeply. That's right, I won't hide it anymore. Fang Yuan seemed to be going all out, his tone hurried. I bought 6 purple gold rocks at the gambling den, but because I didn't have enough primeval essence, I only opened 5 on the spot. The remaining one, I brought it to the dormitory, and after opening it, I found out it was a liquor worm. I was overjoyed because I had checked before, and knew that the liquor worm is a rare goo worm that can make up for my lack of talent. So I immediately refined it. Wait, you said you gambled and bought 6. One of them got a mudskin toad and the other one got a liquor worm? One of the elders couldn't help but ask in an incredulous tone. So what? Fang Yuan asked in a matter-of-fact tone, then pointed at the female goo master, saying loudly, She can testify for me. Everyone was stunned and looked at the female goo master. The female goo master felt the pressure from the gaze and did not dare to lie, so she told the truth. It was indeed so. Fang Yuan bought 6 and the 5th one got a mudskin toad. He also took the 6th one away, but I don't know what it got. He bought 6 purple gold rocks and consecutively got 2 goo worms. Isn't his luck too good? Many of the elders muttered. What's so hard to understand? It's luck, no one can say for sure. Back then when I gambled. Wait, goo worms are hard to refine. Why does it sound like Fang Yuan refined it so quickly? An elder asked curiously. You're old and confused. Don't you know that once a goo worm is opened, it's extremely weak, on the verge of death? It's even possible for him to refine a goo of a higher rank. What's so strange about him refining the liquor worm? Someone beside him immediately answered. Fang Yuan continued, I refined the liquor worm and went to the shop the next day. Indeed, I went to a wine shop in the afternoon and bought a cup of monkey wine. At night, I went again and happened to see a fraud dispute. Jia Jinsheng passed off the smelly fat worm as a black boar goo, and sold it to a goo master from my clan. Later on, Lord Jianghu appeared and resolved this dispute. I went to the wine shop again, but I didn't expect to run into Jia Jinsheng there drinking to drown his sorrows. I had just obtained the liquor worm and was overjoyed. I wanted to ask how much yuan stone this liquor worm could sell for. Who would have thought that when Jia Jinsheng found out that I had the liquor worm, he wanted to force me to buy it? Of course I didn't want to. I didn't want to sell the liquor worm. I just wanted to clarify the value of the liquor worm. Even if I wanted to sell it, I would have to wait until I had completed my second job transition, so I left on the spot. Fang Yuan's words revealed the conflict between Jiafu and Jia Jinsheng. This caused the elders to look at Jiafu with a meaningful gaze. Under the pressure of these gazes, Jiafu coughed. His eyes flickered as he asked Fang Yuan, Did my younger brother Jia Jinsheng chase after you? Fang Yuan nodded and said half-truthfully, Not only did he chase after us, he also added 50 yuan stone. But I didn't want to sell it at all. He was furious and said that Guiyue's clan was nothing, and that I should be more careful in the future. After saying those harsh words, he left. I haven't seen him since. Jiafu nodded. With his understanding of Jia Jinsheng's character, he would definitely chase after him. Saying harsh words was also Jia Jinsheng's style. If Fang Yuan said that Jia Jinsheng didn't chase after him, he would have guessed that it was a lie. But since Fang Yuan said so, Jiafu was put in a difficult position. The results of his investigation stopped here. Did Jia Jinsheng really not look for Fang Yuan again? Maybe Jia Jinsheng found Fang Yuan again, but both sides couldn't come to an agreement. In the end, he was killed by Fang Yuan. This was entirely possible. Speak, did you kill Jia Jinsheng? Thinking of this, Jianghu interrogated with a stern expression, attempting to pressure Fang Yuan with his imposing manner. Fang Yuan denied flatly, insisting that he never saw Xianxia again. Jianghu didn't have any other evidence. One side interrogated, the other side denied. At this point, the matter reached a stalemate. As Guiyue listened, his face became unhappy. This Jiangxia actually dared to threaten the Guiyue clan in Qingmao Mountain. This was obviously not putting the Guiyue clan in their eyes. Now Jianghu interrogated the Guiyue clan in front of the Guiyue clan's higher-ups. If there was concrete evidence, it would be fine. But now there was obviously no crucial evidence. If this matter were to spread, where would he hide his face? Brother Jia, it's not that I'm being nosy. The clan leader interrupted Jianghu's interrogation. Jiangxia has been missing for so many days. I'm afraid he's already dead. The murderer caused this massacre, so there will definitely be some clues. I wonder if you found anything else, brother? Jianghu glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. He raised his head and sighed. How would I not know what you're saying? If there were any clues, I wouldn't have come here to confront you, old brother. The murderer is obviously a repeat offender. His methods are ruthless and meticulous. To tell you the truth, all the clues are broken. On the day we left, it was raining heavily. Even if there was any bloody smell, it would have been washed away. Guiyue smiled. Brother Jia, I heard that the Jia clan has a tracking goo, the hellpath butterfly. It can emit a soul fragrance and plant it on the goo worm. This fragrance is colorless and odorless. The goo worms of the Jia clan all have a trace of the soul fragrance on them. As long as you use the hellpath butterfly and follow the soul fragrance, you will be able to find the goo worm and your clan members. Jianghu's face darkened. I've already used the hellpath butterfly, but it didn't work. I'm sure Brother Guiyue has heard that once the goo worm dies, the soul fragrance will dissipate. Obviously, the murderer has already killed all the goo worms on my brother's body. Guiyue suddenly changed the topic. That's strange. The murderer harmed your brother. Firstly, he didn't want his goo worms. Secondly, he didn't hand over the ransom money to extort Yuan Stone. Then why did the murderer kill a mere rank 1 goo master? That's right, what was the motive? Regardless of whether Jiangxia was dead or not, the murderer had to have a motive. If it wasn't for the goo worm or Yuan Stone, could it be a crime of passion? But if it was a crime of passion, there had to be a process of accumulation. Jianghu shouldn't have come here. The people in the caravan and Jiangxia were the more suspicious ones. For a moment, the discussion hall fell into silence. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly said to Jianghu, maybe Jiangxia was killed by you. I heard that the Jia clan wanted to split the family assets. With a dead brother, wouldn't you get more assets? Shut up. There's no proof. Don't casually accuse Sir Jianghu. Immediately, an elder shouted in a low voice. Fang Yuan immediately shut his mouth. His gaze flashed. Actually, he had already achieved his goal. What he had just said was like a pebble thrown into the lake of the clan elders' thoughts, creating circles of ripples. The elders followed the ripples and started to think, Jianghu couldn't have killed Jiangxia. To him, the loss is greater than the gain. Wait, even if he didn't do it, it doesn't mean others won't do it. Jia clan's internal strife. One of the elders had a flash of inspiration and said softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear in the silent hall. At once, many of the elders' gazes lit up. They finally thought of this. Fang Yuan curled his lips. His eyelids drooped, concealing the cold glint in his eyes. The Jia clan leader wanted to split the family assets and pass down the clan leader position. Thus, his sons and daughters started an intense competition. Especially Jianghu and Jianghu, they were both rank 4 goo masters and had a group of supporters around them. All these years, the Jia clan's information was known to many clans. Jiangxia's death was too fishy. At the moment, there was no direct evidence to prove that Fang Yuan was the murderer. Just killing for the liquor worm was not enough. At the same time, the murderer's methods would not be so secretive. But if Jianghu did it secretly, then it could be explained. Almost everyone present was a high-ranking person, and those who held a high position definitely had something special about them. At least they had a keen sense and insight towards political conspiracies. The Jia clan's internal strife, these 3 words, gave everyone a pair of imaginative wings. The Jia clan leader arranged for Jiangxia to join the caravan. One of the reasons was to test Jianghu's character, whether he was benevolent and kind, only suppressing but not bullying his brothers. If Jiangxia got into trouble, Jianghu would also be implicated. Who was the real beneficiary? It was obviously Jianghu's biggest competitor, Jianghu. Adding on the fact that the murderer was so experienced that all the clues were cut off, it showed how experienced the murderer was. How could it be Fang Yuan, a 15-year-old youth, who did this? Therefore, all the answers were on the verge of being revealed. The meeting hall was still shrouded in silence, but the elders present exchanged meaningful glances. To make someone believe in a possibility from the bottom of their heart, it's not through persuasion but guidance. Fang Yuan sharply noticed these glances. He sneered in his heart, but his face still showed a stubborn expression of unwillingness to endure the injustice. Jiafu's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. The moment the words Jia clan's internal strife came out, he immediately thought of Jianghu. At that moment, his entire soul began to tremble. Who else was more likely to make a move than Jianghu? None. I understand now. Everything is clear. The academy elder stood behind Fang Yuan and looked at Fang Yuan. His eyes flashed. Fang Yuan is both lucky and unlucky to meet Xianxia at the last moment. Based on the fact that he had just started school, how could he have destroyed all the clues? If he had such a deep and meticulous mind, how could he have behaved so stubbornly? He denied it just now because he wanted to hide the existence of the liquor worm. In an instant, everyone's suspicions towards Fang Yuan were gone. Getting rid of the suspicion is only the second step. What comes next is the crucial moment. Fang Yuan had a plan in mind. The development of the situation was within his expectations. He sighed in his heart and looked at Jiafu. Jiafu also looked at him. The unfriendliness in his eyes was becoming more and more obvious. Chapter 59. Jiafu was in a dilemma. He had already eliminated Fang Yuan as a suspect and was almost certain that Jianghu was the mastermind. But what can I do even if I know the truth? Jiafu's heart was filled with grief and indignation. I don't have any evidence. If I were to testify against Jianghu in front of my father would probably think that I'm trying to frame him. Jiafu was very astute. He looked at Fang Yuan with a sharp glint in his eyes. Jiangxing had followed him everywhere. Now that Jiangxing was missing, Jiafu would naturally be held responsible for not taking good care of him. Since he couldn't testify against Jianghu, he had to give his father an explanation. And this explanation was right in front of him. That's right. If I use this Fang Yuan as a scapegoat, I can barely explain myself. As long as I get past this hurdle, I might be able to get back twice the amount. Jiafu's heart was filled with evil thoughts. He suddenly raised his voice and interrogated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, how can you prove that you didn't harm Jiangxing? The elders couldn't help but be stunned. This matter was obviously an internal strife within the Jia family. Why are you still holding on to my clansman? Only family head Guyue's face darkened and his gaze turned sharp as he stared at Jiafu. Fang Yuan, do you have any witnesses to prove that you weren't there and didn't have time to harm Jiangxing? If you don't have any, then you're the murderer. Jiafu pointed at Fang Yuan and glared at him. This Jiafu is trying to push my clan's Fang Yuan out as a scapegoat. This is preposterous. At this moment, all the elders came to their senses, and their expressions became unfriendly. They had been scheming against each other for a long time. With just a little thought, they understood Jiafu's position and intentions. Witnesses? Of course I do. I've already arranged it. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he showed an expression of being unable to explain himself, opening his mouth but unable to say anything. You don't need to say anything else. Just tell me if you have any witnesses or not. Jiafu raised his voice again and suppressed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan put on an indignant expression and finally squeezed out two words through his teeth. No. Ah. Then you are. Jiafu was about to announce the verdict loudly. Wait. The academy elder took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan, his face solemn. Of course he has a witness. I am his witness. You. Jiafu was surprised. That's right, it's me. The academy elder's tone was a little weak in front of the rank 4 Jiafu. However, when he saw clan leader Guiyuebo's encouraging gaze, he felt more confident and raised his head. These days, Fang Yuan has unexpectedly advanced to the intermediate level. I've sent people to investigate in secret. His daily whereabouts are all recorded. There is no time for him to harm Jiangxing. Yes, that's right. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the academy elder, and no one could see the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Jiafu's face was ashen. He didn't expect the academy elder to suddenly stand out and protect Fang Yuan. More importantly, the Guyue clan leader did not object to it. This meant that the Guyue clan wanted to protect this Fang Yuan. I understand now. I wholeheartedly wanted to make Fang Yuan a scapegoat, but I did it from my own point of view and did not consider their feelings. That's right, if Fang Yuan were to be the scapegoat, the Guiyue clan would have to bear the infamy of harming the Jia clan. They would have to face the Jia clan's revenge in the future, and their reputation would be tarnished. In the future, the merchant caravans wouldn't dare to come and trade. That would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Jiafu wanted to slap his own head in frustration. This was what the Guiyue clan's higher-ups were thinking. Fang Yuan was only AC grade. If he really harmed Jia Jinxing, handing him over was not a big deal. But the point was, now that his suspicions had been cleared, if they still handed him over, wouldn't the Guiyue clan suffer a huge, unnecessary loss? Knowing that this conflict was irreconcilable, Jiafu gritted his teeth and decided to persist to the end. He said, if that's the case, why don't I use the footprint goo? Once this goo is used, it will show the footprints of the last 30,000 steps. The academy elder immediately snorted in displeasure. Jiafu's words showed that he didn't believe him. But he had no reason to stop him, so he moved to the side. Come and test it. Fang Yuan looked at Jiafu and laughed coldly, walking in front of him with his head held high. He was full of confidence because he had already predicted this factor. Thus, he had been hiding in the village these few days, not even stepping into the rock crevice or the secret cave. Under the watchful eyes of the Guiyue clan's higher-ups, Jiafu did not play any tricks. The footprint goo's shape was very special, like a human foot. Its material was like a translucent frozen milk, giving off a smooth and tender feeling. The surface even had a layer of yellowish-green fluorescence. The size was not big, only the size of a palm. Jiafu held it in his hand, his primeval essence gushing out and pouring into the footprint goo. The footprint goo became brighter and brighter, and suddenly with a bang, it exploded into a large amount of yellowish-green fluorescent powder. With a whoosh, Ing Fan enveloped Fang Yuan and spun around him once before flying out of the discussion hall's door. As the fluorescent powder flew, a series of footprints appeared on the ground. These footprints were all emitting a yellowish-green fluorescent light, and were exactly the same size as Fang Yuan's 2 feet. These were the footprints he had just entered the hall. The footprints extended from the clan leader's pavilion to the academy dormitory, and then circled around the academy. Other than that, it reached the village's inn. The yellowish-green fluorescent powder flew less and less, finally disappearing at the 30,000th footprint. When the results came out, everyone checked and found out that Fang Yuan was innocent. There was no doubt about it. Jiafu sighed deeply and took out a small jade box from his pocket. He opened the jade box and there was only a jade piece in it. The jade piece was a translucent emerald green color, and a goo worm was sealed inside. It was a stick insect. Its body was slender and it was the color of jade. Its entire body was like a round bamboo tube. A stickworm's body was usually longer than a palm, but this one was not, and was only the length of a fingernail. On its surface there was a faint white light. Green jade body, white light covering the body, this is the bamboo gentleman. Immediately an elder recognized this goo worm and exclaimed. Even clan leader Guiyue Bo was moved and could not help but advise, Brother Jia, this bamboo gentleman is a rank 4 goo worm, it is not easy to refine. Why waste it here? Jiafu shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan. This bamboo gentleman was obtained by chance when I was young, when I cut open a rock. The rock was only cut halfway and did not continue. As everyone knows, this goo worm feeds on sincerity, and is born with the ability to detect lies. Only a gentleman who has never lied since he was young can refine and feed this goo. Fang Yuan, you only need to cut open the rock and put the weak bamboo gentleman into your aperture. Whatever I ask you, you'll answer. Then take out the goo and let us see if it changes color. If it changes color, it means you are lying. No problem. Fang Yuan did not hesitate and immediately cut open the jade piece and did as Jiafu said. Once the bamboo gentleman appeared in the aperture, it immediately let out a faint green light, illuminating the entire primeval sea. Fang Yuan immediately felt that if he told a lie, the bamboo gentleman would be able to sense it, and its body would change from green to other colors. However, the reason why he agreed to it was because he had the confidence. Spring-autumn cicada. With a thought, the sleeping spring-autumn cicada woke up and let out a trace of aura. This aura was extremely grand, and immediately suppressed the bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman let out a green light, and immediately shrunk back into its body. Its entire body curled up, trembling in fear. How could it have the energy to detect lies? Jiafu started to ask, and his first sentence was straight to the point. Fang Yuan, did you harm my brother Jia Jinxing? No. Fang Yuan answered resolutely. Jiafu asked again, Do you know anything else about him? Fang Yuan shook his head. I don't. Jiafu asked again, was there any falsehood in what you said to us earlier? Fang Yuan shook his head again. No. Alright, you can take out the bamboo gentleman now. After 3 questions, Jiafu said. Fang Yuan took out the bamboo gentleman and everyone looked over, only to see that the bamboo gentleman's surface was still dark green without any change. The clan elders let out a sigh of relief. Jiafu's expression also calmed down. He kept the bamboo gentleman and cupped his fists towards Guiyue. I have offended you this time, brother Guiyue. No matter, to let the truth be known is what we want to see. Guiyue waved his hand and then sighed, but it is a pity for this bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman had the ability to detect lies, and was a rank 4 Gu master, so it was very valuable. But feeding and refining it was not easy. It could only be refined by a sincere gentleman. As long as other Gu masters told a lie, refining the bamboo gentleman would definitely fail, and the bamboo gentleman would die on the spot. Its food was sincerity. As for living in the aperture of a sincere gentleman, it could only survive by eating the gentleman's sincerity. Now that the bamboo gentleman was released, it was extremely weak, but it had no food to recover its energy. After Fang Yuan used it just now, death was already a foregone conclusion. Jiafu shook his head, looking at the dying bamboo gentleman in his hands, as if it was not a pity. He said in a deep voice, I have already tried my best to investigate this matter, but it was beyond my abilities. When I return to the clan, I will hire God of Arrest Tai Shueleng with a large sum of money, and I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Goodbye. Finishing, he cupped his fists towards Guiyue and turned to leave. Neat and tidy, but it also had some elegance. Looking at the backs of Jiafu and the rest leaving, Guiyue let out a long sigh of relief. You guys can leave too. He waved his hand towards the clan elders, and as if thinking of something said, Academy Elder, stay. Without losing a single hair, Fang Yuan walked out of the clan leader pavilion unscathed. Chapter 60. Tribe leader, what matter do you have with me? The Academy Elder stood respectfully at the side. Nothing much, sit, I have a story to tell you. Guiyue squinted his eyes, speaking leisurely. I am all ears. The Academy Elder chose the seat closest to the tribe leader and sat down. Tribe leader Guiyue then told him Renzu's story. Speaking of which, ever since Renzu said the correct names, he subdued the rules and regulations Gu. His first order was for them to capture a lifespan Gu for him. Rules and regulations Gu were a square and a circle Gu. When they worked together they could capture tens of thousands of Gu in the world. A lifespan Gu was not a problem. Renzu used the lifespan Gu and immediately regained his youth, returning to his 20 years old age. But at this moment the rules Gu said to him, O human, although you subdued us, every time you order us you have to add a rule. Rules Gu added, we captured lifespan Gu for you, this is our first order. Our new rule is we will not capture Gu worms for you again. That is to say, if Renzu wanted to capture lifespan Gu in the future, the rules Gu would not help. Renzu nodded, he could only agree. He opened his mouth and gave his second order, then, other than lifespan Gu, please capture all the Gu in the world for me. Rules and regulations Gu received this order, and immediately Rules Gu turned into an infinitely large circle, including space and time. Rules Gu turned into an infinitely large square, covering the entire world. A square and a circle formed a huge net that enveloped the entire world. When they shrunk and returned to Renzu's palm, all the Gu in the world, other than lifespan Gu, were captured by them. Renzu was overjoyed, this way all the Gu in the world belonged to him, from now on he was the master of the world. But when he opened the net, with a swoosh, a huge stream of Gu flowed out. The Gu worms that rules and regulations Gu had painstakingly captured all flew away. When Renzu hurriedly closed the net, there were only 5 Gu worms left. Why is this? Renzu was shocked. Rules and regulations Gu answered him. O human, there are thousands of Gu worms in the world, they come in all shapes and sizes, you have neither strength nor intelligence, how can you subdue them? We can only capture Gu worms for you. You have to subdue them yourself to make them work for you. Then they said, this is your second order, we will also add a second rule. From now on we can only catch 1 Gu for you at a time. Renzu could only nod, he carefully lifted the net, only revealing a small gap. Of the remaining 5 Gu worms, there was Strength Gu and Wisdom Gu. Seeing this, Renzu was very happy. He said to the Strength Gu, O Strength Gu, do you regret leaving me back then? If you submit to me now, I can give you back your freedom. Strength Gu said, O human, you are wrong. The reason I didn't fly away wasn't because I didn't have the chance, but because I wanted to stay. It's impossible for you to subdue me. I'll only submit to existences stronger than me, but you can't. However, we can make another deal. Give me your young man, and I will listen to your orders for the time being. Renzu heard this and was slightly reluctant. He had just obtained his youth, was he going to lose it now? But he thirsted for strength. He knew that with strength, he would become stronger and life would become easier. Moreover, with strength he could subdue even more goo worms. Thus, Renzu agreed to the strength goo and made a second deal with it. Renzu became middle-aged in an instant. The strength goo flew out of the net of rules and landed on Renzu's shoulder. With strength, Renzu's confidence was boosted. He said to the wisdom goo, "Oh wisdom goo, do you regret leaving me back then? If you submit to me now, I can give you back your freedom." Wisdom goo said, "Oh human, you are wrong. I didn't fly away not because I didn't have the chance, but because I wanted to stay. It's impossible for you to subdue me. I only submit to existences with greater wisdom than me, but you can't. However, we can make another deal. Give me your middle-aged man, and I will listen to your orders for the time being." Renzu heard this and did not want to make another deal. He treasured his life more than before, and he knew that once he sold his middle-aged man, he would only be left with old age. Not long later, the strength goo and wisdom goo would leave him just like last time. Renzu did not want to make a deal, but he did not want to give up the wisdom goo either. Wisdom goo was anxious and could only take a step back. "All right human, you win. I lost to you this time. As long as you tell me how you captured me, I will admit defeat and not take anything from you. From now on you can use me." Renzu heard this and was overjoyed. Before the rules goo could stop him, he blurted out, "I used the rules goo to capture you." Wisdom goo laughed heartily. "I've remembered, so these two goo are called rules and regulations. Ah, now that I know your names, you can't capture me anymore." Saying so, it turned into a ray of light and flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Rules and regulations goo grumbled, "Oh human, we have told you long ago. You better keep our names to yourself, don't let other existences know. Otherwise we will be used by other existences." "Great, the wisdom goo already knows our names, this is troublesome." Renzu realized that he had been tricked by the wisdom goo, and was extremely regretful. He knew that he had lost the only chance to capture wisdom using rules. At this point, Guiebo's story came to an end. He looked at the Academy Elder, his gaze containing deep meaning. The Academy Elder could not help but stand up from his seat. He had heard of Renzu's Goo Master long ago, but now that Guiebo was talking about it, it naturally had deeper meaning. His gaze flashed, and he understood something in his heart, and immediately bowed towards Guiebo, saying respectfully, "Lord Clan Leader, this story of yours, is it a metaphor? You compared Fang Yuan to the Wisdom Goo and the clan to Renzu. Although Renzu used rules to capture the Wisdom Goo and trapped it in a net, it still escaped in the end." At this point, the Academy Elder paused, thinking for a while, and looked at Guiebo. "Could it be that, Lord Clan Leader, you want me to let Fang Yuan go and not suppress him anymore? But he is getting more and more overboard." Guiebo stopped the Academy Elder's words and gestured for him to sit down and speak. The Academy Elder sat down again and heard Guiebo sigh. "Oh you are still so perceptive, a smart person able to understand with just a hint. But your breadth of mind is still too small, and you only care about your own little territory. Let me tell you now, the Academy is small, the clan is big. I know what you are worried about. You are afraid that the other students will be suppressed by Fang Yuan, and eventually lose their morale." Guiebo shook his head and pointed at the Academy Elder. "You worry too much. What do you think the clan is for? To rely on your academy to nurture new people? No, behind every student there is still their parents, their elders, their good friends. As long as these people are supporting us, encouraging us, and looking forward to us, our Guyu clan's younger generation will have confidence and motivation. Fang Yuan has indeed exceeded my expectations time and time again, and has a hint of a sudden appearance. I have been paying attention to Fangjing in secret, and I have long known about Fang Yuan's extortion and robbery. Let him continue robbing and use him to train Fangjing, Mabe, and Qiqing, these unpolished gems. This is very good, at least this batch of students has the most solid fist and leg skills I have seen." The Academy Elder's face showed worry, "But Lord Clan Leader, too many setbacks is not good, it will grind the unpolished gems into pieces. Especially now that Fang Yuan has the liquor worm, this worm is of great help to a rank 1 Gu master. I am worried that during this job transition period, under Fang Yuan's pressure, the other students will not be able to turn things around." "Then let them not be able to turn things around." Guiebo snorted coldly, showing a trace of the magnanimity and coldness of a leader. "What is this little setback? Is it scarier than death? With the support of the elders in the clan, if they still can't hold on, it means they are not unpolished gems, and have no value in nurturing them. The clan has new students entering the academy every year, and if this batch doesn't succeed, there is always the next batch. As for Guiyue Fangjing, from tomorrow night onwards, I will personally guide him in secret. To have the clan leader's personal guidance, that is Guiyue Fangjing's luck. The academy elder sucked up at the right time. Guiyue Bo's expression softened a little, and he looked at the academy elder, reminding him, "Do you know why you are still an academy elder even though you have been an academy elder for tens of years? Be more magnanimous. I know that Fang Yuan has offended your authority and made you lose face, but why do you have to be so calculative with a junior? I also know that this Fang Yuan has some intelligence at an early age, but he is still a young man, young and impulsive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have injured the guards and made things difficult for you in front of everyone. He has been suppressing his anger, and that is understandable. Falling from a genius to a mere mortal, it is normal for him to be hostile towards the clan. He is actually still very childish. Just look at how he tried to hide the liquor worm. How could the liquor worm be hidden? He is not mature and still has naive thoughts. Don't think of him as a scary person. By comparing him to the wisdom goo, I have overestimated him. At most he is a little clever, but he doesn't have any great wisdom. If he had hidden his mid-level cultivation without batting an eyelid, or accepted the position of class monitor indifferently, then he would really be scheming. Clan leader, what do you mean? The academy elder raised his eyebrows. What I mean is, if Fang Yuan is unhappy with the clan, then let him vent his frustrations. If an ant spits at an elephant, will the elephant care? Emotions should be released and not blocked. After he has vented, he will naturally integrate into the clan. Our Guiyue clan, since the first generation, has been around for almost 1,000 years. There are many people who are unhappy with the clan, but in the end, did they overturn the clan? The clan does not only have rules, there is also blood ties. Renzu wanted to use rules to catch wisdom, but not only did he fail, the rules were also known by wisdom. The meaning behind this is profound. Rules are dead, people are alive, and ties are deep. If you blindly use rules to catch people, it will instead increase hatred, and cause Fang Yuan to be further away from the clan. Fang Yuan is only AC grade. If he is lucky, he will only be a low-level clan elder in a few decades. But he is still Guiyue Fangjing's twin brother, do you understand? I understand. Hearing Guiyue Bo's last sentence, the academy elder suddenly understood. If the clan only has rules, then it is a pile of stiff dead objects. But if it increases the blood ties, then it is alive. Guiyue Bo nodded slowly. There is one more thing I want to give you, I hope you will remember it. Clan leader, please enlighten me. Guiyue Bo's gaze was distant, looking at the moonlight outside the window. The sea can hold all rivers and the sea is big, remember it, then leave. Yes, clan leader, I will leave now. The academy elder retreated. Chapter 61. Tonight's moon was especially round. The moonlight was like a gauze shining on Qingmao Mountain. Every time the treasure brass toad leapt, it would cover a distance of 100 meters. Because it was leaping forward, the steep and narrow mountain path could not restrict or obstruct it. Jianghu and the rest sat on the treasure brass toad, leaving the Guiyue village and rushing back to the caravan. The wind whistled in their ears, and their vision shook along with the treasure brass toad's leaps. The moonlight shone on everyone's faces and everyone was silent. Jianghu's expression was as cold as ice. After a while, one of Jianghu's confidants couldn't help but ask, "Master, what should we do? Xianxia is dead, how will Master explain this to Master when he returns? Should we find a scapegoat first?" Jianghu shook his head but ignored him. Do you know the story of Renzu? The aide was stunned, not expecting Jianghu to reply like this. He did not know how to reply at this moment. Jianghu continued, Renzu had the rules and rules goo and captured all the goo in the world. He gained strength but lost wisdom. Right now there were 3 goo left in his net. He opened it and saw that these 3 goo were attitude goo, belief goo and suspicion goo. Renzu was not willing to let them go, so these 3 goo could only make a bet with Renzu. As long as Renzu opened the net, they would split into 3 directions and escape. Whoever was caught by Renzu would be subdued. Tell me, what did Renzu catch in the end? The aide seemed to understand and replied, it was the attitude goo. Do you know why? Jianghu asked again. The aide shook his head. Jianghu chuckled. That's because your attitude says it all. Whether father believes, or suspects, I have already expressed my attitude. When Xianxia went missing, I immediately started investigating in the caravan, and once I found any clues, I rushed back to the Guyue village without stopping. In the village, I risked being attacked by the Guyue tribe to confront them. I did not even sit down, and to verify Fang Yuan's words, I even used the rank 4 bamboo gentleman. After returning to the clan, I will hire the god of arrest and invite Tai Shueleng to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether Jianghu is dead or alive as his brother, I have already done what I should do. My attitude has already been made clear. I've already thought it through. I don't need a scapegoat. I'll just go back honestly because I really didn't do it. If he found a scapegoat, he might fall into Jianghu's trap. If I can find someone to take the blame, he can naturally find someone to reverse the verdict. The confidant was secretly surprised. Master, do you really suspect young Master Jianghu? Who else could have done so well if not him? Speaking up to this point, Jiafu's face twisted, and his eyes were about to spit out flames of anger. Previously, I didn't do that to him because of our brotherhood. I didn't expect him to be so treacherous. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. What he didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes watching him from afar. Fang Yuan stood on the hillside and watched quietly. The moon tonight was beautiful and bright. The golden full moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the mountains and earth. Nearby, the green mountains were lush and the grass was lush. The entire mountain was filled with pine, cypress, and fir trees, as well as the Qingmao Mountain's unique Qingmao bamboo. Large patches of dark green water poured down from the top of the mountain and flowed to the foot of the mountain. The mountains in the distance were continuous, blurring into a dark shadow under the moonlight. The winding mountain road meandered down like a sheep's intestines. Sometimes it was blocked by the forest, but it continued to stretch out. Jiafu and the others rode on the treasure brass toad and advanced along the mountain path. After continuously leaping, his figure was finally covered by the forest. Although the mountainous terrain did not restrict the treasure brass toad's speed, it was still able to reach the treasure brass toad. But Jiafu did not dare to recklessly pass through Qingmao Mountain. If he barged into the beast nest, even with his rank 4 cultivation, he would still be in a difficult situation. Therefore, following the mountain path was the most appropriate choice. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had been watching the caravan leave with an umbrella on this hillside. Now he was standing here again watching Jiafu leave. The trouble of killing Jianghu has finally been solved. His eyes were deep and his heart was calm and tranquil. Ever since he killed Jianghu that night, he had been thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. He was very clear that he had no foundation. If the truth was revealed, Guyue's tribe would definitely sacrifice him. But if he kept hiding it, the paper would not cover the fire. A brilliant lie was a mixture of truth and falsehood. There was truth in the falsehood and falsehood in the truth. He had to divert the trouble. This situation was like a chessboard with two opposing sides. On one side was Jiafu's caravan, and on the other side was Guyue's tribe's village. In this game, whether it was Guyue, the academy elder, or Jiafu, they were all chess pieces. Even he, Fang Yuan, was one of the chess pieces. To protect this chess piece that represented himself, he could only make use of the opposing sides and find an opportunity in the gap. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had started to plan. He first used the 2 guards to put on a good show on the stage set up by the academy elder. He then hid the existence of the liquor worm to arouse the tribe's curiosity and attract the attention of the higher-ups. At the same time, he asked the academy elder to investigate in secret. Next, he robbed his classmate to show his impulsiveness, unruliness, and dissatisfaction with the tribe, showing weakness to the higher-ups of Guyue. Then he calculated the days and waited for Jiafu. During the confrontation, he showed his childishness and panic, which invisibly led everyone's thoughts. He let them discover the truth themselves. Finally, he made use of the conflict of interest between Guyue's tribe and Jiafu to make the academy elder, who had been investigating him, testify for him. The bamboo gentleman was a small accident, but he was still a rank 4. Under the suppression of the spring-autumn cicada, the bamboo gentleman ironically became the best proof for Fang Yuan. In the end, not only did Fang Yuan explain the origin of the liquor worm perfectly, he also pushed the blame to the innocent Jianghu, while he escaped unscathed. The academy elder was left behind. It seems that Guyue wants to interfere with the academy's affairs and cancel the suppression on me. With his style, he does have the magnanimity to do so. But his true goal isn't me, his main motive should be Guyu Fangzhen. One of the reasons why I made a big fuss was to cause a commotion and attract the attention of the higher-ups. Even if Guyue does not show up, Guyue Mo Qin and Guyue Lian will make a move to protect their reputation. As for Jiafu, he should have already determined that Jianghu is the culprit. The fire of revenge is already burning in his chest. I am really looking forward to it. After my interference, the fight between these two brothers will immediately escalate. I wonder if the Gu fighting tournament will be brought forward? Right, there is also that divine investigator Tai Xueling. Tai Xueling? Fang Yuan muttered these two words in his mouth. After a while he smiled lightly. In the righteous path, this person is quite a character. It is a pity that he is very busy with work. It will not be easy to invite him just because of this matter. If Jiafu wants to make his stance clear, he will definitely invite him. However, it is hard to say when. It will be at least 2 to 3 years later. In 2 to 3 years he would be at rank 2 or even rank 3. At that time his life would be a whole new world. The night wind blew, and the fresh mountain air was fragrant. Fang Yuan breathed in, feeling refreshed. Looking into the distance, his field of vision was wide. The mountains were like a painting, and it was peaceful under the moonlight. The bright moon shines on the pines, the clear spring flows over the rocks. Fang Yuan recited and could not help but think of a fable from Earth. A group of monkeys chased after the moon. When they saw the moon in the well, they wanted to fish for it. The monkeys at the back would grab the tails of the monkeys in front, and the monkeys in front would grab the tails of the monkeys in front. Just like that, the monkey at the front would finally touch the water in the well. When it stretched out its hand, the water would shake and the moon would scatter. The people of this world were often like this. When they saw the shadow of the moon, they would think that it was the real moon. Little did they know that it was only the moon in the well, the moon in their eyes, and the moon in their hearts. In this life, I wish to become the real moon, to leave the heavenly mountains, to play with the clouds and seas, to reflect the past and present, to walk above the dark heavens. Fang Yuan's eyes were clear, and his pupils reflected the beautiful green mountains. On the hillside, a skinny youth stood silently. A golden moon like a disk hung high in the night sky. It had existed since ancient times, traversing through the night sky, and faintly imprinted the youth's tiny shadow on the blue stone. You're tuning in to the Phantom Sword Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.